today ruling the world in different sectors, they have not done MSc. They have come out with an idea, and after the graduation itself, during the graduation, some of them at the 10+2 level itself, they have come with an idea, and they have nurtured their idea, and the ecosystem has enabled them to say what you call accelerate their idea, and then reach the goal which they have dreamed of. So today you have everything in place, so it will be easy for you. If you want to talk to American president from here, you will within a minute. Earlier I have to go, I have to meet him, I have to speak to him, take an appointment and do. So what you call whatever you are seeing, WhatsApp, Angry Bird, what you call all these. First one took 15 months when the idea came. Then the second one took 85 days. And the last one took few hours to reach what you call millions of people. So the technology is evolving. So I would say that I can give you several examples of NABARD, DHA, organizing this, and as Ranganathan said that this is one of the I would say the largest event that took place during this as a precursor to the opening of the hub in the state. I think we should feel pretty proud to have such an space in this state as which is the second largest for the agri ecosystem. So let us be proud of that and spread this message to all the people. And I also request the school administration to bring the students to AG Hub to show them, to inculcate this habit. And I wish you all the success. Thank you, Manik.
You demystify the people that innovation is not something which is hypothetical around us. The classic case of the Aadhaar and the mobile phone is possibly able to guide us that the innovation can be demystified. It can be done by any one of us. You spoke about the innovation in Telangana, the classic cases of smaller countries like China who came of the classic case of building innovation in the sector. And most importantly, the efforts of the university in building the Pittsburgh model around building the precision farming and smart farming in the state of agriculture. The efforts of PJDSAU in terms of design thinking agri-tech pilots and especially program the agri-tech pilots, the support of NABARD and the rich are noted because the early days of 2020 when agri was being conceptualized in terms of bringing the innovations and the funding, smart farming and its potential to unleash the potential for agriculture and help the farmers in this country. So we hope your message to the students is loud and clear that the students, the MSCs and PhDs, and of course the youngsters over here can take the path of innovation and possibly choose the way of entrepreneurship. Thank you so much once again for demystifying it and taking the way forward. Next is Dr. Seema, Dean of Agriculture, PhD, ma'am. I request you to deliver the word of thanks. Over to you.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. DG of Research Innovation Circle of Hyderabad, Sri Somasundara Garu, DG of NABARD, Sri Vijay CEO of AGRO, the members Board of Management, University officers, team from AGRO, Rich and Gina, faculty and students of 9 colleges of PJDSAU, the school children, teachers, the print and electronic media. At the outset, I would express my gratitude to the Honorable Vice Chancellor for the support and guidance in successfully conducting of this event. He is a man who has the heart of foresight for preparing for a changing world and discovering future opportunities. Thank you, sir, for being a great strength to all of us. I thank Sri Rajiv Garu for trusting us and providing us an opportunity to
Mr. Vijay, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Major, for inviting me to the show. I'm happy to be here.
Mr. Vijay, so 7th August is Handloom Day, and with all the initiatives that government is taking, and support from people like you, your organization, handloom is again finding its place back in the Indian wardrobe. Share your thoughts. Where do you see handloom today?
Yes. So what happened is, see, today handlooms is something is not a story of say this decade. Handlooms, in fact, have survived a century of onslaught with the mill sector, machine-made sector. So it's not today that we are talking about handloom versus others. It has been even in 1920s or 30s. When the first time in the 1900s. The mills were started in Bombay. What today it was the Phoenix Mill and whole host of other mills. Okay, so at that point of time, it was seen as a threat to handlooms. However, if you see, these handlooms have survived over a century of now, in terms of competition from other sector. So, I mean, of course, it's a very interesting case study because it's kind of specific, what do you call, development which happened in India. But yeah, they have survived. However, in the last couple of decades, the situation has kind of gone grim when India kind of started, the GDP started increasing, income levels started increasing, and even urbanization started increasing. So the pay levels were not kind of at par; they were not increasing at the aspirational levels. If you see, the decline of handlooms has been kind of more in the last 2 decades. So it was a kind of sad situation. However, what is happening is with the increase in the income levels, the consumers are now kind of willing to pay for heritage, and they look at something which is genuine products. They're also looking for something which is socially, which can help India. I mean, they're much more nationalistic and would like something which is helping a weaver, so and something that can be connected to their roots and something which is eco-friendly. So with these factors, being heritage, valuing the heritage, valuing the authenticity, valuing environment, so I feel that the handloom is rightly placed to again to grow and come back to those old days of glory.
You made a very valid point. Handloom has survived the onslaught. Same like, I mean, somehow handloom is connected to Indian culture, isn't it? And Indian culture has survived the foreign invasion and the onslaught. Same story goes for handloom. And last few, as you rightly said, in the last few years, also, the awareness among common man about the rich heritage of handloom, how does it tie into, our heritage, our culture, and also, the people who have been keeping this alive. That has actually led to, rebirth of handloom in some ways, isn't it? The awareness.
Yes, absolutely. See, the awareness, and even today, if you see recently when the new president took over, there was a lot of what do you call coverage about what kind of saris she likes, and primarily there is on the hand woven. So similarly, when the finance minister presents budget, there is so much of saying that what is she wearing when she's going for budget. So I think there has been an interest, and there has been a kind of thanks to Instagram and thanks to this social media. So there is a lot of activity, lot of multimedia, which has kind of where people get connected with. In the earlier the younger crowd, it was very difficult to know what is a nikat, what is something. But today people are aware; they have heard of these names, and they know a little more about, if you are especially an urban kid, born in say prior to 2000, 1990s or 80s, the amount of knowledge they had with respect to kind of weaves was not much. But today that seems to be changing, where people are keen to understand, what goes, how it works, and because it's much more connected to their nation, right? I feel that that's the change that is happening because of the awareness.
Very interesting. Very true. Today it is no more just wearing a handloom or a product made from handloom. It's about also understanding what it represents or what goes into it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And imagine, for example, somebody took the lotus fiber out. I think it's Thailand or something, which kind of literally became viral. It's the same thing which is happening with many of these things. We never knew. Oh, okay. Is this how Kolhapuri chappal was made? Is this how, say, kind of a rug is made? Is this how ikat is made? So this people are kind of feeling good saying that, okay, it's a matter of becoming much more aware and knowing what is happening within our country. Yeah. And
Just
another thing is, yeah, the hyper in terms of especially connected back, because today if you see, there's a lot of floating population. Somebody from Tamil Nadu working in Hyderabad or Bangalore, even in Delhi and Noida. So there is some kind of affinity towards the route, and some people have traveled and come back. I mean, including me. I mean, I've been in India, in North India, spent 4-5 years. Then outside India. So then what happened is we tend to get connected back to roots, like something back from home. So I feel with this floating population who's working elsewhere, they tend to have this feeling about special affinity, and they want to know, hey, what is this special weave from Kanchipuram or Madurai? So there is that kind of passion for the kind of where they are from, the roots. I think that's also a kind of a motivation for them to learn and understand more in terms of what is happening back home.
I'm sure, and people like you, an organization like yours, which is playing a key role in not just creating awareness, but also taking, ensuring that the authentic handloom made products are reaching out to the end user.
Right, right, absolutely.
Tell us about, you using, so there is this challenge about knowing what is authentic and what is not, and your organization is, at the forefront of it, using artificial intelligence. You're bringing technology into tradition, and helping end user or the consumer know it is authentic. Tell us about how do you go about doing that?
In terms of I'm not a technologist, so I kind of identified problem. Largely, that was my role. Then after a certain point of time, it's about bringing together a set of people who are interested to solve this problem. So I would say technology it was never about a technology. It's about solving the problem of authentication. And I found that about 80% of the products which are sold as handmade, maybe more than 80%, are imitation products. I mean, they're not. I mean, today you find handloom melas organized even by government and all this stuff, but even there, the question is, it's highly questionable because of various market factors. So how we went about is that, one is that as a first thing is, in terms of, we have come out with a unique technology wherein a label which has got a code or a chip, it has got a technology which is woven onto the fabric by handloom weaver. So it's a high technology product as a label, but it is woven with a simple technique which we have also applied for patent. So this, what has happens is, right from the weaver's end, that product gets digitalized at the weaver level itself. So it has got each product has got an identity. Okay. And second thing is, this product, what happens is, this label, after the product is produced, they cannot, traditionally these labels are stitched after the fabric is produced. What we are trying to do is integrate at the time of weaving itself, so that the authenticity is maintained. This label cannot be applied once the product is already ready. That means, you buy some products from 100 products from China and put these labels, you cannot do it. That is one of the technology. Another technology, what we have done is a small IoT based sensor. So it's about a 2x2 inches kind of device. And this device, what happens is, this can understand the motion of the loom. Okay, so this sensor, it has got sensors, and it's a simple battery operated. It doesn't record sound and all of that, but it can sense the motion of the loom, and it understands whether this motion belongs to a hand loom or not. Okay, we have done this artificial intelligence. We have trained the model for over a year at several hundreds of looms, and so with this combination of these two, using a mobile app and cloud computing, what we do is, this label carries the authenticity all through the product, so all through the journey. and consumer who buys a sari from somebody from Kanchipuram, it goes to US. From US, somebody can, with a smartphone, they don't need an app or anything like that. They can tap on the label, or they can scan the code which is there on the product. It's a simple QR code, and they will be able to know that whether this product is authentic. That is first. And also they can experience the weaving itself, because a lot of this, even multimedia and all, while weaving, weaver with a simple app, it's a simple than WhatsApp, they can capture the video of weaving for each of the products. So now this video automatically gets linked to the label, and wherever customer is there, they can actually see the live weaving there, literally. So in terms of experience, in terms of authenticity, it kind of is managed across the journey. So this
That's
is what.
interesting. That's. I mean, the technology you're talking about is something that was required. So tell us as to how has been the response of people who are in the industry when you said you need to integrate this into the the handle weavers. How's been their response?
So see, good thing we did is most of the R&D, we didn't do anything sitting in offices. R&D was done on the looms, means going to the weavers, talking to them, learning from them, and questioning them. So all of this. So many years, right from app, from the first version of the app, we don't want to put our brains into it. We want to go to weaver and find out what does it feel. Is it difficult, easy? So for example, we do multilingual application is available across multiple languages, so that local languages, people who are familiar. Second thing is, we don't have to have a lot of operations. It's about single button operations. Means, say you start the product, scan the product, end the product. That's it. So it's like anybody can operate with that. And a lot of automations we have done so that the users feel friction is very low at the weaver's front. So however, in the beginning, what happened is, see, this is, as you know, it's a low-tech industry as a handlooms. But a product we have made is a kind of high-tech product, right? In terms of, people don't easily, it's not a tech-friendly sector. Means even retailers, one of the largest retailer we went, there, one of the team members, he was saying, sir, we do thousands of crores of thousands, I'm talking about thousands, they don't have a basic ERP in their organization. Okay, they run thousands of crores of worth operations without an ERP. So that is how in terms of acceptance of technology is there. So, however, what has happened is, why it started picking people accepting is because one is that there is a huge parity between handloom and powerloom. Same sari, for example, Kanchipuram sari, if you want to buy, it will cost 20,000 rupees plus handloom sari. Same sari, if it is made in machine, it can be under 8,000. So there's a huge parity, under 10,000. So literally double the price. So, and the imitation is kind of that people do imitation very closely. So it's very difficult sometimes, even the skilled person to know what is handmade and what is not. So that's where people actually, they felt that there is a genuine need for me, whatever I am buying, at least I should know that. So we are not a consumer brand per se. We are more of a B2B. We are helping businesses. For example, we help government, because government gives subsidy to the handloom weavers, but we don't know how many of them are genuine, how many are not. So there are GI products. How many of them are really GI? How many are not? So these are all questions which this technology is answering these questions. So that's how we've been now able to kind of scale it up and see that market traction is there for our product. Okay, and some of these people also another challenge we are addressing is with respect to supply chain management. Imagine somebody gives 100 products in 100 different handloom weavers. We don't know when the products will come, how much has been done. So it's a very kind of manpower intensive to really monitor. So our technology can help them, how much of production is being done. So what happens is there is an integrity in the entire supply chain, saying that, okay, so we have placed on seasons. Today, Walmart, and if you take any of these big fashion houses, they're very close to seasons. They work like a industry 4.0, we are there. But the thing is that handloom is working at 1.0, which is kind of, may not be a good news going forward. The future is kind of has to be compatible with newer technologies. That's where it is kind of helping us to scale it up.
So, Mr. Vijaya, do you think the new generation, the Gen Z or the millennials, are they interested in handloom, especially the authentic ones, given the cost?
Okay, see, in terms of there were even there were surveys done by reputed firms across the world in multiple countries. See, what I see is that especially Generation Z, in fact, one of the challenges we felt is of my generation, or this is that many people don't have so much of emotion about handlooms. Okay, so they said that who cares kind of attitude, but fortunately, what is happening with the newer generation, especially Gen Z, are very sensitive about what they wear. Okay, if it is a mass product, they don't even wear. I know in US, one of the friends, their acquaintances and all, they don't buy new shirts or new products at all. Only they buy used shirts or used products. Rent. A lot of people rent it out, because they feel that they don't want to be reason for this whatever environmental degradation, considering fashion is one of second largest polluter in the world. So they are really aware of it. So I mean, there are two things. What is happening is, one, they are willing to pay higher amount for, I think, in fact, I think only in Indians especially, it is higher compared to China and other countries, where about 70% of the people are willing to pay high if it is socially helping a community. So if it is helping a weaver, so 70% of the people say that, yeah, I'm willing to pay a higher amount. So second thing is authenticity. People want everything authentic. So you say that, yeah, it's a run of a mill, nobody wants, because this money is there. Thing is that, even I wear one shirt, can I get that authentic shirt for that? So I feel that this authenticity, demand for authenticity, demand for sustainability, and demand for socially conscious, who made my clothes, for example, is a big revolution, right? So we are also solving that problem. So we believe that, this sector will is having a bright future. And even if you see, I'm talking about numbers, again, coming back, today, there was an organized sari seller, national brand, there was nothing 5 years back or 2 years back. National brand with 60 stores dealing with saris, primarily authentic saris. Now, bigger brands like Tata's are into it, Reliance is into saris, they are building several number of stores, and Aditya Birla Group is into it. So even the bigger organization, bigger players are entering into this. So it becomes as much more important to be selling authentic products when they claim, right? So we believe that as brands are a reflection of people. So brands are coming into sector because they see that there is a demand for these products. So we believe that it is both from the supply side as well as demand side. This sector is completely changing. Thanks to technology, I think it will be in the next 5 to 10 years, it is going to take a sharp growth route, I believe. And even most of these players who are into business, they have very ambitious plans in terms of scaling up. So we believe we are very positive about it.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will be resuming the conference, and this time it will be a panel discussion on discussing strategies and workable approaches. I invite our moderator, Srimati Rama Devi Lanka. She is the Director of Emerging Technologies, Information Technology, Electronics and Communications Department, Government of Telangana. I request her to come up on the dais. Our first panelist is Mr. Nitin Kumar, General Manager, Industrial AI and Data Science from Reliance Jio Platform Limited. Request you to come up on the stage. Our second panelist is Dr. Akansha Kumar, Principal Data Scientist from Reliance Jio Platforms Limited. Request your presence on stage, please. Our next panelist is Mr. Fani Karnati. He is the head of AI and ML, Vihavi.ai. Request you to come up on stage. Our final panelist is Mr. George Abraham Prem Kumar. He is the robotic AI and IA researcher from Logos Informatic. Request your presence on stage. Over to you, Srimati Rama Devi Lanka.
A very good afternoon to everyone, to a few of one I should say. Well, this discussion that, HIMTech is organizing today is at the right time. We have just celebrated our, 76th independence, 75 years of independence. And in the next 25 years, India at 100, I believe is going to be a technological powerhouse. India is going to embrace Industry 4.0 technologies. And, it's just not the government alone, but it's going to happen in every sector. While for the government, we are looking at 5 key areas, agriculture, healthcare, education, mobility, smart cities, and environment. And as a proactive government, we have already come out with our own framework, AI framework. We have set up a team called Telangana AI Mission, which is working on the framework. And we have identified use cases that can deliver social good in areas like agriculture, where we're using AI for quality assaying, for, conserving our species, our endangered species like tigers. We are using AI to actually monitor and protect them. And a recent one that we have used AI is in e-voting project. All of us know during COVID, most of us, when elections were happening, we really did not want to go and vote, right? So we have developed an app, smart phone-based app to actually, for voting, where we have used AI and blockchain, 2 technologies. So while the government is doing so much, I'm sure the industry, in different sectors are also using AI. Like it could be the pharma sector, defense, or information technology, of course, is using it on a large scale, e-commerce and so on. While the government is using it, but it's very critical for the manufacturing sector, why the need to adopt AI. While various reports actually indicate, different numbers in terms of the market opportunity. For example, a report by, I'm not sure who, but in 2022, it's a $2.3 billion worth of opportunity in AI. This is what the report is stating, which is likely to increase to about 16.3 billion by 2027. Well, the market opportunity is there, but what is the manufacturing industry need to do, Why is that we are discussing so much about AI? And why should the manufacturing industry should look into AI? Well, I would say there are 3 top reasons. I think some of them have already been covered by Dr. Sailesh. Well, the first one is, personalization. Customer is actually expecting personalized solutions, specific solutions, That's number 1. Second, manufacturing process is becoming very complex and need to be adaptive. And the third one that we are looking at is need for performance and, productivity. These are the 3 top reasons that I believe why, the manufacturing industry should look at AI. While AI applications, we find use cases across the value chain, starting from your product design, conceptualization and product design, then moving on to development, then operations, maintenance, and safety. So there are innumerable AI use cases across the value chain of the crop that can deliver, increased productivity, efficiency in operations, increased safety, predictive analytics, and so on. There are so many use cases. Even morning, Dr. Shailesh ji was also speaking about. So now let me actually turn towards my panel. We have an expert of panelists here. Let us ask them to demystify this AI, how it's going to actually help the manufacturing industry. What are the challenges that the industry is facing today? what are the strategies they need to adopt to leverage AI, and what are the various use cases that different industries can adopt. So, and we have divided this session into 3 areas, starting with initially on the process and control optimization. So that's an area where we need to look at, how AI can be leveraged. So the panel will actually come out with what are the current systems in place, that are right now. The second one is how can AI augment these processes? And third one, what manufacturers and utilities can do to unlock the potential of AI. So first I'll start with Nitin, who has extensive experience in that area. Over to you, Nitin.
Hello. Hi. So my name is Nitin Kumar, and a little bit of a background on my my stand on how do I know about these things. I come from an operational background. Basically, I come from an industry which has been working for last 50 years. And it has seen and driven the automation industry towards next level. I'm come from oil and gas background. So oil and gas, when we say that it is based of 3 industry sections, where we call as upstream, midstream, and downstream. And upstream is the industry section where you search for oil, dig for oil, and bring the oil to the ground. Midstream is the section where you get that oil to a refinery or a end market area. So it could be on the local in country, or it can be international borders. So you can generate oil in a Arabian continent and send it to Japan or send it to Canada. That itself is an industry in itself, right? And what we call that as a midstream industry. And then the third section of the same industry is basically downstream industry, where you process that oil into thousands of components and thousands of products which we use in our everyday life. So you can imagine the sole of your shoe to the oil in your hair all has components of crude oil. Even your cloth has some nylon in it that is coming from crude oil. So my experience expand from all this industry in different levels, and I have seen the propagation of automation in industry from a very crude steps where we do things manually to now being done by robotics or drone based on AI system as a background, right? This all industry is basically is a gold mine for data. There is huge amount of data, but the only thing is that sometimes the data gets lost, the information gets lost, and you cannot relate what this data can do in terms of your next decision making, right? So if we talk about process optimization and control, that is the area where the connected systems are working together for some objective. That objective can be motivated towards safety or profitability or maintainability, whatever is your end objective, that system will work towards. So if you talk about a simple turbine or a compressor or anything, they are basically trying to do one particular job in a whole connected system. When there is a connected system, there is a huge amount of correlation between many variables. These variables are having different ranges to go through. They can operate on a lower end, they can operate on a higher end. Same like your car. It can operate in one gear and make you reach to a destination, but that is not the most optimized way. So what is the most optimized combination of this particular set of variables in an industry so that the highest amount of profitability can be made? So that is what we are trying to achieve in an optimization. We are trying to achieve an objective which will help us create more value from that particular installed system. So once we have, so the legacy systems are already there, meaning you have many types of application computers, equation solvers, which will provide you that objective or optimized control. But mostly, whenever we simulate something, we try to reduce the order of the system. Like, there is no simulation in the world which can replicate a physical system to the last molecule. There is no way. We always have to take a lot of assumptions. We have to tolerate a lot of lumping of equations, right? So we will always lose some degree of order in a system when we simulate. So to understand most of the optimization currently in place in the industry is more of a wide scope optimization rather than a deep scope optimization. So wide scope meaning it will understand the boundaries of the system and try to optimize in those boundaries. But it will never tell you what is the component of the system making that constraint available. Like for a car to be running on a peak performance, it might tell you that these variables are the best to optimize. The gear ratio, the power ratio, the fuel economy, the carburetor, everything else. But it will not tell you whether it will be the last carburetor valve which needs to open a little bit more so that it can give you higher performance. So the deep optimization is not yet there in any of the optimization system. The AI, when we do it in a proper way from the ground up level, we may be able to challenge the deep optimization layer, where we'll unlock the constraint to a higher optimization layer. Meaning, previously you are running your car at 100 kilometers per hour, which is giving you some on loan conditions, some kind of fuel economy. But if you change some parameters, some design parameters, some tweaking, that particular constraint can go up, and now you can operate at 120 with the same fuel economy. That is the deep optimization which is possible by doing AI system, because AI provides you a high amount of flexibility in control and optimization and simulation. So I think there is a scope not only to challenge the wide optimization, but to go to deep optimization on an industry level and bring much more value out of the system than the install base which try to restrict it. So that's my take, I guess.
Thank you, Nitin. In fact, that's a very good point that you brought about how AI can actually help in carrying out deep optimization that will eventually help in increasing the profits. So next I move on to George. George, let us know what are the various use cases that you can share with the audience, like in different industries it could be.
Hello. Thank you, Ramadhan madam. The process optimization is adding a more value for our company. I can give you some examples. Like, so if you are a production company and if you are segregating your products as quality number 1, quality number 2, and quality number 3. So you when you are giving a manual inputs and you can't able to achieve more the quality number 1 product. So when quality number 1 product which is going to give you more profit for you, quality number 2 is going to be lesser price, and quality number 3 is going to be more lesser price. So you want to make your machine to produce only quality number 1. So what we are going to do is, here we have to undergo the process optimization. So we input the AI and we use the proper data of how the machine is. We have to understand the machine and we have to simulate it for how it's producing the first quality of product. So the same simulation we are going to take here and we are going to implement in the AI to automate the machine to produce only the first quality of product. So automatically the profit will be get increased for the production company. So that's the main important value for a production company to use AI as in the process optimization. So whereas it's come for the control, you have to control it through the data. So the data which you are going to give, the data is the main important set here. So it's like when a machine is not working properly and when it goes for the maintenance, so you have to take the data from the lake of data outside. So this come under the control optimization. So these two processes are going to give more additional value for the production companies. But in come for investing, it will be in a little higher end. But when you calculating with your hiring employees, training them and making them to adapt for all the things, it will be just adding more profit for your things. So this is one kind of example which I can able to share and process.
Yeah, thank you, George. Essentially, you are saying that AI can be used to improve quality of the product, which in turn will lead to more profits, and you can even use it for hiring good talent.
Yeah.
So now I'll turn towards Akansh. What are your views on this?
Point out a couple of things, right? First is in processes, we use a lot of dashboards, right? And I think Dr. Sailesh had pointed out dashboards are graveyards of data. So possibly an optimization, we would not actually need a person to look at the dashboards and tell us what action needs to be taken. Right? Optimizing a process and controlling all the parameters is one of the, I would say, a gap in the current processes. I think that is one of the areas that needs a detailed focus and finding causal fact of heavy equipments and understanding the behavior. Optimization, obviously it helps, but from training perspective, digital twins are a need of the art at this point. So I would say these are the three aspects the manufacturing organizations or the digital services of manufacturing organizations need to focus on at this point from a process and control perspective.
Thank you, Akansh. That was very crisp and clear, the three things that you have described, especially the last one that you said, digital twins, is an essential requirement when you're actually using AI, which was, again, reinforced by Dr. Shailesh ji also when he presented the digital twin. Now you are the last one. So please share your views on this.
Yeah, I heard everybody, and it's all great insights. One thing that I would like to focus upon is your predictive maintenance when it comes to the optimization of the things, right? Often we call it as a equipment failure prediction, right? It is essential for every industry. Most of the industries download that part and they think that they are doing regular maintenance. Okay, let me put this way. Like probably you have you are on a trip and your car broke down. So how upset you would be, right? And at the same time, if you have a big order and you're on your toes fulfilling that order, probably for a Christmas or a Thanksgiving, and suddenly your assembly line broke. So it has a huge impact on your deliverables, and no customer will wait for you, right? So the thing is, most of the people think that they are on the regular maintenance, but why we need the AI in that case, right? So what happens is there are various instances where you did the maintenance, and before you go for the next maintenance, the things fail. Right. So that is detrimental for every company. And with Industry 4.0, it was not a very doable task before Industry 4.0. But with Industry 4.0, like many systems talking to other systems, vehicle-to-vehicle interaction, vehicle-to-human interaction, a lot of sensor data is being able to be collected with IoT and nowadays with 5G. Right, so the data transmission has become an easy task, and with computation and storage being cheaper and computation become faster, your data can be processed and the insights can be given real time, right? So just if you turn off your car headlight and leave it there, if you can get an instant alert by the time you go to your apartment saying that, hey, your battery is draining down fast, so it alerts you, right, rather than waiting for next day when you're in rush and coming to see that your battery is dead. So that's a small example, but when it comes to the industry, it can be have bigger applications, right? With this data from the different equipments, if you can tame that data and make use of that data in the right way, which gives better insights, you can precisely predict when your next equipment will be failing, right? And you can alert your maintenance team to get that repaired, okay? And the other side of it, and most of you are from Hyderabad, you might be seeing some Saturdays, most of your power will be down in the first half of the day, saying that the regular maintenance, right? You have to turn on your inverters. Why is it happening? Because you have to have a regular maintenance. Is it really needed? We don't know. But just as a preventive measure, they are maintaining it. So it is a cost, right? Maintenance is a cost. So if you talk about the huge industries, many equipments don't need the maintenance. You maintain unnecessary. You go and invest on maintenance unnecessary. If you can predict whether that equipment really need that maintenance or not, you don't need to spend your amount on that one. So that is one way you can save a lot of money, okay, on the things, right? So you can predict your remaining useful life of the equipment. when you want to replace the equipment, right? So if you can predict the remaining useful life, say same thing with the battery, your remaining useful capacity, you know when you have to replace your capacity, and it has wider applications. Okay, and when it comes to the maintenance, it's not just the industry which is on 10,000 square foot, but imagine the windmills, wind turbines which are on the top of the hills. You don't need to send a person over there when the maintenance is not needed. And probably in the sea or in the, in the tunnels or in the mines, you don't need to send the people unnecessarily, right? So you may have to do your AI-based analysis and figure out whether the maintenance is needed or not. So this is one important application, and definitely along with the data scientist, you need a domain expert who can really try to cater that whole as an ecosystem, as Dr. Shailendra was saying, that you need to understand the whole ecosystem and try to mitigate the loss, both in terms of detrimental failures and in terms of unnecessary maintenance. Okay, so this is one way of the whole optimization ecosystem, a small part of it, right? That plays a vital role in saving your revenue. Yeah, so that is mine.
Thank you, Fani. Like you kick-started the discussion on predictive maintenance, in fact, that's good. I liked what you said. One is you really don't need to have maintenance contracts once you have those, solutions that can actually send an alert saying that predictive maintenance, if that is going to actually work, you can do away with the contracts, Yeah, that's a very good point that you said. And the other one that I liked was you don't need to send people to check the power windmills and all. In fact, in Telangana, we have used similar solutions to predict the failure or defects in the transmission lines. These transmission lines are located way above, and really it's such a difficult task for the staff to go there, visit, and, to identify the defects in that. So we use actually drones to capture the data and an AI algorithm that actually predicts, which nut, which bolt is going to give away. So such kind of useful applications really help in it. Now I actually turn to Akansh, so what are you, especially when it comes to predictive maintenance, well, a McKinsey report states that it could generate about 0.5 trillion to 0.7 trillion across the world. That's the potential value that we are looking at. And moreover, the combination of IoT and AI are actually providing very exciting solutions for predictive maintenance. So please let us know your views on this.
Yeah, thanks, Ramadevi. Yeah. So I'll possibly, I think the failure prediction has already been spoken about. I would rather talk about the health quantification of equipments. I'll give you I would give you an example. Let's say a transformer. A transformer has a life of almost 70 years, right? A manufactured life. And due to the operational variability and the maintenance variability, the life automatically decreases to 50 years, right? Along with predicting the failure, AI can help you identify the points, like the pain points on how to improve the life of a transformer. And that's like improving the life of a transformer by 10% directly adds to your bottom line numbers by 10%, right? So one of the important aspect of AI is to, I would say, unravel the opportunities in terms of finding the right control parameters and finding the right maintenance schedule to increase the life of any heavy equipment, right? That's one thing, right? The second thing is knowing, getting an estimate of the failure can help us in optimizing our service personnel, and that also adds to our bottom line. Right, so I think these are the two aspects. Those are essential in the predictive maintenance space across any heavy equipment. May it be a transformer, or it's a compressor, or it's a windmill, right? Or it's an escalator or an elevator. Doesn't matter, right? So these are the two things I would like to highlight where there is still opportunities for AI to kind of help in the process.
Actually, that's right. What you said, if you can get a handle on the control parameters, you can really increase the life of the any equipment, or not just transform, any other equipment where you can tweak those parameters or get alerts ahead, before it actually collapses. Yeah, Nitin, you're the last. I think you are also there, right? Yeah, Nitin, next over to you. Yeah.
Right. So I think everyone repeated what maintenance, reliability, and upkeep of an equipment can do. I think I learned about the maintainability and reliability of the equipment 5 years ago when there was a live use case for Rolls-Royce and GE. They have the jet engines installed on all of their Airbus and everywhere. So GE and Rolls-Royce provide those Pratt Whitney and Trent engines. The purpose of a plane is to always keep flying. That's how they make money. But if any maintenance happen or anything, they have to put it in ground, and then that take time to turn around the plane to make money again. This was a big down selling kind of an idea where the airline always despise any engine which will have a high chance of failure, high chance of downtime. So these two companies started collecting data. The data was like 30,000 data points from an engine, jet engine, and then they started analyzing it and finding the root cause for each part. They didn't stop from the predictable part. They didn't really stop from where the predictability happens. They said, okay, my engine will fail, that's okay. But they went back and find out which part is causing that failure. They started optimizing the part side of it. That is something of a power which basically came after 5-6 years of continuous study and root cause analysis and all kinds of generative AI, generative design engineering, and bringing up multiple aspects of engineering together to understand the root cause and bring up to the space where now they can say that 95 to 99% of the time the jet engines will not fail, or at least will not have any kind of a downtime. So that's how they started selling their flights. Now you will see that Indigo and the companies now they are ready to say that if there is a downtime in my flight, I'll pay you back your fees or whatever the charges they will incur, and that business is now able to adapt. So what I try to summarize from all of these discussion is basically AI is just an enabler of function or a business. We might have to bring up to the speed of the whole business to adapt what AI is giving them to do, or the leverage part of it, right? So that's my take on maintenance and reliability part. It's not only one predictability, it's kind of a going beyond what can predictability can achieve for your business to make it much more viable in the market, right? I think that's my
Yeah, thank you, Nitin. That's the power of AI, identifying which part is really contributing to the overall, defect or change in the performance, or, reduction in the performance. Well, I'll move on to George now. Yeah, George, please share your views on, what can be done, how AI can be actually used in this predictive maintenance, and how it can actually contribute to the overall value to the organization.
Sure. So this predictive maintenance is basically it's like maintaining a machine. Actually, it's like that. A machine is having a life of a date. If you like, for example, a machine will go for 10 years. So after that, it needs a service. So otherwise, it will go into crash, right? So that service place and the crash place. Before that, we are going to stop the crash of the machine. So there, the productivity is company here. So when comes to companies, when comes to small devices, so we will not feel the loss of it. For example, in our home, we may have a smart environment, and we may have our mixie damage or a grinder damage. 1 or 2 days we can manage for doing these things. But when it comes to oil industry, or when it comes to a bigger industry, the 2 days of the machine is not working, that will put the entire company into a great loss, actually. So in that place, we as AI experts, we are suggesting the companies to go for this AI to implement in this certain place, as well as, and then when the people are using cloud, it will be very useful for other companies also to understand the same kind of devices which they are using. So it's more or less this predictive maintenance in AI is going to teach all the other companies also, which using the same machine as when it will get be failure and when can you able to change these, and all these details will be updated in the data market. So when the pool of data is available outside, so we can reduce the problems come for the machines. So they can improve the same kind of profit, and they can improve the quality of the machine still more.
Yeah, thank you. The key is the data, having data to understand or to come out with predictive maintenance, that's
the data for others also. The data which this machine is capturing, this predictive AI is capturing. AI is entirely related to our cloud. So when we are using the infrastructure of cloud, so the others will also come to know that this machine will do like this only when we are using it. So in this place we have to do. So that will be automated again for other, not in the human brain, other AI machines. So automatically it's like
can be reused is what you are trying to say.
So then these digital twins are coming. The same kind of machines can be copied to the other location also. This operation will certainly happen in that place because of the digital twins also. Thank you.
Right. With this, we'll move on to the third, focus area, which is again supply chain. So supply chain is a very interesting area now, and especially in the pandemic, all of us have seen, all the supply chains are broken. Even now, the companies are trying to get back on their feet. Especially the chip industry is still, trying to make up those losses. So we would like to understand, how AI can actually enhance either, forecasting better, or can it improve inventory management better, or increase warehousing efficiency. So what are all the things that AI can do in the overall supply chain? While, again, McKinsey report says that 61% of the executives who actually implemented AI in supply chain, they said there is a decrease in costs to the company. That is one. And it also contributed to the increase in revenues. So that is the potential of AI that we are looking in supply chain. So I'll start with Akansha, in the supply chain. So please share your views on this.
Yeah, I think supply chain is one of the important aspects, because we in manufacturing, right, we have the sourcing of parts, we have, and then once the equipment is built, right, you have to sell it somewhere, right? So there has to be a demand and a supply aspect to it, right? And there are a lot of variabilities around, right? You might have seen the pandemic, how is that affected the chip industry, which affected laptops, which affected cars, which affected connected components, right? And I mean the whole the flow, right, and the whole connected area industry got affected, right? So getting the right price in supply chain, AI plays a very important role in that. Keeping the right inventory, like for example, possibly some smart automotive industry, if they would have kept a good, if they would have predicted the pandemic, and they would have kept a good cheap thing, right, in the stock, they would not have got affected, right? So the right price, the right inventory, so that the wastage is reduced, you still meet your customer service level, and AI plays a big role in that, right? A lot of these supply chain problems have been solved mathematically in the past, but lately, due to AI unraveling a lot of other parameters that a human brain was not able to decipher, right? The whole supply chain area has been affected in a positive way. The second thing is the warehouses, right? Warehouses, optimizing the warehouse actually adds to the bottom line directly. So having right models right AI models to optimize the warehouse slotting or picking of products, right, in large warehouses, reducing the congestion, right, affects the margins, right? So in the supply chain area, logistics, the inventory, the safety stocks, the right price, getting the right, predicting the right demand, right? Predicting the right demand also needs to take a lot of causal factors, right? So If you know that there is a festival and you have to incorporate that in a demand, obviously you do not predict pandemic, but then at least what you can say, if something like pandemic happens, do I have a fail-safe mechanism, right? And so a lot of these questions can get answered through AI, and there is a strong opportunity of AI in supply chain, and I see this across manufacturing, retail, oil and gas, right? Look at crude price, right? The price due to what? Due to the global effects, the price varied a lot. But then again, right? Again, due to some countries still taking oil, right? The price got normalized, right? So understanding the effect of these specific causal factors and incorporating it into pricing models and demand models is one of the key aspects that still needs that still isn't mature in the AI industry now. I think there's a scope and an opportunity in that.
Thank you so much. In fact, when you were talking about this, which is relevant to the industry, I was actually, correlating it to different use cases within the government. For example, we have a huge public distribution system, right from Government of India to the different states. And it's food grains, it could be agriculture subsidies, fertilizers, you name it. There's so many things in the supply chain. While we are able to have basic systems in place, but we do not really right now have any advanced, solutions that can really help in optimizing, number one, the process. Second, ensuring that the quality of the, grains or whatever that is supposed to reach the last mile, are we maintaining that? That's second. And third important area that, as you mentioned, is price discovery. For example, in agriculture, right now most of the farmers, they do not know what price, their vegetables or their, rice, wheat. Of course, there are certain food grains that have MSP, but other than that, most of the farmers, they do not know at what is the demand basically. So these are the areas, where probably Reliance can help us within the government also. Yeah, thank you. That's a very insightful, discussion that we have had on this. I'll move on to George now to actually add to what Akansha said. Yeah.
So I can give you a good example in supply chain in food delivery actually. So when it comes to AI, recently the food delivery companies, you may see the list of foods in your app. So you list of the menus and everything. So whenever a menu is getting over in the hotel, so they just if they are because of they adapted the AI in supply chain, so they just close that point. So automatically in all over nationally which they are using the app, the menu it will be taken out. So it will be very easy for the consumer to know that food is not there in the hotel right now. So we can go for the other hotels by searching. And most of the companies, when we are approaching the supply chain, which what they are looking for is like they may problem if you are calling and asking for a stock, they'll immediately ask us to wait in the call for minimum 2 to 5 minutes, and they will check and go for the stocks whether it is available or not, and we have to be patiently waiting in our phone. So when we are using AI in supply chain, we don't want to worry about the understocks, as well as we don't want to worry about the overstocks of our things also. So by this way, it will give more value for the delivery, automatic delivery of the company of shipping also has to be happen. So this is how this will work on.
Yeah, that's a good example that you shared. Food supply. In fact, most of these companies, Swiggy, Zomato, probably really, they are already incorporating that. Yes. But most of companies are yet to still incorporate that.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, George. Then, next over to you, Funny.
So let me start with a small example. Like when you construct a house, what items should be ordered well in advance and what items should order later part, right? So you don't order bricks you order the steel and the cement for the foundation, then you go with the bricks. So that's the house, and we know it traditionally how to construct the house. But when it comes to the big project like a dam construction, or probably you're erecting a company, a steel company right from the scratch, right? So you should know those things. So if few items they may get spoiled if you order them well in advance. And the other side, when it talk about e-commerce companies, right? So it is very sensitive for us to say like they are not serving better. Like where that effect comes from? If they say more, no stock, you will be very disappointed, because your occasions are important for you, right? So for every e-commerce company, it's very essential for them to maintain a safety stock. What does it mean? Is like this level of the stock which they should always possess, so that they don't say no to a customer, anyone. So that's what Akanksha was also telling, right? So to consider that small piece, so there is a lot of maths that has to done with respect to artificial intelligence, right? So you have to consider, because not every order which you purchase, they have it there in warehouse. Sometimes they have to ship it from China, and sometimes it will be on the water, right? So they have to consider every factor. And the other thing is your warehouse, right? Every space in the warehouse comes with a cost, right? You don't maintain unnecessary stock on the warehouse if you don't need them, right? So you just predict at the SKU level what are all the items that are sold fast, and what are all the items that are lethargic, they are moving slow. Okay, if you have these insights, to get these insights is not that easy. So you have to do a lot of analysis, a lot of clustering things needs to happen over the period, and collect the data from the history, how my items are sold, what is my peak, what is my crust, and give it to the machine learning model. That model tells you what are all your items and what stock you have to maintain, what is your economic order quantity, EOQ we call it, okay, such that you don't order too many also, right? As George was telling, you can't order too many so that I am on the safety stock, right? So you have to maintain in such a way that you have to balance your profit, you have to balance your stock, right? So these are the challenges when it comes. So you have to analyze a lot of factors, okay? And I'll just end with one small thing. Probably in the urban population, the item is sold differently. When you want to expand your business to the rural population, the same product response will be different, right? Same thing with any of the industries also, right? When the place where you establish how to manage your resources at that point is important. So AI is matured enough at this point, at least in the supply chain management. I mean, still a lot of research is going on, but at least in the supply chain management, it's doing really good in predicting your stocks, the stock of the items very well in advance. Okay, so that gives what is the advantage of AI in these areas?
Well, I'll give you the opportunity to speak at the last for this particular, focus area on supply chain, Nitin.
Right. So I think pretty much all the components of supply chain management has been covered by the expert panel here. I'll go to the first principle of supply chain management. The first principle of supply chain management is made for its certainty, meaning you send something from one point and it should reach to the other point. The supply side and the demand side gets connected by a pipeline. That is certainty of the system being designed for it, right? The main quantity which should concentrate on while deciding the robustness of the supply chain or reliability of the supply chain is what we call in mathematical terms the uncertainty quantification. If you can quantify that uncertainty, whether there is a disruption in the supply chain, whether my inventory is going to go low, whether the demand will outrun the supply, or there will be a disruption in supply. All these uncertainty, when can be quantified by AI, that can bring much more live reliability to supply chain pipeline, which is originally designed to sustain all this disruption, right? I feel like that's the area we should be able to concentrate upon, to challenge the uncertainty and understand and provide the mitigation point where after certain level of uncertainty we should take action, right? that after certain time, like there is a festival coming, then there will run out of all the supply, then we should restock. That is the quantification which we can take from AI, learning from past experiences, learning from new models, and then bring that robustness to supply chain management. And that can apply to any micro level supply chain or macro level supply chain if you go for a national supply chain, international or global, if you say so, right? I believe that's the key focus area we should figure out, that is uncertainty quantification in the supply chain management.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, how do you remove uncertainty to ensure that a product that is being shipped from point A essentially reaches at point B within the stipulated time? You know, that's a very good point. Now, I think we have covered all the three areas. Just we are wrapping up this session by just one last question, which will be posed to all of you. It's a 30-second answer. You need to give it. You know, sum it up in. So the question is, what are the top 3 things the manufacturers or the industry need to do to leverage or adopt AI? I start from Nitin, yeah.
All right. I get so I'm manufacturing background, challenging 3 things. First is the vision. Want to have AI as your first strategy, right? Then you need to have a fearlessness in yourself, so you can break down the old system and bring out new system. That basically requires a lot of fearlessness, right? And the third is the fast fail approach, meaning when we have a manufacturing system, we are very comfortable with equations. We are comfortable with our mathematics. We don't really appreciate an engineer failing in his calculation. We try to give them hard time. But if you want to do some kind of an experiment in AI, then you need to be very comfortable with fail first. You can fail a lot of times and then maybe you can succeed. The latest example is the SpaceX model of testing.
Right. Yeah, vision, bold, I would say fearlessness is
fearlessness, boldness.
Bold, and fast fail are the top things that you are looking at. Over to you, George, for the top 3 things. So it's kind of, yeah, please.
Sorry. So according to me, the approach of AI from the company side, if they want to initialize, if they want to start implementing AI with them, they have to come out of their old infrastructure to the current infrastructure to update. So usually the companies will have the fear of costing on all those things. So what we approach, like where we approach to how to implement the AI in their product first. So once the product get implemented and they feel the profit of that products and everything, then they'll change their entire infrastructure to get automated. As they know that there is some kind of value is there, some kind of profit is available in these things. But the investment for do the R&Ds for their infrastructure is nowadays is going to be very expensive nowadays. So what our main approach, our main approach to the company is like, first we will try to implement something in their product in AI, so that they will be, nowadays everybody talk about AI, but people doesn't know what is AI, but they will talk about AI. The problem is like they have to feel it first. So we will make them to feel, and then we will make them to implement AI for the entire infrastructure.
Sure, infrastructure awareness is what you have.
First we will implement to the products of them.
Okay.
So the AI awareness will come for them, then we'll go for the industry to change.
Sure. Yeah, next Akansh.
Yeah, so the
top 3.
Top 3, right? The first thing is AI is just not a buzzword, AI is a necessity. Simple, right? There's period. AI is required, AI is the future. The second thing is AI cannot go in a silo. It's not like just hire data scientists and just give them data and it will work. No, AI needs a lot of domain understanding. For every, I would say, data scientist, there has to be a subject matter expert to help the data scientist. So AI cannot go solo. The third thing is there is a strong prerequisite for AI, that is digitization, which I think is the level 0 of Ashtang AI of Silas. Digitization is a key thing. So spend time and effort in digitizing your data and then start implementing AI. Doesn't matter whether your revenue is X or 100X or 1000X.
Yeah, that's the spot on. I would say, data digitization is the core of AI. I really like that. Yeah, over to you, Funny, now. Top 3 things that the industry should do to leverage AI.
Oh yeah, sure. So the way I look at it is like before you want to implement the AI and after you want to implement the AI. So before you want to implement the AI, the first thing you need to think is what problem you are trying to solve in your company. Right. If you don't have the problem, there is no point in going for AI. I mean, most of the times you may think that it is fancy, but as Akang said, it is going to be mandatory. So what problem you are trying to solve? And the second question is like, do you have the enough data? Okay. If you don't have the enough data, what is that you have to do get the data? So these are the 3 things before you start implementing. And after you start implementing, by the time you get all these things, you will get some clarity. Okay. And if you have that confidence that you can solve that problem, probably you can take some risks. Okay. So you can revamp your whole system. Okay. But you have to be fearless. The same thing what you people are saying. Okay. And just take a little bit of risk, a calculated risk, and try to get that implemented. So the starting point is the data. If you have the data, you'll have a solution, and you need to know what the problem you want trying to solve. Okay, so that is what my take on this.
Thank you, Funny. That's really important. What's the problem that you're trying to solve? And from my side, top 3 I would be looking at is the leadership support, from the top, the corporate support. They need to actually embrace this technology. That's number 1. Second, you need to have a team in place, the right team in place. Third is, as Funny was mentioning, identify a problem where AI can actually deliver value or impact. Start small in one unit probably, and then once it's successful, you can scale it up. So these are the 3 from my side. So I think it has been a great experience, discussing about AI in the manufacturing sector with all the panelists, bringing out varied views, because each one of them are working in different areas within AI. I hope this session has been useful to all of you, and at least we were able to convey, what can the manufacturing industry do in terms of leveraging AI, what are the areas that the industry can immediately look into, to adopt AI, and what's the value that it delivers in various 3 areas that we have chosen. Thank you all. I thank all the panelists, for being here and actually taking out your time to be here. Thank you. Any questions from your side? 5 minutes. We can take 1 or 2 questions.
I'm Venu Verma. I'm representing European ecosystem here. But I don't see any big Indian company implementing anything in Industry 4.0. We are all followers. I hope to see more leaders, madam. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think in the next 25 years, when India turns 100, you will definitely see that.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
So this question is to Nitin sir. Sir, I come from a chemical processing background. So basically, I wanted to understand, as the technology evolved to be implemented in a dynamic, in order, to implement in a dynamic actions. So for example, in chemical processing industry, you know that the reaction, the time that reaction takes is like very small, the fraction of seconds, like it is up or down. So there are incidences like where accidents happen and etc. So is the technology evolved so that we can take in controllable actions within that shorter period of time? So is the data processing capacity is built now?
2 things. First of all, the real-time optimization which is right now in place has a window of 90 minutes to 1 hour based on the process residence time. It takes time for the process even to catch up to the optimization target. If you have a 1,000 meter cube tank, it will take time to drain that tank and fill that tank. That's a residence time or the time to process to activate. Now, how much of a dynamicity we are talking about depends on the process, right? Our controls are also made up for that only. When we design the control system, we consider the residence time of a particular reactant to the catalyst and then design the control accordingly. These days, from the deterministic side of modeling to a deterministic side of optimization, we are now moving to the more dynamic system. There are products which are right now challenging that particular paradigm. Right? There are companies which are experimenting with that. Right? And as you are a chemical engineer, you know that nobody will give you control unless until you do it at pilot plant study, pilot plant test, and then make that use case, make that particular case that my controller or my optimizer is good for the live plant after you do an open loop testing, right? This time the technology is on our side. Previously the computational was not there, but now the computational is on our side. We have multiple clusters of processors which can calculate very finite floating point calculation, which is highly required for a very deep process optimization, right? Previously there were Intel processors which were highly targeted towards the integer calculation, like the server load, which will handle the requests of coming from a integer perspective. But from the engineering side, we are much more dependent on the floating point calculation. The 7th order decimal point, we are much more. So right now GPUs and CPUs are capable of doing that. So we have the technology on site. Now the systems which are now going to optimize dynamically has to respect that physical constraint, whether if I even ask the system to change, whether the system is able to change or not. Like if you take example of a simple water heating, right? If a water will take 10 minutes to heat, it will take 10 minutes to heat. It cannot do very fast even if you ask it to do it fast, unless until you have unlimited duty or heat source, right? So we need to respect these boundaries and then approach the dynamic project. So there are what we call as dynamic optimization suites. They are now able to do that as respected to the physical boundary. So yeah, we are approaching that. Why we are approaching that, I can give you an example. Right now, 5 years ago when your Google Maps were there, it was giving you optimized route to your destination at one point, right? You start saying that I want to go from here to Visakhapatnam, and then it will give you one particular route and it will stick to that route. Nowadays Google Map is dynamically optimized. It is able to give you new route based on the information coming dynamically. The weather, the traffic, the disruption in the road closure, anything else, it will dynamically update and reroute your optimization. So same thing is possible and it's happening in industry, but it is taking its time because of the physical constraint. So I hope I have answered that.
Do we have any more questions from the audience? All right. Thank you, everyone. The discussion was indeed extremely thought-provoking and far-sighted. I'd like to request Natasha to present the speakers with tokens of appreciation now.
Conversing with Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, Principal Secretary, Industry and Commerce and IT, Government of Telangana. Well, this fire chat will be moderated by Mr. Pankaj Dewan, so please help me welcome them on the stage with a huge round of applause.
First of all, sir, let me thank you for taking your time out. We have a lot of questions, and blockchain being a topic where Telangana government has made such huge strides, people look upon you to give an overarching view of how government and policy makers are looking at blockchain, plus what are the kind of enabling things that startups can look forward to. So let's dive into the topic on hand today, which is blockchain. And again, Telangana government has been on the forefront of adopting blockchain, coming up with blockchain policy initiatives like blockchain district. And this is well before a lot of other states talked about it or thought about it. So we want you to take us through the journey of the blockchain initiatives in the state. And yesterday you gave us a little hint about some announcement which is going to be made today. So I also request you to talk a little about that.
The genesis of supporting emerging technologies like blockchain came again from that same origin. The message that we got that we should embrace technology, we should embrace startups who bring those technologies. So again, as a government, this is something very novel and very unique, that we created a wing in our IT department whose job was to exclusively focus on emerging technologies. And all this is way back in 2014 rather. So we created a team, and Rama Devi Garu, who heads that emerging technology wing. So this is a wing which identifies which are the technologies which have greater potential to actually solve or provide solutions to some of the pain points of the common person, and who are using those technologies, what are the use cases elsewhere in the world. So in 2014 itself, we had identified 8 such emerging technologies. Of course, AI is something which is very prominent today. In 2014 also, it was beginning to show its prowess. So AI was one, but blockchain was the other one, which we had identified. And in those days, again in 2014, the clarity that we have on blockchain today was not that clear. In fact, as all of us would know, the understanding of blockchain was very much related to crypto, that you can have an alternate way of dealing with your financial transactions, which is digital, which is easy to operate. But immediately thereafter, once we decided that we'll get into blockchain, lots of controversies started, like trading in crypto, the valuations, and some people losing their money when the valuations go down and things like that. Became very speculative. Then Reserve Bank started commenting on it, dissuading governments from getting into this kind of activity. And they, for some reason, they're still maintaining that stand, that we should be very wary of crypto. So I'm not taking any stand on that. This is what the Reserve Bank stand was. But then when we started understanding the way blockchain and crypto are getting linked together, we felt that we can disaggregate it. Let the crypto path be followed as per national regulations, because states don't have any flexibility in deciding that they will support crypto or they will ban crypto, etc. But on the technology part, states have complete autonomy to adopt it in whichever way we would like to do. So what we do is that for every piece of technology that we are interested in working on, we do 3 things. One is that we announce a policy or a framework which makes it very known and very public and very explicit what responsibilities will the government take. So what is going to be our role, and what roles do we expect from other stakeholders. For example, what roles will be played by the private companies, what roles will be played by the academic institutions, what role will be played by, let us say, some collaborator from Government of India or some international institution, and what roles will be played by the startup. So that document is there. So our blockchain framework, or the blockchain policy as you call, again is something, and we prepare all these documents through lots of bottoms-up kind of research. It's not a ambitious, top-driven kind of a document. We understand very thoroughly what the community is expecting, stakeholders are expecting, and then provide that in the policy. The second very important thing is, and you can see it everywhere, you can see it in T-Hub, you can see it in other institutions like T-Works, V-Hub, Task, Rich, etc., that we create an institution which takes responsibility for it. So the institution which has been created to implement our blockchain programs is called Blockchain District. So it's an institutional, it's a governance arrangement, it's an institutional arrangement. So the founding partners when we launched our blockchain programs were a couple of private organizations, a couple of academic institutions, a couple of Government of India institutions. So all of them have got together to create what is called a blockchain district with a proper governance structure. There is a person who is the coordinator, there are people who represent these institutions in that blockchain district. Governance happens through that district. And the third very important thing, which I already alluded to, is the fact that to run all these institutions, we bring talent, the best talent that is available. See, we are never, right from day one, we have never been under any illusion that the government itself is full of talent. In fact, we are very clear in our minds that far superior talent is outside the government rather than inside the government. And you will not believe it, but at least in my 2 portfolios, I look after the IT and the industries portfolios in the government. In these 2 portfolios that I handle, close to 350 people have been recruited from the open market who work for us. And these are the people who have been recruited based on their ability, their talent, their... so when I told you that 2 of my colleagues are here, they are also not regular government employees. They are people whom we have recruited. They're one of the 350 people. So this again is a very reformative kind of a thought process, that you recognize that government has limitations, government should stay away from micromanagement, government should yield space to better talent which is available outside. So this is the genesis of how we have started doing blockchain programs. And when you see the blockchain policy, or for that matter any other policy that we bring out, one of the commitments that we put right up front is that the government will lead from example. So the earliest adoption of blockchain cases will happen in the government itself. And again, I feel very proud to share with you that since 2016, when the policy first came out, and today, or 2017 rather, 2017 and today, that is 2022, 5 years, we would have tried out at least 24 plus use cases in the government. And some of them are very, very significant. I was speaking in an event yesterday. Many of you were there, but not all were there, so I can repeat that example. One of the latest initiatives of ours, we have not publicized it extensively, but we are writing papers on it and will publish it in academic journals and also in a public kind of media, is about remote voting. See, many of us lament that when elections happen, the voting percentage is so low, voter turnout is low. We talk about voter apathy, that people are not connected with democracy, and all kinds of noises are made and all. But whatever could be the reason, one of the basic fundamental reasons is the sheer inconvenience of the voting process. You don't know where your name is, you struggle to find out the polling station, you go there's no kind of organized system, you stand in long queues, and sometimes at the end of it you're not even allowed to vote. So all kinds of complications happen on the voting day, election day. So we have been able to showcase for the first time in a live kind of a scenario in a town called Khammam in Telangana, a reasonably sized town, a municipal town that is, how can one do remote voting by sitting at your home. So we have been able to showcase how the voter is identified. See, typically when a regular vote happens, in-person voting that is, lots of contentious issues are raised. For example, impersonation is a big thing. Like you are not you are voting for someone else, then your voter ID card, your photograph, all these things are matched. There are some agents who are available there, polling agents, they challenge you if they feel that you are someone else. Similarly, you would have noticed this, that lots of doubts are raised about the electronic voting machines, EVMs. And I have seen this so many times, and in some sense it is very ridiculous also, that when a party loses the election, the first blame is put on faulty EVMs, like someone has tampered with the EVMs, and typically say that the ruling party has tampered. Whoever loses, the easiest excuse is to say that I would have won, but they have configured the EVMs in such a way that whatever button I press, all votes are going to this person only, which is blatantly untrue. And some of you may know this, that these EVMs are actually made in Hyderabad. They are configured in Hyderabad. I have actually been to their factory. I mean, it's not a factory. It's a, let's say I've been to their office, the Electronic Corporation of India, ECIL, and I have seen, they have demonstrated to me how robust the whole system is, how it is literally tamper-proof and all that. So when you are doing remote voting, these kind of allegations, these kind of doubts multiply manyfold. See, you can't even see who is voting from where. So we have been able to allay all these doubts, apprehensions, to showcase how voter is identified, for which he used a facial recognition technology with a very strong AI algorithm. And we were able to show how the votes will be kept secured till the counting happens by using blockchain. So this is an example where we have been, in a way, able to demonstrate a very strong and a very solid application of technology in a very, very charged and complicated context. See, when many of us, most of us are technologists, so sometimes we don't understand the social context, but many times there's an interplay between the technology and society, technology and social context, and this is a very good exemplar of that. And obviously all of us understand the dynamics around voting. Everything can be questioned, everything can be doubted, everything can be blamed. But we have been able to show a situation where nothing of that sort can happen. So it's a very big achievement. And as I said, it has happened because of the application of blockchain. There have been other examples also. This is not the only one. As I told, there are more than 24 use cases. Many use cases today are common across the country. Educational certificates, securing them on blockchain. Many states do that. We have also done it. Land records, because in the land records also, lots of hera-fairy takes place. Many of you would be familiar with that. In fact, I don't know if it is just a rumor or if there is any truth in it, but in our bureaucracy, this example is often quoted, that someone once even sold the Charminar, showing that it belongs to him, and some gullible person from, I think, Dubai or somewhere, he thought that he's going to own a good property in Hyderabad. So obviously all this happens because the land records are not secure, hera-fairy happens. So this is again a very good example. Yesterday again in that same event where I spoke, I gave the example of chit funds. I don't know whether anyone from Chitmunks are here or not. Okay, so they are the ones, yeah, I can see him. So they really attempted something which is very, very bold. See, all of you would be familiar that there is an informal credit system, credit and loaning system, which is called chit funds. And they are popular all over the country. Throughout the country, people subscribe to chits. And it's an extremely messy system, extremely non-transparent. In a state like West Bengal, there's a huge scam which has broken out. It is called the Sharada scam. And at one point, there was even a very real threat that the whole government will come down because of that kind of scam. But it is not to say that scams are happening only in West Bengal. I guess because of the loose kind of way in which chit funds are organized, scam potentially can happen anywhere, and possibly they are happening in many other places as well. So using a application, again blockchain based application called T-Chits, we have been able to streamline the way chit funds are administered, and it has helped in multiple ways. The transparency has come, the ability to have control over the auditing and the accounting, etc. How much money is coming, how much you have to pay to whom. All that has become very, very transparent. 2-3 other very good use cases are there. Here, of course, in all these 3 cases that I spoke about, the land records, the educational certificates and the chit funds, here the attempt was to prevent a mischief, some scam to not happen, some fraud to not take place. But there are positive ways also of utilizing blockchain. And again, I feel very happy. I don't see him. Yesterday he was there, Sid from Stratwig, but I don't think he's here today. Or I can't notice if he's here or not. But they have done something for us. This is to improve the credit worthiness of self-help groups, self-help group members. See, some of you may not know this, but in many states in the country, poor women who live in rural areas are organized into self-help groups. And the groups are expected to do regular credit and thrift activities based on which they get some credit worthiness score, and then they receive loans from the banks, and then they repay, they get more loans and things like that. So this system currently ends at the aggregate level, that is at the group level. At the individual members level, you fail to do that scoring. But there is some discipline in the members as well. The group loan eventually gets distributed to the members repay it, then they get back. And obviously there'll be variation. Some members will be more prompt, some members will be less prompt. But when you are aggregating everything, this variation gets kind of covered up. So with the help of Stratwig, we are now trying to figure out credit worthiness of an individual member. So while your group may receive loans, you may receive more loans than others because you are much more disciplined and punctual in your credit and savings habits. So again, a solution is coming from Stratwig. When we talk about fraud, etc., there is something else also which we have been able to get some hold on using blockchain. We know that Hyderabad is a very important center for the pharmaceutical industry. And while the industry is doing well, it is really thriving. But one very, very unhappy or a very unpleasant kind of thing which has entered into the system is the manufacturing and sale and distribution of fake medicines, spurious medicines. And in some cases, I mean in practically all the cases, these things can be very, very fatal. I take a medicine with the belief that it is a genuine medicine, but it's a fake medicine. It can kill me also, potentially. So we have again taken the help of a blockchain startup to work out the traceability mechanism of how the medicine has been produced or manufactured, how it has come into the market, and so on and so forth. Another very good use case that we have is called vehicle life cycle management, where the entire journey of a car, right from the time it is manufactured in a factory, because we noticed, in fact, the transport department told us that there are lots of leakages, revenues which ought to come to them. They don't come when particularly the first or the second transfer happens. I bought the car from the factory, but when I sold it to you and you sold to someone else, the transport department is expected to get higher registration when the second sales happen, but that is concealed. No one admits that I'm buying a second-hand car, etc. So now using this vehicle life cycle management, the revenues will improve and obviously mischief and fraud will come down. So there are many, many such examples, and all these are coming again from the very avowed announcement which we have made in our policy that the government will be leader in adoption. We will lead by example, and then enterprises and everyone else is welcome to also encourage blockchain providers to do so.
Amazing, sir. I think I'm sure a lot of people have experienced all these use cases, have been part of it in some way, but for people who have not known this, I think it's been amazing to hear all these use cases from you and the kind of adoption government has done. So before you make that big announcement, there are a couple of questions which the audience has asked. I may take your permission to ask those questions. And taking from the point that you mentioned about Charminar, right? While it's a joke that Charminar was sold, today it's practically possible to sell Charminar, perhaps as an NFT, without actually selling the real Charminar. And that is where a lot of startups want to know what is the clarity in policy in terms of being a more nuanced approach in crypto versus tokens versus NFTs. So you don't have to take an official stance, sir. I mean, I leave it to you, but I just want to, and the audience here wants to know, both from a state level and at a national level, because you are in touch with all the policymakers all the time. You've also been part of the national blockchain policy, which was released, blockchain standards, which was released. So a lot of startups here are in a very confused state as to how do they go forward. So I'm sure you understood the question, request you to dwell on that.
So first of all, I should admit that our confusion is not any less. We are equally confused. But to come out of that confusion, we are doing something very important, very significant. And that was the big announcement which I was planning to make. So I'm glad that you led me to make that announcement. So there is still regulatory ambiguity. Actually, what gave us this idea was that Minister and I were in Davos attending the World Economic Forum in May, just a couple of months ago. And we met a very prominent VC. It's a global VC, but they claim that 45 of the 100 unicorns have been supported. And it's not a wrong claim. I mean, it's all well documented. So we met their top brass. And then they told us something, that we are very keen to fund startups in this domain. But unfortunately, all the startups in this domain, once they mature, are either going to Dubai or to Singapore. So we engaged them on this conversation. Why is it? Why do you think that instead of remaining in India, they can go anywhere? They can be in Bangalore, they can be in, Gurgaon or wherever. But why are they leaving India? Why should they do that? And then those gentlemen told us that it is because of the ambiguity, uncertainty. They're not sure that if they go ahead in this way, something else will not fall on them. And therefore, to play safe, they're going to these places where there's much more stability of regulation, clarity on regulation, predictability more than anything else of regulation. So at that instant moment itself, we decided that we will help in clearing this confusion clearing this ambiguity. So the announcement that I'm making is that we are setting up, unfortunately I'm not able to give you a precise date, but as soon as possible, we are setting up a regulatory sandbox on Web 3.0, NFT, etc. And so the sandbox, as all of you would know, is a place where you are given access to data, mentors are provided, domain experts are associated with you, and whichever domain that you want to work in, we understand fully what are the existing regulations. If you are pushing the boundary in some particular regulation, who needs to approve that? So we get you all those approvals. As a government, it's not your kind of responsibility to run around. And of course, if you're coming with something which is of relevance to the government, we help you in adoption, in scaling up, and all those things. But as I said, like anything else and like everything else, we want the composition of this regulatory sandbox, the governance structures, what will we deliver, what will we call for. It should all be discussed in a larger forum, and based on your inputs and suggestions, etc., we will create it. It's again not going to be a top-down kind of a wishful thing, which we have never done, and in this instant case also, we will not do. And so that is the reason why I asked my colleagues to come here to talk to people in the breaks and networking sessions, etc. So do let us know over a next few days, what do you expect, what are the pain points that you are facing, what are the challenges you are facing, so that when we create this, we create something which addresses all your doubts and concerns and challenges. We also know that in certain areas, I mentioned this already, the state's powers are kind of constrained and the national agencies' powers are more. So we want to also negotiate with those agencies. So we know that RBI plays a very important role in all these things. So we want to actually create the sandbox with tacit approval of RBI. So their arm here is the IBRDT, as all of us know. So we will be discussing with them how would they like the governance, etc., of this regulatory sandbox. Two of the VC firms have shown interest in actually becoming a part of that regulatory sandbox and supporting it. One is the same VC whom we met at Davos. Other is a Hyderabad-based VC, but again a VC which has recently secured a dedicated amount of fund, and it's a very attractive fund to support people in this domain, Web 3.0, NFT, crypto, etc. So we can expect that this experiment, which will of course be continued for minimum 2 to 3 years, will help us not just as a state but as a country to improve the levels of regulation, to be more business friendly. But at the same time, so when I say that there is a pushback from the Reserve Bank, there is a pushback for some reasons which look to be valid. So we also need to ensure that there are adequate checks, balances, no one misuses, no one kind of makes, they just play with the law, etc. So all those things will be there. But within those legally accepted boundaries, we should hope for a very smooth passage. And just as we have seen a mushrooming of blockchain adoption or AI adoption or IoT adoption, etc., etc., we hopefully will lead this community, the Web 3.0 community, in the same path. Because the fundamental objective of Web 3.0 is very, very important. I mean, that is very relevant, very important, and it is in keeping with the modern ethos of the world that things should be democratized, things should be decentralized, no one should hold any monopoly over the usage of internet, etc., etc.
So I think you gave us more than what we would have ever wished for. Can we have a huge round of applause? I mean, this is going to be as big moment or bigger moment than the initial blockchain policy or anything that has been announced, sir. And I'm sure people outside our state also are going to be very encouraged with this, because this sets a precedence for other governments also to engage, for other governments also to start thinking on these lines and engage with this sandbox that you're talking about. So thank you so much for this, sir. There were a lot of questions, but I think this one point answers most of those questions in principle. And like you rightly mentioned, it's a sandbox, which is a test bed. So obviously, people have to come with their views, suggestions, applications, and then it'll go through its process of validation. But I think you have set that stage and set that framework. So thank you so much. I think it couldn't have been a better day for Web 3.0 than this kind of statement. I'm telling this with all genuinity, sir. Yesterday, there were very hectic messages and calls that I got from some of the NFT companies and others. And they said, can you just put a word to Jay sir and ask him, can government take a more nuanced stand, crypto versus NFT versus this, and all this answers all their queries. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for this, this thing. So we can go on with you, and the way you talk blockchain, I'm sure a lot of people who call themselves blockchain experts must be wondering, should they come for a 101 tutorial from you on blockchain? So I think amazing clarity and amazing articulation with which you talk about blockchain, sir. Thank you so much for your time. Can we have a round of applause for yes, sir.
Kickstart this historic day by inviting onto this Diamond Center our very first keynote speaker. And may I make my way back as I introduce this wonderfully talented and this knowledgeable speaker who is going to kickstart the day today for us. This certain gentleman has co-founded Darwinbox and is currently its head of products. Darwinbox is a technology company that provides cloud-based workforce management and analytics application for businesses. Before co-founding Darwinbox, he had worked as a consultant at EY in their business advisory services division. He's completed his MBA from XLRI Jamshedpur, and prior to his MBA education, he has worked with Verizon Communications. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for no other than Mr. Chaitanya Peddi, who's the co-founder and the product head for Darwinbox. We welcome you, sir. The stage belongs to you and the mic is all yours. Let's kickstart the session. Yes, sir, absolutely.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So, hope you're all doing well. So, it's such a proud moment for all of us, especially, I assume many of you are Hyderabadis here. Such a proud moment. So, happy to be associated with this event. Thanks to the organizing team for having me here. So, the session, I assume, you'll be knowing it is about selecting the right co-founder. I got to know about this only 2 days back. So, I thought it is little ironical because many of you would have already started the companies. So, which means you would have already selected co-founders, right? I mean, that was at least my assumption. Just to validate that, how many of you already started the companies? How many of you are already entrepreneurs? Okay, so then there is nothing much, probably what I'm going to say help you. But anyway, I mean, I'll try at least to say people who haven't started this yet. So as she introduced me, I was a consultant before starting Darwinbox. So consultant means you need to put everything in a framework, right? Sometimes you tend to force it out. So now before coming here, I thought, okay, what should be the framework for? Sure. So before coming here, I was just thinking, okay, what should be the framework for selecting the right co-founder? So I arrived at a framework. So I'm just going to take you through this framework. While doing that, happy to share some of our personal experiences. So Jayant, Rohit and myself, we started Darwinbox in late 2015. It's been over 6 years. Proud Hyderabadi company. So just reflecting on our journey, needless to say, before starting entrepreneurship can never be, or at least I don't advise that to be one person's journey. So if you had to start, I strongly recommend not to do it alone. So do have 1 or 2 good co-founders. 3 is a good number. So don't ever do entrepreneurship on your own. So at least it's all about good times and bad times, right? I mean, more bad times than good times. So you really need shoulder to lean your head out in those times, because these are the only people that you can share very honestly the real pains. So don't ever do entrepreneurship alone. Second, at least personally, I feel it's a lot about execution than idea. So I feel the worth or the merit of the idea it's very overrated. So all of us cannot be lone muscles, to do fundamental level innovations. So to figure out, okay, tomorrow I'm going to dig tunnels in the earth to solve the traffic problems, etc. So a lot of companies have a lot of ideas. So it's all about doing what is already existing, but in a much better way. Executing it quite well. Of course, you need to find a little bit of your niche as well. So what it means is your rigor or success of execution to a large extent depends on the sort of team or the sort of founding team that's leading the idea. So to a large extent, the success or more so a failure depends to a large extent on equation between the founders. So companies, it's very how cliched it may sound, companies fail because of equation between the founders many a times, not because of the idea or funding or execution or anything. So now, again, whatever I'm going to say is very common sense. I'm sure you can relate to and you even know. So there are three things you need to look at when you want to select a right co-founder or when you want to assess how good the founding team is. So maybe from investors angle or a markets angle, etc. So one is operational skills. So very common, right? To run a company, you need to have certain operational skills. So operational skills, what do they mean? So again, they can be categorized at a high level into few items. So one is, needless to say, engineering. So assuming there is some tech angle in your startup, so engineering becomes extremely critical. Second is product. So while they go hand in hand, but now there is a clear segregation between product and engineering. So third is your business development. So how good a product you may build, the success, again, this is personally what I can vouch for. Earlier I used to think, so product sells itself. Okay, all that matters is building an extremely strong product, but that's not true. So you need a very good sales engine. You need an army of people on the ground to sell the product, especially to scale the company. Maybe in the initial stages you need a very good product, but later scaling to a large extent depends on your sales motion. So good business development is a necessary skill to scale the company. And next is operations. So whether you are a B2C company or a B2B company or whatsoever, a D2C company. So operations, so it is where the rubber hits the ground, right? For example, for Darwinbox, we are a B2B company, SaaS company. So the heart of, one of the main things in Darwinbox is how we are implementing the product at the client's business. So for example, say we look at our value chain. So say I build the product, Jayan sells it, and Rohit takes care of implementing that at the client place. So operations, especially, they also play a major role. So maybe repeating. One is product, engineering, operations, and then business development. One thing, again, good learning for me, which I haven't foreseen before starting the company, finance and investments. So just remember, this is going to be, unfortunately, if not full, 50% of a bandwidth of a founder will be consumed on this, on finance and investments. And it is extremely critical a skill. So if you have a founder who appreciates all these things, finances and how to go and pitch to the investors, manage them, etc., will be very useful. So how good you may have in terms of product depth or business development or operations, if this is lacking, so you will be relying excessively on investment bankers, and that's not a good place to go, with all due respect to investment bankers. So that's where, these are 4 critical skills. So when you look at your founding team, so just ensure, if not a very high level of expertise, at least orientation wise, so the team can be aligned to these skills. So product engineering, business development, operations, finance and investor relations. So these are operational skills that are required. So second category, which is very, very underrated, is actually behavioral skills. So if I look at least Darwin-Box's journey, so we wouldn't have reached where we are today. I mean, I still won't consider it very, very successful, etc. But if this thing hasn't worked out for us, behavioral skills. So extremely difficult, but you should take time in assessing these things as well. Again, if I deconstruct what do I mean by behavioral skills, so the first thing is temperament. So for example, say someone is aggressive, say 3 founders are there, all of them are very aggressive, highly tempered, etc. I'm telling you, I mean, it's going to do. So temperament plays a major role. If it is balanced, someone should be neutral, someone should be at the medium level, someone should be aggressive. So that is a boon. For example, among 3 of us, Jayant is extremely temperamental. So I am somewhere in between. So Rohit is the guy who can think very, very stably, even when sky is collapsing. So, for example, that is where we put him for doing all the tough conversations. So, and generally we rely on his decision in a very, very tense situation. Because many times you make mistakes on tense situations, right? I mean, when everything is fine, everyone can make very, very good decisions. So, you make very bad decisions under stress and under pressure. That's where, so balanced temperament plays a major role. And the second is, again, gregariousness. So, what it means is, so generally, how introvert or how extrovert someone is. So, all of you are introverts, all of you are extremely extroverts. And again, it's not going to work out. So, it would be very useful to have a balanced perspective on gregariousness as well. So, the next is generally, maybe we laugh at it, energy levels. So, all of you are, always charged and pumped up and, keep bouncing all the day. Again, may not be very good. So, someone should be extremely positive, high energy. Someone should be at a mid-level, all that. So, energy levels also, I think, they play a good role. I mean, having a balanced set of energy levels among them is very, very good. So, the last one and very, very important is risk perception. So, you may see it is very, you're contradicting yourself. So, if you are not taking the risk, so then how we would have started the company. So for starting the company, the pre-requirement is your ability to take the risk, right? I mean, what is again risk perspective among the founders? So risk perspective, it is not only about starting the company. I mean, every day in your decisions, how much risk you are taking. So what it means is experimenting certain new things and okay to fail. So because company is not unidimensional, right? I mean, you started something, it's not going to scale for 100 years. You need to keep pivot and build new things, go to the new markets, etc. So all of you are very risk averse and very, very traditional guys, and want to follow the book. It's not going to scale. At the same time, all of you are extremely high. You have extremely high propensity to risk. So you want to do new things only and take risk only. That is what gives high. People say and I get high. So you are all people who get high with the risk. And basically you will never your feet will never be on the ground. You'll always be doing something in the air. So that is where this ability to take risk or risk perspective, having a balanced thing is very, very useful. So now if I repeat on behavioral things, so temperament, gregariousness, energy levels and risk perception. So these are very, very critical things. The problem is, unlike operations, these are extremely difficult to measure, perceive and arrive at a conclusion. At least what helped us. So we relied on 2 instruments. I strongly suggest if you are starting a company and if you want to assess how balanced your team is from this perspective, one is MBTI, very, very powerful. So second is Hogan's assessment. So Hogan's assessment, it is not only about taking assessment, but to have a coach interpreting that assessment for you. So it would be like a 10,000 or 20,000. It's a worthy investment. So they will interpret, they will look at all your assessments together and see what are going to be stress points for you when you are collectively working together. So trust me, it is a very, very worthy investment. So do that for your founding team and look at the personal areas of improvement. See, your personality won't change. Okay, so for example, just because MBTI or Hogan said something, from tomorrow you can't be someone else. You can't become the same, right? I mean, maybe from some extreme dimension to some other extreme dimension. But the thing is, at least you will get to know what things you need to keep in mind. So in terms of decision making, etc. So you will aware of your strengths and maybe not so strengths. So these two instruments I strongly recommend. And third is basically good to have things. Like I said, they are good to have. These are typically questions we keep facing. One is, so if you are a technology company, should we have a tech founder? For example, we don't have a tech founder. I only manage product. So I coded in 10 years back. So I don't code. I only manage product. But if you are a core technology product, so having a good tech founder, it goes a long way. So probably, we feel if one of us is a tech founder, definitely it will be much more useful. But you don't need to stop doing entrepreneurship just because one of you is not a tech founder, but it's good to have a tech founder. And second is, it is good to have one co-founder as a domain expert. So whatever domain you are taking, so if one of us is very, very deep in the domain, it will be very useful. So tech and domain expertise, these are good to have. But like I said, I don't want to say, okay, these are mandatory to have. Because at the end of the day, it is about self-sufficiency, right? I mean, when you look at the founding team, so the team itself should be self-sufficient, run the business, as much as possible. 100% self-sufficiency is not possible, but to the extent possible. So these are three buckets. So I just want to repeat: operational skills, behavioral skills, and good to have. But having said that, one thing that precedes and preempts all these things is basically your common vision. So when you start, it is good to sit together and understand what do each of you want to accomplish from the startup. Say someone want to say exit in 5 years making a lot of money. Or for some guy, he wants to be on the Forbes whatever page. Okay, so someone wants to get maybe some Padma Shri. So these things should be aligned. So I'm telling you, otherwise your day-to-day things will go for a toss. I'll give you an example. So just 2 years after we started, so we got an acquisition offer from a very large company. So I think it was almost 150 million or 200 million. So back then, we still, I think, we owned maybe 70% of the company. So we came from very humble backgrounds. Okay, so just divide how much we would have gotten from that acquisition. So it would be very tempting, right? So so much money, but we didn't take that, and we had audacity to reject that because our vision is to build a big company. All three of us, not to make maybe some money and leave it. So just assume, okay, one of us is not aligned to that. So it would have been a big fight, right? So forget about the acquisition. Probably the company wouldn't be existing today. So that common vision, especially, very simple. Okay, ask yourselves, what do you want to accomplish from this company? So if there is a great mismatch, then I'm telling you it's a very, very big red flag. So that's pretty much it. I have time and happy to answer if you have any questions. Otherwise, that's it, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for throwing light on a very key subject of building the right team, which is balanced with the right kind of co-founders. The points that you made, especially about a balanced temperament and a balanced energy level amongst the co-founders, was really relatable. Thank you so much. And like Maya Angelou once said, when we know better, we always do better with our teams and co-founders. Thank you once again. And now I would like to call upon the T-Hub team to present a memento to Sir for having taken out time from his busy schedule and be here amongst us to give us this enlightening talk. Huge round of applause for Sir. Thank you so much. With our sessions today, we have amongst us another highly talented and knowledgeable, a speaker who has great knowledge and insight on building business around sustainability, if I may say so. This particular gentleman is a serial entrepreneur and a founder of Recycle, which was founded in 2016. Recycle's digital solutions have brought end-to-end connectivity between various stakeholders in the waste management industry, which was a fragmented ecosystem altogether. He believes that technology is indeed the driving force behind brands, informal sectors, recyclers, aggregators, and the government authorities as well. Before Recycle, he also founded MarkJack in 2007 to create India's first SaaS company engaged with an enterprise e-commerce platform. This gentleman has been quite instrumental in conceptualizing the company's vision, the product market fit, sales, team, and its eventual scale. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for none other than Mr. Abhay Deshpande, who's the founder of Recycle. Please put your hands together for Sir. Sir, we welcome you with all our hearts. Thank you so much for taking out the time today. The stage belongs to you.
Thanks. Thanks for the great introduction. So, next 10-15 minutes, I would like to share with you that the latest venture which we are building, which is around sustainability and which is a new buzzword. Started in 2016. I think this is my third baby. Every startup is like a baby because the kind of attention, kind of nurturing you have to do. And every baby is special, every baby is different. So I have done two startups before. So I'll just give you a context about my startup journey. Like I just in the 25th year of my entrepreneurship journey, started in 97, 98. So I started the first marketplace of India in 97, 98. And that was an e-commerce marketplace where people were not even aware about internet. And I started working on a marketplace model. Ran it for 7 years. The company name was Malamal.com. First marketplace, first payment gateway in India was given to that company. Couldn't become Malamal from monetary perspective, but learned a lot about entrepreneurship. It was really a learning experience. In 2008, I started the first SaaS company of India, software as a service, that called MarkJack. After that, a lot of companies came up. And in 2015, that got acquired by Capillary Technologies, which is a Singapore-based company, one of the recent exits during those days. So after 17 years of a tough entrepreneurial journey, I could see that cycle got closed and all my investors, all the employees, team members, some wealth got created. And I think that was something the most satisfactory day for me, that I could bring a change in at least 200 to 250 people's life. So after doing that, I came out, I was there for 1.5 years. And being an entrepreneur, always an entrepreneur. So this time I was looking for some real problem to be solved. The whole idea was, I have done e-commerce, I have done SaaS, what's next? What is the next big challenge to be solved? And somewhere that gut feel and instinct that waste management looks like opportunity. And waste is everywhere. We all know that. Everyone, every consumer, every household, every business actually deals with waste. It's a common problem. At the same time, we saw that the country is spending so much of money on the waste management, but still the problem is same. There is no solution for it. And we thought that can we do something there? Is the disruption possible there? By then, like most of the startups were coming and trying to disrupt the business before consumption, pre-consumption and consumption stage. We saw Ola, Swiggy coming in and solving some problem at a consumption and pre-consumption stage. But nobody was looking at the post-consumption stage of the product and resources. So we felt that it looks like opportunity, and we didn't really know the sustainability and circular economy word by then. By then it was a kachre ka business, right? The recycle from a kabadi wala, digital kabadi wala to a sustainability platform in last 6 years has been a journey. We really, all these words which we talk today and the topic which is given to me, sustainability, was not even heard of in 2016 or 17 we started it. So we felt that this is an opportunity, this problem to be solved. And just to give some numbers, waste management has such a large impact on all of us in the country that 1.7% of Indian population gets food every day because somebody in their family is working in waste management. And even IT doesn't have that kind of impact. And that's the bottom of the pyramid, very bad situation. The kind of life they live is very bad. So that kind of like almost 3.5 crore people, right? They get paid because of somebody is working in collection to recycling. And it's a huge opportunity. It's a huge, quite a big opportunity. So we felt, let's try there. And that's where the whole journey of Recycle started in 2016. As we know that the most important aspect of any startup is the team. And the team was the major focus for us also. So we got the right team in place. We have 4 more co-founders. We are 5 together. And we started the journey. I think Anirudh, Abhishek, Ekta, and Vikram are the other co-founders. So each one comes from a different background. So we got together, we said, okay, let's try to solve this problem and let's do something with it. Although we knew that it's not an easy problem to solve because it's very informal, very casual. So we gave first 2 years of our journey in only learning the space. And we could afford that. We wanted to just make sure that the solution which we are bringing to reality should be related to the problem. And we didn't know much. We have just few reports online. So we took that approach. We spent 2017 and 2018, these 2 years, going to each stakeholder, working with them at ground, met hundreds of practitioners, kawadiwalas, all those stakeholders, each one of them we interacted, tried to understand the way they do business. We could have done this with a create a platform and then go to them, but we took a reverse approach. And that 2 years, we call internally as a Harvard MBA in Waste Management. I think that actually gave us a lot of insights about what does the waste management works like, why there is a problem, and what is the solution we could bring in. So after spending those 2 years and a lot of learning, few things we learned that there is no bigger opportunity than waste management, like e-commerce, m-commerce, SaaS are very, very small as compared to waste management. This is not a new industry. This has been there for 100 years, 100 plus years. Waste is getting managed. But then it is not getting really the way it has to get managed. Because a lot of resources go to landfill, most of the segregation doesn't happen. The problem does exist from the consumer house to the recycler. The whole supply chain is very cash driven. No data, nobody has a data. Somebody did a survey in 2014 at 500 houses and found that 250 grams wastage generated multiplied by the whole population is the data which we have. The reality is completely different. So we actually got those insights in those first 2 years, what MBA we call it as. And we converted those learning into business. And I think 2018 and 19 is a period where we really started converting those learning into business. So from the first approach, first we launched a product called Used, that is a consumer application in 2016-17, where any consumer can download an app and can give a waste available at his home. Right? It can be clothes, it can be paper, plastic, e-waste, anything. We had 500,000 downloads for that. We spent a lot of money. That was actually part of our MBA, in fact, because we wanted to really understand how this ecosystem works. And when we saw the consumer behavior and how the consumer looks at waste, and a lot of new interesting aspect came into it. We saw that the consumer looks at each waste differently. So plastic, for example, is for him, he just takes the plastic, consumes it and throw it in a dustbin. Paper, he will never throw in dustbin, right? Whether he's a millennial or a billionaire, he will keep it somewhere and at 7 rupees kg, 8 rupees kg, it will get sold. And all of us must be handling the same situation at home. And e-waste generally is a legacy waste. E-waste is lying at people's houses. Even a Nokia 110 phone of 2000 is lying at somebody's house because the perceived value of that phone is pretty high. So people treat each waste differently. So creating a uniform model for the complete waste management was a challenge. But we felt that at the same time we understood that opportunity is more than $100 billion only in the waste. And that's where our journey started. We launched our B2B marketplace in 2019. That was our starting point. We closed the B2C, we pivoted from B2C to B2B, launched our B2B marketplace. We were doing pretty good, like large enterprises, Infosys, Verizon used to channelize their waste. But a lot of them have a requirement of a traceability, and traceability and visibility became a very important aspect from the SDG goals and ESG goals. And that started coming in picture in 2019. Till then, nobody was really talking about it. By the time we got 1,000 plus clients and we were really going aggressive, the pandemic happened. And that's where another next level of pivot we have to do. We realized that now the next 1 or 2 years, all the corporates, all the bulk waste generators will not be there. That's where we then pivoted to an informal segment. We said that looks like a space which we need to go for. And 80% of the waste goes there anyways. All these kawadiwalas, aggregators, rag pickers, although they were in our agenda for 22-23, but we have to creep on it. And that I think was a changing point for us. And then we pivoted completely, made our platform available for them, went to them. And two learnings we got that waste never stops. Whether it was a pandemic or non-pandemic, waste was flowing. And then we realized that this is a business which is pandemic and decision free, because whether it is a decision or not, the consumption is not going to stop. There is going to be a waste going to keep on getting generated. So I think we saw that the pandemic, every business was impacted, everyone was impacted, but we saw 3 to 4x growth even in the last 2 years of pandemic. If the business was going, people have to collect the waste, it has to be processed. And during this process, we realized that we are actually bringing the circularity to the whole material flow. Because circular economy is nothing, it plays a major role into sustainability in business. Sustainability is a broader segment, but a subset is circular economy. And what we realized it while doing it. We're talking about marketplace, and then we realized that we are bringing circularity amongst the product. We are actually, the consumer, the brand has produced it, sold it to the consumer has consumed it. Then we bought it back to the recycler, and recycler is again bringing it to the brand to use it again. So that actually brought the complete circularity, and naturally the reuse, recycle, the existing resources are used more, so naturally there is a sustainable way of doing business. So that really started working well, and from say 30-40 people, initial team of 4-5 people who became almost a 300 people team now. And one thing happened in between that, there was in 2017, the government came up with a regulation where every brand has to take care of the waste they are generating. And that actually was a game changer in the waste management. And what demonetization did for fintech industry in 2016, where the whole perspective changed. This regulation of EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility, did it for the waste management industry, where suddenly 50,000 brands became a part of waste ecosystem, which they were not earlier. So that was their responsibility, is a compliance requirement, so they have to fulfill it. So today, after 5 years, right, six and a half years almost, we are seeing that even a business, a tech business, can be built in waste. We are seeing that there are 30-40,000 rag pickers, 5,000 kabadiwalas, recyclers. All of these guys are using technology. When we used to go to them initially, most of them said, internet pe kaun kharidega? The first question they used to ask is, internet pe kaun kharidta hai sab? Kyun kar rahe ho sab? So I think if there is a value, if you are bringing, what we did is we actually removed a couple of stakeholders which were not required in the ecosystem, which that this interpretation which we did, where there were 7 people. By the time the waste goes out of your home and it reaches to the recycler, it goes through 7 different hands. And out of the 3-4 don't add any value. They're just there because they have that muscle power and strength. So we actually removed those 2-3 stakeholders. That value which was coming actually has gone to the people who are doing all the dirty work of collection at the ground level. And that actually brought the change. And technology anyway today, 55 to 60% of rag pickers have smartphones. So they do their, when we did that MBA, we realized that they do that work up to 11, 30, 12, whatever money they make, they buy their drinks and then use YouTube for consuming local contents for 3-4 hours per day. So we said the phone is available, technology is there. Thanks to Jio, it's like everyone has a internet access also. So using that disruption, even the level of rag picker also started using the platform and really started gaining. And as I always say, there are only 2 things which changes the behavior. One is the fear factor or a greed, one of them. In the case of rag pickers, it was a greed because they were getting extra benefits from us, so they adopted our technology. In case of brands, there was a fear factor because it was a compliance requirement. If they don't comply with the regulation, their business was at risk. So both things really worked, and at the right time, with the right intervention from government also helped us. So today, I think we see that from the kabadiwala collecting clothes and paper from people's home to a location where we are working with 150 or 200 brands today for their sustainability and ESG goals. They are using our platform on technology is a journey which we have crossed. Huge opportunity in sustainability. I generally tell them that every company today, thanks to pandemic, I think people understood the value of resources and sustainability. 2 years back, nobody was as bullish about the sustainability as it was before. Today, every company, at least the multinational companies, are pretty serious about it. They wanted their ESG goals not to be just on the report at the ground level. They wanted even to involve their employees into the process, and that's where we are providing them the platforms and technology to achieve their ESG goals and sustainability goals and bring that circularity into the ecosystem. We have been like growing, as I said, 3 to 4x. We are right now a 300 people team. recently raised a Series A from Morgan Stanley around 3-4 months back, and there are enough interest from the investment community for this space, because this is something, even the decision comes now, ESG is going to be the focus area, because the financial benefits for the company, the funding, even for a small startup like us, when we raised the first round of $2 million, there was a ESG audit. So that kind of seriousness now ESG and sustainability is taking up. So I think the corporate world, and unless this goes to a consumer, unless somebody takes it to the consumer level, unless the consumer is aware about his own personal sustainability goals, that we are not going to see a real impact. At the same time, with so many million consumers, we have a great opportunity. So I see that sustainability is a space which is going to be the next big thing. I think we're going to see multiple startups coming and building solutions around it. We happen to be there. We never started as a sustainability platform. Now many startups are coming and saying, day one we are a sustainability platform company, but we evolved there from a kabaddi wala to a sustainability platform. And we see that opportunity is much larger in the coming years. From our side, we are aiming that by 2025, we would like to be a company which is defining sustainability standards for the corporates in India. And we want most of them to use our platform for the same. At the same time, we would like to channelize 7 to 8% of India's waste through our ecosystem. So it doesn't go to landfill, it doesn't go to the places like ocean, and it gets at the right place or getting it recycled. So this is the vision we have. I'm sure with the right team and right ecosystem, we seem to be on a right path to achieve that. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions? The floor is open. Thank you so much, sir, for throwing light on waste management and reminding us again that as long as we live, waste is going to be a part of our lives, and how entirely thriving businesses can be built on something so close and so basic to life as waste. Not just built in a thriving way, but sustained over the years to come. Thank you so much for that. A huge round of applause for Mr. Abhay Deshpande. Requesting our T-Hub team to once again present a memento. Sir, you've taken out time for us today, and you've indeed added a lot of value to this iconic day. We would like to have a picture along with our colleague from T-Hub. Thanks, sir.
Gift. Yeah.
Along with the memento.
Okay, done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Once again, we are indeed honored to have you here with us. On behalf of T-Hub and the government of Telangana, to invite all of you to the great grand launch of T-Hub's brand new avatar, T-Hub Phase 2, which is the world's largest innovation campus. And not just that, the world's largest incubator for over 2,000 brand new startups, all based on innovation, creativity, but most importantly, entrepreneurship. Indeed, T-Hub Phase 2 is going to be a brand new melting pot of innovation and creativity, but the entrepreneur is going to be at the spotlight of it all. Ladies and gentlemen, T-Hub Phase 2 is right here, right now. And yes, it is going to house and host a lot of upcoming brand new talent, a lot of upcoming tech startup innovation founders, not just from Telangana, but from across the country. And as I resume my speaker sessions, one thing is for sure, that Hyderabad is indeed up and ready for the challenge. On that note, I would like to introduce another keynote speaker who is extremely talented and knowledgeable, and who is here to bust and challenge the status quo of the startup culture in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, this particular gentleman is the founder and CEO of No Broker, a disruptive real estate platform and one of the fastest growing startups in our country today. No Broker has raised $20 million so far. A staggering 3 million Series A from SAIF Partnership and Fulcrum Ventures in January 2015 and KTB Network, and another 17 million Series B round which was led by BNext and KTB Network and has participated by SAIF partners, Dinos, Qualbro and Mamaro in 2016. NoBroker.com is the world's largest C2C real estate platform that is eliminating the brokers and the agents in the real estate transactions with a tech-based approach. They have helped owners and the seekers save more than 90% on all of the transactional cost. Before starting NoBroker in 2014, this gentleman has worked for companies like CTS, PwC and Australia New Zealand Bank, and is an alumnus for IIT Kanpur and IIM Ahmedabad. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for none other than Mr. Amit Kumar Agarwal, who is the founder and CEO of NoBroker. So we welcome you.
So guys, I am the co-founder and CEO of NoBroker.com, and my objective in this short 10-15 minute session is to talk about our journey, and more importantly, what are the learnings that we have had in the past so many years, which I believe many of the startup enthusiasts and many of the founders who are here perhaps have. So I'm not sure how many of you have heard about NoBroker.com, but we are a platform which connects in real estate, which connects owners and sellers, buyers and tenants, owners and tenants and buyers and sellers directly with each other without any broker in between. And I am an alumnus of, so I'll just tell you about my journey also and how it juxtaposes with the learnings that we have had. So after IIT Kanpur, I am Ahmedabad, like everybody else. I chased management consulting job, and surprisingly, I loved management consulting. So I was there for almost a decade, and then I joined a foreign bank, ANZ Bank. Very comfortable job, very well-paying job, great work-life balance. But at that point of time, I basically felt that if I continue with this job, my objective would be to now change to another foreign bank, get a higher salary and so on and so forth. And the challenge was missing to that extent. On the parallel side, since I have had been in consulting, I had shifted to many cities, and I discovered that Indian brokers, a large number of them, real estate brokers, they don't add much value. And we were surprised as to why is it so that we Indians end up paying such a high amount of brokerage to these brokers who are neither that much educated, nor have a license, nor take everything in cash, and such a high amount of fees they are charging for just connecting to people. And that also in this internet world where I can send a friend request to anybody, to every celebrity in the world, they may or may not accept it, but I can. So, me, my batchmate from Ahmedabad and our junior from IIT, all three of us started thinking that why should we start something which connects owners and tenants and buyers and sellers directly with each other. The initial reaction that we got was pretty mixed. I would say more on the side of negative. So many of the founders here who are trying to do something which is very innovative, they can perhaps echo with this. So the biggest challenge that we faced was that people said that it has not been done anywhere else in the world. So nowhere else in the world is there a company which connects both the parties directly in real estate without any broker. It happens in travel. In travel, there is no longer any travel agent. In stockbroking, we know how the costs have come down. So we said that we don't know what is the reason, but we believe that in this internet world, you should not be paying such high fees to connect two parties with each other. When we told this to our friends basically said that, hey, but why will a consumer pay you in advance? See, what happens in real estate across the world is that first of all, a job gets done and then the payment happens. Nowhere in the world on a platform does a consumer pay first and then expect the job to be done. Because we are not on the street, we are a tech company, we don't have people on the street, so we need to take money in advance for getting a deal closed, which was a valid argument. And then when we approached VCs, the biggest question that they ask is that, yeah, this seems like a good idea, and we ourselves as consumers don't love brokers. But if it's such a great idea, then why isn't there a US company? Why isn't there a Chinese company which is big? Where is the Amazon and the Uber equivalent of this? We don't know why isn't there a US equivalent. Perhaps in other countries there is more accountability. There are examinations for brokers, there are licenses. But we know about India. In India, we feel that we are being shortchanged. So I left my well-paying job and basically bootstrapped for a year. And as many of you know, when you leave your job, you get lots of phone calls from your friends congratulating you as to how good decision you have taken. But slowly the friends disappear into their own lives and you are left alone, thinking that, hey, had I gone to office today, I would have earned so much. So that was our journey for the first 1 year. We approached lots of VCs because real estate is a pretty competitive field and it requires funds. So we knew that we couldn't bootstrap it all the way. And VCs said the same thing, where is US equivalent? And then another large real estate online company basically got funded from SoftBank. And then everybody who was still talking to us just vanished overnight because nobody wanted to take the risk of funding other companies. But on the plus side, our consumers kept on increasing. So my learning in this phase has been that when you are trying to do something new, which most probably as a founder you are going to try and do something new, nobody knows the answer. Your friends don't know the answer, VCs also don't know the answer. Only the consumers know the answer. So the best trick is to ask lots and lots of customers. If customers are favoring you or favoring your solution at the price point that you want, then you are on the right path. That has been our journey. So we continued our path without funding, also by putting our own money. The number of consumers kept on rising. And C2C, because the topic is also C2C network. C2C is very, very difficult because you might get a particular property in Gachibowli on a particular street, and it is of no advantage if the tenant is of some other locality, the buyer of some other locality. You need to have the buyer of the tenant for the same locality, for the same street, for the same price point, and that also today. So that C2C matchmaking is a very, very micro locality matchmaking. It's a very difficult matchmaking to start with. So it takes a longer time. But this is also one of the reasons why nobody else in the world has attempted this. So C2C is a tougher problem. After a year, we got funded through set partners who said, let's take them. Seems to be nice guys. And after we got a $3 million funding from them, which was around 18 crores at that point of time, we remained to be extremely frugal. So after having 18 crores in the bank, we did not buy an AC in the summer for our office. We took a simple home instead of a corporate office, and we said, water cooler se kaam lagate hain, wo bhi bahar. But let's try to save as much money as we can. So we restricted money like crazy. For all we did not do any TV advertisement. We were extremely careful in terms of doing more of retail marketing so that we get consumers at good ROI. Even the retail marketing that we did, extremely focused as to what is the ROI that we are getting. Typical behavior in the consumer internet is to quickly expand to more and more. We did not expand to more. We realized that our business is different. If I am not able to get you a house in Hyderabad, you don't care a damn whether I am in Meerut or whether I am in Lucknow or whether I am IT or I am not. What you care is whether my work gets done. So we took a contrarian approach, and despite many of the investors telling us otherwise, we remain to be only two cities and we expanded slowly only when we saw the customer's problem is getting solved. Only when he is getting a house, or only when he is able to sell his house, did he move to any other. In terms of what we did not expect was one thing. That one day outside our office, which was basically a home, we saw a huge group of 50-60 people. And we thought perhaps it's some religious procession which is going on. But actually they were a group of brokers who wanted to attack the office, break things, scare our employees. And it was just out of the blue. In a city like Bangalore, which is such a startup friendly city, you never expect. So a huge ruckus followed. They slapped many of our employees. We thankfully had a iron grilled door, which we closed, and because of which the things did not get escalated further, thankfully. And we basically just sat inside. We called police. Police took us foreigners to the police station. And we suddenly figured out that we are the ones who are sitting in the police seat, but the brokers are still there. And as usual, local brokers are much more friendly with the police than us startup owners. Unfortunately, the problem continued. Those group of people used to harm the motorbikes parked outside the office for the employees, chase the female employees towards their home in the evening. So finally, we had to vacate the office almost on a overnight basis. And even when we were vacating the office, the vehicle which was carrying the stuff was chased by brokers trying to know what is the next step. So we temporarily switched to 2 offices. We searched for a new office, and then we found a new office. And even today, we keep our office addresses secret. So whatever office address we have on Google is wrong. And we try not to be in the eyes of brokers. And another thing which happened in Paddle was in the other startup, the real estate startup, got imploded because of the reason that we are there. And we thought that there was a chance. Now, what we are doing makes sense. There is no other extremely highly funded startup, so we will get a chance. But the reverse happened. All the bases in the country suddenly got very scared. They said, what's the problem? Nobody in real estate is able to make money. We have funded so many real estate companies in India. No one is able to make money. There must be some problem in this industry. So we are not touching it. So for the next 5 years, we did not get any additional funds from any Indian investor. And apart from the one who basically funded us in the start, which was SAP Partners, now what is the regulation. But we kept on, so we went to South Korea, we went to Japan, we went to Singapore. We basically got hold of any small investor, say $500,000, $1 million, whatever we could, just to survive. The objective was to basically survive and slowly to keep on going. In terms of revenue, we basically initiated our paid plan, so we still have people platform. You can check out properties on Google.com free of cost. But for paid services we charge. So just after 5-6 months of opening our office, we started the paid plans. And our investors were like, why are you such a hurry? You have got money in your time, why don't you take some time to grow the numbers? But we were like, revenue is the ultimate truth. And it is very easy to basically build in India with such a large population. It is often easy to build a platform with a lot of customers who are not paying. But unless you start asking them to pay, you never know whether your startup has a potential or not. So we started with some monetization. And I can tell you that for Indian consumers, 0 rupees, moving from 0 rupee to 1 rupee, is extremely difficult. For your service, you just need to say, now so 0 is 1. Very, very difficult. For customers to pull out their wallet and give you 1 rupee. But once you take that change, once consumers start giving 1 rupee, surprisingly 1 rupee to 1,000 rupees are comparatively very easy journey. Once they start trusting you and giving you money, then increase the ticket size surprisingly very easy. Which happened with us. So another contrarian thing which we did was basically starting to play with, can we charge, how much can we charge. And it is, this journey is full of learning, because the moment you start charging, certainly the customer thinks that he owns you. Indian customer thinks he owns you and you need to serve him with the best, more than what he has paid, which is a revelation and which takes some time to learn, which we did. And along the way, what we did, other things we did was, it worked well for us, was that we kept on listening and learning from customers. So we thought that it's a residential property build. Customer told us that we want commercial, not big buildings like this, but small commercial shop. So we launched commercial. We started rental. Customers asked us that can you do buy and sell? We did buy and sell. Then they expanded to packers and movers, painting, cleaning, home interiors, and insurance. And then as we basically started growing and more customers started trusting us, then the VC world also basically started contacting us. So 2 years back we got funded from Tiger Global, from L Atlantic, and last year we basically became the first prop tech unicorn in the country. So the data is wrong here. And I would say that, of course, unicorn is something which is being talked a lot about nowadays. But the thing that we are most proud of is that today we add from a day 7-8 years back when we had to add 1,000 customers a month. Today we add 5 to 6 lakh new customers a month. Our cumulative customer base has crossed 2 crore. We are India's largest, not only in real estate, but we are also India's largest packers and movers aggregator. We are in 6 cities, slightly newer in Hyderabad, but very excited about it. And now, in terms of R&D, we think that 2 crore कुछ भी नहीं किया है. Look at India's population, we feel everybody needs a house, everybody needs to participate in this event, and we have just barely started. So guys, my key learning in this journey has been one, that always listen to customer, because there is always going to be people in VC community among your friends who will either be too polite or will be too harsh. Let the consumer decide. Second is that be frugal. No matter how much money you have in your bank, whether you are non-funded or funded, always respect money, because it always pays in the long term, and it also builds a very, very good culture. Third, revenue is super important. Try to get to revenue as soon as you can, even if it is just getting your feet. And fourth, don't copy competitors. While everybody else in PropTech expanded to 10 cities, 20 cities, even today, after having 2,000 crore in the bank today, we are only in 6 cities. Because we feel like we have not solved the problem for these 6 cities. So we need to conquer these 6 cities fully, then we'll go to success. So these have been my few learnings. I hope this has been useful for many of the startup owners.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing light on this very important subject of brokers and how they eat up so much of this hard-earned money during this entire process of transaction between the speaker and the owner of the real estate business. Thank you so much for taking all the time and adding this value to Team Up Phase 2's vision of creating a common platform for innovation and entrepreneurship. On that note, I would like to call upon our team from Team Hub to present a memento to Sir. Could I have the team from Team Hub please to present a memento to Mr. Amit Kumar Agarwal, who has taken on his valuable time for all of us today. May we have a huge round of applause for Sir. Thank you so much, sir. At the same time, I would like to ask all of you if there are any questions, any queries, sir. Would you stay back, Mr. Amit Kumar Agarwal, sir? I would request you to just stay back. The floor is now open for questions if there are any regarding the subject. Sir, could I have you back on board with us? Exactly, sir. Yes, sir. Could I have a mic passed on to sir?
Hello, sir. Hi, I am Samuel, a founder and CEO of MyStartup TV. Yes. So, my question is how to keep the trust maintained in your team. How they should keep supporting you even though you are getting back-to-back failures and having those downs at the beginning. And I have similar into real estate and construction and facing challenges with suppliers in market. So that's my question. So see, in the startup journey, you will continuously face challenges, and it doesn't matter whether it's year 1 or year 8, the same thing goes. us. But I think our learning has been to be extremely transparent with our people. Because even for us, when the broker had happened, people were very worried, and we will close down. And we had a lot of quick town halls saying that this is what has happened, this is what we're going to do. Because even if you have a 2-member team or a 20-member team, the amazing thing is that your teammates are much more observant than you think they are. So they can always read your body language, they can understand whether you are worried, whether you are serious. Our learning has been extremely transparent. Then the worries that you are facing, then the solution that you are supposed to attempt. So our learning is that building trust is a long-term process. But once trust is built, then your team needs to do anything for you.
Thank you so much for that question. I will still pass it to myself.
Thank you very much. That was really insightful. My name is Sharif and I work in the business school here. And you spoke about brokers and how you seem to have disintermediated the brokers and made the connection with the relevant sellers or owners. Have you thought of incorporating them into the ecosystem that you have built? And we have seen many cases where platforms have done that. Traditionally, they have disintermediated but then brought them back. And because they have local knowledge, they seem to have some value still to add. So have you thought of integrating them into your network? If yes, how? If no, why?
No, so it's a very good question. And philosophically, what we think is that many of the brokers are amazing. It is not that every broker is bad. And the brokers who are good, who think about the welfare of their clients, nobody can take their business. So a platform like No Broker can never take the business of well-meaning brokers who care about their clients. But the problem is that because majority of the brokers are here for quick money. The license, they take everything in cash, and they do a part-time business, part-time shop, and they do this also. So they have become more like deal closers who care more about their brokerage rather than the benefit of their client. So philosophically, we are okay. We would be happy to work with brokers. But the problem is that we would want to work with them given two conditions. One, the cost should be very low for consumers. So you can't charge 1 month of brokerage. You have to charge 3,000 rupees or 1/10 or 1/3 to the max, which brokers are not working. And second is that the customer focus and customer delight should be centered, not deal closure. Because we think about next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. We are not thinking about somebody who's walking in and just will fleece him and then you will see about it later. So these are the two things that we are finding it difficult to work with. But philosophically, there is no problem.
Okay. Hi, Amin. Hi. Myself, Shekhar. I run a company called as V1. In a similar firm, I run an integrated facility management firm where we provide like pretty much security, housekeeping, and all maintenance services. So any place where we work with an integrated community or commercial space, you are one among those vendors where we work along with as well. And I've heard about your journey and your whole firm. Firstly, I want to really appreciate you actually created this market. It never existed before. When we compare to the orthodox way of running businesses. So this is a next generation business which you created this platform. So altogether, money is the byproduct of what we do, but we're creating employment, we're creating revenue and generation and all these things. So very inspiring story. So what I want to ask you on this specific note is something, No Broker missing out on the facility management part where we look at where we're growing now. So I started off with just security services. Now I have a couple of thousand people working in my firm and I operate in 6 states. Some are going international as well next year. So I've already touched 100 crore turnover this year, so which is a phenomenal growth considering the pandemic and what we're doing. So I kind of look at all your inspiring stories. So is there anywhere where we could work together, something we could, come into an umbrella where we work together, like a form a similar platform. So because what we really look at is your own ground, so this is all about the next startup. India is all about your own ground. So we are next to none. So is there anywhere where we could work together in terms of facility management? That is one aspect which Google has never touched. So yeah.
That makes sense. So first, and congrats for building what you are building.
Thank you so much.
Management is a very, very tough job. Extremely tough job. We are much more focused on the job which has much bigger tech angle towards because that has been our DNA. We have a branch of business which is called No Broker Portal, in which what we do is basically companies with apartment and apartments where we give visitor management and we in society we will provide VMS for the facility for society. So we are in 10,000 plus societies across the world, and we are in a lot of societies in Hyderabad also. So we'll be very happy to work with you as facility management in the no brokerhood business.
Absolutely. So I could see, there's a bigger platform, where we could kind of build an interface, and we could add this wing too, and also suppose this we could actually, meet up on this. A pleasure, good, great story, and proud, we are creating this market, all together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Do we have any further questions? Yes.
This is Pragar. This is a question from a customer point of view. I'm a consumer because I have taken this like this. So one of my friends yesterday I was meeting him, and he was complaining about a customer delight, which you just talked about. So this guy asked for a service. His things got shipped to Hyderabad, and a lot of things got damaged. Now he's trying to reach back to people who did that. No response. He has done all the things. He has sent out the messages, everything. So my question is, how do you make sure that these kind of things, even I know it's not avoidable, if it happens, how do you take care of those kind of customers?
So it's a very good question, and you should write to me, amit@nobroker.com. So please ask a friend to write to me directly. See, even if one customer basically has a bad experience, that is bad for us. Although it's easy for us to sit in an AC office and look at the numbers and say that, hey, we do so many lakhs of movements per year, and hence, even if 1% of those movements get bad, then there are so many thousands of unfortunate cases. But having said that, I think packer and mover is a tough category because the vendors have a lot of temporary staff which they hire in the morning, and because they can't afford a lot of permanent staff. But what we are doing very actively is training these packers. So our acceptance rate in the packer and mover vendors is 7%. So we reject 93%. And based upon the feedback that people give us, and we take feedback from everyone, we keep on hiring and firing and giving more business and less business to these vendors, so that they are prompted to give amazing customer service. Many of these vendors are not habitual of thinking in terms of customer delight. So the journey is also about teaching them that the only thing which matters is customer delight. If customer is not happy, your friend is not happy, why will he ever order again? And in fact, this will also harm the other parts of our business. So each customer case is super important for us. But I acknowledge that in India, giving service, physical service, like picking up goods, is a tough business to be in. But nevertheless, the objective that somebody chooses no broker is that he should have an amazing experience.
That's what now things have been gone wrong. What he can do to make sure at least the kind of loss is there.
So that I will take care of. Ask me just email.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that question. Yes.
Hi sir, I'm Gagan. I'm one of your premium customer. I almost saved around 5 lakhs because not going with any brokerage. So I'm almost saying you have input of many services like painting and specialized service and all. What are the services that we can expect in coming future, sir?
So great to hear that you have been able to save a couple of lakhs of brokerage because of us. So I think what we offer is what customers ask us. So customer asks us that can you give all this non-brokerage is fine, but rental agreement kaun karega? Like rental agreement isn't a very easy process, but customer said no, we want help with rental agreement. And similarly with legal documentation. So now we have a wing which basically provides this. Similarly, people felt that in packers and movers, the entire industry is extremely fragmented, and same thing is true with painting, and hence we are providing. Anything which consumers ask us, we basically follow. So that we are extremely shameless. We don't innovate on that front, we just listen to customers.
Sir, after going with the rental agreement also, a lot more conflicts will happen in between in terms of everything. So with that service also we include, because it's not just having an agreement, 2 sides of both the parties, it's not the easy thing. So then after the actual thing, the license comes up, everything comes up.
No, of course, that's a journey. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
No,
but I think percentage is high to the rental agreement. As a customer, I would have contributed 1 lakh, but I never went for that agreement.
So first of all, it's a great story to hear. It's really inspiring. My question is that there are many estate portals now it's existing. Obviously, no broker is leading one of them. My question is that even after having these many real estate portals and then really solving some of the great problems in real estate, why do you think there are still brokers who are still now closing the deals and buying and selling and renting?
Because this has been the traditional way of doing business. Everybody, my parents and me, before no broker, we always used to use broker. So there are two aspects. One is that are we adding more value to compared to a broker? We think we are. So we need to grow a lot, and it's a good news that there's a lot of space to grow, right? So that's a good news. Our market share in these cities will be what, 10%? We'll be higher in Bangalore, will be around 20% market share in Bangalore, but Hyderabad will be what, 3-4%. So one is there's a great opportunity to grow, and second is that it's a habit, and we need to prove that you can save money, you can close a deal faster. So, for example, nowadays, what I am seeing on the platform is now at the post-COVID, when people are shifting back from their hometown to the metro cities, deals are getting closed in 6 hours. It's difficult for a property to be available on no broker for 2 continuous days. It's going out on the same day. So unless you make a visit the same day, the property is going out. So the interaction on the platform are amazingly well. We doubled the interactions in the summer. Hopefully we are going to grow. But having said that, there will always be a 20-30% market for the brokers who are good brokers. So no broker will never have 100% market because the good brokers are going to have some market and they should have some market.
Thank you for that question. Do we have? Yes.
Mr. Rohit, thank you. I was a broker 12 years back, and thanks for taking my job away. I'm an entrepreneur now. Thanks for that inspiring story. Now, there is a serious thing not finding an apartment or villa, as you can actually ask your beside person or a job person to find a flat. How about you answer finding an agricultural land in entire India, which is the deepest thing to find without a broker. Now, I believe 135 crores of population, if at all I count now, it could be 140 in another 1 year. How are we going to solve with 2% of land in entire India and 140 crores bellies to feed with the safe soil movements going on, and the entire 100% of brokers are, manipulating or doing whatever business on agricultural lands? Is there a chance that nobroker.com going into agricultural lands and fixing the solution? Second thing, Telangana has come up with digitized land records of agricultural lands and everything through they made 1,000 crores of profits last year, I believe. Now, I think this would be a good chance for you using artificial intelligence and the customers whoever you have already into apartments, villas, trying to turn their heads towards agricultural lands and buy them. So what do you say about that? Thank you.
No, it's a good question, and see, we don't think that we can solve every problem amazingly well. We also need to try and figure out the way. What we have realized is that plots, agricultural land is a huge opportunity. So what we have done is we are going to launch it next month, plots and agricultural land. And it's going to be a start. I'm sure it's going to take a lot of time for us to build. But we are committed to learn more, and this is an amazing market because across the country, it's not just properties which people buy. Land is a favorite. Even among our employees, land is a favorite. So let's see how this goes. But the digitization which has happened across the country is a big aid for us, which we hope will.
Thank you. Are you ready to partner with any of the already built agricultural land solution with no broker, or want to hear anything on that particular solutions?
So you can email it to me. Happy to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that question. Do we have any last questions for sir? All right, thank you so much, sir, for that valuable time of yours. Amazing interaction with you on this iconic day. A huge round of applause for Mr. Rohit Kumar Agarwal.
Ladies and gentlemen, the food tech industry in India is emerging as the fastest growing industry in the country, and one of the major contributors to this success is an online food ordering and delivery platform, Swiggy. Ladies and gents, we have with us the very man who was instrumental in transforming the way our country eats. Please put your hands together for Mr. Sriharsha Majeji, co-founder and CEO, Swiggy.
Thank you very much. Hello everyone, good morning, and it's a huge honor to be coming to this event. It's also very special. Hyderabad is a city that I've spent a lot of my time, more than any other place in Singh. I did my +1, +2 year, then came back for a long internship. I have very, very fond memories. My co-founder spent almost his entire life except his engineering in Hyderabad. And I have other very fun memories at skipping college and getting movie theaters and all of that, but that's for another day. And in fact, when we were, the two of us, me and Nandan, my co-founder, were jamming together on ideas, the first place where we actually came was to Hyderabad, because he was already living here, he was failing to be on his fourth startup. And I said, chalo, like, let's keep doing this thing. And I moved just then from London and came, and I think so much has changed from that time to now, that at the time, even though both of us were full of energy, it wasn't easy to kind of find the ecosystem pull at the time. We knew very little people, very few people who were already starting up. None of our friends were in Hyderabad at the time, and we definitely didn't have tea on. I guess what that meant was that in a few weeks we actually camped off to Bangalore, because at least we had a slightly better starting point over there. But I wonder if we were to start all over again, and logically started with Hyderabad, maybe we'll never find the reason to do so. It's great to see how much has changed in Hyderabad, and very, very excited for how the overall ecosystem gets developed here. And the second point, is on the title. It says building the Decathon. Honestly, if anyone woke up wanting to build a Decathon, that's the surest way not to build a Decathon. Decathon is also again like 2021, 2022, 2023. Lots of these years have lots of changes, so it's very important not to get excited or carried away by any of these things. But however, I think I and Sweeney have had the good fortune of building a service at scale that consumers like, love, iterated, failed, succeeded a few times, failed. Also often enough, and mostly today's time that we have, just wanted to talk about that part of the story, building a service from 0 to 1 and seeing its scale and all the challenges that come with it. And as someone mentioned in the previous panel, I think most of it is coming down to getting the right people together at the right place, at the right time. So luck cannot be overstated enough, but I think every startup or founder is still able to identify 1, 2, 3 things that I think still they can call their secret sauce. And for us, I think that aspect would go more around failing and inventing. The two are connected like nobody's business. And for that, I'll have to go back a little bit in the background. So as I mentioned, when I first came back to India, I wanted to set up a backpacker hostel chain. And I did the math, it was like 30-40 lakhs of EBITDA at the end of the year. And I said, okay, I don't have too many needs. And I went and didn't have fun, wanting to go deeper, and then came back. And then, like I said, Nandan was 4 startups down. And then we basically built our first product together called Bundle. While we had interesting traction, we felt like it wasn't worth our opportunity cost. And at that time, he was already at a place saying, I need to find a job. There would be a long mail once I got down from a flight somewhere saying, this is all. I think I cannot ask my aunt for any more support, my mom for any more support. I just want to go for the job. And maybe it was quite lucky that we managed to sit down and say, okay, fail this one more time, and let's see what that goes. Maybe I'll find a job if this doesn't work. So it turns out all our learnings from Bundle, which were in the logistics space, even though it wasn't a direct copy, they were insights from the Bundle journey, where we understood how underpenetrated technology was in logistics. And that led us to wander around that insight for a few more months before actually going through one level of the insights. Actually, nobody's focusing on the customer experience. Seems like urban logistics is an interesting opportunity. And all of these funny things come together sometimes to emerge as one big insight. That's what happened to us. It didn't fail with one, we found Sweden. So sometimes it's very weird when you look backward and see some of these dots connecting in very clearly. There's some of the solutions that we did. And that was a theme. We started Swiggy, we found the early successes that we did. At some point, we felt like, even on day one, the name Swiggy was by design kept ambivalent because we weren't sure if we were going to be like a food company, a delivery company. We just said, let's start. We started as an urban logistics idea, of course. 3-4 years after setting up the company, we came together and said, okay, now how do we think about the conversation we left off on day one? We first needed to do a good enough job in food delivery. We agreed that convenience is what we get really excited by as a founding team, as a management team, and it all checked out. And that's when we again started maybe say a pretty aggressive expansionist regime into 5-6 things. It definitely changed some of the ways we did these expansionist regimes, and that was also full of failures. At the end of maybe March 2020, we had 6 of these and none of them were working. As is, our business had come down to 10%, 15% of our pre-pandemic volumes because of COVID. And you could say that there's nothing really to write here about. Maybe a lot of our visions around convenience just what we wish for and really not some things that we play out. One of these 5-6 failed initiatives called Swiggy Stores, where we try to aggregate demand from grocery stores, meat stores, etc. Kind of got us again very clearly into 4-5 insights coming together, saying that even when the experience is average, turns out a lot of consumers still want to come back every day. So they must want it really badly. And that's when we said, how can we then solve this problem a little better than the early beliefs that we had? And that helped us identify our next breakthrough with Swiggy Instamart, where we're now offering, along with the first business we started, a food delivery convenience category as well, which is very, very exciting. And when I look back at a lot of the things that exist in give digital business to consumers' life, so that they can live it up, and the things that we feel are logically fitting into that, and into basically our own strengths in terms of, let's say, the user base we have and the relationships that we have, make it compelling.
Hello, sir. How do you make your team, good team, deal with the failure each and every time? How do you go through it, as a good team, and make them stay with you all the time?
I think one of the things is to also basically acknowledge that, I think sometimes, while teams may be expecting you to be like some superhero, you can't help it. I've actually learned that communicating openly about when you are feeling, just like a great wrong sign of vulnerability that gets people to generally open up towards their own failures. So that's at least the thing that's worked the most for us. And obviously we'll need to have practices inside the company that will penalize failures of the right time. Some companies actually do a great job of celebrating failures of the right time. This will on that back. So some of these are things that work for us.
We won't be able to take up any more questions because the next speaker is waiting, but request you to kindly stay back on the stage for just one moment. When you were talking about, everybody was asking questions, I remembered something, that there are many small entrepreneurs who are into the restaurant business. They have greatly benefited from Swiggy. So a huge round of applause for Swiggy. I now request Raksha to please join on the stage in the center, sir. Please, and hand over a token of appreciation on behalf of the entire management of T-Hub and the government. Thank you so much, Raksha, for sharing your tips and tricks for building a tech hub. Thank you so much. Have you ever wondered about the secret mantra, the recipe for building a successful startup from the scratch? Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it from Mr. Vinod Atre, founder and CEO of Meesho, about his secret ingredients and mantras in building India's first social commerce unicorn. Please put your hands together once again.
Awesome. Good morning, everyone. Good to see such a large audience in here. I hope
I'm assuming that a lot of people here are people who are either interested in entrepreneurship or already entrepreneurs or being part of the ecosystem. So today I am Vidit Thackeray, founder and CEO of Meesho. I think what I'll do is share some of the learnings from my journey and also give some time at the end for all of you to ask me questions, anything that can help you. But I think before that, I just want to kind of congratulate T-Hub on this amazing launch, this amazing summit. Awesome. Good morning, everyone. Good to see such a large audience being here. I'm assuming that a lot of people here are people who are either interested in entrepreneurship or already entrepreneurs or being part of the ecosystem. So today I am Vidit Thackeray, founder and CEO of Meesho. I think what I'll do is share some of the learnings from my journey and also give some time at the end for all of you to ask me questions, anything that can help you. But I think before that, I just want to kind of congratulate T-Hub. Awesome. Good morning, everyone. Good to see such a large audience being here. I'm assuming that a lot of people here are people who are either interested in entrepreneurship or already entrepreneurs or being part of the ecosystem. So today I am Vidit Thackeray, founder and CEO of Meesho. I think what I'll do is share some of the learnings from my journey and also give some time at the end for all of you to ask me questions, anything that can help you. But I think before that, I just want. Awesome. Good morning, everyone. Good to see such a large audience being here. I'm assuming that a lot of people here are people who are either interested in entrepreneurship or already entrepreneurs or being part of the ecosystem. So today I am Vidit Thackeray, founder and CEO of Meesho. I think what I'll do is share some of the learnings from my journey and also give some time at the end for all of you to ask me questions, anything that can help you. But I think before that, I just want to kind of congratulate T-Hub on this amazing launch, this amazing summit. I think the building looks fabulous, but just the whole program, the intent with which all of this has been done, I think really is important, and also talks about how the startup ecosystem has come of age, right? Like when we started 7 years ago, like my parents didn't even know the word startup, and now I think everyone in the ecosystem, the Telangana government, kudos to them, they kind of growing this enthusiasm, being the catalyst of growing the ecosystem in the state, I think is definitely commendable. So I want to congratulate them on the launch today. So I think before I go to the learnings, I want to kind of talk about some bit of what we do at Meesho. Some of you would know, I hope some of you have bought from us or know people around you who bought from us. But Meesho is an e-commerce platform focused on bringing the small business economy of India online. So as of today, over the last 12 months, we have more than 100 million consumers who have bought from the platform. We have more than 500,000 small businesses across all kinds of categories, be it fashion, lifestyle, beauty, personal care, electronics, anything and everything that you think about it. Like go online, become successful. Majority of sellers who sell on the platform today, the Meesho platform has become the single source of, or the majority source of livelihood for them. So we take a big pride in the kind of things we've been able to achieve for the small business economy, but we're just getting started. India has 60 million plus small businesses across the country, and we still have only 500,000 of them. So we're just getting started on the journey. But we started this business back in 2015. Sanjeev, who's my co-founder today of Meesho, both of us were batchmates from college, knew each other for a very long time, started up for one single reason. We started Meesho for one reason, that is, both of us came from middle class background. All our lives bought from small businesses around us. And in 2015, we looked around and we said e-commerce in India has been there for about 7-8 years. And I can't find a single small business around us in Bangalore that is selling online. And if that's the case, there must be something structurally wrong that no one is solving that we should go deep into and we will solve. Now the only problem was that we were 24-year-olds, both of us, who have absolutely zero idea of what e-commerce means, retail means, small business means. But we knew that this is a large problem that will keep us excited, something that we relate with, something that we believe in. And I think sometimes entrepreneurship is exactly about this. You're passionate about a problem, you have no idea how you solve it, and you get onto this journey. So back in 2015, both of us said we will do this. We will get India's small businesses online. If you ask me at that point in time how, I have no answer, but we said we will figure it out, like we solved some of the other problems. And at that point in time, we started to do the things that we thought should be the first step. We started to go to these small shops around us in Bangalore And we'll sit there from morning to evening, observe some of these shop owners and ask them, tell us what your problems are. Like why are we not doing online? Because online is the channel of the future. Everyone knows it. I think after COVID, everyone believes in it. But at that point in time, a lot of people didn't understand. So we said, what problems do you have? We will solve it and we will bring technology into it. And we used to sit morning to evening in shops trying to understand what the problems all these small businesses face. After like months, we realized a lot of these small businesses they have like local customer base and they're not interested in selling beyond. So the first product we built at that point in time was called Fashioneer. We launched it thinking that we will help some of these small businesses acquire local customers. We did that for about 6 months and we miserably failed, like big time. So this is not working. We figured out, we learned from that big failure, we learned that we were solving at this point in time the problem only for the small business, forgetting about the other side, which is the consumer altogether. Like when you go to a customer and they look at online, they want large selection. Just seeing stuff from their local area is not exciting enough. Why should they buy? They can go on large e-commerce website and see everything. This is learning number one. We have to be very, very close to both the consumers and the small businesses. Then we went back to the small businesses and said, like, let us figure out what other problem can we solve for them. And interestingly, at that point in time, we figured out that a lot of these small businesses were leveraging WhatsApp to sell to their existing customer base. So they will create WhatsApp groups, add all the people who ever buy from them, and keep sending them all the new stuff they have in their shop. So we said it's very interesting. A lot of them are having their shops on WhatsApp. Can we really enable this type of commerce to go, like they can enable every small business in India to do this? That's when the first version of Meesho was born. We built an app which enabled them to kind of create a simple shop on WhatsApp, manage payments, manage orders, etc., etc., etc. And we started to go to these small shops and give them this tool and say, why don't you use this? You will start to kind of sell on WhatsApp, your customer will buy more from you, and so on. And again, we did this for a year and miserably failed again. Like no one was using this app because they said, I have no intention of going on WhatsApp. I'm very happy with whatever customer comes to my shop. Very few number of people wanted to go on WhatsApp. This is again back in 2016. Now we see everyone selling on WhatsApp. We miserably failed again. Because the problem that we were solving, we were trying to change behavior where the behavior had no intention to shift. And we were not solving a core problem for small business, either in terms of reducing cost or increasing revenue. We said, okay, fine, like this did not work. Let us figure out what will work. And at that point in time, we realized that a lot of these small native online small businesses who have never started an offline shop, they started their small business for the first time only online on WhatsApp. And they loved the product. They loved what we had built. So we said, forget about these existing offline shopkeepers. Can we go and serve these online native small businesses? And we started to call them niche entrepreneurs. And we realized most of them are women. Like most of them are women. Who are they? In India, sadly, India's labor participation rate of women is extremely low, especially smaller, like lower, even the large cities. And a lot of these women are very educated, very ambitious, and have a dream of starting something of their own so that they gain a professional identity, they become financially independent, which is very, very important. But for them to start a business of their own, they need some capital on day one, which is very hard to get. So what we were able to do with our product unknowingly was enable like these millions of women to start a business of their own on WhatsApp, on Facebook, on other social platforms without putting a single rupee of investment. And we started to then just promote this app among women. I think in a couple of years, we had more than 5 million women across the country running their shops on WhatsApp. And the stories, I think that used to come along with this. I think more than numbers. Like numbers don't inspire you as much unless you see stories. These are stories of all kinds of people. Like these are stories of women who are in Uttar Pradesh, who are saying that, hey, my family has asked me not to leave the house because of some cultural reason, they're not allowed to go out of the house. So but they're very educated, they want to do something of their own, and because of a platform, they're now running a business of their own, have income where they don't have to go and ask their husband for every single rupee, and that is super empowering. And when we hear stories like this, then we know that what we are doing really matters in this world. And I think that's basically happened. Now, if I reflect back on the story I just talked about, there are multiple patterns that could be taken back as learnings, I think, for all of you. One is, as my good friend Harsha was talking about, I think success always comes after like lots and lots of failure again and again. Like our first 2 products failed miserably, and we just kept building on for the first 2 years without nothing coming out, right? But we really believed in the vision that we had. We believe that India's small businesses at some point in time will come online, right? How, again, we don't know, but they will come online, so we will keep trying. Even if we fail 100 times, we will keep trying again and again because we believe it will work the next time. So I think that always happens. And for it to really work, you need to have co-founders in a team that believes in the vision and believes in the team. Because like every single time you fail, they will not second guess whether they should go back and do a job. Right? Like they need to stick with you and say, hey, whatever happens, I'm here. So the kind of like partners you pick in your business, the kind of first 10 people you hire in the business are most important. I've seen companies go either way, mostly in those ways. Like sometimes you fail first time, second time, and then they start to feel around, okay, hey, I'm not earning any income, my family is putting pressure on me, I don't know if this will work out. They just leave and go back to doing what they were doing earlier. Whereas teams where there is a very high amount of trust, they really believe in the vision, in the problem statement that we're solving. I think the patience to live with failure until you really achieve success is much higher, and it is very, very important. I think another very important learning for us is, again, like we were 2 very young people starting up a business with absolutely no background of business. We've never done this problem before. So obviously we struggled a lot in our early days to raise capital. But I think what we were able to do is we were able to use some of these problems as really big opportunities. So we started in 2015, 2016. That was not a great time for Indian startup ecosystem. Like mostly, it was much harder to raise money if you were doing a business. So what happened at that point in time? A lot of people who started startups in 2015 were shutting down their startups in 2016. So there were lots and lots of people who are amazing talent, ex-entrepreneurs. So the first 10 people that we hired, every single one of them was an ex-entrepreneur. And this was an amazing talent pool, which is very hard to get at any point in time. And the reason I'm talking about this learning, because I believe we can be in the same moment again in 2022, where everyone is talking about all the negative news that comes with, hey, the funding ecosystem may not be as much, and many other things. This can be a great time for someone who's starting up, will be able to get talent that was much harder to get last year, right? And they are very hungry people, like people who just started companies failed, they really want to prove it to themselves. And I think one thing that we did at that point in time is to leverage this opportunity. In 2016, our first 10 people were ex-entrepreneurs and did amazingly well. And they were only aligned to really making the business successful, really achieving the vision that we had, and nothing else. The third thing maybe I want to talk about before I wrap up and open up for questions is the importance of culture, right? So culture when the team is very small, like 5, 10, 15, 20 people, culture is mostly very unsaid and distributes by role modeling by the founders. Like whatever the founders say yes to, encourage, discourage, starts to become the unsaid behavior which is right in the company. And I think we also did not think about culture at all in the first 2 years, but when the company starts to become larger, when you have more and more people in the company, what starts to happen is people behave in ways that are not very consistent with your own value system. Right? You really believe in things to be, certain things to be right, certain things to be wrong, but you don't even know what is the 50th person is doing at some point in time. So there's a story, which is, I think that's when I realized that it is very, very important for us. I think we would have become a 70, 80 member team. I was going up in our office lift and I heard 2 team members of us talking to each other. One person was saying, hey, I threatened a supplier to get the rate chart that we wanted and was really taking pride in this. And to me, I think I felt very jolted. It felt, I was heartbroken that we did not build a company where people take some of these ways to get the outcome that they wanted. Right? Like we always built this company by being extremely customer-centered. And by customer, I mean both small businesses, consumers. We started this company to really make all of them successful. and taking something, taking away which is not correct, is definitely not in line with the value system. So the first thing that we did, right after that happened, we came back, both Sanjeev and I, who are the founders of Meesho, and we sat down, we said what our values are, and we will write it down as a culture doc, and from now on do everything to make sure that every single person in the company is in line with these values, and whoever is not, will not come in. Whoever we hire in the company, we will make sure that they are in line with these values, even if they are like super achievers but not in line with these values, we will not get them. And if you ask me today we are 2,100 people in Meesho, I think this has really worked well for us. Like just making sure that every single person who comes in the company is in line with your values, in line with your vision, with your passion. I think that becomes extremely important. So yeah, I think these are some of the learnings that I hope you find useful in your journey as well from our journey in Meesho. Thank you so much. Yes, any questions? Yes.
Personalization and like automation in e-commerce space.
Yeah, I believe, by the way, that personalization, especially in Indian e-commerce, is very important. And let me give you a reason. So India is a very heterogeneous country. Like every single city, every single state behaves very different. When they come to an app, what kind of things they search for, what kind of price points they buy, what kind of languages are they comfortable with, everything changes. Like every 2 kilometers they're saying that food, culture, language, everything changes. So when people come to our app from Chennai and from Hyderabad, they search for very different things and the kind of things they want, the kind of price points they want. So I believe in India, if you really want to have one single app that serves the entire country, you cannot do it without personalization, without machine learning. So it's very, very important for Indian context.
How do you segment? How do you segment that?
So again, we use a lot of machine learning and AI there. We have a large data science team that have been working on this problem. It's always WIP because the models keep getting better as we have more and more data. So I think we become better than where we were like 1 year ago, but are we where we eventually want to be? The answer is no. I think we'll still get there. The segmentation always happens from the models getting better, the model learning from all the data that we have in our system and so on. Thank you.
How do you see the impact?
Yeah, I think ONDC, by the way, we believe is a very, very big step for multiple reasons. One is, I think it first of all just highlights that everyone in the country, including the government, really believes in bringing the smallest of small business in India, including kirana stores and retailers. I think which is very important. So when we started, I think we used to struggle with this. For example, today, like the smallest of kiranas cannot come online and sell because they don't have GST registration. So we have different rules for online and offline. ONDC is trying to again lobby for some of this to change. So I believe that the mission and the vision that we have of helping small businesses is going to become like even more accelerated with ONDC coming in because it will build infrastructure, it will help like convey some of the policy measures that are really important for small business economy to come online. And we've been partnering with them. So we will partner with them and make sure that we are able to leverage all the kind of things they are building to accelerate this small business economy coming online in India. So I believe it's a big step that should help everyone, like consumers, businesses, e-commerce, everything in the ecosystem in the coming years.
Hi. This is Hitendra from Segregated. So we are at MVP stage right now. So my question is to you for how many investors you have reached out at your very early stage, and how many investors have given you time for meeting, and how many actually wrote the check? I mean, obviously one, but how was the journey?
So as I was saying, I think unfortunately or fortunately, we started the company back in 2015. And I think 15 and 16, before this cycle, was maybe the toughest period for the entire ecosystem to raise money. So we struggled a lot. Like our first angel round, when we raised about 1 crore, and it's very hard to even do anything today. We can't hire even like 2-3 engineers from there. Took us about 8 months to do it, and everyone said to every single person we met, and eventually some of our colleagues gave us some money to get started.
And even that got finished very soon, in about a year, and then we again struggled to kind of raise money. But at that time, I think because we were going through all of this, we just kept figuring out a way to survive the next week. And I think that's very important. So when we ran out of money again, our team started to do some big projects for some other company so we can make some revenue so that we can survive for the next few months while we prove out that our product really works. And we did that as well. Because during that time, every single person that we met in the ecosystem, be it VC, the angel said that we don't believe that e-commerce on WhatsApp can be a large company everywhere in India. But we said we believe in it, so we will keep figuring out a way to survive. And our team will be extremely adamant. They said we will figure out some way. So I still remember we did some projects. We built e-commerce websites for some companies in north of India, earned enough revenue to again survive for the next 6 months, while building out a core product, showing more and more traction. And eventually, investors started to see value because they think there's a company which does not have money, consistently is growing every month for the last 6-9 months, and we eventually raise money. Right? So, you have an MVP, like, lots of investors meet you, don't meet you, doesn't matter. Right? Like, if your product continues to grow and delivers on the promise that it has to your customers, to anyone else, everything else will fall into place. Just stay at it and keep figuring out a way to survive next month, next quarter, next week. I think that's what it is.
Hi, Vinay. Sorry. Myself, Shekhar, have a similar story in Oxford, LLP, and British citizen. Moved to India a couple of years ago to create employment, and I'm doing it at large scale. I ran a company called as Beamer, and we provide integrated facility management solutions to quite a lot of firms across the country. So there's a quick question, considering your startup, we have a similar story to share. So there's always contingency versus scaling up. They're directly proportional. How do you bridge that gap within your core team, and how do you there's a lot of stakeholders who come into the picture, there's a lot of market dynamics affect these decisions at all. So how do you define contingency versus scaling up?
And can you define what do you mean by contingency in your contract?
Well, contingency is about exactly, just taking the basic steps and not going aggressive about business, and scaling up is going aggressive about what we're going to explore and we're getting into new markets.
Correct. And the point I was trying to make is when you are capital starved, you will behave very differently. You say, what do I do, which is the minimum basic? Not for the business to stay flat, but then no one knows whether it's working, right? Without consuming any
defense consolidating the steps, so when do you go about the next launch, when do you go to the next launch?
Correct. And you have to figure out where you get those resources. So even when we did not have capital, the one I'm talking about, we doubled every month for 9 months. We did that without having access to any capital. We doubled every month. So because we wanted to show to investors and everyone else that this business really works and there's so much pull that people are coming back again and again. And we did that and we consistently did it. So you will have to make sure your business scales, right? Contingency, which all maintains, will not work. Right? You have to keep innovating irrespective of how much resources you have. You have to figure out what you do. That's why in the beginning, I think the first set of people that you hire, which I was talking about, should not be just on money. Right? Like they should come, be much more generous with ESOPs, make sure you get great talent without spending a lot of money, because you can. And they will come because they really believe in what you're doing. So I think that's what matters. But business has to keep growing, because that's when people realize that this model really works and can become very large.
But that was the last question. I'm
sorry.
One
last thing.
Very shortly in the networking lounge, you can directly ask him, but we have more speakers also waiting here.
That 1 minute going to impact our company and also many people and also me. And thanks for the chance. Hi Sharan again. I'm the co-founder of Human Infra and also I'm associated with a company called 91 Science. So we're going to start from next month. So as you are facing a problem with Kirana and many other stores, in next month we're going to install almost 200 devices in many other stores, including Kirana and Mr. T points, and we associate with many franchises. So we are taking few things. We are taking few startups where they want to grow. We want to advertise your company for free for a couple of days in all our devices, almost 200 to 500. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vidit. Please join us in the center of the stage. I request Ms. Rakshan from T-Hub to please hand over the token of gratitude on behalf of the entire T-Hub management. And very important lesson that Vidit has given us: the failure is not the opposite of success, but it is part of success. Thank you so much, Vidit.
And every time I would go back to Singapore, where I was running the Asia Pacific beauty chain business with Procter & Gamble, I would feel envy that this small country, which got independence around the same time as India, has leapfrogged to become a developed nation. Not only in terms of GDP per capita, but also in terms of education indices. And our country is still kind of staying behind. Our human capital needed to achieve its rightful place amongst the world's superpowers. So, if these slides work, hopefully it will. And if they don't, technology takes time, but hopefully it works. Who's managing the slides behind me? So this is the first chart that I looked at, and I have updated this for 2020. If you look at India's position in the world in terms of GDP, you would see that India stands at number 6, the US is number 1, it's about 8 times India at 21 trillion. But if you look at India's position in terms of population, you will see that it's almost number 1, not too far behind China. So the US is 1/4 of India in terms of population, but 8 times India in terms of GDP. And that's simply thinking that why is it that an average American is 32 times more productive than an average Indian? Those of you doing the math in your head, 8 times 4 is 32. And I thought about it and said, it's not technology, it's not infrastructure, it's not anything else. It's about the human capital of each country. And you don't have to look far versus looking at a 6-year-old who's born in India and a 6-year-old who's born in the US, and imagine their education journeys for the next 12 years. And you would start to find the answer. And that's simply thinking that if the 270 million students who go to school in India every year, if we are able to give them the opportunities to achieve their true potential, at the same time as the 50 million students who go to school in the US, then what's possible? Because the truth is, talent is equally distributed, but opportunity is not. And if we could equally distribute opportunity amongst the 270 million students in India, then we could truly give them the confidence to succeed in life. And when our students become confident to succeed in life, then they can become confident to succeed. That was the genesis of my journey to go back from Singapore to India in 2007 and begin to work in education. Now, whenever we talk about transformation in education, EdTech jumps up as a big solution, right? People think that, beam classes across over TV or send videos over YouTube or send PDFs over WhatsApp nowadays, and you will be able to transform education. So I want to tell you a story which I read at that time. How many of you read Mahabharata? So there's this story of the Kauravas and the Pandavas who go to Dronacharya in his Gurukul, right? And then there's the story of Eklavya, who was not able to go to the Gurukul. And very often this story is told in terms of exclusion. How Dronacharya did not include a student who was from the tribal areas, underprivileged, into his Gurukul. I see the story differently. I wonder, why did the 100 Kauravas and 5 Pandavas have to go to a Gurukul to study under the tutelage of a Guru? But there was only one Eklavya who was able to study remotely, self-learning. And the truth is that most students, especially in younger age, are not capable of doing remote learning and doing self-learning. Because education is a contact sport and its playground is the school, in the presence of a guiding teacher. Right? And that is why there were 105 of them doing in-person learning, and there was only one at level who was doing remote learning. There is a learning there. So therefore, it is very clear that if Indian education has to transform, Indian schools have to transform. Because if you think about it, a child spends 6 hours in school every day, 5 days a week, right? And if we could use those 6 hours really well, then we can fulfill the true objective and purpose of education, which is not just to do rote learning or pass exams. It is to build capable adults who can live in an uncertain world. It is to build responsible citizens who can build a better India. And most importantly, good human beings who can live in harmony with each other and with the earth. Now the other problem hit me, that when we think about transforming schools and we think about teachers, everybody thinks teacher training, let's train the teachers. So one more insight. Those of you who travel inside the Hyderabad city would see that very few people follow traffic rules there. And you would also see people being very nonchalant about speeding. When these same people used to come to Singapore, they will behave. Nobody speeds. Everybody follows traffic rules. And why even go to Singapore? Even if you go to the Hyderabad airport, the same person will behave properly, look for a dustbin and throw the garbage. So my big learning was that training does not change behaviors. Systems change behaviors. So therefore, if we have to transform schools in India, teacher training is not going to work. Consultants are not going to work. We really have to build a new operating system for schools in this country. Now, it is easier said than done. So what I did along with my co-partner was visit some of the best schools in the world, whether it was US, Finland, Singapore, and some of the best schools in India, and try to figure what was the operating system that they were using to really be good, and how could we then leverage those learnings, codify them, contextualize it for India, and build an operating system for our country. Those learnings told me that basically there are 5 things you need in such a system. The first one, it has to meet the needs of all stakeholders in school. It cannot just be about teacher training. It has to serve the need of the teacher, the student, the principal, the owner. Second, it has to impact all workflows. Most technologies in school make an ERP or a messaging system or a transport tracking system, but that's not what a school is about. Right? School at the core is about teaching and learning, so all workflows have to be managed. Technology is not the only answer, because sometimes we think of technology as a panacea. You have to have a combination of physical and digital. Then you've got to ensure that what happens in school is connected to what is happening at home. Most Indian students go to tuitions, where the tuition teacher is doing her own thing and what is happening in school is something else, and nobody connects it for them. And lastly, you've got to use technology in creating knowledge graphs and data codes so that everything is integrated. So if you think about it, whether it is connecting the dots from Mahabharata to my personal experiences of visiting India versus Singapore, or whether it is about deeply worrying about a problem, by doing all of this and then figuring out what were the exemplar situations across the world, what were the great schools in the world doing, we built what I call an operating system for schools in India. This is what Lead has built, which is, if you give me a school within 6 months through our operating system, we can transform that school into an institution which will build the skills in the students, which will give them the confidence to succeed in life, because that is what the purpose of schooling is, right? Today we are able to do that for 1.4 million students. We are able to see visible differences in their outcomes, whether it is conceptual understanding, whether it is collaboration skills, whether it is thinking skills, whether it is communication skills. We are able to work with 50,000 teachers across 3,500 schools across the country. And whether it is students, whether it is teachers, whether it is parents, whether it is school owners, each of their lives are getting improved through building the operating system for schools in India. And my big learning out of all this, for the last 15 years we've been working in education, for the last 10 years we've built Lead, is that if you really deeply care about a problem which is large enough, and do whatever it takes not to just think of solutions as inverse of problems, but to apply system thinking in solving deep-rooted problems, then you can have a large outcome. And at LEAD, even though I said we are serving 1.4 million students, India has 270 million students. So we're just getting started. There's a long way to go. I don't even know whether in my lifetime we'll be able to solve this problem. But what we're doing is building LEAD as an organization on the right values and culture, so that that organization outlives us and continues to attack this problem. And that organization will solve the problem. Because if we are able to give students the skills that will build in them the confidence to succeed in life, then these confident kids will build a confident India. Thank you. Questions? Education tugs at everybody's hearts because all of us are going to school. And also some of us are parents.
Good morning. Great talk. My name is Lavanya. I think education has been one of the biggest changes over right COVID or during COVID that has taken place. We see children suffering right now. Shouldn't we have sit down and change the curriculum? What we've done right now is the same old mining, same curriculum, same syllabus, but a different methodology of teaching it. Shouldn't we have changed curriculums and the processes of how we did it, rather than just using technology to teaching the same stuff?
I completely agree with you that technology is just not a means of transmitting the same knowledge to students. Technology actually can be a big catalyst of change in also what is taught. Actually, what the government has done with the new education policy 2020 is a massively important and positive step. I think over the next 3-4 years, we will see the impact of it in both schools and classrooms. So, most changes in the government do take time because it is a large system. But I am very hopeful with the initial steps that the government has taken with the new education policy, because there is actual curriculum reform, actual pedagogical reform built into the new education policy. So let's see how it turns out. And at LEAD, we are very, very positive and committed to partnering with the government in bringing that change to life.
My name is Vidya Chaudhary. I'm at a place where there's a dichotomy in my mind, which is like I'm asking you this question, and I hope you can give me some kind of a lead to move in the right direction. I represent an organization called Akshay Patra. We serve 18 million meals a day for the last 22 years to school-going children. We wanted to solve the problem of hunger, not at a global level, but from 150 children a day, we've gone to 18 million children a day. And we've served over 3 billion meals, and we are the world's largest. That was an NGO effort. So, after a couple of years into our operation, all the big corporates who wanted to join the bandwagon of doing good came to us. So we've come to a stage where once our erstwhile president Abdul Kalam told us, you've done enough Annadan, do Vidyadan, target the mid-segment children, mid-income level children to become global players, don't make them road learners. So we started a social initiative which is partly funded, partly paid for global chain schools called Basilwood International. But now the dilemma is people say, oh, you're supposed to be in charity. Now you're in a fee-taking social impact. How can we help you? Now, if you were in my shoes, how would you generate help for Basilwood schools who are base of the line fee-taking or top of the line international schools giving global education to Indian children?
You're asking consultation for free, but I'll try. I think first, I don't think Anudan is disconnected from Vidyadan, because without food in the child's stomach, they're not ready to learn. So I think what Akshay Patra is doing and what the government's midday meal scheme does is a really important component of providing education. Now coming to your question of how should we solve this dilemma? We were in this dilemma 10 years back. Because when we began our school, schools are not for profit in India. The big question at that point was, Smita, my co-founder, was running a non-profit called Sparsh, and they used to run Anganwadis in Mumbai. one big learning was that if the end user is not seeing value enough in your solution to be willing to pay what you're asking for, then you're going to be eternally dependent on a donor. And donor-dependent models, at least that is my personal belief, not many people agree, are not long-term sustainable. For two reasons. One is the donor might change their mind, but more pernicious reason is that there is always conflict that is built into the connection because the donor's desire can sometimes be in conflict with the end customer's requirement. So what I have found is that we build Lead as a social enterprise, which is that it will be for profit because then I'm not dependent on donors. But it will be designed at a price which my end consumer can pay. And I have to have the intellectual and moral integrity to deliver the quality that I know will improve their life. So the short answer to your long question is that ultimately I think the pricing and the cost have to work in a way which is affordable to your end consumer and can cover the expenses of building a great solution. Some of the schools who are not able to do it actually use the Lead system because we have built it for scale. So rather than every school having to spend that money, Lead spends that money and then defrays it over 10,000 schools. So every school has to pay only a penny. I don't know whether it directly helped, but those are the thoughts. Yes, if you speak loud enough, I'll do it.
You said there is a balance between physical and digital. I understand and believe technology is the answer, but that's my understanding and my belief. But whenever we go out, whether it is an IIT Bombay or is it JNTU Hyderabad, there's a strong resistance to technology. It's always physical. Get your teachers here, get your mentors here, get your leaders here, teach them in class, and more of, have the digital little bit minimal. It could be in forms of assessment or whatever it is, but whether you want someone from Google, Apple, Facebook, Tesla, or you want from Microsoft, Amazon, everybody needs to be here. So when you are designing Lead and when you're making your future plans for next 5-10 years, I definitely feel technology is the answer. But will you also see this roadblock at school level? That invariably there is a strong resistance to accept technology. A, because people who are leading and running the school don't understand it in the first place. And second, when the kids go back home, be it your school students or my college students, technology means Netflix and Amazon. It doesn't mean media assistant platform or Catalina Labs assistant platform. So what do you think about technology?
It's a really complicated question to answer in 1 minute, which is giving me. But let me just
answer this one.
Let me, I think, for the benefit of the larger audience, I just wanted to make one point that very often when we think of technology in education, we frame technology as a replacement of the teacher or as a way of improving access. I don't think that's the best use of technology in education. The best use of technology in education is to empower the teacher because left to her own device, a teacher will use her voice, which leads to auditory learning, which leads to then rote learning. I think how technology can empower a teacher is by ensuring learning becomes multimodal. So use all the devices of AR, VR, audio visual, and then personalize through assessments and then remedials. So all research in EdTech across the world has shown that the best use of technology is in empowering teachers and personalizing learning, not in circumventing the teacher. But that's my short answer to your long question. You can first talk about it.
Much sweet. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the last question. He'll be available at the networking lounge. You can bombard him with all the questions that you have. Sweet, please join us in the middle of the stage. I request Ms. Rachand from T-Hub to please hand over a token of our gratitude to Mr. Sweet Mehta. Thank you so much.
My name is Padmaja Ruparal. I'm co-founder of Indian Angel Network, founding partner of IAN Fund. And I've been in the startup ecosystem now for over 20 years. Having started TIE, helped get TIE to India, build a TIE NCR chapter, and then put Indian Venture Capital Association on a sound footing. Today I'm very fortunate to be part of the executive committee of IVCA, and I'm on various committees in the ecosystem, be it in ministries, be it in BIRAC, worked with possibly every investor group. I've also a co-chair of Global Business Angel Network, and I think I've found my cause in life for both entrepreneurship and startup ecosystem. Today IAN has almost 200 company portfolio across 17-18 sectors across 7 countries. We are very focused on investors and returns. So what we do is while we work with entrepreneurs hands-on, both giving money, mentoring, and providing them global market access, we are very conscious about the fact that investors make money and they get returns, because that cycle needs to continue. So that's what we do. We've been giving exits to investors for the last 12 years, every year, at least in 3 companies. So we are a machine raising and helping companies raise monies as well as returning monies to investors.
Thank you, ma'am, for that. We are here at BITS Bilani, and the topic is precision medicine. How do you see the future of it, or what do you challenges you see currently?
So the future of precision medicine is huge, to be honest. I think post the pandemic, clearly the hospitals are going to be focused on IPDs, and precision medicine will be very necessary for customized treatment, both curative and preventive. So I think number one, it's a need. It needs to be developed, and it can change the health of our citizens. It is also very powerful because it will bring technology and medicine to converge, and I think that will be a very powerful tool. To my mind, I think what we innovate here, what we build here, will not only serve 1/6 of the world's population, but what we build here, we'll be able to take it globally. So will we be Atmanirbhar? Yes. But I think we will be, Dunya will be Bharat Nirbhar. And I think that will be very exciting. So that's one part. But there are various challenges. I think we need to create very credible data platforms. I think investors are willing to invest, but they need education to understand the innovation, the functionalities, the science behind innovation. On the other hand, I do believe, with great respect, that our innovators need to also get educated on the business side, because just innovation doesn't make money, doesn't create value. It is when revenues happen, or when IPs are sort of packaged well and got ready for acquisition, that the company, or for that matter the founders, make money, and therefore the investors make money. So I think the business side innovation understanding has to increase quite a bit. Clearly just research is not going to help us, and I think that mindset will have to change quite a bit. I think in one way, Honorable Prime Minister has taken a step in that direction, that just research papers and publishing them is not enough. And I think that's a correct direction, but I think there's a lot more to be done. Having said that, I honestly feel that everybody has to come together, because healthcare is for everybody. So be it entrepreneurs, be it innovators, be it academicians, be it domain experts, medical personnel, investors, regulators, approval organizations in India, overseas, corporates, all of them have to come together to make this the hub of healthcare innovation and startups.
One of the things that we see when it comes to healthcare, especially, the healthcare professionals are missing out of it. They are not playing as much of a key role or anchoring role while building the solutions or the products around healthcare. What are your thoughts about it? Like, let think of doctors.
Yeah, I think doctors are really busy building their own entrepreneurial ventures, right? So if a doctor is sort of building his practice, he's an entrepreneur, right? And therefore they don't have the time for innovation. Some do, and many are stepping into doing innovative products. But again, I think bringing these two groups of people, business people, tech people, with medical professionals, the proximity needs to be created. Platforms need to bring them together. But I do think that if that happens, we will have some very innovative products solving the world's problems. Because at least in my perspective, I think Indian talent is top class, global class now. I think the best talent, high quality talent is going entrepreneurial. They're thinking disruptive. They are breaking barriers. And I think now this is one sector, I agree with you, this is one sector where the silos need to be broken much more.
Coming to your organization, what kind of role you see your organization playing when it comes to precision medicine through investment?
So, see, precision medicine is driven by two things, right? Number one is medicine, or the knowledge of medicine. The other is data analytics, technology enablement, tech-enabled devices, etc. Now, these are all capital efficient kind of models. My organization, be it Indian Angel Network, be it we are now the single largest horizontal platform for seed and early stage investing. So be it angel investors, or be it the fund or the next fund or bio angels, we are bringing that very early risk money. Right? We are walking the same risks that the entrepreneurs are walking. They are showing us a promise, and we are performing with a check and the time. So I think we have played, and we will continue to play, and probably accelerate our role in terms of partnering with innovators and helping build new innovative companies. I think the second piece, which is very important, is the fact that we see ourselves rolling up our sleeves halfway to help these entrepreneurs of precision medicine or healthcare to actually build businesses and showcase, mirror to them that the path you're taking could have these advantages or disadvantages. And I think the most important in healthcare, because India is not known as the healthcare leader in the world. The healthcare leader seems to be in the US or other areas. So therefore, this group of investors who built garage to IPO companies, who've listed hundreds, a couple of $100 million or $1 billion companies, I think that global networks will be leveraged, and I think that will change the face of young companies. So to my mind, we would bring money, which goes without saying. We would bring mentoring, hand-holding, guidance. We would access global connects. And now with our strong partnership with BIRAC, we also will bring in experts or technical experts who can not only help us to invest in companies, but also guide the companies to say this is what's happening next in the technology value chain that you're focused on. So look at either tweaking or doing quick patenting, or figure out better, smarter ways of doing things. So I think we bring a kind of a 360-degree approach to startups from precision medicine.
Finally, ma'am, MyStartup TV is a channel exclusive for startup ecosystem, and we are about to launch our OTT platform. I know you've not had a chance to look at us, but what are your thoughts when you hear this?
No, I think OTT is currently just focused largely on entertainment, right? Or at best documentary. I think you're bringing a disruption to viewers and changing their mindsets to say that OTT is a tool, it's a platform, it's not the content. I think this is a new content that you're bringing on OTT, and I think I'm hoping it will, and I believe it will change the mindset and bring a different class of viewership. And I think that's very important, because when you bring such programs or content, which is on a scalable platform like OTT, you will bring startups to become dinner table conversation. And I think that will change India, to my mind, because to me, entrepreneurship is critical, because Startups are critical because they are job creators. You started as one person, now that you've grown, probably you've employed 5 people or more. So every time you expand, you go recruit 2 more people or 5 more people, whatever. So you're constantly job creating. And therefore, I keep saying this over and over again like a broken record, that entrepreneurs are job creators. And that's necessary. Because if we don't do that as a country, as a society, as a group of people who believe in India and want to grow India, we will be creating another industry which is called terrorism. And that's something I don't think we want, or we want to leave for our children. So what I would just say to you as MyStartup TV, I think look at yourself as doing something for building the next generation of India, and how you build a Bharat-focused platform, because I do believe we are the fastest growing startup ecosystem, but I think we have the potential to be the largest startup ecosystem. And it's not enough to have numbers, it's not enough to have unicorns. It's more important to have valuable companies, sustainable companies with a top line and a bottom line, creating jobs, bringing disruptive solutions to customers, increasing the GDP. There is no reason why we can't do 5 trillion. I think we'll do much more than that by, let's say, India goes 100. So I just think you're on a nation building path.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for the kind words. Thank you very much. And we look forward to hosting you on some of our shows. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The first panel is about Internet Web 3.0, demystifying Web 3.0 and Metaverse. We all know that we are transiting into the era of Internet that is opening up opportunities for all the entrepreneurs and creating potential to enterprise a lot of other activities that we can never imagine. And it is also opening up avenues for all the entrepreneurs. Also guys, we are going to discuss about Metaverse. To me, according to my understanding, what Metaverse is, it is a space that can make an introvert more expressive and collaborative, although in virtual space. So yes, to take us into the further insights of demystifying Web 3.0 and Metaverse, I'd like to first call upon the moderator, the session chair. May I call upon Mr. Santosh Yelajosla, the founder of Autonomy and Chief Ecosystem Officer. Honey, welcome sir, at Xfinite to moderate the session and drive us through the metaverse. Hello sir, hearty welcome to you.
Good morning, glad to have everyone here, and I have a very nice panel. So for betterment of the community, I ensured none of my panelists got their questions beforehand. So let's start with introducing the panel we have here. So I'm glad to have Rama Devi here representing the government. She has been doing fantastic work in backing emerging technologies in the state. Glad to have that representation and the perspective brought into this panel. Then we have Vikram. Vikram is running Xfinite. Xfinite is a decentralized entertainment ecosystem. So a Web2 leader in the past. He was doing fantastic work in media and entertainment and moved to blockchain and Web3. So would love to know his perspective as well. We have Ravi. Ravi has been backing a lot of Web3 blockchain startups. Through Kalari, he has done fantastic work in enterprises beforehand. So would love to hear his perspective on what he's expecting from startups and where he looks at opportunities in this space. And then we have Amit, who's a very crypto-native investor. So I'll not hesitate to use the word crypto in this panel. So he's backed projects like Algorand and a lot of early stage companies. So with no delay, let's start off with Amit actually. I would love your opinion and firstly, I think there is a lot of confusion between these terms of Web3, crypto, blockchain, and even metaverse, and all of them are sometimes used quite synonymously, probably because the community is shared at this point. So I would love to understand your perspective on it, on just help us understand what is blockchain, what is crypto, and how did this all start?
Sure, happy to. So I can give like a quick perspective. So what's the difference between Web 2 and Web 3, at the very basics? So Web 2 is what started in 1995, 1996 with the internet, so companies like Yahoo, Google, Netscape and all that. And then as Web 2 evolved, you came, so the internet, the infrastructure, the infrastructure came, so a lot of infrastructure companies, then on top applications came. So applications like Uber, Swiggy, Ola and so on. And the core concept there is you have, for example, you are ordering a cab from Ola. So you want to ride, you are a rider and the driver is driving. And so why should a third company like Ola take 20%, So that's the whole concept of decentralization. So right now, all these companies are centralized. Even for example, the monetary policy, right? It's controlled by the government. And so the whole concept of Web3 is you take, kind of the centralized parties away and you give power to the community. So, imagine a world where you can connect with the driver directly without having to give 20%, kind of to a third party who is doing that. So that's the whole idea of the basis of decentralization. And the whole idea there is that every project there, true decentralized projects, they would be governed by community. So there is this concept called DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, and the idea is you have community members voting and they take part in the governance and decide the future of everything that should be built, all the new opportunities that should come on and so on. So that's at a very high level the new web where the power is taken away from. So if you see this whole concept of 1% and 99%, so it takes power away from the 1% and gives it to the 99%. And metaverse is one thing in there where you kind of, you create a virtual universe where everything which is out there, like you can have a metaverse where entire T-Hub is on the metaverse, and then you can have brands come in and advertise, and you can go in and play. And right now, for example, I think Dilair Mehndi, he bought like a very good huge land on metaverse. So like that, you have people can go and buy their lands and stuff. So right now, a lot of those metaverses, Decentraland and so on, they are selling lands and people are buying land, and then on top of it, brands will come and partner and build on top of it.
Thank you, Amit. Am I audible? Yeah, thank you, Amit. So I'll also try to just summarize a little bit. So you're telling me in Web 2 we had centralized companies, and those business models could be replaced by community-owned platforms and networks, right? And that's a very exciting approach, right? So every business model you see today in Web 2 is up for disruption as we move from Web 2 to Web 3. And since Amit brought up the concept of governance and DAOs, etc., I'll actually move on to Ramadevi, ma'am, because you've been doing great work around e-governance, open governance in the past, and that's how you also became the advocate of how Telangana government will deal with exponential technologies. So talk us a little bit about your work in the e-government space, and then how, as somebody working in blockchain, Web3 myself, I have always had that itching question: how does government folks think about all of this? Does it threaten you that there's a technology which is going to disrupt you out and right, or do you feel there's an opportunity to embrace new change?
Am I audible? Hello? Yeah, thank you, Santosh. Am I audible, please? Yeah? Thank you. Well, I would like to clarify one thing. I'm not working in e-governance. While e-governance is a separate vertical within the government, which looks into, technologies that are conventional, traditional one. So the question that you asked is why how did the government actually think of doing all this, you know? The answer is, it goes back to our policies, you know. In 2014, we brought out our first policy wherein we indicated that Telangana would like to be a leader in emerging technologies. The same, then we came out with another policy just last year, 21, which reiterates the same, you know, taking an extension of that. So that is the genesis for Telangana state to actually, you know, embrace these new technologies. And the way it happens is, while the vision is set by the policy, we actually, you know, identify technologies that actually create impact, that solve problems for the government. For example, if you look at the blockchain per se, you know, the benefits, top 3 benefits that I would be looking at is security, transparency, and third is traceability. These 3 characteristics of blockchain or benefits of blockchain solve certain problems for the government. So around these, you know, we have identified different use cases ranging from land records to certificates to, you know, microfinance. Today, we are actually doing about a dozen projects or more, but 3 key projects that we are passionate about, you know, I would like to share more details on that. Probably now or later, Santosh.
Thank you, ma'am. So, I think that was useful, and I think the Telangana government was always proactive about blockchain. You had a blockchain district way before Web3 became really big in India, right? So that was quite commendable. Excited to see what can come out of T-Hub and Web3 and some of this community participation moving forward. Would love to move on to, I'm still thinking between Vikram and Ravi, who do I grab it? But somehow I prefer asking investors questions because I'm always on the other side, right? So let me ask Ravi, what is your journey to Web3 and what do you look at Web3 startups? Can you give us like an overview of this market segment? What are you seeing as Web3 startups coming out of India and also your story to Web3? Is it working? I thought we were friends, Santosh. Look, I'm a developer. I write code and I build machines, okay? Venture capitalism is just 2 years old journey. So he's just teasing because of karmas of past, which we'll not go through. Look, 14 years back, roughly about 14 years back, when I first wrote my code, Santosh, it was based on a very simple principle. It was based on a principle of distributed computing because I kind of made a statement that cloud is legacy. Cloud can, as a computing platform, cloud can only go to an extent where it can lower the cost of compute, but it will not be able to reach the scale of citizen services or create an economy and anything in between. So that was the whole idea. Also, second thing, my passion or why have I been, because never in the history of computer science per se, this is the first time, and anyone who is investing or creating a startup or writing a code, so the first time in the history of computing, we have economics and tech interwoven in the same stub of code. Never ever happened in the history of compute. So that's the huge opportunity. I'm glad we are not talking only about things which are crypto, and crypto is one use case, but we are also talking about e-governance, citizen services, which may be the far bigger use cases. You know, what has been my journey? I think transparency within a chain has been solved, and I think we should appreciate that, and we should create multiple use cases of it. I think multi-chain is still a gold mine. Anyone who solves it will be able to create large companies, and investors should seriously think about that. Use cases beyond financial services will appear. Lending is broken because of people like you and me who should have done a better job than creating words like centralized DeFi and all that stuff. That's a huge opportunity, microfinance of that. So these are the opportunities.
I'll ask them to distribute the cards. I'll just
Did I answer your question? Yeah, like you all were, we always answer it in your own way. So try to summarize, so we're talking about technology, and then since we spoke about community-owned platforms and networks, these business models are changing into what we call as economic models. And then on top of these community-owned platforms, we're talking about putting governance on-chain or having it fully digitally. This is truly revolutionary, right? And since we brought up economics and we didn't touch base on that, I'd like to zoom into Web3 native economics and how these X2M models, etc., are building up. Because we are running one of the blockchain learning platforms called Xfinite. Can you tell us a little bit about what Xfinite does and how do you foresee Web3 actually changing these business models? Because you were in media before and you're now bringing the future media and entertainment on the blockchain. So talk us a little bit about what's going on in your mind about all of this space.
As we speak, everything is transitory, right? Everybody's experimenting and figuring out what's going to happen. We've tasted some successes, but I primarily believe the fundamentals of any business, any consumer, any creator doesn't change, and the primary objective are the 3 C's over there, right? So you will always see that content with specific experiences targeted to the users, which is the consumer, will drive commerce. So I'm a firm believer of content drives commerce in any economy. And what we've seen over a period of time is that these 3's will always remain, but the interaction or the touch points which technology will drive, like Ravi said, economics, involvement, etc., there are many variables over there. So if you look at content, content is really changing in a large way, whether it's video streaming, whether it's gaming, there's far more interaction, there's far more gamification. You cannot just keep bleeding and marketing and acquiring users, but you need to actually build a community who will grow the community itself. So that's where the second C comes in, right? If you're creating content for the community, is there an instant gratification? Is there a reward? What are you doing to get them to build word of mouth? And that's really the essence of decentralization, Web3. When it comes to consumers, the age-old saying, you talk to FMCG companies, not even digital companies, they'll say consumer is king. That doesn't change today. Because if the consumer is right at the epicenter, government has done a lot in terms of payment infrastructure, digital identification, and this really kind of lays the highway of changing the way the consumer is going to work with the content. And hence, when we speak about the transformation from Web 1.0 to 2.0 to 3.0, what I've really seen in this journey is 1.0 was search, right? In just like putting it as one word. 2.0 is social, so there's like a peer-to-peer interaction happening, both of them through machines, right? Machines are there, it's constant. And 3.0 is actually security through the various infrastructures that we have, which is changing search, social it remains, but now there is social commerce. And that's very, very essential in terms of how the consumer is going to go through peer-to-peer transactions and how blockchain is going to securitize this whole thing. And then, of course, content drives commerce and a few things which we are doing at Xfinite right now, which is going to kind of shift the Web2 experience for the consumer and actually land them very, very slowly and gradually in Web3. We don't want to talk to people saying, hey, you are crypto native, hey, do you understand this? We kind of, walk them from an entertainment experience in Web2. So what we primarily do in terms of commerce is, hey, there is video streaming happening, content drives commerce, you can go and buy NFTs of that piece of content. And if you see in movies, dialogues are more famous than the movie itself. After 2 years, you remember them. So it's really moments which are bigger than the actual film or the actual piece of original series. And that's how, NFTs will come in. You can do content drives commerce, even by connecting straight the creator along with the consumer, where you say, hey, there is opportunity for crowdsourcing, because Web 3.0 is actually saying there's exchange not just for information, but for value, and how we all together work as an economy and drive more value for the consumer is really going to change the way in terms of how we build it.
Yeah, definitely. And since you brought up NFTs, and actually, as I said, I have a fantastic panel, right? There's anyone moving into the next question, one after another, just like we collaborated. But I'm jumping on to Amit again. Amit, looking at NFTs, we've seen insane growth of artists, creators moving into Web3, and we've just come across an NFT bubble. What is your take on NFTs, and where do you see Web3 moving from? Okay, maybe talk about Web3 and metaverse a little bit. How are you looking at these things?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So I think lovely like discussions. I think love the concept of economics and coding kind of coming together, and how Vikram described it as dialects becoming and specific moments being more valuable than the entire thing. So like just building on top, I think another thing which NFTs are very important in, what happens for example in iTunes, when a creator releases a song, there are so many creators who release a song, they don't get paid for like 3 months, 6 months, even years, and that too, for each download they get 99 cents, of which Apple takes like 30 cents, so they get like 70 cents. So and the payment also is happening after they hit a threshold and stuff. So it's the creators are not kind of making money. The people who are actually creating are not making money. So one of the other things that NFTs unleash is, as a creator, you can actually directly release kind of your songs as an NFT, the memorabilia. So like for example, the script which you were writing at that time, or the guitar which you played the song on, and there can be some premium NFTs. So you have the first guitar, or you have the first version of the lyrics which maybe Lata Mangeshkar had written at the time, and that is very priced at a higher price. And then you have the generic NFTs which the masses buy. So that really again the same concept of taking power away from kind of centralized bodies and giving it to the 99%. So giving the power back to the creators who should have that. So that I think is a very beautiful thing, and one of the other things which NFT release, and then it opens up doors to monetize a lot of those other things. So for example, like even if a film doesn't do well, moments of that can be kind of monetized. Similarly, even if a song doesn't do well, or any creative thing, like in India, for example, if you go, there are a lot of rural kind of creative singers, right? Again, right now the penetration is not that deep, they don't understand, but if they can leverage NFTs to directly connect, I think it would be a great way to, for them to make money, for users to learn about new artists. And then one final thing is, on top of this NFT, then a whole infrastructure layer can be built. So you can have like NFT kind of, we have like, on the Algorand chain, we have a thing called King DAO, which is like a DAO where you can figure out, okay, this NFT, what is the best place to buy it, and then what is the best price you need to buy it. So there's a price discovery function also, like how much should you pay? Should you, for example, was that Beeple's first 5,000 days really worth 69 million? So that price discovery also is built in. So yes, the bubble has burst. I think right now, it's actually a good thing that true entrepreneurs, true products will really shine out. But as a power, I think NFTs have a huge power to unlock.
Yeah, definitely. Have you noticed that there is an NFT online t-shirt? The problem is that is a lot more compared to being a panelist, okay? So you have to put your money before, get your NFT t-shirt, come sit here and stay embarrassed when you're asking questions, right? So that means I'm actually moving the horizon. What do you expect as the next phase of cooperation from the government around Web3 blockchain communities? I mentioned you have blockchain district in the past. Now you have T-Hub phase 2. Do you see these initiatives getting integrated in some shape or form? Do you see a lot more push towards Web3 and blockchain coming? Because when we released blockchain district last time, I think Indian regulations around blockchain, Web3 and crypto were quite shaky, but you still went ahead with the support system at that point. So how are you looking at the next phase now that there's a cultural transformation in India, that you're not looking at this as a completely unregulated ecosystem? Doesn't necessarily mean there are great regulations today, but what is your take on, how do you see the next phase of adoption coming to Web3, and what is the support system you're looking to build from blockchain district and T-Hub?
Hello? Yeah. I mean, there are two ways that we actually engage with the overall ecosystem. Like one is we leverage these technologies to solve problems within the government, where we implement projects, or use cases, and the solutions we procure from the startup community, who are like, for example, currently we are actually developing already developed, I would say, e-voting application. You can actually vote, you and I, maybe down the line, a couple of months later, can vote using a smartphone. It's Web3 technologies again, where we are using AI, to authenticate an individual, whether a person who is voting is, is he the person who is watching for, authentication, a three-factor authentication we are using. And the second is actually, once somebody casts a vote, it has to be secure. So we are using distributed ledger technology, DLT, to store those votes. So these kind of projects, this is a flagship project that we're actually very passionate about. We are proud of this project. In fact, just as we speak, we actually got a phone call from Bihar government asking us to help them implement this e-voting project. In fact, we have conducted dry run, last month in Khammam district. And the users were very happy, with the features, very easy to use, in fact. So the point is, government would be engaging startups and the community that's going to develop the solution. That's one. Second, we are actually running accelerators. A year back, it's again under the blockchain district, as you mentioned, we formed, for every technology, we come out with what you call, center of excellences or institutions that actually execute our framework. So for blockchain, we actually conceptualize what you call the blockchain district, and we have partners from academia, the IIIT Hyderabad, Industry Tech Mahindra, and another government organization, CDAC. So under the ambit of the blockchain, we actually implement all the initiatives. So one is leveraging technology for government use cases or problem statements. Second one is, as I said, we are developing the ecosystem, by way of the number of ways that we are doing it. One is we are actually, a year back, we have started what you call a T-Hub accelerator, where we have incubated out of around 150 or so startups that have applied for. 8 startups were finalized, and all the services are provided. Currently, we are partnering with Lumos Labs and CoinSwitch. Mr. Venkatesh is here, from CoinSwitch. So this is another accelerator, India Blockchain Accelerator, and we got huge response for this. Around 270 startups from various domains, various sectors have applied for it, and we have shortlisted for about 14 startups, in different domains such as healthcare, education, entertainment, and so on. And for these startups that again have a solution that fits to the government requirements, we are giving them an opportunity to pilot their project within various departments. So this is the kind of support that the government is actually providing to the industry. And the third one, we are also keen on developing the community, blockchain community. We already have 2 communities here in Hyderabad. One is the Hyperledger community, which has more than around, I think, more than 1,000 members or so, or much more than that. There is another one, Decentrum community, because at the end of the day, unless you have the talent, especially for blockchain, you'll not be able to sustain whatever that you are actually taken up.
No, definitely. I'm actually a reading testimonial of that. It's great to see the government first acting like a startup, innovating on the solutions of e-voting, etc. And it's also fantastic to see the support given. This panel is also another testimony for that, right? We've literally formed and announced this panel like a week before the summit. So this is also to see and emphasize the support we have on the government is willing to put behind Web3 and blockchain. This ecosystem, especially from a build-first approach, is very exciting. Since Ravi said we are friends, I'm going to ask Vikram before him. Vikram, I think we are running out of time. So we'll talk about what are your top predictions about Web3? What are you seeing could happen over the next couple of years?
Yeah, so, primarily, major factors which will change is there will be new incentive structures for everybody who is participating in Web3. New incentive structures could be tokenized, and that essentially means tokenizing also not just for the creator, tokenizing for the consumer, which could be time and attention. So practically, a lot of people who are intermediaries and playing more role will kind of move out, which means more value to the user. It kind of replaces the user, and you can call it as the fans first culture. And for the creator, it's more value creation because you will own the IP rights. You don't need to give it out to the middleman. You will actually start earning more royalties. So number one is more incentives for participants. I think what is also going to change the dynamics in terms of ownership is there's a new ownership structure coming up. I think Amit touched upon that as well. But what is really essential over here is it's not going to really matter if you want to play a game, which is your game only, and trying to own everything, trying to own data, trying to own monetization of that data. Everybody says, data is oil, data is king. That's not going to work. Nobody's going to be happy to share data. It's all transparent. That's what blockchain will turn the game. So in terms of ownership, if you're contributing, you get the ownership directly. You don't need to keep working, and then imagine what's the output of it. And this is going to change the models and disrupt the models of marketing, because you have early contributors, they're actually your marketing heads. You don't need to start a marketing department. If you want a bunch of people to actually write code in terms of how the platform progresses for various use cases, you don't need to recruit those developers. They will actually show the way how these highways are going to give way to transactions. So that's going to be new incentives, there's going to be new ownership across every industry, right? And then there are going to be new monetization models. So just imagine the disruption which is coming in. A, the middleman are out. B, the creator and the user is adding value. But when you start saying that there are new monetization models from day one. So let me give a simple example, right? Since there was Rana just before us in the inauguration here, let's take the example of movies. You take a movie, you start marketing it. What happens? Nothing has changed, right? There are trailers, the trailers have just got more visual effects. There has been a poster, the poster has become a motion poster. Nothing has changed. Web3 will change this. Why do you need to launch a movie like this? A movie marketing needs zero budgets, and crores are being spent today. So you start a community. When you're launching the project, you know what it is. Let the scriptwriter, director, actor come together, create NFTs. And I'm not talking about artwork in NFTs here. We're talking about utility. So you launch an NFT, let there be early contributors. That community which is formed is going to actually see the marketing for everything, even when the shoot is happening, when the movie is releasing, so on and so forth. So you get NFT rights if you do justice to those in terms of utilities, and you can build in utilities, right? So there could be meet and greet virtually, there could be, watch the movie, go to the shoots, go and, kind of look at behind the scenes. So you'll be part of that journey along that 12-month period, and then you reap the benefits because you are kind of the marketing head. You are kind of, participating in art. You are trying to make this much more successful by getting more in the box office. So Web3 really changed the way even things are launched, and it's just one industry. It's going to hit every single industry in terms of how commerce is going to get done.
Yeah, definitely. It is a revolution in its own way, right? Not being able to own either your data or the assets you deserve to own is in my opinion, it's one form of oppression as well. But I think that's going to change as we see more and more adoption to Web3. And Rahul, quick prediction from you. As a VC in this space, what would you like to see from the startups? What are the kind of startups you're bullish about in the Web3 domain?
Well, as a VC and as a builder, both, so one exact answer and one philosophical one. So if you actually look at what's happening now from the disruption hypothesis, you have three elements. You have customers, you have organizations, institutions, startups, businesses, and then you have regulators and governments. If you look at almost every sector, right from aerospace, airlines to insurance and everything in between, at least two elements are unhappy. Okay,
So there is a lot of scope for disruption, but that's a philosophical hypothesis or a conceptual hypothesis. Coming to distributed computing / blockchain, or you call it Web3, if you actually look, and this is for the folks who are actually building companies or writing tons of code, there are essentially 4 elements, and I'll give you exact opportunities, those 4 elements which are integral for any architecture or any businesses which you build. First is consensus. There is a lot of scope in transparency. We come from a community of builders, right, where we promise transparency. I think that's the area where legitimacy protocols, which are related to legitimacy and all this stuff, anyone who writes it, I think that's a huge opportunity. That's first. Second one, smart contracts. I think within a chain, smart contracts has been solved. Multi-chain still a problem. Oracles and tons of JavaScripts. So for the first one, I think multi-billion-dollar companies will be created. For the second one, I think SME sectors, will boom if they get into that. Third one is the transaction per se. How do you provide, integrated to that particular transaction? I think a lot of IT services players, existing one and new ones, will upgrade themselves. So that's a transformation game, not a disruption game per se. And the last one is events, okay, which is broken today, okay. The cost of compute is very high. Race conditions happen all the way in the nodes. Performance is a huge issue. So that one, I think $1 trillion economy is open for that. So that's the exact answer, specifically who are building and who are creating companies out of Web3.
Yeah, before I make the $1 billion question, when consumer adoption to Web3, when do you see mainstream users coming into this space?
Look, it's already happening. It's already happening. When it will come, when we will make it mainstream. I think we have made it. The idea was to simplify everything, and we have somehow during this journey, and people like me are supposed to be blamed for. Yeah, I think now there's a gender, and we are in those kind of times where we are questioning ourselves. I think we need to simplify that. I think mainstream user base exists and they're interested in this, right from citizen services to crypto. It's just complex today for normal. So that's an answer. Simplicity is something, and different kind of companies will come. We are doing a great job in terms of simplifying. That's the core of your current existence. So
yeah, definitely. I think I wouldn't see any other way we would have come so far, because we were building infrastructure. We have to go the complex route, but I think the challenge for entrepreneurs in this decade is to how do you abstract the complexity of infrastructure we built in the last decade or so. With that, we will conclude this today's panel on demystifying Web3 and working metaverse. And I have one more interesting announcement to make. So this is, as I mentioned, this is one of the Genesis panel discussions around a vibrant Web3 community which we're looking to create and begin to have as part of phase 2 ecosystem, as we have some fantastic startups, engineers and corporates who are willing to back this. Stay tuned to, so somebody in the community actually felt if you want to build a Web3 community, you need to think like one and act like one. So we've actually got inspired from that, and we're dropping regular NFTs today, around six-ish, let's say. And these utility NFTs can be accessed through our Discord. We've started a Discord server for Web3. So the NFT works. For now, the utility is if you have this NFT, you get to be part of our Discord, or you get kicked down after a year if you don't have this NFT. And then we're bootstrapping utility into that NFT scene. We collect a bunch of these NFTs, you get free access to certain sessions which are gated. That means you can only attend if you have this NFT. And as we build out more and more use cases, we get to create an audit trail of an individual in the community, right? So let's say I'm an engineer and I participate in a bunch of hackathons, a bunch of my sessions. The audit trail of my NFTs get added to my identity. And the biggest challenge to enable remote work or remote access or even funding, because Web3 is more remote first, we felt as a community it makes sense to authenticate few of them, as it's quite hard for people from another ecosystem to authenticate who is a good engineer, who is a good entrepreneur. When I mean good, it's quite relative, but at least to understand who's an experienced one and who is not. Can we solve through this use case? And as we gain more and more community, we'll start bootstrapping use cases into these NFTs. So stay tuned for that NFT drop. We're going to announce live on our T-Hub social channels around 6 p.m. With that, thank you very much for all the panelists for being there, and thank you everyone for...
Firstly, I request our moderator to give over the token of gratitude on behalf of the entire management of T-Hub. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to please put your hands together for the first panelist. Our moderator, Mr. Santosh, is handing over the first token of gratitude for Srimati Ramadevi Lanka. And a request to present the token of gratitude for Mr. Vikram Tana, the COO of Enzalo, ex-Finite Global PLC. And presenting the token of gratitude on behalf of T-Hub to Mr. Ravinder Singh, the partner of Kalari Capital. And presenting to Mr. Amit Mehra, the general partner, Borderless Capital. And I'd like to present a token of gratitude for the moderator, the session chair, Mr. Santosh. Can we go for the central here? One photo up with all the eminent speakers. Sir, can we have one photo up with all the speakers? What an auspicious day it is. We have successfully completed the first panel, which was about demystifying Web 3.0 and Metaverse. The first panel is about Internet Web 3.0, demystifying Web 3.0 and Metaverse. We all know that we are transiting into the era of Internet that is opening up opportunities for all the entrepreneurs and creating potential to enterprise a lot of other activities that we can never imagine. And it is also opening up avenues for all the entrepreneurs. Also guys, we are going to discuss about Metaverse. To me, according to my understanding, what Metaverse is, it is a space that can make an introvert more expressive and collaborative, although in virtual space. So yes, to take us into the further insights of demystifying Web 3.0 and Metaverse, I'd like to first call upon the moderator, the session chair. May I call upon Mr. Santosh Yelajosla, the founder of Autonomy and Chief Ecosystem Officer. Honey, welcome sir, at X-Finite to moderate the session and drive us through the metaverse. Hello sir, hearty welcome to you.
Good morning. Glad to have everyone here, and I have a very nice panel. So for betterment of the community, I ensured none of my panelists got their questions beforehand. So let's start with introducing the panel we have here. So I'm glad to have Ramadevi here representing the government. She has been doing fantastic work in backing emerging technologies in the state. Glad to have that representation and the perspective brought into this panel. Then we have Vikram. Vikram is running X-Finite. X-Finite is a decentralized entertainment ecosystem. So a Web2 leader in the past. He was doing fantastic work in media and entertainment and moved to blockchain and Web3. So would love to know his perspective as well. We have Ravi. Ravi has been backing a lot of Web3 blockchain startups. Through Kalari, he has done fantastic work in enterprises beforehand. So would love to hear his perspective on what he's expecting from startups and where he looks at opportunities in this space. And then we have Amit, who's a very crypto-native investor. So I'll not hesitate to use the word crypto in this panel. So He's backed projects like Algorand and a lot of early stage companies. So with no delay, let's start off with Amit actually. I would love your opinion and firstly, I think there is a lot of confusion between these terms of Web3, crypto, blockchain, and even metaverse, and all of them are sometimes used quite synonymously, probably because the community is shared at this point. So I would love to understand your perspective on it, on just help us understand what is blockchain, what is crypto, and how did this all start?
Sure. Happy to. So I can give like a quick perspective. So what's the difference between Web 2 and Web 3, at the very basics? So Web 2 is what started in 1995, 1996 with, the internet, so companies like Yahoo, Google, Netscape and all that. And then as Web 2 evolved, you came, so the internet, the infrastructure, the infrastructure came, so a lot of infrastructure companies, then on top applications came. So applications like Uber, Swiggy, Ola and so on. And the core concept there is you have, for example, you are ordering a cab from Ola. So you want to ride, you are a rider and the driver is driving. And so why should a third company like Ola take 20%, So that's the whole concept of decentralization. So right now, all these companies are centralized. Even for example, the monetary policy, right? It's controlled by the government. And so the whole concept of Web3 is you take, kind of the centralized parties away and you give power to the community. So, imagine a world where you can connect with the driver directly without having to give 20%, kind of to a third party who is doing that. So that's the whole idea of the basis of decentralization. And the whole idea there is that every project there, true decentralized projects, they would be governed by community. So there is this concept called DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, and the idea is you have community members voting and they take part in the governance and decide the future of everything that should be built, all the new opportunities that should come on and so on. So that's at a very high level the new web where the power is taken away from. So if you see this whole concept of 1% and 99%, so it takes power away from the 1% and gives it to the 99%. And metaverse is one thing in there where you kind of, you create a virtual universe where everything which is out there, like you can have a metaverse where entire T-Hub is on the metaverse, and then you can have brands come in and advertise, and you can go in and play. And right now, for example, I think Dilen Mendi, he bought like a very good huge land on metaverse. So like that, you have people can go and buy their lands and stuff. So right now, a lot of those metaverses, Decentraland and so on, they are selling lands and people are buying land, and then on top of it, brands will come and partner and build on top of it.
Thank you, Amit. Am I audible? Yeah, thank you, Amit. So I'll also try to just summarize a little bit. So you're telling me in Web 2 we had centralized companies, and those business models could be replaced by community-owned platforms and networks, right? And that's a very exciting approach, right? So every business model you see today in Web 2 is up for disruption as we move from Web 2 to Web 3. And since Amit brought up the concept of governance and DAOs, etc., I'll actually move on to Ramadevi, ma'am, because you've been doing great work around e-governance, open governance in the past, and that's how you also became the advocate of how Telangana government will deal with exponential technologies. So talk us a little bit about your work in the e-government space, and then how, as somebody working in blockchain, Web3 myself, I have always had that itching question: how does government folks think about all of this? Does it threaten you that there's a technology which is going to disrupt you out and right, or do you feel there's an opportunity to embrace new change?
Am I audible? Hello? Yeah, thank you, Santosh. Am I audible, please? Yeah? Thank you. Well, I would like to clarify one thing. I'm not working in e-governance. While e-governance is a separate vertical within the government, which looks into, technologies that are conventional, traditional one. So the question that you asked is how did the government actually think of doing all this, The answer is, it goes back to our policies, In 2014, we brought out our first policy wherein we indicated that Telangana would like to be a leader in emerging technologies. Then we came out with another policy just last year, 21, which reiterates the same, taking an extension of that. So that is the genesis for Telangana state to actually, embrace these new technologies. And the way it happens is, while the vision is set by the policy, we actually, identify technologies that actually create impact, that solve problems for the government. For example, if you look at the blockchain per se, the benefits, top 3 benefits that I would be looking at is security, transparency, and third is traceability. These 3 characteristics of blockchain or benefits of blockchain solve certain problems for the government. So around these, we have identified different use cases ranging from land records to certificates to, microfinance. Today, we are actually doing about a dozen projects or more, but 3 key projects that we are passionate about, I would like to share more details on that. Probably now or later, Santosh.
Thank you, ma'am. So I think that was useful, and I think Telangana government was always proactive about blockchain. You had a blockchain district way before Web3 became really big in India, right? So that was quite commendable. Excited to see what can come out of T-Hub and Web3 and some of this community participation moving forward. Would love to move on to, I'm still thinking between Vikram and Ravi, who do I grab it? But somehow I prefer asking investors questions because I'm always on the other side, right? So let me ask Ravi, what is your journey to Web3 and what do you look at Web3 startups? Can you give us like an overview of this market segment? What are you seeing as Web3 startups coming out of India and also your story to Web3?
Is it working? I thought we were friends, Santosh. Look, I'm a developer. I write code and I build machines, okay? Venture capitalism is just 2 years old journey. So he's just teasing because of karmas of past, which we'll not go through. Look, 14 years back, roughly about 14 years back, when I first wrote my code, Santosh, it was based on a very simple principle. It was based on a principle of distributed computing because I kind of made a statement that cloud is legacy. Cloud can, as a computing platform, cloud can only go to an extent where it can lower the cost of compute, but it will not be able to reach the scale of citizen services or create an economy and anything in between. So that was the whole idea. Also, second thing, my passion or why have I been, because never in the history of computer science per se, this is the first time, and anyone who is investing or creating a startup or writing a code, so the first time in the history of computing, we have economics and tech interwoven in the same stub of code. Never ever happened in the history of compute. So that's a huge opportunity. I'm glad we are not talking only about things which are crypto, and crypto is one use case, but we are also talking about e-governance, citizen services, which may be the far bigger use cases. What has been my journey? I think transparency within a chain has been solved, and I think we should appreciate that, and we should create multiple use cases of it. I think multi-chain is still a gold mine. Anyone who solves it will be able to create large companies, and investors should seriously think about that. Use cases beyond financial services will appear. Lending is broken because of people like you and me, who should have done a better job than creating words like centralized DeFi and all that stuff. That's a huge opportunity, microfinance of that. So these are the opportunities.
I'll ask them to just put the cards which are so I'll just
Did I answer your question? Yeah, like you are there, we always answer it in your own way. So I'll try to summarize. So we are talking about technology, and then since we spoke about community-owned platforms and networks, these business models are changing into what we call as economic models. And then on top of these community-owned platforms, we're talking about putting governance on-chain or having it fully digitally. This is truly revolutionary, right? And since we brought up economics and we didn't touch base on that, I'd like to zoom into Web3 native economics and how these X2M models, etc. are building up. Because we are running one of the blockchain learning platforms called Xfinite. Can you tell us a little bit about what Xfinite does and how you foresee Web3 actually changing its business models? Because you were in media before, and you are now bringing the future media and entertainment on the blockchain. So talk us a little bit about what's going on in your mind about all of this space.
As we speak, everything is transitory, right? Everybody's experimenting and figuring out what's going to happen. We've tasted some successes, but I primarily believe the fundamentals of any business, any consumer, any creator doesn't change, and the primary objective are the 3 C's over there, right? So you will always see that content with specific experiences targeted to the users, which is the consumer, will drive commerce. So I'm a firm believer of content drives commerce in any economy. And what we've seen over a period of time is that these 3's will always remain, but the interaction or the touch points which technology will drive, like Ravi said, economics, involvement, etc., there are many variables over there. So if you look at content is really changing in a large way, whether it's video streaming, whether it's gaming, there's far more interaction, there's far more gamification. You cannot just keep bleeding and marketing and acquiring users, but you need to actually build a community who will grow the community itself. So that's where the second C comes in, right? If you're creating content for the community, is there an instant gratification? Is there a reward? What are you doing to get them to build word of mouth? And that's really the essence of decentralization, Web3. When it comes to consumers, the age-old saying, you talk to FMCG companies, not even digital companies, they'll say consumer is king. That doesn't change today. Because if the consumer is right at the epicenter, government has done a lot in terms of payment infrastructure, digital identification, and this really kind of lays the highway of changing the way the consumer is going to work with the content. And hence, when we speak about the transformation from Web 1.0 to 2.0 to 3.0, what I've really seen in this journey is 1.0 was search, right? In just like putting it as one word. 2.0 is social, so there's like a peer-to-peer interaction happening, both of them through machines, right? Machines are there, it's constant. And 3.0 is actually security through the various infrastructures that we have, which is changing search, social it remains, but now there is social commerce. And that's very, very essential in terms of how the consumer is going to go through peer-to-peer transactions and how blockchain is going to securitize this whole thing. And then, of course, content drives commerce and a few things which we are doing at Xfinite right now, which is going to kind of shift the Web2 experience for the consumer and actually land them very, very slowly and gradually in Web3. We don't want to talk to people saying, hey, you are crypto native, do you understand this? We kind of, walk them from an entertainment experience in Web2. So what we primarily do in terms of commerce is, hey, there is video streaming happening, content drives commerce, you can go and buy NFTs of that piece of content. And if you see in movies, dialogues are more famous than the movie itself. After 2 years, you remember them. So it's really moments which are bigger than the actual film or the actual piece of original series. And that's how, NFTs will come in. You can do content drives commerce, even by connecting straight the creator along with the consumer, where you say, hey, there is opportunity for crowdsourcing. Because Web 3.0 is actually saying there's exchange not just for information, but for value, and how we all together work as an economy and drive more value for the consumer is really going to change the way in terms of how we build it.
Yeah, definitely. And since you brought up NFTs and Actually, as I said, I have a fantastic panel, right? There's anyone lead into the next question, one after another, just like we covered, but I will jump into Amit again. Amit, looking at NFTs, we've seen insane growth of artists, creators moving into Web3, and we've just come across an NFT bubble. What is your take on NFTs, and where do you see Web3 moving from? Okay, maybe talk about Web3 and metaverse a little bit. How are you looking at these things?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So I think lovely like discussions. I think love the concept of economics and coding kind of coming together, and how Vikram described it as dialects becoming and specific moments being more valuable than the entire thing. So like just building on top, I think another thing which NFTs are very important in, what happens, for example, in iTunes, when a creator releases a song, there are so many creators who release a song, they don't get paid for like 3 months, 6 months, even years, and that too, for each download they get 99 cents, of which Apple takes like 30 cents, so they get like 70 cents. So and the payment also is happening after they hit a threshold and stuff. So it's the creators are not kind of making money. The people who are actually creating are not making money. So one of the other things that NFTs unleash is, as a creator, you can actually directly release kind of your songs as an NFT, the memorabilia. So like, for example, the script which you were writing at that time, or the guitar which you played the song on, and there can be some premium NFTs. So you have the first guitar, or you have the first version of the lyrics which maybe Lata Mangeshkar had written at the time, and that is very priced at a higher price, and then you have the generic NFTs which the masses buy. So that really again the same concept of taking power away from kind of centralized bodies and giving it to the 99%. So giving the power back to the creators who should have that. So that I think is a very beautiful thing, and one of the other things which NFT release, and then it opens up doors to monetize a lot of those other things. So for example, like even if a film doesn't do well, moments of that can be kind of monetized. Similarly, even if a song doesn't do well, or any creative thing, like in India, for example, if you go, there are a lot of rural kind of creative singers, right? Again, right now the penetration is not that deep, they don't understand, but if they can leverage NFTs to directly connect, I think it would be a great way to, for them to make money, for users to learn about new artists. And then one final thing is, on top of this NFT, then a whole infrastructure layer can be built. So you can have like NFT kind of, we have like, on the Algorand chain, we have a thing called King DAO, which is like a DAO where you can figure out, okay, this NFT, what is the best place to buy it, and then what is the best price you need to buy it. So there's a price discovery function also, like how much should you pay? Should you, for example, was that Beatles first 5,000 days really worth 69 million? So that price discovery also is built in. So yes, the bubble has burst. I think right now, it's actually a good thing that true entrepreneurs, true projects will really shine out. But as a power, I think NFTs have a huge power to unlock.
Yeah, definitely. Have you noticed on there an NFT online t-shirt? The problem you got to go is a lot more compared to being a panelist, okay? So you have to put your money before, get your NFT t-shirt, come sit here and stay embarrassed when you're asking questions, right? So that means I'm actually moving to what do you expect as the next phase of cooperation from the government around Web3 blockchain communities? I mentioned you have blockchain district in the past. Now you have T-Hub phase 2. Do you see these initiatives getting integrated in some shape or form? Do you see a lot more push towards Web3 and blockchain coming? Because when you released blockchain district last time, I think Indian regulations around blockchain, Web3 and crypto were quite shaky, but you still went ahead with the support system at that point. So how are you looking at the next phase now that there's a cultural transformation in India, that you're not looking at this as a completely unregulated ecosystem? Doesn't necessarily mean there are great regulations today, but what is your take on, how do you see the next phase of adoption coming to Web3, and what is the support system you're looking to build from blockchain district and T-Hub?
Hello? Yeah. I mean, there are two ways that we actually engage with the overall ecosystem. Like one is we leverage these technologies to solve problems within the government, where we implement projects, use cases, and the solutions we procure from the startup community, who are like, for example, currently we are actually developing already developed, I would say, e-voting application. You can actually vote, you and I, maybe down the line, a couple of months later, can vote using a smartphone. It's Web3 technologies again, where we are using AI, to authenticate an individual, whether a person who is voting is, is he the person who is watching for, authentication, a three-factor authentication we are using. And the second is actually, once somebody casts a vote, it has to be secure. So we are using distributed ledger technology, DLT, to store those votes. So these kind of projects, I mean, this is a flagship project that we're actually very passionate about. We are proud of this project. In fact, just as we speak, we actually got a phone call from Bihar government asking us to help them implement this e-voting project. In fact, we have conducted dry run, last month in Khammam district. And the users were very happy, with the features, very easy to use, in fact. So the point is, government would be engaging startups and the community that's going to develop the solution. That's one. Second, we are actually running accelerators. A year back, it's again under the blockchain district, as you mentioned, we formed, for every technology, we come out with what you call, center of excellences or institutions that actually execute our framework. So for blockchain, we actually conceptualize what you call the blockchain district, and we have partners from academia, that is IIIT Hyderabad, Industry Tech Mahindra, and another government organization, CDAC. So under the ambit of the blockchain, we actually implement all the initiatives. So one is leveraging technology for government use cases or problem statements. Second one is, as I said, we are developing the ecosystem, by way of the number of ways that we are doing it. One is we are actually, a year back, we have started what you call a T-Hub accelerator, where we have incubated out of around 150 or so startups that have applied for. 8 startups were finalized, and all the services are provided. Currently, we are partnering with Lumos Labs and CoinSwitch. Mr. Venkatesh is here, from CoinSwitch. So this is another accelerator, India Blockchain Accelerator, and we got huge response for this. Around 270 startups from various domains, various sectors have applied for it, and we have shortlisted for about 14 startups, in different domains such as healthcare, education, entertainment, and so on. And for these startups that again have a solution that fits to the government requirements, we are giving them an opportunity to pilot their project within various departments. So this is the kind of support that the government is actually providing to the industry. And the third one, we are also keen on developing the community, blockchain community. We already have 2 communities here in Hyderabad. One is the Hyperledger community, which has more than around, I think, more than 1,000 members or so, much more than that. There is another one, Decentrum community, because at the end of the day, unless you have the talent, especially for blockchain, you'll not be able to sustain whatever that you are actually taken up.
No, definitely. I'm actually a living testimonial of that. It's great to see the government first acting like a startup, innovating on the solutions of e-voting, etc. And it's also fantastic to see the support. This panel is also another testimony for that, right? We've literally formed and announced this panel like a week before the summit. So this is also to see and emphasize the support we have, and the government is willing to put behind Web3 and blockchain. This ecosystem, especially from a build-first approach, is very exciting. Since Ravi said we are friends, I'm going to ask Vikram before him. Vikram, I think we are running out of time, so we'll talk about what are your top predictions about Web3? What are you seeing could happen over the next couple of years?
Yeah, so primarily major factors which will change is will be new incentive structures for everybody who's participating in Web3. New incentive structures could be tokenized, and that essentially means tokenizing also not just for the creator, tokenizing for the consumer, which could be time and attention. So practically, a lot of people who are intermediaries and playing more role will kind of move out, which means more value to the user. It kind of replaces the user, and you can call it as the fans first culture. And for the creator, it's more value creation because you will own the IP rights. You don't need to give it out to the middleman. You will actually start earning more royalties. So number one is more incentives for participants. I think what is also going to change the dynamics in terms of ownership is there's a new ownership structure coming up. I think Amit touched upon that as well. But what is really essential over here is it's not going to really matter if you want to play a game, which is your game only, and trying to own everything, trying to own data, trying to own monetization of that data. Everybody says, data is oil, data is king. That's not going to work. Nobody's going to be happy to share data. It's all transparent. That's what blockchain will turn the game. So in terms of ownership, if you're contributing, you get the ownership directly. You don't need to keep working, and then imagine what's the output of it. And this is going to change the models and disrupt the models of marketing, because you have early contributors, they're actually your marketing heads. You don't need to start a marketing department. If you want a bunch of people to actually write code in terms of how the platform progresses for various use cases, you don't need to recruit those developers. They will actually show the way how these highways are going to give way to transactions. So that's going to be new incentives, there's going to be new ownership across every industry, right? And then there are going to be new monetization models. So just imagine the disruption which is coming in. A, the middleman are out. B, the creator and the user is adding value. But when you start saying that there are new monetization models from day one. So let me give a simple example, right? Since there was Rana just before us in the inauguration here, let's take the example of movies. You take a movie, you start marketing it. What happens? Nothing has changed, right? There are trailers, the trailers have just got more visual effects. There has been a poster, the poster has become a motion poster. Nothing has changed. Web3 will change this. Why do you need to launch a movie like this? A movie marketing needs zero budgets, and crores are being spent today. So you start a community. When you're launching the project, you know what it is. Let the scriptwriter, director, actor come together, create NFTs. And I'm not talking about artwork in NFTs here. We're talking about utility. So you launch an NFT, let there be early contributors. That community which is formed is going to actually see the marketing for everything, even when the shoot is happening, when the movie is releasing, so on and so forth. So you get NFT rights if you do justice to those in terms of utilities, and you can build in utilities, right? So there could be meet and greet virtually, there could be, watch the movie, go to the shoots, go and, kind of look at behind the scenes. So you'll be part of that journey along that 12-month period, and then you reap the benefits because you are kind of the marketing head. You are kind of, participating in art. You are trying to make this much more successful by getting more in the box office. So Web3 really changed the way even things are launched, and it's just one industry. It's going to hit every single industry in terms of how commerce is going to get done.
Yeah, definitely. It is a revolution in its own way, right? Not being able to own either your data or the assets you deserve to own is in my opinion, it's one form of oppression as well. But I think that's going to change as we see more and more adoption to Web3. And Rahul, quick prediction from you. As a VC in this space, what would you like to see from the startups? What are the kind of startups you're bullish about in the Web3 domain?
Well, as a VC and as a builder, both, so one exact answer and one philosophical one. So if you actually look at what's happening now from the disruption hypothesis, you have three elements. You have customers, you have organizations, institutions, startups, businesses, and then you have regulators and governments. If you look at almost every sector, right from aerospace, airlines to insurance and anything in between, at least two elements are unhappy. Okay, so there is a lot of scope for disruption, but that's a philosophical hypothesis or a conceptual hypothesis. Coming to distributed computing / blockchain, or you call it Web3, if you actually look, and this is for the folks who are actually building companies or writing tons of code, there are essentially four elements, and I'll give you exact opportunities, those four elements which are integral for any architecture or any businesses which you build. First is consensus. There is a lot of scope in transparency. We come from a community of builders, right, where we promise transparency. I think that's the area where legitimacy protocols, which are related to legitimacy and all this stuff, anyone who writes it, I think that's a huge opportunity. That's first. Second one, smart contracts. I think within a chain, smart contracts has been solved. Multi-chain still a problem. Oracles and tons of JavaScripts. So for the first one, I think multi-billion-dollar companies will be created. For the second one, I think SME sectors, will boom if they get into that. Third one is the transaction per se. How do you provide, integrated to that particular transaction? I think a lot of IT services players, existing one and new ones, will upgrade themselves. So that's a transformation game, not a disruption game per se. And the last one is events, okay, which is broken today, okay. The cost of compute is very high. Race conditions happen all the way in the nodes. Performance is a huge issue. So that one, I think $1 trillion economy is open for that. So that's the exact answer, specifically who are building and who are creating companies out of Web3.
Yeah, before I make the $1 billion question, when consumer adoption to Web3, when do you see mainstream users coming into the space?
Look, it's already happening. It's already happening. When it will come, when we will make it mainstream. I think we have made it. The idea was to simplify everything, and we have somehow during this journey, and people like me are supposed to be blamed for. Yeah, I think now there's a gender, and we are in those kind of times where we are questioning ourselves. I think we need to simplify that. I think mainstream user base exists and they're interested in this, right from citizen services to crypto. It's just complex today for a normal. So that's an answer. Simplicity is something, and different kind of companies will come. We are doing a great job in terms of simplifying. That's the core of your current existence. So
yeah, definitely. I think I wouldn't see any other way we would have come so far, because we were building infrastructure. We have to go the complex route, but I think the challenge for entrepreneurs in this decade is to how do you abstract the complexity of infrastructure we built in the last decade or so. With that, we will conclude this today's panel on demystifying Web3 and working metaverse. And I have one more interesting announcement to make. So this is, as I mentioned, this is one of the Genesis panel discussions around a vibrant Web3 community which we're looking to create and begin to have as part of phase 2 ecosystem, as we have some fantastic startups, engineers and corporates who are willing to back this. Stay tuned to, so somebody in the community actually felt if you want to build a Web3 community, you need to think like one and act like one. So we've actually got inspired from that, and we're dropping regularly NFTs today, around six-ish, let's say. And these utility NFTs can be accessed through our Discord. We've started a Discord server for Web3. So the NFT works. For now, the utility is if you have this NFT, you get to be part of our Discord, or you get kicked down after a year if you don't have this NFT. And then we're bootstrapping utility into that NFT scene. We collect a bunch of these NFTs, you get free access to certain sessions which are gated. That means you can only attend if you have this NFT. And as we build out more and more use cases, we get to create an audit trail of an individual in the community, right? So let's say I'm an engineer and I participate in a bunch of hackathons, a bunch of my sessions. The audit trail of my NFTs get added to my identity. And the biggest challenge to enable remote work or remote access or even funding, because Web3 is more remote first, we felt as a community it makes sense to authenticate few of them, as it's quite hard for people from another ecosystem to authenticate who is a good engineer, who is a good entrepreneur. When I mean good, it's quite relative, but at least to understand who's an experienced one and who's not. Can we solve through this use case? And as we gain more and more community, we'll start bootstrapping use cases into these NFTs. So stay tuned for that NFT drop. We are going to announce live on our T-Hub social channels around 6 p.m. With that, thank you very much for all the panelists for being there, and thank you everyone for...
Firstly, I request our moderator to give over the token of gratitude on behalf of the entire management of T-Hub. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to please put your hands together for the first panelist. Our moderator, Mr. Santosh, is handing over the first token of gratitude for Srimati Ramadevi Lanka. And a request to present the token of gratitude for Mr. Vikram Tana, the COO of Enzalo, ex-Finite Global PLC. And presenting the token of gratitude on behalf of T-Hub to Mr. Ravinder Singh, the partner of Kalari Capital. And presenting to Mr. Amit Mehra, the general partner, Borderless Capital. And I'd like to present a token of gratitude for the moderator, the session chair, Mr. Santosh. Can we go for the centrals here? One photo up with all the eminent speakers. Sir, can we have one photo up with all the speakers? What an auspicious day it is. We have successfully completed the first panel, which was about demystifying Web 3.0 and Metaverse. Next will be a fireside chat about building global GTM and execution strategy. For moderating this session, I would like to call upon Ms. Priya Sheth, the senior anchor at Your Story. Heartiest welcome to the very beautiful session chair for the fireside chat, building global GTM and execution strategy. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like you to be seated. Yes, before I call upon the esteemed and eminent panelists, I'd like to take you through a small insight. This session is about going global, expanding the market all across the world, has been and is a dream of many entrepreneurs in making their startup idea reach to every nook and corner in the entire world. But have you ever wondered what does it take for a startup to develop to a global reach? What are those key elements for a startup to go global? An effective market and execution strategy which can make you go a long way. So without any further ado, I'd like to call upon the first panelist, Mr. Rohit Chandamaneni, the co-founder of Darwin Box. Previously an engagement manager at McKinsey and Company. Put your hands together for Mr. Rohit Chandamaneni. And yes, I'd like to call upon the next panelist, Mr. Raviteja Doda, the founder and CEO at More Engage Inc. Heartiest welcome to you, sir. Pleasure having you with us. And next I'd like to call upon Mr. Sashi Reddy, the founder and managing director of SRI Capital, chairman of IIT Delhi Endowment Management Foundation and a tech investor on the panel to take the session forward. Hello sir, heartiest welcome to all the panelists here. Over to you, Ms. Priya Sheth. A huge huge round of applause for the panel.
a very warm welcome to T-Hub Innovation Summit. I think we've had a very interesting panel before this, and we hope to have yet another very interesting chat, and we have a power-packed panel out here, and the topic of discussion today is building global go-to-market execution and strategy for enterprises. A very, very pertinent topic in today's day and age, considering the kind of uncertainty, the volatility that's there in the environment, and how companies are managing this by putting in place a very stringent and strong go-to-market strategy. So welcome all of you panelists. I think there's been a very, very good introduction that's been given to each of you. So our audience is familiar with all of you. So welcome Rohit, Ravi and Shashi. Thanks for joining us today. I want to begin by talking about the basics. Why is a go-to-market strategy very important in today's day and age? And tell us, what is the kind of impact it will have when companies get it right? So before we dive into the global aspects, let's talk a little bit about the basics. Let's begin with you, Rohit.
Sure. So, hello everyone. Thank you for having me at this event. I think when we think about go-to-market, and I don't have a short answer for this, right? So the two critical things as technology companies is finding product market fit, which is you understand that your product is relevant for this market, and then thinking about how do we take it to our potential customers, right? And which is one of the most critical aspects about any go-to-market strategy. And when you think about go-to-market strategy, it is about identifying where your customers are, how do we get in front of them, how do we convince them to buy our product is broadly how I can simplify it to be, right? And the way you do it could be any form, right? You're directly selling, you're selling online, there is influencer marketing, there is customer marketing, there is different ways in which you get in front of customers, and getting that right becomes your go-to-market strategy on what is repeatably possible for you to get in front of customers.
Right. Ravi, do you want to share your perspective on the same?
Adding to what Rohit mentioned, I think it's important to make sure that you understand who your customers are for sure. Basically, what is your ideal customer profile. I think in the first 6 to 9 months, I think that is what you need to kind of spend time really understanding what is a customer profile looks like. For example, in case of MyEngage, we were serving consumer brands with digital presence, and in the first 6 to 9 months, we realized that companies in e-commerce segment are the best fit for us at the point of time, right? And the second part is basically, I think it's finalizing the business model, kind of refining the business model, and the sales process. I think is important to be able to define before you kind of start scaling up. So.
Right, thanks for that perspective. Shashi, I want to come to you. You've been there, you've also been looking at advising a lot of startups out there. Tell us a little bit about what are the kind of steps towards creating a strong go-to-market strategy. If you can tell us what kind of framework one really needs to put in place to ensure that they get it right.
Thank you, Priya. I hope you can hear me. So firstly, it's a real pleasure to be on the stage with these two super successful entrepreneurs, and nice to see our first unicorn from Hyderabad, plus of course someone in Bangalore but from Hyderabad. So it's great to see both of you here in Hyderabad. So in terms of GTM, what we do for India is very different than what we do for the other countries. So I think as you think about the GTM, you think you understand your customer here, but once you go to Singapore or Indonesia or the US or Europe, the entire profile of the customer is different. How you have to sell to that customer is different. How you do the pricing, how you provide support, every aspect of the sales process is different. So I think, and both these companies have seen a lot of success, both in India as well as outside India. So, I think these are issues that you have to try to figure out as a startup when you know where you're going to be selling.
Right, thanks for that. We have, as Shashi rightly mentioned, two very successful entrepreneurs out here, and I'm sure the audience wants to know what you've done right in your journey. So let's begin with you, Rohit, to try to understand what's worked for you at Darwinbox. What are you doing towards shaping the kind of future and how it's falling right in place for you in your journey going forward?
Yeah, so I think just a quick introduction about Darwinbox for the folks who don't know. We are a HR technology platform which is focused mainly on mid to large enterprises. To give you context, we compete with the likes of SAP, Oracle's products in the HR tech space. So we are looking at mostly companies which are 1,000 employees or plus, and we are trying to sell to them one of the most basic software that any company that is digitizing, which is the HR software, right? Like it's the system of record of your organization. So convincing them that they need software for this is not something that is necessary, but our journey has always been how we are better as a product, or how we are 10x better than our competitor, because we are competing with very large legacy players, and there is also a playbook that is set, right? Because these companies have been selling software for the last 20 years. We had to come in and say, how are we better? Most of the times when we went in front of customers, they said, "Tu kaun hai?" Or right, like, "Tu to kal hi pada hua hai, why are you even trying to take on SAP and Oracle," right? Like, so that's what we had to deal with. So the first stage of for us in terms of growth was just building that trust to say, hey, we have a product that will last, right? We have a company that will last, and we have a product that is so much better. So the first stage of getting in front of customer, building enough confidence for them to look at our product was a huge part of the journey. Then moving on from there, we were looking at how do we get on to saying every place that is looking for a HR software, how can we be there? And that we're talking about coverage, right? Because year on year, many companies take this decision around buying HR software, and we had to be in front of them. So our journey has predominantly been in Asia. So we were looking at India was the initial market we launched. Then we moved on to Southeast Asia, Middle East. Now we're looking at launching in the US. So, and the behavioral patterns, the way they buy, etc., vary from country to country, from size to size. But what we had consistently was our competition was the same everywhere, which meant that we could deal with as part of this where the playbook we could replicate, and that we started doing. So in terms of enterprise selling, it is a lot more about stakeholder management, right? It is not one buyer who is making the decision. The CIO, the CHRO, the CFO, all of our decision. All of their needs are different, right? A CFO is trying to save money, a CHRO is trying to give better experience for his people, a CIO is saying, is there a system which can integrate with all of the systems? So how do we make sure that we deal with all these stakeholders and make sure we are convincing them was the big part of our initial go-to-market strategy.
Right, thanks for that, Rohit. Very insightful out there. Let's come to you, Ravi, to talk a little bit about global expansion. We're seeing companies as they expand internationally, there is a modification that's required when you have to approach different markets, be it the US, be it the Middle East, be it Southeast Asia. So how are you looking at, changing the strategy, modifying it to suit the kind of market conditions? What has been your experience on the same?
Sure, Priya. I think for the audience, our value proposition is we help consumer brands better engage, retain customers, increase revenue and lifetime value, right? I think right from day one, we saw MyEngage as a global opportunity, and however, we just wanted to focus on one market, establish clear product market fit before we start scaling up. So for during 2014 and 2015, we focused on India as a market, clearly defined who our ideal customer is, what is our value proposition, what is our sales process, what is our business model, and we were able to move from like $0 to $1 million, and then started building the sales engine as well. But we realized that obviously to build a large business, you need to have a global presence, and that's where we started scaling outside India in like late 2015, and we started thinking, okay, which are the markets that we need to enter. So since we focus on consumer brands with a lot of internet penetration, then there is US and there is Southeast Asian markets.
And we started expanding into Southeast Asia because we saw that that's a market which is very similar to India, probably 1 or 2 years behind in terms of the awareness and adoption of customer engagement platforms. And we started doing the journey. But I think as companies kind of start scaling up, I think in terms of identifying the next market, in terms of identifying the market to expand, it all depends on your customer segment. You should take this decision based on your customer segment and the sort of marketing approach that you have, whether it is more self-serve versus mid-market enterprise segments and so on. In our journey, like expanding to any new market is kind of establishing product market fit in that market. And just because you have a product market fit in India doesn't mean that, I mean, you can just kind of throw 30, 40 people in that market and then just expect things to happen. You need to establish the product market fit. At least that's been our experience. When we went into Southeast Asia, we started going through the journey of establishing defensible customers. We brought in someone on the ground, like someone who comes with like a founder mindset, and then we also hired someone local, and that they really kind of helped us kind of get those first set of defensible customers, and then we started investing in the marketing and customer marketing, and we need to think, I think earlier the B2B funnel is mostly like more like a funnel. I think the way I see it is like more like a flywheel. Like you sign customers, you build great customer stories and market about those stories. It's like a flywheel that you need to kind of create. I think that's the new way of go-to-market strategy. At least that's what I feel.
Right, thanks for that, Ravi. Shashi, I want to come back to you. When you look at international expansion, and Ravi briefly alluded to it as well, there are many factors that come into play: competitors, price points, various factors out there. So tell us, how should companies really navigate those factors while deciding on a GTM?
Absolutely. So I think we've heard from Rohit and also from Ravi about GTM on the enterprise to mid-market side, and I think it's, as you all know, the early SaaS companies were all selling to the larger companies because we know how to sell to large companies, field sales force. But I think a big opportunity that's opened up in the last few years is selling to small companies in a self-service mode, and I think that's a big opportunity for startups out of India, where without having a field sales force in the US or outside India, you can reach these small companies using like pure marketing-driven sales, and I think that's a massive opportunity. So I think we've seen some great success here from the enterprise to mid-market sales, where you establish a foot there, get like maybe 2-3 reference accounts, hire some local salespeople. That's now well understood. We've got some big success stories right here on the stage. But I think we'll also see a lot of these SMB, self-service, SaaS opportunities coming up, where you're targeting someone who's paying you like $50, $100 a month to get access to your offering. And I think that whole GTM is completely different. It's completely marketing driven. There are no salespeople involved. So I'm really excited to see more of those types of companies coming out of India, actually.
Right, I have one quick question for the three of you, and quick responses as well. As you chart your GTM strategy, I'm sure there are some mistakes that people make when you chart your strategy. So what, according to you, are some of the common mistakes that companies should really avoid while charting this strategy and ensuring that you get it right? Rohit, let's begin with you.
So I think one of the things that we did probably right, which worked out for us, and I see a lot of companies get it wrong, is the founders not selling themselves, right? Our first 60 customers or so, today we have more than 700 customers, but our first 60 customers, it is me and Jayant, my co-founder, selling. Because it gives us a better understanding of the customer, the objection times, etc. So before we hired even our first salesperson, we were the ones on the ground selling. And I think that is something that the founders should do very early on, and some founders get it wrong, where immediately we go for hiring a salesperson without knowing what's actually happening on the ground. I think that's one thing I would call out.
Ravi?
We have a good number of learnings and mistakes. I think starting with the initial part of the journey, I think founders should be truly honest to themselves about product market fit, because sometimes we just start raising venture capital and then start using more of the capital and then start investing into growth before really establishing product market fit. The other part is, I think, when compared to the US companies, I think they're great at marketing, even if they have like they might not have the best product. I think that's something I think companies in India, I think they are not able to build great products, but need to also improve in their GTM and marketing strategies. I think product design is also one of the areas that we kind of ignore, so that's one other piece as well. And I think the ambition to basically think global right from early days, and then kind of think from that standpoint. I think that's going to be very important, the ambition.
Right, Shashi, last word from you.
Yeah, I think they both hit on the key point, which is spending even a single dime until you've got the product market fit is a big mistake, but all that has been covered. So I would just say one thing. For Indian startups, if I have to name outside of what they've said, it is the underprice are offering too much. We always think that because we're cheaper, that's a good thing. It's not a good thing. I would say price like a premium service. Go out there as if you bring a lot of value and don't be afraid to charge for what you bring to the table.
Absolutely, some very, very insightful points shared by the panelists here. So thank you very much for such a lovely discussion and sharing anecdotes from your personal journey. I think there will be a lot of benefit from our audiences out here who are also embarking on their journeys in the startup space, in the enterprise space, and we just hope that we can add so much value to your journey going forward. So thank you very much for being a part of this and for being here at the T-Hub Innovation Summit. Thanks so much.
Very much, Priya, the moderator, and for all the speakers on the stage here. I'd like to present the token of gratitude on behalf of T-Hub to all our speakers. Firstly, presenting to Mr. Rohit Chanamneni, the co-founder of Darwin Dogs. Heartiest congratulations, sir. Thank you very much. Mr. Ravi Teja. For her. Shashi Reddy, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Shashi Reddy, sir, the founder and managing director of SRI Capital. And also thanking Mr. Ravi Teja Deba, the founder and CEO of More Engage Inc. and co-founder of People Tech Ventures. And now, all cheers for a group photo op. What an interesting session this was about. I thank all the panelists on behalf of all the participants for enlightening us by providing us knowledgeable insights on going global, the necessity of GTM strategy. Thank you very much, sir. It's a pleasure having you all here with us. Next will be a fireside chat about building global GTM and execution strategy. For moderating this session, I would like to call upon Ms. Priya Sheth, the senior anchor at Your Story. Heartiest welcome to the very beautiful session chair for the fireside chat, building global GTM and execution strategy. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like you to be seated. Yes, before I call upon the esteemed and eminent panelists, I'd like to take you through a small insight. This session is about going global, expanding the market all across the world, has been and is a dream of many entrepreneurs in making their startup idea reach to every nook and corner in the entire world. But have you ever wondered what does it take for a startup to develop to a global reach? What are those key elements for a startup to go global? An effective market and execution strategy which can make you go a long way. So without any further ado, I'd like to call upon the first panelist, Mr. Rohit Chanamneni, the co-founder of Darwin Brooks, previously an engagement manager at McKinsey and Company. Put your hands together for Mr. Rohit Chinamaneni. And yes, I'd like to call upon the next panelist, Mr. Raviteja Doda, the founder and CEO at More Engage Inc. Audience, welcome to you, sir. Pleasure having you with us. And next I'd like to call upon Mr. Sashi Reddy, the founder and managing director of SRI Capital, chairman of IIT Delhi Endowment Management Foundation, and a tech investor on the panel to take the session forward. Hello, sir. Heartiest welcome to all the panelists here. Over to you, Ms. Priya Shade. A huge round of applause for the panel. Check. You got my mic, sir.
Hello and a very warm welcome to T-Hub Innovation Summit. I think we've had a very interesting panel before this, and we hope to have yet another very interesting chat, and we have a power-packed panel out here, and the topic of discussion today is building global go-to-market execution and strategy for enterprises. A very, very pertinent topic in today's day and age, considering the kind of uncertainty, the volatility that's there in the environment, and how companies are managing this by putting in place a very stringent and strong go-to-market strategy. So welcome all of you panelists. I think there's been a very, very good introduction that's been given to each of you. So our audience is familiar with all of you. So welcome Rohit, Ravi and Shashi. Thanks for joining us today. I want to begin by talking about the basics. Why is a go-to-market strategy very important in today's day and age? And tell us, what is the kind of impact it will have when companies get it right? So before we dive into the global aspects, let's talk a little bit about the basics. Let's begin with you, Rohit.
Sure. So, hello everyone. Thank you for having me at this event. I think when we think about go-to-market, and I don't have a short answer for this, right? So the two critical things as technology companies is finding product market fit, which is you understand that your product is relevant for this market, and then thinking about how do we take it to our potential customers, right? And which is one of the most critical aspects about any go-to-market strategy. And when you think about go-to-market strategy, it is about identifying where your customers are, how do we get in front of them, how do we convince them to buy our product is broadly how I can simplify it to be, right? And the way you do it could be any form, right? You're directly selling, you're selling online, there is influencer marketing, there is customer marketing, there is different ways in which you get in front of customers, and getting that right becomes your go-to-market strategy on what is repeatably possible for you to get in front of customers.
Right, Ravi, do you want to share your perspective on the same?
Adding to what Rohit mentioned, I think it's important to make sure that you understand who your customers are for sure. Basically, what is your ideal customer profile. I think in the first 6 to 9 months, I think that is what you need to kind of spend time really understanding what is that customer profile looks like. For example, in case of MyEngage, we were serving consumer brands with digital presence, and in the first 6 to 9 months, we realized that companies in e-commerce segment are the best fit for us at the point of time, right? And the second part is basically, I think is finalizing the business model, kind of refining the business model, and the sales process. I think is important to be able to define before you kind of start scaling up. So.
Right, thanks for that perspective. Shashi, I want to come to you. You've been there, you've also been looking at advising a lot of startups out there. Tell us a little bit about what are the kind of steps towards creating a strong go-to-market strategy. If you can tell us what kind of framework one really needs to put in place to ensure that they get it right.
Thank you, Priya. I hope you can hear me. So firstly, it's a real pleasure to be on the stage with these two super successful entrepreneurs, and it's nice to see our first unicorn from Hyderabad, plus of course someone in Bangalore but from Hyderabad. So it's great to see both of you here in Hyderabad. So in terms of GTM, what we do for India is very different than what we do for the other countries. So I think as you think about GTM, you think you understand your customer here, but once you go to Singapore or Indonesia or the US or Europe, the entire profile of the customer is different. How you have to sell to the customer is different. How you do the pricing, how you provide support, every aspect of the sales process is different. So I think, and both these companies have seen a lot of success, both in India as well as outside India. So, I think these are issues that you have to try to figure out as a startup when you know where you're going to be selling.
Right, thanks for that. We have, as Shashi rightly mentioned, two very successful entrepreneurs out here, and I'm sure the audience wants to know what you've done right in your journey. So let's begin with you, Rohit, to try to understand what's worked for you at Darwinbox. What are you doing towards shaping the kind of future, and how it's falling right in place for you in your journey going forward.
Yeah, so I think just a quick introduction about Darwinbox for the folks who don't know. We are a HR technology platform which is focused mainly on mid to large enterprises. To give you context, we compete with the likes of SAP, Oracle's products in the HR tech space. So we are looking at mostly companies which are 1,000 employees or plus, and we are trying to sell to them one of the most basic software that any company that is digitizing, which is the HR software, right? Like it's the system of record of your organization. So convincing them that they need software for this is not something that is necessary, but our journey has always been how we are better as a product, or how we are 10x better than our competitor, because we are competing with very large legacy players, and there is also a playbook that is set, right? Because these companies have been selling software for the last 20 years. We had to come in and say, how are we better? Most of the times when we went in front of customers, they said, "Tu kaun hai?" Or right, like, "Tu to kal hi pada hua hai, why are you even trying to take on an SAP and Oracle," right? Like, so that's what we had to deal with. So the first stage for us in terms of growth was just building that trust to say, hey, we have a product that will last, right? We have a company that will last, and we have a product that is so much better. So the first stage of getting in front of customer, building enough confidence for them to look at our product was a huge part of the journey. Then moving on from there, we were looking at how do we get on to saying every place that is looking for a HR software, how can we be there? And that we're talking about coverage, right? Because year on year, many companies take this decision around buying HR software, and we had to be in front of them. So our journey has predominantly been in Asia. So we were looking at India was the initial market we launched. Then we moved on to Southeast Asia, Middle East. Now we're looking at launching in the US. So, and the behavioral patterns, the way they buy, etc., vary from country to country, from size to size. But what we had consistently was our competition was the same everywhere, which meant that we could deal with as part of this where the playbook we could replicate, and that we started doing. So in terms of enterprise selling, it is a lot more about stakeholder management, right? It is not one buyer who is making the decision. The CIO, the CHRO, the CFO, all of our decision. All of their needs are different, right? A CFO is trying to save money, a CHRO is trying to give better experience for his people, a CIO is saying, is there a system which can integrate with all of the systems? So how do we make sure that we deal with all these stakeholders and make sure we are convincing them was the big part of our initial go-to-market strategy.
Right, thanks for that, Rohit. Very insightful out there. Let's come to you, Ravi, to talk a little bit about global expansion. We're seeing companies as they expand internationally. There is a modification that's required when you have to approach different markets, be it the US, be it the Middle East, be it Southeast Asia. So, how are you looking at, changing the strategy, modifying it to suit the kind of market conditions? What has been your experience on the same?
Sure, Priya. I think for the audience, our value proposition is we help consumer brands better engage, retain customers, increase revenue and lifetime value, right? I think right from day one, we saw MyEngage as a global opportunity, however, we just wanted to focus on one market, establish clear product market fit before we start scaling up. So during 2014 and 2015, we focused on India as a market, clearly defined who our ideal customer is, what is our value proposition, what is our sales process, what is our business model, and we were able to move from like $0 to $1 million and then started building a sales engine as well. But we realized that obviously to build a large business, you need to have a global presence, and that's where we started scaling outside India in like late 2015, and we started thinking, okay, which are the markets that we need to enter. So since we focus on consumer brands with a lot of internet penetration, then there is US and there is Southeast Asian markets. And we started expanding into Southeast Asia because we saw that that's a market which is very similar to India, probably 1 or 2 years behind in terms of the awareness and adoption of customer engagement platforms. And we started doing that journey. But I think as companies kind of start scaling up, I think in terms of identifying the next market, in terms of identifying the market to expand, it all depends on your customer segment. You should take this decision based on your customer segment and the sort of marketing approach that you have, whether it is more self-serve versus mid-market enterprise segments and so on. In our journey, like expanding to any new market is kind of establishing product market fit in that market. And just because you have a product market fit in India doesn't mean that, you can just kind of throw 30, 40 people in that market and then just expect things to happen. You need to establish the product market fit. At least that's been our experience. When we went into Southeast Asia, we started going through the journey of establishing defensible customers. We brought in someone on the ground, like someone who comes with like a founder mindset, and then we also hired someone local, and that they really kind of helped us kind of get those first set of defensible customers, and then we started investing in the marketing and customer marketing, and you could think, I think earlier the B2B funnel is mostly like more like a funnel. I think the way I see it is like more like a flywheel. Like you sign customers, you build great customer stories and market about those stories. It's like a flywheel that you need to kind of create. I think that's the new way of go-to-market strategy. At least that's what I feel.
Right, thanks for that, Ravi. Shashi, I want to come back to you. When you look at international expansion, and Ravi briefly alluded to it as well, there are many factors that come into play: competitors, price points, various factors out there. So tell us, how should companies really navigate those factors while deciding on a GTM?
Absolutely. So I think we've heard from Rohit and also from Ravi about GTM on the enterprise to mid-market side, and I think it's, as you all know, the early SaaS companies were all selling to the larger companies because we know how to sell to large companies, field sales force. But I think a big opportunity that's opened up in the last few years is selling to small companies in a self-service mode, and I think that's a big opportunity for startups out of India, where without having a field sales force in the US or outside India, you can reach these small companies using like pure marketing-driven sales, and I think that's a massive opportunity. So I think we've seen some great success here from the enterprise to mid-market sales, where you establish a foot there, get like maybe 2-3 reference accounts, hire some local salespeople. That's now well understood. We've got some big success stories right here on the stage. but I think we'll also see a lot of these SMB, self-service, SaaS opportunities coming up where you're targeting someone who's paying you like $50, $100 a month to get access to your offering. And I think that whole GTM is completely different. It's completely marketing driven. There are no salespeople involved. So I'm really excited to see more of those types of companies coming out of India actually.
Right, I have one quick question for the three of you and quick responses as well. As you chart your GTM strategy, I'm sure there are some mistakes that people make when you chart your strategy. So what, according to you, are some of the common mistakes that companies should really avoid while charting this strategy and ensuring that you get it right? Rohit, let's begin with you.
So I think one of the things that we did probably right, which worked out for us, and I see a lot of companies get it wrong, is the founders not selling themselves. Right, our first 60 customers or so, today we have more than 700 customers, but our first 60 customers, it was me and Jayant, my co-founder, selling, because it gives us a better understanding of the customer, the objection times, etc. So before we hired even our first salesperson, we were the ones on the ground selling, and I think that is something that the founders should do very early on, and some founders get it wrong where immediately we go for hiring a salesperson without knowing what's actually happening on the ground. I think that's one thing I would call out.
Ravi?
We have good number of learnings and mistakes. I think starting with the initial part of the journey, I think founders should be truly honest to themselves about product market fit, because sometimes we just start raising venture capital and then start losing more of the capital and then start investing into growth before really establishing product market fit. The other part is, I think, when compared to the US companies, I think they're great at marketing, even though they have like they might not have the best product. I think that's something I think companies in India, I think they are not able to build great products, but need to also improve in their GTM and marketing strategies. I think product design is also one of the areas that we kind of ignore, so that's one other piece as well. And I think the ambition to basically think global right from early days, and then kind of think from that standpoint. I think that's going to be very important, the ambition.
Right, Shashi, last word from you.
Yeah, I think they both hit on the key point, which is spending even a single dime until you've got the product market fit is a big mistake, but all that has been covered. So I would just say one thing. For Indian startups, if I have to name outside of what they've said, it is the underprice are offering too much. We always think that because we're cheaper, that's a good thing. It's not a good thing. I would say price like a premium service, go out there as if you bring a lot of value and don't be afraid to charge for what you bring to the table.
Absolutely, some very, very insightful points shared by the panelists here. So thank you very much for such a lovely discussion and sharing anecdotes from your personal journey. I think there will be a lot of benefit from our audiences out here who are also embarking on their journeys in the startup space, in the enterprise space, and we just hope that we can add so much value to your journey going forward. So thank you very much for being a part of this and for being here at the T-Hub Innovation Summit. Thanks so much.
Very much, Priya, the moderator, and for all the speakers on the stage here. I'd like to present the token of gratitude on behalf of T-Hub to all our speakers. Firstly, presenting to Mr. Rohit Chanamneni, the co-founder of Darwin Boards. Heartiest congratulations, sir. Thank you very much. Mr. Ravi Teja. For that. Shashi Reddy, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Shashi Reddy, sir, the founder and managing director of SRI Capital. And also thanking Mr. Ravi Teja Deba, the founder and CEO of More Engage Inc. and co-founder of PayPal Tech Ventures. And now, all cheers for a group photo op. What an interesting session this was about. I thank all the panelists on behalf of all the participants for enlightening us by providing us knowledgeable insights on going global, the necessity of GTM strategy. Thank you very much, sir. It's a pleasure having you all here with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming up next is a fireside chat that I'm sure all of you are going to enjoy a lot. Have you ever wondered how to build a successful board? Whom to have on your board and how crucial is a board? Let's listen to our panelists and find answers to such clueless questions which only experience and expertise can answer. But before that, there are parallel sessions also going on, so if in case you have registered for any other session, I request you to please move to that room. Any networking can happen in the networking lounge if you have any questions for any of the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, now for the fireside chat, I invite on stage Ms. Vani Kola, successful entrepreneur in the Silicon Valley and currently the managing director at Kalari, an early stage technology-focused venture capital firm. Please put your hands together for Ms. Vani Kola. I also invite on stage Mr. Harsh Jain, CEO and co-founder of Dream 11, India's biggest fantasy sports platform with more than 8 crore users playing fantasy cricket, football, kabaddi, baseball, hockey, volleyball, handball and baseball. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our fireside chat speakers. Sumit earlier talking about Mahabharata and Dronacharya and everything, it put something in my mind. There comes a moment where the student surpasses the teacher, and for Drona that was sort of a big moment when he saw Arjuna do that, I suppose. So sitting with Harsh feels like that. Right now, not that I'm the teacher and he's the student, so that's not the metaphor, but there is sometimes where someone truly surpasses all your expectations. So this is just a joyous, very fulfilling moment to have Harsh here. But before we start the session, I don't want to go into long introductions about Harsh because you can read about it. But the topic today, I think, is important because a lot of founders struggle in growing their boards and struggle to grow with their boards. As the complexion of your company changes, as you scale your company and you transition from early stage investors to a more broader based investor base, and as the complexity of the kind of people that come on your board, you have to grow, and we have seen so many cases where we read about this conflict, and that can be a value disseminator. And of the, Kalari has funded over 120 companies in the last decade, and I have, prior to that, also been in the startup ecosystem for 2 decades. Of the many people that I've seen, Harsh has done this, I would say, almost close to perfection. His own self-growth, and along with that, how he has managed the evolution and complex board to truly add value to his business. So this is a topic we don't speak enough, so I wanted to speak about that. And 2 more things before that I want to add is, I think part of it is because, Harsh is a little bit like an old soul, He, and I say that in a very fond way. I think there's a deep maturity that I saw in him that was always sort of ahead of his years. I think that has allowed him to listen, reflect, and act from a place of reason versus simply a place of emotion. And also when I met Harsh's mother, I said, look, I want to ask you one question again, we need to ask you. So I learned, how did you raise such a good person, right? So I think that's a little bit about Harsh. So Harsh, before we talk about boards, I got attracted to you like opposites attract. I'm not a sports person at all, right? And Harsh is all sports. And I learned so much about it from Harsh, from the day I met him sort of in the
bylanes of New York, so to speak. But your deep passion for sports has been the impetus to not only start Dream Sports, but today it defines your entrepreneurial journey. So I kind of want to understand how your passion played a role into building this fantastic business that you built.
Sure. Namaskaram everyone. Great to be here. And thank you T-Hub for having me here. It's a pleasure. Vani has showered too many praises on me. Now she'll get started with the tough questions. But yeah, so I think, would you like to know more about how did we get here? Or?
I think how we got here, a lot of people know, but how do you see the opportunity to build sports-based businesses in India, globally, that's there? And you're on a take on this. So,
well, I think honestly there's not enough people who are chasing problem solving. I think one of the things that have helped us to scale up and build Dream 11 is that initially it was a passion project. I love fantasy football, actually, more than fantasy cricket. This started because I'm an Indian fan who plays fantasy football. And then when IPL was launching in 2008, we went looking to play fantasy cricket and there was none. But over the years, once we got product market fit with Dream 11, and that took a while. That took about 5 years to get product market fit. And many pivots and failures and learnings. Once we did that, we started now growing from just a fantasy sports company to a much larger sports company. And so now we have Dream 11, which does fantasy sports, which is our flagship product. But we also have Fan Code, which does sports content, commentary, stats, and commerce. We have Dream Set Go for sports travel and experiences. We have Dream Game Studios working on sports gaming. We have an investment in Rario, which is doing NFT in sports. We have investments in Elevan, which is sports bats and sneakers. We have investments in Fitter, which does fitness. We have investments in Kelomore, which helps you to play sports in real life. And we have an investment in So Strong, which does esports. The point I'm getting to at all of this is that as a sports culture in India, we have very little in sports. We have the gold standard, world-class Indian men's cricket, which, as you know, sold for the media rights, was the second most expensive in the world. But beyond that, as a sports culture, we haven't really tapped into the potential of the depth of cricket in India, or even the breadth of sports in India, which is kabaddi, football, basketball, and so on. And so really that's our objective of growing. It's to solve the same problem we've done in fantasy cricket, is to do that much larger in all sports areas in India.
I think the opportunity for sports is immense, and something that is one of those areas that isn't as thought about. And you've done such a fantastic job of building that. As I said, I've learned a ton on that from Harsh. But going to this question of boards, there is this notion that board is adversarial to you, and there is always this conflict between sometimes the founder and board. And in the last sort of, close to 9 years or so that I've known you, there has never been a situation where there is a irreparable conflict or emotional trauma that has been caused to each other, right? And I remember fondly the early days, Harsh, where we just met casually in a small room actually, and it's kind of like, sort of the root, so you go back to that with such fondness. But today we have like 11 people, maybe 13 people, 15 people in the boardroom. It's much more formal. But you made the transition and evolution along with the scale of the company, very seamlessly carrying people along. So what is it that you've learned about managing boards that you can share with others?
So I think it's been very interesting because Vani led our Series A and our Series B. Those were our first funding rounds. And that was the first time we got a formal board. And it's very interesting as an entrepreneur also to have investors for the first time, because you have someone that now owns part of your company and is fully aligned of making it a much larger success. So yes, they are like advisors, but way more attuned to helping the company grow, way more incentivized as well, personally, professionally.
Of being able to get people to do more work for you, right? So what is it you have learned in managing boards that you would pass on?
I think, first of all, like you said, just be open about your problems, right? Your board is not someone you should be worried about going to problems, saying that, oh, there are investors, they'll get to know some of our problems, they might not invest further. I think it's very important for them to know your problems, to work with you on solutions. In fact, I think that it makes a much deeper bond that allows them to invest further, because they feel connected to the company. They feel like they were there with you, working on problems with you, and then solving them. And if they can't solve them, that's okay. But it'll be good, because then they won't expect you to solve them. If they can't help you to solve them, then why should you be the one to be able to solve something magically? I think it is very, very important, because most entrepreneurs need to look at boards as people that are literally giving you, once they've funded your company and you've diluted for them, they're there giving you free advice, they're fully available for free. Some of the sharpest minds of the industry are available to you for free. As an entrepreneur, what more can you ask for? So I think it's very important to tap into that resource.
So, Harsh, I'm getting signal that we have 5 minutes to wrap up. So, one question I want to ask you, I know on a sort of formal basis, this is one of the few trips to Hyderabad. And I'm a born Hyderabadi, so though I of course have lived many decades in Bangalore now. But what do you think of the Hyderabad opportunity for startups and also the current funding environment?
So I'll start with the latter part. I think the current funding environment, look, there's upturns and downturns. We've been doing this since 2008. We saw it in 2008. We saw it in 2012. We saw it in 2016. And it was going to happen in 2020, but the government just, globally made sure that they pumped in enough money and they had enough incentives to make sure that this was pushed out. And it's happening now in 2022. There's always going to be upturns and downturns, and most times in upturns, people build valuation, and in downturn, people build value. And I think it's a great time for entrepreneurs to roll up their sleeves and understand that funding is, you're not going to get great valuations. You're not going to get, pre-revenue, pre-idea, $20 million here, I believe in you. But this is the best time to build. And I truly believe that startups shouldn't have that much funding, because that's what keeps them hungry and wanting this. Today we have a problem of overfunding. On the second point, I think Hyderabad does a great job for technology. It's an amazing technology hub, and the government is clearly investing amazingly in things like this in the T-Hub to build that entire ecosystem even further. Anecdotally, I can say that we have almost never been successful in hiring people from Hyderabad, but we've always been successful in losing people to Hyderabad. I think that... I hope so. At some point we can have a Hyderabad office as well here. Things like T-Hub help further. And we'd love to work with the government to do more. In South, we only have a Mumbai office today. But yes, absolutely. That would be something that we'd love to do in the future.
So, because we don't have time for a lot of questions, we'll take one question.
Hi, Vani. Thank you. Really enjoyed the talk. Just curious, as a founder, obviously founder initially, now as a board member and an investor. Clearly, Harsh is doing fabulously well. His company is doing amazingly well. Of course, there are other companies you have in your portfolio. And the time that you have is obviously limited in a day, right? So many portfolios. prioritize. How do you kind of prioritize, right? Is it like really supporting the growth of companies that are really doing well, or choosing companies that are probably not doing so well, but seeing a lot of promise? As a board member, as an investor, I would love to hear what you thought.
They are probably very deep personal philosophies. I don't know if there's a general answer for everyone. There is this notion that maybe you feed your good companies more. I think that's very short-sighted. All companies will run into trouble, inevitably. And if your role is not to support doesn't always have to say, you ask me for money, I give you the money. I don't even give my children that kind of money. Okay? So, support doesn't have to always be only money, right? Of course, money is part of it. So, I think if you don't help founders through their difficult days, I think you should simply be a financial investor. If you're going to, and that's fine too, right? You invest in stock market, you invest in real estate, whatever you invest in. I think an early stage investor somehow have to have that emotional connect into the business. Of course, there is a time and a place where more money is not going to solve the problem. No, more effort is not going to solve the problem also. So there is a distinction there, but that threshold has to be very high before you give up on a company or give up on a business, right? So I think that you don't operate on that basis, you operate on a need basis. Who needs me and what do they need me for, right? And one of the things, I think there's rarely a founder who's called, I don't return within a few hours, if not at least within a day. I can't think of a situation where we haven't done that, regardless of the situation, right? So Harsh, in the last few hours, have you picked up any Telugu?
Not as much as I'd like, but I can say me and Nariki our best wishes to everybody, and I'll learn more.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. We request you to please stay back on the stage. We request Raksha to please present a small token of our gratitude on behalf of the entire management of T-Hub and the government of Telangana. Thank you so much, Vani. Thank you so much, Harsh. This was a brilliant discussion.
This wonderful occasion of World Innovation Day, I have three innovators sitting on my left and right. Right. So I'll start with Among. Among is the founder of Orange Shark, co-founder at Orange Shark. Vamshi, the founder of True Voice. He's building something which will take on world giants. I'll get him to talk about it. Hopefully. And last but not least, I have Gautam from Quixie. So let's start with a quick 1-minute introduction of each one of you. Could you just tell the audience a little bit about what you're trying to build?
Good evening, everybody. I thank T-Hub for having me and for this wonderful opportunity. Actually, we have built is an alternative to, say, Google Dialogflow or IBM Watson. And many people told me before a few years, this is all done and dusted and there's nothing to do. But I told them if they can do, we can do much more efficiently. And AI is changing every day. And what is innovated 5 years before is not relevant today. So there is a lot of opportunity to create, and that's what we want to. We have done the product, and we are very confident about it. And that's in brief of what we have done.
Hello, everyone. I'm Among. I'm from Nagaland, but Hyderabad is home now. I've been here for a very long time. I've been living here for 20 years. I came here as a student and never left. So when I was at the University of Hyderabad working on my PhD, I along with a couple of friends came together and worked on an edtech company called Education for Free. We developed a product called the Virtual Classroom, and the idea was to teach kids in rural areas through a network of volunteer teachers. After that, I got into the e-com world. I started a company called greenscarf.com, the first of its kind, a single domain site where we sold exclusive women's fashion, contemporary fashion. I took a break in between raising two little humans, and in the year 2019 I founded InfluencerCon, which is the biggest influencer convention in the country, and it's part of India Joy Festival in Hyderabad. And the first year we had in the year 2019 over 60 top influencers and content creators came to Hyderabad to network and learn over 2 days and 2 nights. And my latest, which is Orange Shark, it's a talent acquisition platform. And we work with hundreds of freelance recruiters. In India, we have over 20,000 freelance recruiters, and each company has their own internal, talent acquisition team. But it's not possible for startups to have that, and it becomes incredibly difficult for startups to build their team. And that's where we come in, right? We're automating a process to a point where startups feel like they have their own internal team when they work with us. We are growing really quickly, and we have over 60 startups working with us now. We have a couple of unicorns as well. We even raised a small pre-seed round and from well-known angel investors. And yeah, that's about it at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me here. A quick introduction on Quicksay is that we are a no-code platform. We help businesses build applications without writing code. Now, why is this important? On the theme of innovation, right? So this actually becomes a platform for innovation in every organization. So in today's world, the need of digitization is there everywhere. However, the skill set required is in huge shortage. So by providing a no-code platform, we are allowing people who have the business knowledge and the domain process understanding to be able to build digital solutions without writing a single line of code. So through that, we are able to scale the level of digitization in every organization and therefore across the world. So that's our global mission.
So first of all, what inspired you to take up this idea? When did you get that eureka moment saying, listen, I must build a solution to solve this problem? And second is also tell the audience a little bit about what is unique about what you're doing.
Since my MBA days, I was just wondering, we have a McDonald's burger, they were selling bread here. And I was thinking, why can't we brand idli and sell there? There is so much uniqueness and so much we can do here. And what is that we can take out? And just that then I figure out that they do marketing better and they are more confident. They think that they have something to sell and they innovate. And the primary dream is essentially to bring something from inside which is original and which is here and take it out. But having said that, I'm not into franchisee business or a marketing business. What came naturally to me is AI, because I have been into statistics and I've been working with corporate for many years in this field. So that is what comes to me naturally. So then we were working with few clients, and there is a pretty big gap what we find when people want chatbots or voice bots, and they try to implement. It takes years, and even the hard-coded bots don't really deliver. I mean, they do very little, like collect a little bit of information here and there. So then we thought there is something we can do here, because we have been working in NLP and speech technologies, etc., and we have the capability. So we are, I am driven by the dream of taking something right from here globally, and it's a natural thing that we are in AI, because that is where I spent most of my years. So that is what is easily doable for me.
So do you foresee at some point AI taking over and humans becoming redundant?
AI taking over, I mean, every time we have something like when trucks came over, bullock carts went. So, but when IT came over, many jobs went. When AI comes, robots come and they take. But it's an adjustment. I don't think there will be a job loss per se, because whatever routine work we are doing, so we employ, say, 100 people in a contact center, and they are answering the regular queries, and the bot is answering all the regular queries. Then what can the contact centers do? They can upgrade. They can do. There is a lot of creativity. There is content content creation, and there is more value adding activities which machines can't do. And my sense is AI, if you look at the human intelligence and AI is far behind human intelligence. We can machines cannot ever compete with us for many reasons, because the machine is what we are creating, and what they can do is they can take a process, a repetitive process, and tirelessly they can solve it. They don't have any limitations, but that's about it. But instead of being people who are operating, we can operate the machines.
So you're saying basically anything which requires higher order cognitive thinking.
Yeah, we can upgrade to that level instead of doing the routine things like going to a factory and moving one piece to another piece and putting this there. The human workers can do better than that. They can actually innovate. They can work on some creative stuff, and right. So there's higher value adding activity we can migrate to.
Sure. Thanks. That's a great answer. Among, let's go to you and let's talk about Orange Shark. Right. So you've been almost a serial entrepreneur.
Yes.
So what kind of triggered the idea of building Orange Shark, and what is so unique about what you're doing?
So we are three founders in the team, and it was my co-founder who came up with the idea actually. So he's from the hiring space. So he had come from Singapore to Hyderabad during the first lockdown, and he was helping a few French startups to build a team, and that's when he saw the problem, and that's where the idea came, and he brought me and the other co-founder together. So the other question, what is unique about us? I think we trying to automate the entire process, right? And bringing all the players together under one platform. I think that distinguishes us from the rest. While there are so many players, I think we just want to step back, right? Everything will be done like from the freelance recruiter companies. They're going to interact with each other on the platform and to get things done. So I think automating the process is what sets us apart. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. Gautam, no code has been an idea whose time has come, but when did you decide to,
So
what triggered the whole idea of building a no code platform?
A lot of frustration.
Okay. Tell us about it.
So we used to have a couple of products that were targeted for maritime and aviation industry, and but the products were never 100% fit when you move to the next customer. So we would go to the next customer, try to understand their requirements, go back and configure or customize the product as much as we could, and we thought that we understood the customer requirements very well. And then we would go back with the customized solution back to the customer, and we all know what happens next, right? So the customer would be like, this is not what I want, and all the positivity goes away. The excitement of creating something new or that innovation goes away. It becomes contractual. It becomes, I said this is where it's written. And we felt that we used to put in our heart and blood, or sweat and blood into the code and build it and put all of that effort, and then we get looked at as somebody who's trying to cheat them or something like that, right? So it used to frustrate us a lot. The whole point of doing this business was to be able to delight the customers, but we were never able to achieve delight. At best they were satisfied. So we tried to understand, when we looked at that problem, what's causing this. In spite of the best of our efforts, it's essentially two things. One, the amount of time it actually takes to build a solution. We lose the momentum. So the thoughts change, the people change, and sometimes even the processes change. But the second most important thing is the people who understand the process, the domain, or their problems, they do not necessarily have the skills to be able to build the solution, which is the most important problem, which is why they're relying on some other person who has the skills but probably does not understand the problem. And we thought that, okay, if we are able to create a platform, our goal is to achieve customer delight. If we are able to create a platform and allow people who understand the problem, they will be able to in fact build much higher quality solutions as against a professional developer. And that's how it all started.
So are you going to make developers redundant?
higher purpose.
Higher purpose. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go back to you, Vamshi. So in terms of, obviously all entrepreneurs by design have to be innovative, right? By choice, by design.
Yes, I think so. Yes.
So how do you keep that whole culture of innovation, alive in your entity? How do you think about innovation, right? Do you build a roadmap, or how do you, for example, there's a young startup here, which is out, at idea stage and is now trying to figure out how to build something, right? If there are any secret sauce or secret mantras you want to share?
I'm not sure if it is secret, but the way we looked at the problem is people are taking, say, 6 months, 1 year, say 2 years to develop a bot, and then once they have to change it, then again they are struggling. So just define the problem, like, can we make a conversational bot, can be a virtual agent like she's on Alexa, or a smart speaker, can you make it in a week? Can you make it in 3-4 days? Now, people are spending a lot of time in data preparation, and then give an example. I think many of the people here can relate to it. Machine learning, you give examples and it recognizes something, then you again retrain it, recalibrate it. But then we said, can we automate data preparation? So the first point of innovation, I think, is defining your objective in very specific terms. And once you define in a very specific term, then I think the team gets organized towards that. And I would suggest, to all youngsters particularly, and all Indians or anywhere, anything can be achieved. You should believe in yourself. Most of the problems, for example, AI is something I am speaking here, but most of the NLP algorithms or speech algorithms are invented in 1920s and 40s by funded research in Stanford, etc., etc. And actually, that is what we are still using, because the computing power has enabled it to become commercial now. So, there are many things available outside openly by funded research, by universities, and a lot of technologies available. I think we just have to believe in ourselves, and we have to aim as high as possible. At least we'll end up somewhere.
No, I think some great comments by all of you in terms of all of the solutions you've built have come from experiential learning, right? It's a problem you've seen, the problem you've seen. And also, I think the point you made about leveraging the resources out there to build on something which helps solve quicker, faster, more efficient.
Yeah, correct. There's a lot of ecosystem, a lot of technology available, a lot of math available for everybody.
Okay, good. Okay, so let's go back to you and we'll change the order a little bit just to keep it interesting. How do you, for both startups, we also have a few corporates in the audience, right? And in today's, we've had 2 Black Swan events in the last 2 years, right? Ukraine and then COVID, right? And obviously companies have had to completely transform about how they do business and this whole digital transformation and all of that. Any thoughts on how to keep it, how to keep the culture of innovation alive, both in startups as well as in corporates, based on your experience?
So I'll just give our experience on how. So we started selling Quixie in February 2020, end of February 2020. I think within a week or 2 we realized that COVID is here. So the way we had to think and realign ourselves was something. Maybe I should not use these words referring to COVID, but it was a great learning experience ourselves in terms of how we had to be agile, switch ourselves, because we had a very clear laid out plan in terms of how we were going to execute over the next 6 months to 9 months, and we had to change it within a week. And we were totally clueless in the beginning, but the process actually made us as an organization very agile and nimble in terms of that we started believing that nothing that we are looking at is going, we cannot take anything for granted. So anything beyond a month is a plan, but we keep reviewing very frequently as against creating very long fixed plans. So we keep ourselves very agile in our minds as well, that we should be able to change anything at any point of time. That it has become one of the core values of our organizations, speed and being agile. And that has helped us continue to evolve as the situation unfolded. So when the Ukraine war happened, it didn't make much of an impact for us. So I can only speak from our experience. So I felt that maybe that could be useful to us.
So to innovate, you have to be agile. That's
100%
in summary what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we absolutely believe in empowering our team, right? We want them to have the ability to come up with solutions. We want them to, take initiatives, right? That's the kind of culture we're building, because at the end of the day, they are the ones who talk to our customers, right? The job seekers, the companies, the freelance recruiters, day in, day out, right? They know what the problem is. And so we tell them, like, imagine yourself as a part owner. What would you have done? For a particular problem. You don't have to come and tell us for every solution that the problem requires. So we constantly work on that, and we strongly believe that it's not top to bottom, it's bottom up. And we want them to tell us what we should do next, right? We want our team to tell us where we should go next. We want our customers to tell us where we should go next, because that's how our, the work.
I think some great points there about ownership. How ownership, innovation requires ownership, not just at senior levels, but across the company. Thank you.
To keep the culture of innovation, I think we have to, as Sri Jayesh was mentioning, we have to get out of lot of predefined mental notions, like certain education is required, certain so and so is required. We should try to identify the people. There are people who have different skill sets or attitudes or approaches. There is a small set of people who like to work on original things, who like to create something, and who feel good about doing something innovative. So when you get people inside the organization, it's very important to get that kind of attitude or that kind of predisposition, because rest of the skills can be trained easily. The most difficult thing is what motivates the other person. If the other person is motivated by innovation and creativity, that is the person you get inside. I think that solves majority of the issue for the startups. But when you grow into a large organization, definitely there are different challenges in large organization, because large organizations needs processes and people have to have compliance. But for startups, I think that should work. There may be many things, but that is what...
Sure. So essentially you're saying hire for attitude, don't worry about knowledge and skills. Those
correct,
can be...
Correct. Yeah, not on the CV, hire for the fitment and whether they are happy doing this, and tell them clearly this is what we are doing, and we will only be happy when you really achieve something, solve a real problem.
Sure.
Not the time or not the process or something like that.
So I think I can see the time is an indicator there saying time up. We can go on because, so many other aspects of innovation which I wanted to touch on. But thank you, Vamshi. Thank you, Gautam. Thank you, Among. And
thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to all the dignitaries and the audience assembled here. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Asma Javeen, Assistant Professor from Indore Institute of Engineering and Technology. I will be the MC today. So it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all on the Flame of Entrepreneurship event. I would like to thank all of you for taking time out to grace on this occasion and marking this spectacular event with your glorious presence. T-Hub, Technology Hub, launched in 2015, has empowered 1100 plus startups by enabling them with 6 M's: money, market, motivation, manpower, mentors, methodologies, and 2 P's, policy and partnership. 60 C+ corporations accelerated their business by partnering with T-Hub for innovation. As a run-up to the launch, T-Hub, Technology Hub, in collaboration with its innovation partners TSIC, Telangana State Innovation Cell, V-Hub, Task, Telangana Academy of Skill and Knowledge, REACH, the Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad. The goal of Flame of Entrepreneurship event is to recognize the entrepreneurial potential present all over the Telangana and celebration of the same. The chief objective of T-Hub is to facilitate entrepreneurial abilities and enhance industry linkages. The government is striving towards making Hyderabad the innovation capital of the country. As the CEO of TASC, Sri Srikant Sinha Garu has facilitated more of employability for the youth of Telangana under the development of ITE and C, Government of Telangana. It helps students like us to create investable technology-based technology. I really feel delighted to host such a program that drives entrepreneurship spirit in collaboration with Telangana skill and knowledge. We will work diligently by putting our efforts towards creating budding entrepreneurs with the great initiative of T-Hub, Technology Hub and TASC.
Ashrita Padmasana Ya Brahmachyuta Shankara Prabhutibhi Devai Sada Pujita Saman Patu Saraswati Bhagavati Nisheshajaryapaha.
I request our beloved principal, Dr. V.P. Raju sir, to deliver the valuable speech to the students.
Good morning to one and all. Good morning. Dignitaries on the dais, Mujibul Khan sir, IAS, Additional Collector, Siddipet District, Srikant Sinha sir, CEO TASC, ITE and C Department Telangana, Government of Telangana, Rajesh Vatlam, CEO AAC J-Hub, Government of Telangana, Kumar Mucham, TASC, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Very good morning to one and all. At the outset of Flame of Entrepreneurship T-Hub 2.0 inauguration function, I express my hearty welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. HODs, faculty members, my dear students, I am very thankful to T-Hub for giving opportunity to host this wonderful event in our college. My sincere thanks to J-Hub and Government of Telangana. So, the very purpose of this meeting is Flame of Entrepreneurship. First of all, we should know what is entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is an individual creates his own business and bearing the lot of risk and enjoying the profits. The main aim of this program is identify the potentiality of the entrepreneur, like-minded people in Telangana, across the Telangana, so that the government has planned to launch this event in 10 districts. We are one of the districts, we have to conduct this program. I wish all of you become entrepreneurs rather than being an employee. Because in order to shift the trend from wage employment to self-employment, you have to improve certain skills for becoming an entrepreneur. That is we call it as a critical skills. So you have a planning, long planning to improve your skills time to time, like business skills, managerial skills, like teamwork, leadership skills, and you have to improve the financial skills, you have to improve the critical thinking skills. So from this program, I hope you are getting all the inputs for what is entrepreneurship, on how to become the entrepreneur.
Now I request Sri Rajesh Adlagaru, CEO AIC T-Hub, to deliver his speech to the students.
We want to see all of you become job creators rather than job seekers. There's nothing wrong in seeking a job, but the nation needs many more job seekers and they need many more startups to stand with the growing economies in the, against different countries in the world. So we wanted to build the nation step by step by building startups in the state. And as you all know, T-Hub does a lot of programs, a program at every level of the startup. For every stage in the startup journey, T-Hub has a program like Lab 32, which is known for market access, T-Angel, which is a program we do for startups to get investment. And we also do a program called Trestle, which is a program where they take the Indian startups into the American markets. So we also do it with some European markets as well. So these are all initiatives to help you guys. If you have any great idea, just remember T-Hub is always there to support you. We'll help you convert your idea into a product and also your product into a business.
Now I request Sri Srikant Sinha Garu, CEO of Telangana Academy of Skill and Knowledge, ITE and C Department, Government of Telangana, so to give valuable speech.
We are not into creating entrepreneurs, but creating an entrepreneurial mindset, which is probably more important than actually creating entrepreneurs. Because we want everyone to start thinking innovatively. Don't look at a problem, look at the solution. An entrepreneur is someone who doesn't let the problem trouble him, but looks at a solution for the problem and comes up with a solution for the problem. And that is what is most important to become an entrepreneur. You should think on the solution itself. Everyone wants themselves to be invested in. But have you ever sold something? Right? Unless until you are able to sell something, how are you going to sell your idea? How are you going to sell your product? How are you going to sell your services? Please understand, Angadi or Mandi or marketing is most important for being an entrepreneur. It is most crucial. You cannot teach people consumer behavior in a classroom. You cannot teach people what your first rejection will be in the classroom. Right? It is only once you sell something, some product, etc., you will realize what selling is all about. A successful entrepreneur has to be able to market himself, sell himself, get investors to listen to him. As part of task, of course, along with all the ecosystem partners, we launched a program called as I40S. I don't know how many of you are aware about that program, Innovating for Telangana. That ran with the punchline, Samajika Avashkarnalu Sarlimaina Jivitanki. Social innovations for simplifying lives. So this was a program that was aimed at creating social innovation and rural entrepreneurship. 8,000 plus youth of Telangana became part of this program. And we did not jump. Everyone starts with an entrepreneurship development program. We said, no, that is wrong. Let us start with an entrepreneurship and innovation mindset development program first. So that was the 5 weeks program that we ran online. 8,000 students became part of it. They were exposed to people like Malaysian and etc. Everyone, people of international, national fame, they were exposed to them. We introduced them to people like Padmaja Ruprel, who is co-founder of India Angel Networks. We introduced them to Kinnar Kanek. We introduced them to Padma Shri B.V.R. Mohan Reddy Garu. We got them interacting with Padma Shri Professor Anil Gupta. All the people who are the names who are important in innovation and entrepreneurship were given access to these students. From these 8,000 students, we further brought it down to about 30 ideas finally, after an ideathon, and about 200 odd people. It was very difficult for us to select, but then we looked at how do we select them. We got experts to help us from the ecosystem itself. And then we started the second journey of 12 weeks of an entrepreneurship development program. Now all the videos were bilingual. Everything was bilingual, English and Telugu both. And this entire thing is available on the Task website itself. So my humble submission to you is, of course, we'll be launching the second phase as T-Hub 2.0 is starting. I4TS 2.0 will also be starting in July. So please watch out for that announcement also. But the big announcement today is T-Hub 2.0, which is opening up. We are also talking to T-Hub, and like some of you might have visited T-Hub also earlier as an industrial visit. So Task will ensure that we are able to bring some of the students also to visit to T-Hub 2.0 during your stay in your university and campus itself. Task is looking at creating micropreneurs and solopreneurs. If you are able to help yourself, survive yourself, have a livelihood for yourself through something that you develop, or also employ some more people, that is good enough, right? And then of course you could scale, you could look at how it could be replicated or scaled up. In fact, the important thing is what problem you are trying to solve. So I will tell you 3 guru mantras for what kind of a problem and how do you solve that. The first is, whatever you do, right, it should be frugal in creation. Basically, whatever you develop, ensure that whatever it is not expensive to make. That is the first thing. Second thing, it should be affordable for people to buy it, right? Whatever your product, service, whatever it might be, it should be affordable for more and more people to buy it so that your entrepreneurship can be successful, right? And third and most important, it should be accessible, which means anyone across India should be able to get it, across the state should be able to get it, all kinds of people should be able to benefit from it, including persons with disabilities, right? It is time our education institutions also start talking about startups that are coming out from their institutions. I'm extremely happy to know that, out of the IIT Delhi batch, 53 people took up entrepreneurship this time, right? Which was never the case. Most of the people didn't go for jobs or went for entrepreneurship. But when will our education institutions start talking about the entrepreneurs that they are creating? I think if we want to give entrepreneurship the right due, which T-Hub and the entire Telangana ecosystem under the leadership of Honorable IT Minister, Industries Minister KTR Garu, and under the guidance of our Principal Secretary Shri Jayesh Ranjan Garu are trying to do, can only be achieved if we are able to leverage on the ecosystem that has been created. And here I want to also mention one more thing. Startups in other states are also there. I'll not deny that. But in Telangana, the government encourages startup. I don't know how many of you have attended some task programs online, but the platform that we use has been incubated by a startup led by a woman in VHub. And we have used that as our LMS and our video broadcasting tool. And that is how Government of Telangana encourages startups.
Now I request our chief guest, respected Muzammil Khan sir, to render his valuable message.
ఫెయిల్ అయినప్పుడు ఖచ్చితంగా ఫెయిల్ అవుతారు. వెన్ యూఆర్ అన్ ఆంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్, వెన్ యూ స్టార్ట్ అ స్టాండప్, నా జీవితంలో కూడా అయింది అలా. ఒకసారి ప్రయత్నించాను, ఫెయిల్ అయ్యాను, వదిలేసాను. ఆ ఆలోచనలో మీరు ఉండకూడదు. ఫెయిల్యూర్ ఇస్ అ నార్మల్ పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద ప్రొసెస్ ఆఫ్ లైఫ్. ఫర్గెట్ స్టాండప్ అండ్ స్టార్టప్ అండ్ ఆంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్షిప్. ఎక్కడ కానీ ఫెయిల్యూర్ అవుతుంది. చూసుంటారు కదా మీ జీవితంలో. ఫెయిల్యూర్ చూడకుండా దూరం వచ్చారా ఎవరన్నా? ఏ పరీక్ష రాసినా ఒకసారి ఫెయిల్ అవుతాం, ప్రయత్నిస్తాం. ఇన్ అదర్ ఆస్పెక్ట్స్ ఆల్సో వీ ఫెయిల్ ఇన్ లైఫ్. కానీ ఆ ఫెయిల్యూర్ని ఎలా తట్టుకుంటామనే కదా మనకు ఒక ఐడెంటిటీ ఇచ్చేది. వాస్తవమా కదా? ఆఖరి అంశం మీకు చెప్పదలుచుకుంది అది. ఈ ప్రయాణంలో మీరు మొదలుపెట్టినప్పుడు గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాల్సింది అది, సక్సెస్ ఈజ్ నాట్ ఇన్స్టంటేనియస్, వచ్చినా కొన్ని రోజులు ఉంటుంది, కానీ పడినప్పుడు నేర్చుకునే వాళ్ళే తరతరాలుగా సక్సెస్ఫుల్గా రిపీటెడ్ సక్సెస్ అనేది అనుభవిస్తారు. ఎందుకు? దే నో హౌ టు రికవర్ ఫ్రమ్ ఫెయిల్యూర్. ఒక సక్సెస్ఫుల్ ఆంటర్ప్రిన్యూర్ కావాలంటే కావాల్సింది డబ్బు కాదు, కావాలంటే మంచి కాలేజ్ డిగ్రీ కాదు, కావాలంటే భూమి జగ కాదు, కావాలంటే మీకున్న పరిచయాలు కాదు, కావాలంటే ఆలోచన రీతి. మీ ఆలోచన రీతి ఉంటే ఈ మార్పు అనేది మీ ద్వారా మొదలవుతుంది, సమాజంలో కూడా అందరికీ వస్తుంది.
I would like to call M. Vikram Reddy to express or to share his journey of entrepreneurship.
If your aim is to crack MNC company interview and pick the salary of 6 digits, that's not more than enough for you people. If you are entered to the world, explore more. I try to make the people to serve you. That's it. Then you will the boss one day to this world. That's it. Not more than that. Basically, I'm a civil engineer. So, civil engineer means we have every day. In case if you are, మన ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళినా మనకు కావాల్సింది నార్మల్గా పీపుల్ కావాల్సింది కూడు గూడు గుడ్డ. సో ఎవ్రీ డే మీ సివిల్ ఇంజనీర్కి చాలా ఆపర్చునిటీస్ ఉంటాయి. ఫ్రూట్ ప్రొడక్షన్ చేయాలని ఇప్పుడు నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ రెస్టారెంట్స్ వచ్చినాయి. ఎక్కడ పోయినా అక్కడ కూడా స్ట్రక్చర్ కావాలి, మనం ఉండడానికి స్ట్రక్చర్ కావాలి, మార్కెటింగ్ చేయడానికి స్ట్రక్చర్ కావాలి. సో వీ హ్యావ్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ ఆపర్చునిటీస్ అవుట్ సైడ్. So we have started an entrepreneur for consultancy for structural designs and consultancy for structures, and we have started only with just 2.8 million capital investment. Within 6 months we get back the capital investment, and our last financial year our profits is 3.5 million. So here in case నేను అదే జాబ్ చేస్తుంటే ఆ 3.5 million రావడానికి నాకు 1 decade పట్టేది. సో హియర్ మనం ఎక్కడైతే మనకి ఎంత నాలెడ్జ్ ఉంటే అక్కడే ఆగిపోతే మనం ముందుకు వెళ్ళలేము. సో మీకు ఎక్కడైతే నాలెడ్జ్ ఉందో, సో మీరు చేస్తున్న కోర్స్ అనే కాదు, మీరు ఏదైనా చిన్న స్టార్టప్ పెట్టచ్చు, కన్సల్టెన్సీ పెట్టచ్చు, లేదా ఇంకేదైనా ఇన్నోవేటివ్గా ఇంకేదైనా మీరు చేయొచ్చు. బట్ మనకు స్కోప్ ఉంటుంది. బట్ మీరు మనం ఒకే దగ్గర కంఫర్ట్ జోన్, ఎస్పెషల్లీ ఇన్ కేస్ ఇఫ్ యు ఆర్ అడిక్టెడ్ టు ద కంఫర్ట్ జోన్, దెన్ వీఆర్ నాట్ గోయింగ్ టు సక్సెస్ ఇన్ అవర్ కెరియర్. దట్ ఈస్ ద మేజర్ థింగ్. సో మీ ఇంట్లో పేరెంట్స్ చెప్తుండొచ్చు నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ థింగ్స్ లైక్ శాలరీ వస్తే చాలు, జాబ్ ఉంటే చాలు, అంతకంటే ఇంకేం అవసరం ఉంటుంది అని. బట్ కాకపోతే మీరు 6 digit శాలరీ తీసుకునే బదులు మీకు 30,000 శాలరీ వచ్చినా మీ కింద 3-4 ఎంప్లాయీస్ ఉండి మీరు వాళ్ళకి శాలరీ ఇస్తే దెన్ అన్ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ అనేది తగ్గుతుంది, అండ్ యు ఆర్ ద బాస్ ఫర్ దట్. మీరు ఎవరి గురించి వర్క్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు, ఏం చేయాల్సిన అవసరం.
So this flame of entrepreneurship event being covered by MyStartup TV, it would be broad telecasted on MyStartup TV app available on iOS and Android, MyStartup YouTube channel, LinkedIn, and across other social media platforms. Okay, so entrepreneurship means an idea and efforts to put their idea into action, right? So I request Shiva sir to come onto the dais and share his feelings of entrepreneurship. Surya sir.
And I'm a COO of Amusa Sustainable Private Limited, one of the top 10 e-commerce platforms in India. I used to work as a bank. I used to work as a developer and lead data analyst in Bank of America. After 2 years, I came to India. And me and my friend Pallavi, we are hanging out in a place, and we got an idea. There is no market for organic products. Why can't we start a company? We two sat on a bar table and we started this company. Right now we are having 175 employees working for us right now, and it's one of the top level multinational company which is competing all over the world. Okay, my company doesn't exist in India. It's all over the world. Right now we came to Indian market. And we started in such a way that currently my Indian revenue is per day is 10.75 million rupees. And also, once before 6 years, we went to some investors and we went to some investors and we want some investment to invest in my company. Right now, I'm an angel investor and as well as a venture capitalist. Right now, I invested in more than 15 companies in all over India. Example, Furlanco, example, Mystic Dates, and there are many other companies. Right now, I'm a venture capitalist. I'm working as a venture capitalist, and there are more. I have a share of 72% holdings in all the international companies.
Thank you, Surya sir. So next, I would like to call Arun to share his journey of entrepreneurship.
This is Arun. నేను 2018లో ఇదే కాలేజ్ నుంచి పాస్ అవుట్ అయ్యాను, సివిల్ ఇంజనీరింగ్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ నుంచి. బిఫోర్ 2018 నేను చెప్పను, ఎందుకంటే ఇలా సెమినార్లు కూర్చోవడం, క్లాస్ వినడం ఇదంతా కామన్ అది. ఆఫ్టర్ 2018 కాలేజ్ అయిపోగానే, ఎగ్జామ్స్ అయిపోగానే ఇంటికి వెళ్ళిపోయాను. అండ్ నాది మెదక్, ఇక్కడ కాదు. మెదక్ వెళ్ళాక 10 days రెస్ట్ తీసుకున్నాను. తర్వాత ఒక కంపెనీకి ఇంటర్వ్యూకి వెళ్ళాను. వాళ్ళు రిజెక్ట్ చేశారు, కమ్యూనికేషన్ స్కిల్స్ లేవని. తర్వాత ఆలోచించాను, సర్టిఫికేట్స్ వచ్చాయి, చూశాను. నా సివిల్ అయితే నేను ఎందుకు కమ్యూనికేషన్ సైడ్ వెళ్తున్నాను, ఇంటర్వ్యూస్కి ఎందుకు వెళ్తున్నాను? ఎందుకంటే నేను వెళ్ళింది సాఫ్ట్వేర్ ఇంటర్వ్యూ. తర్వాత ఆలోచించి మా డాడీకి అడిగాను, లోకల్లో ఒక ఇంజనీరింగ్ ఆఫీస్ ఉంది, నన్ను అక్కడ జాయిన్ చేయండి అని. మా డాడీ వెళ్ళాడు, జాయిన్ చేశాడు. అరౌండ్ 2.5 years నేను అక్కడే వర్క్ చేశాను విత్ 2000 శాలరీ. 2.5 years విత్ 2000 శాలరీ. ఆఫ్టర్ 2.5 years ఐ హ్యావ్ హోప్. నాకు హోప్ వచ్చింది, నేను కూడా ఒక ఆఫీస్ స్టార్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు, నేను కూడా కంపెనీ పెట్టుకోవచ్చు, నేను కూడా రన్ చేయగలుగుతాను అని. ఎట్ కరోనా టైం ద ప్లస్ పాయింట్ ఫర్ మీ. ఎందుకంటే అందరికీ కరోనా ఇబ్బంది వచ్చింది, అని నాకు కరోనా చాలా ప్లస్ పాయింట్ తెచ్చింది. కరోనా టైంలో మా సార్ వేరే విలేజ్లో ఉంటాడు, ఆఫీస్ మొత్తం నాకే అయిపోయాడు. సో ఓన్గా ఆఫీస్ని రన్ చేసే స్కిల్స్ వచ్చేసాయి నాకు. తర్వాత నేను ఓన్గా ఆఫీస్ స్టార్ట్ చేశాను విత్ 2 lakhs ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ ఉంది. ఎందుకంటే సివిల్ ఇంజనీరింగ్ ఆఫీస్కి ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ అవసరం లేదు, లైఫ్ టైం ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ ఒకటే, నాలెడ్జ్. 2 lakhsతో స్టార్ట్ చేశాను. మెల్లిమెల్లిగా స్టార్ట్ చేశాను. వర్క్స్ వచ్చాయి. ఇప్పుడు ఐఎమ్ ఎర్నింగ్ 1.5 lakh per month. అండ్ ఇది ఓన్లీ నాదే కాదు, చాలామంది సపోర్ట్ చేశారు. పేరెంట్స్, ఫ్రెండ్స్, అక్కడ ఉండేవాళ్ళు చాలామంది సపోర్ట్ చేశారు. కొంతమంది డిగ్రేడ్ కూడా చేశారు, ఎందుకంటే నేను ఆఫీస్లో వర్క్ చేసేటప్పుడు వస్తారు, కొంతమంది తెలిసిన వాళ్ళు కూడా వస్తారు. ఇక్కడ వర్క్ చేస్తున్నావు, 2000 సార్లకి ఎంటెక్ చేయొచ్చు కదా, హైదరాబాద్కి వెళ్ళి జాబ్ చేయొచ్చు కదా. నేనేం ఆన్సర్ ఇవ్వలే వాళ్ళకు. నౌ దే ఆర్ కమింగ్, నాకు ప్లాన్ ఇవ్వండి సార్, నాకు ప్లాన్ ఇవ్వండి. మా ఊళ్ళో అందరు అరుణ్ పిలిచేవాళ్ళు, ఇప్పుడు నన్ను సార్ అంటున్నారు. జస్ట్ అది ఆ రెస్పెక్ట్ వచ్చింది, బికాస్ మనీ కాదు, రెస్పెక్ట్ వచ్చింది నాకు. అది చాలా సంతోషం నాకు.
Everything is available on different search engines, etc. So knowledge is not a limitation. You can get knowledge from anywhere. But how do you translate that knowledge into something meaningful is what is most important, right? Now, you might be an expert only in one thing. How do you get the knowledge of others? And that is where mentors play a huge role, right? The innovation ecosystem that has been created in Telangana is ensuring, so whether it's T-Hub, V-Hub, Rich, Task, everyone ensures that not only do we provide you hand-holding support, but mentorship, helping you understand how your problem that you have come up with, what is the solution, how it can be scaled, what are you lacking. For example, once you have come up with something, you'll have to test it out, right? You'll have to give it to people to try it out whether it works or not, correct? So you need test beds, you need markets, you need technology, right? All these things are required, and that is what this ecosystem is able to provide to you very, very easily. And that is where, the culture, we are changing it over here in Telangana, where everyone is willing to share. Why people incubate themselves in T-Hub, P-Hub, etc. is because the ecosystem supports you, right? If you are starting an EV company of your own, right? Today, if you look at it, we are spoiling the environment badly, correct? What we have done, you should not leave the environment in a similar way for your juniors, correct? Take a simple example, 1 billion mobile phones, correct? In India. Assume every mobile phone will have a charger, yes or no? Yes.
Yes? Assume the charger fault rate to be just 30%. Right? 30%. I'm sure more chargers fail than 30%. But assume 30% chargers get spoiled, become bad. Right? And each charger's weight is 100 grams. Right? Can anyone tell me how much amount of e-waste are we generating? Anyone good in maths? Come on. Yes, quick. 30,000 tons. Only of chargers. I am not even talking about mobile phones, I am not talking about laptops, desktops, ACs, projectors, cameras, nothing. Can one of you come up with an idea through which e-waste can be recycled properly? Right? Can you come up with an idea where you don't require air conditioners, civil engineering students? Right? And that is what is important. There are so many problems. We don't have to, MIT, etc. people need to step out of their labs to come across problems. Here there are hundreds of problems waiting for solutions. Address those solutions. One of our students, right, from one of our program in TASK itself called TEP, Technology Entrepreneurship Program, has become a success today. His product is also sold on Amazon. And probably I don't know whether you have heard about it or not, air-conditioned helmets. Right? Josh Technologies is the name of the company. And what this boy did was created an air-conditioned helmet which is selling like hotcakes in the Middle East, where temperatures are very, very extreme. Right? So you have to start thinking about that. And one thing which Telangana ecosystem promises you is access to people like Surya and all the other entrepreneurs that we are talking about. So knowledge sharing, helping you ideate, coming up with refining your solution, your problem itself, your solution, ideation, everything is part of the Telangana startup ecosystem. And that's what T-Hub 2.0 is going to further accelerate and take it forward. Right?
Good evening. Myself, Bukya Lingam. I am from KG Reddy College of Engineering and Technology. I am working as assistant professor there. We partnered with the 5 villages on behalf of our institute. We regularly interacting with the village people, and we identifying the most pressing problem there. And like that, we identified the problem like for storage of the vegetables for the farmers. So for that, I invented the idea of cooling chamber where the farmer can store the vegetables from 1 week to 10 days when the demand reduces in the market. For that innovation, I grant 1 lakh rupees of rupees were sanctioned from the TSIC. I would like to thank TSIC for the encouragement they given to me. Thank you everyone.
myself Samyukta Penta. Actually, I'm working as an associate professor in KG Reddy College of Engineering and Technology. As a part of this program, actually, we have started a Center for Social Innovation and Transformation. Center for Innovation and Social Transformation in the college. From the center, we have partnered with 5 villages. So from the last 1.5 years, we have interacted 5 villages people, and we have having come across with various problems the farmers are facing and the community people are facing in the surrounded by 5 villages. So the most pressing problems we come across is the farmers of 15 problems. Out of 15, we have applied for 6 proposals for the TSIC, but here we got 3 funding for prototype. I am very much honored and proud to be here for my achievement. We actually, my product is from the wastage of flowers. From the waste, we are generating some value-added products in such a way that the environment should be clean and green. We can give nature to the future generations. So, as a society, we have given so much we have taken so much from the society. At the same time, we need to give something to the society, pay back to the nature as well as the society. In that idea, I have developed a machine which generates from the waste to the value added product. I am very excited and so much happy for winning this award. It is a milestone in my life career. Thank you so much for TSIC for giving this award. Thank you.
Hi, this is Sumana Brahma. I am representing FarmNeed Agribusiness Private Limited. We are an agri-tech startup, and we have today won the TSIC T-Series incentives as a grant for seed idea that we have had. Now, our company is basically into disease and pest management solution. All of us know that the farmers today is facing a huge problem of crop loss due to disease and pest. And almost like 30 to 40% of the crops are lost due to the disease. Okay, now we are trying to find out a data-driven, AI-based solution for this particular problem that the farmers and growers are facing, and came out with the solution in the form of a disease diagnostic system which can forecast disease. So it is basically a disease forecasting system that we have. So the advantage of this system is that the farmers come to know about the disease, possibility of disease well in advance, so that they can take the precautionary measures, and that guidance is also provided to them. The recommendations depending on the forecast is also provided to them so that they can take care of the disease. So this is what we have already developed the prototype, and that is working fine in some part of India, in the eastern part of India. We are in Telangana. We are currently incubating with AgHub, basically to customize this solution for Telangana, and we are working in with the scientists of PJT ACU to customize it for Telangana and do a active field trial for this particular solution. So we would like to thank TSIC for recognizing this and providing us with the grant, and it means a lot to us because this will definitely help us, this fund will definitely help us in doing a proper customization and testing for the Telangana market. Thank you so much.
Ankur Wariku, founder nearby.com, angel investor and author, spoke about founder mindset at the Community Connect event. Listen in.
Let's welcome Ankur Wariku onto the stage with huge round of applause, guys. He's come all the way for interacting with our founders. Thanks a lot, Ankur. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here. How is everybody doing? That is the lowest energy I've heard in such a big room. How is everybody doing? You've no idea the level of energy I need. How is everybody doing? All right, more like it. Thank you so much for coming down wherever you have come from. Who here thinks they have come from the farthest point where we are? कौन सबसे दूर से आया है? Claims. Where have you come from? Where have you come from? Sorry? Okay, all right. Anyone who can beat that? Anyone? Oh, ये तो बहुत सारे हाथ हैं. Okay, let's give it to the gentleman. He's come all the way from the USA. I'm kidding. It's a pleasure to be amongst all of you. For those who may not know me, and that's totally okay, you're not missing out on anything in life. My name is Ankur. I have been an entrepreneur for the last 10, 12 years. Okay. I have been an entrepreneur for the last 12 years, 13 years. And it's such a joy and privilege to see the startup world. I started up in 2009. When starting up was nearly not as cool as it is today. Back then, starting up meant you did not get a job out of college, so you had to do something else. And look where we are today. You're sitting in the world's largest incubation center, and this is only the start. So it's and you're at the epicenter of every action that's taking place as such. How many of you here are founders? Show of hands. How many of you here are founders? Show of hands. Okay, thank you. How many of you here are students? Oh, quite a few. Awesome. How many of you here are neither students nor founders? Okay, that's perfectly fine. गलतियां सबसे होती हैं. Okay. Here's what I wanted to do. I wanted to speak about the founder mindset. When I say the founder mindset, I am not talking about founders. I am talking about a mindset. And you can actually have the founder's mindset or the entrepreneur's mindset irrespective of where you are in life. Entrepreneurship is not a profession. It's a state of mind. It's how you think about life, how you go about doing things that determines whether you are an entrepreneur or not. I was a student at ISB in 2005, 2006, which is why I have such a fond attachment to the city, to of course ISB as an institution, to what it's built. And back then, I did not know whether I wanted to become a founder or not. I had no idea that I would be standing here today after so many years speaking on the founder mindset. I took up a job, which was in consulting. But as I progressed through the job, it was very visible that while I was spending my time with toppers from IIT, toppers from IIMs, the best institutions that the world and the country has, I consistently got this feedback that there is something which is positively unpredictable about you. And I want to stress on these two words. Positively unpredictable about you. And to tell you what these two words mean and how it comes to define the founder's mindset, I will actually use a story. So for about 4 or 5 years, I was teaching at a business school in Gurgaon, digital marketing. So I was a professor of digital marketing, and it was an elective in a business school program. And the final exam of that digital marketing 6-month course was a simple question I used to ask. And the question was, list at least 3 things that you have learned in the course. That's it. That was the final exam. List at least 3 things that you've learned in the course. It's the simplest final exam in the world. And that is why I was the most loved professor as well. Over 4 or 5 years, about 120 students took that exam. And if I really had to grade them, I would not make more than 6 of them pass that exam. I would fail everybody else. And you're like, boss, मतलब एक ऐसे सवाल में कौन कैसे fail हो सकता है? List at least 3 things that you've learned from the course. It's the simplest thing that you can do. For those who may know the answer, please stay quiet because I've shared this story multiple times. Why do you think I would fail everybody except 6 students in this exam? What could be the reason? One of the reasons is I'm not crazy. What could be the reason I would fail students in an exam that says list at least 3 things that you've learned in this course? Yeah?
The thing is that answer to the very simple question need not to be simple.
Okay, you're trying to be very smart when you say that. I totally get it, but that's not what I was looking for. But I get the drift. I get the drift. Thank you for that. Okay, anybody else?
Marketing, people need to be unique in the way they need to write answers. But
Okay, marketing people need to be unique. No, anybody else?
you said at least 3, and they might have answered only 3.
My friend here, can we give him a round of applause? You may not have heard what he said. Everyone except 6 students listed exactly 3 things that they learned in the course. When my question was, list at least 3 things that you have learned from the course. This is exactly what each one of us does every single day of our lives. Somebody out there, your manager, your parents, your friends, your relatives, the world outside is constantly telling you, just get these 3 things done and you are successful. Get the funding and you're successful. Get the PMF, you're successful. Get the first 1,000 customers, you're successful. And we are back and everything. So I tricked my students into believing that the definition of success was 3 things that they learned from the course. And people are like, 3 likh diye, exam pass ho gaye, hum rock star hai, professor बेवकूफ hai, and it was just done. But only 6 students were like, who the F is Ankur Warikoo to tell us what we learned from the course? He's asked for 6, which is a leading thing, but I learned 7, 9, 13, maybe even 2. But I'm not going to let somebody else define what success is for me. And that is actually a mindset. It's a mindset. If you don't think on a constant basis about what can I do more than what I'm supposed to do, you're actually just predictable. If your manager tells you get these 3 things done and you do it, you're predictable. If your investor tells you to hit these metrics and you do them, you're predictable. If your customers give you feedback, you work on it and get it done, you are predictable. You're not doing somebody any favor. You're not doing anything that was not expected from you. You're doing something that is required from you. The only way that you truly become a founder is when you become unpredictable. When you actually cannot even predict yourself what's going to come out of you. You sit in that zone, you're given a mandate, and you outdo yourself. You're like, fuck, where did this even come from? You're in this flow, in this mojo, in this vibe that is so natural to you. It's not something that you have to, अरे फूक के करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि एक zone में जाना है. You are that person. Constantly. That is your zone. You don't need to get high in life to be happy in life. You are high in life perpetually and not through substances. That is when you become unpredictable. But unpredictability is a double-edged sword. It can go either way. So you have to find a mechanism where this unpredictability becomes positive. It's a net positive impact, not a net negative impact. Because you can go unpredictable and lose everything that you have. Who does that the best? Who is the most unpredictable and ends up almost always losing? Gamblers. That's what it is. That's why casinos recognize unpredictability is actually a drug. It's very seducing once you get used to it, but it is a downward spiral faster than most other things. And that's why it's very easy to be negatively unpredictable. Your job as the founder is to be positively unpredictable. Let me give you a few examples. Has anybody here read the book Moments? A book, Moments? I forget the name of the entire book, but it's about moments. Okay. Raise your hands if you remember a special moment in your life in the last 1 year. Raise your hand if you remember a special moment in your life last 1 year. In the last 12 months, you remember some special moment in the last 1 year. बाकी सबके साथ कुछ भी नहीं हुआ है. I'm sure your life is not as sad as you make it out to be. I'll give you one more chance. Raise your hands if you remember a special moment from your life in the last 12 months. Okay, thank you so much. Most of those special moments were not predictably planned. Agree? Agree? Most of them were unpredictable. And that's why it settled in you. They were also special because they were positive. And that's why it's registered with you. If you do something that's predictable, it is very quickly going to fade away. How many of you here have had a job in your life? How many of you here have worked before or are working right now? Great. You know what I mean. It's so easy to fall into the predictability of a job. You show up every day, punch in, do your shit, leave at the end of the day, get your salary, come back the same day. Once a year there is some appraisal. You're like, oh, itne kam? And manager's like, oh, itni expectations? And it's like the same process year in, year in, year in, year in. And you're just living life. And the next thing you know, it's been 3 years, 5 years, and like, whoo, what just happened? Because that's predictable, and it's very easy to fall for it. But the moments that stay in our life, in our mind, are always unpredictable. And that is what you need to do as a founder. So if an investor tomorrow, or let's say you have an investor pitch, how many of you here are planning for an investor pitch in the next 3 to 6 months? Okay, almost all of you, I assume, are coming up with a pitch deck. Guess who else comes up with a pitch deck? Every other founder. Every other founder. Every other founder comes up with a pitch deck. If I were to now go to an investor and say, hey, can you tell me one pitch that you have absolutely loved in the last 12 months? What's the likelihood that that had a pitch deck attached to it? Close to zero. Close to zero. It's like your resume. How many of you here have built a resume? Quite a few of you. It's the most disastrous document you built in your life. क्योंकि सबका same लगता है. Class 5 won the elocution contest, was ranked number 1, was saying Mary had a little lamb. And this is how I stood. Was promoted 13 times in the last 48 hours and is now the junior most employee in the company. We're always just going rah around what we have done, and we actually believe that that is the document to best represent ourselves, and yet it doesn't work. Why do you think it doesn't work? I wish I could share my resume, and I don't have it here, but if you could just look up, because I recently posted about it. When I was a student at ISB, I was like, boss, I am not going to listen to the placement committee and sign up for this so boring resume template. Because guess who else has that template? Everyone else. So I can't trick myself into believing, oh, because I did this in my life, I am going to stand out. That's not how life works. I have to start with breaking the template itself. So I came up with my own template. My resume was actually images of post-its that I had put on a piece of paper that were just snippets about what I had done in life. I don't care whether you like my life or not, but I know for a fact when somebody looks at that, they'll be like, boss, इस इंसान से तो definitely नहीं मिलना है, या इस इंसान से definitely मिलना है. No one's going to be like, oh, पढ़ के देखते हैं कि क्या लिखा है. Nobody cares anymore because you've broken the template already. You are out there doing something that is positively unpredictable. No one scanning through those resumes is going to make that happen, and you did. Everyone who used to apply at Nearby, which was the startup that I was running before I stepped down as the CEO, was never asked, oh, please send us your resume because we feel that that's the best document in the world. No. We actually sent them a list of 20 questions that had nothing to do with their work profile. These 20 questions were all about who they are as an individual. And everybody, irrespective of role, experience, salary, got those same 20 questions. 20 questions like, what's the worst thing about you? Pick between money and power. Pick between speed and perfection. If you had to live your life without one of the 5 senses, which one would you be okay living without? These are random shit questions. So guess what happened? Only 27 people, only 27% of people replied to those questions. And we're like, awesome, we love that. Because we never wanted to spend time with the remaining 73. We don't care how good they are. लेकिन अगर उनके पास इतना भी वक्त नहीं है that they can answer 20 questions about themselves for themselves, we don't want to spend time with them. And those 27% who had answered those 20 questions, guess what happened to them? It frankly didn't matter whether they made it or not. Because they went back into their circle and said, you know what? I got the most crazy set of 20 questions today when I applied to this company. And guess what would be the next question? Which company? And suddenly those 20 questions became our way of positively, unpredictably becoming our source of hiring. Over the last 5 years of Nearby's existence, we have hired close to about 680 people, replaced, new positions, and so on. We've never worked with a hiring agency. The entire HR function is managed by 2 people, one of whom is aged 22 and the other one 26. We've never had a head of HR because everything was about, we don't want to be a service function, we want to be a product company. And if we are designing a function such as HR, which is so critical, I don't want to be like, oh, tell us what your problem is, because if it's important enough, we will solve it for you. We want to be a product company. When was the last time Google asked you what they should do in their next product sprint? Never. They predict what you want because they are keenly focused on what you care about. And they're just shipping every 2 weeks like a product company. And you want your most important function to be exactly like that. Why should it be a policy making engine? Just an example, but such a powerful one. I can go on and on, but we don't have enough time. It's 3:15. I want to have a lot more conversations. But the only thing that I want to leave you with is, please don't trick yourself into believing that just because you started a company, you're a founder. I know of so many people who are working in jobs that are the best founders I will ever find. And I know of so many founders who are not going to be hired by even the worst companies on earth because they have the worst employee mindset. And I don't say this in contempt of who employees are, but don't believe that you being predictable is going to make you win. Because if you do what everyone else is expecting you to do, you will end up where everyone expects you to end up. And that may not be where you have set your ambitions on. So please, fashionably so, proudly so, from tomorrow onwards, think of everything that's happening in your life and ask yourself, how can I be positively unpredictable about this? Not settle into a template. Instead, try and challenge the template in order to define what could work and perhaps be a far better way of doing the same thing that I have always come to believe is true. Thank you. Thank you for being patient. Thank you for coming down all the way from US. And let's have the questions coming. Thank you. Thank you. तालियां बाद में बजा देंगे, उस पर टाइम नहीं वेस्ट करेंगे. All right, questions. How are we doing the questions? Are we passing the mics around? Are people coming up here? Oh, you have the mic, sir. Wonderful. So, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but I'm sure you have. India में ना बड़ा अजीब सा culture है. The mic बेचारा has to go to people. Oh, अरे वो mic. In the Western culture, the mic is right there. तो sir आप हिलेंगे नहीं, ठीक है? You will be here. Don't move. And everyone who has a question, please come right to the center of this line. Ask your question and then go back to where you're seated. So whosoever has a question, please come up to this, form a queue, and we will then start asking questions. Wonderful. Please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity, sir. If a startup, we start any startup, founders have already like something डर होता है कि जैसे कि एक टेक फाउंडर होता है, एक बिजनेस फाउंडर होता है. But a business founder is solely starting the startup and he bring a new tech founder. तो उसके मन में हमेशा एक डर रहता है कि यदि वो टेक फाउंडर्स बीच में लीव कर जाए and with something dispute हो जाए. So how can we tackle this situation in the founder's mindset?
Okay, this is a good question. I'll broaden this out. Thank you so much. आप mic उनको वापस दे दीजिए, वापस जहाँ जाए वहीं, and please keep forming that line. So the broader question is the following. Forget business founder, tech founder, and so on. You're bringing in people who are very important. It could be a founder as well. I think I have the rare distinction in India to have had multiple founders recruited and then also fired. So I've had a lot of experience with founders as such. And here is how it works. One, you need to be very sure that someone is founder material. Just because you're missing a founder, don't make someone a founder. Just because you don't have a girlfriend or boyfriend in your life, you don't make some random person your girlfriend, boyfriend, right? You still go through a period of courtship. It's critical. So if you are evaluating someone for something as critical as being a founder of your company, you don't do that by, oh, I'm hiring you and your title from day one is founder. Really bad call. You give them a senior position so that they're in a position of authority to exercise judgment and to make things happen. But please see them for a period of time and have that conversation with them up front. That boss, I will look at you for 3-6 months. You will know what it is to work with me. I will know what it is to work with you. We both will figure whether this is making sense. And if it does, founder, I want you to win. I'm coming in with that trust, but I can't on day one give it to you. That's number one. Number two, equity. Don't give away your equity क्योंकि वो founder बन चुका है. That person has come in much later than you. Their risk is much lesser than you. Even if it is significant risk, it is still lesser than you. You have to vest the founder, just as you would vest the employees as well. And somebody who doesn't agree with that, that's a red sign and a red flag right there itself. Any founder who says, मुझे day one पे पूरी equity चाहिए, is not a founder. Because they would want to then leave on day two with all the equity that they have vested, and you'll be left with nothing. I've seen so many teams get killed because of that. Vest founders as well. There is no shame in doing that. Please vest founders. And number three, if you do not have the expertise to evaluate the capability of a founder, for example, business founder doesn't know tech, so doesn't know how to evaluate a tech founder, form a board of people who can evaluate it for you. You don't want to be making that mistakes कि अच्छा काम लग रहा है. That's a poor way of making an important decision for your business. So don't be flippant about it. Form a board of experts who can thoroughly evaluate that individual basis their capability, because if they're able to do that, then you're home. And last, please don't live in fear, because shit is going to happen to you. You have just started, my friend, and I wish you the best. But even if you're the most successful startup in the world, you will go through so much that you have no idea how it is going to affect you. So please don't live in fear. Be prepared for it, but live in optimism. All right, next.
Hi, Ankur.
Hi.
I'm Samir.
Sandeep?
Hi, Ankur. I'm Samir.
Samir.
Yeah, I recently my product is ready for the market, and I'm just trying to connect with some VCs, angels, and everyone. And I also tried to connect you also a few times in LinkedIn and in mails and in somewhere, but I didn't get a response. So how can I get a response from you?
I don't know if you know this about me, Samir. I read all my emails. So I have read your email. But if I haven't responded, it's because there was something in that email that didn't strike and click, which is why I did. So I read all my emails, I respond to only 5% of them. Now that you have told me, I'm not going to give you any special favors. You still can try, but if the email does not click, I will not respond.
So how can I do it?
The way to do that is the following, and this is true for anything, not just cold emails. Make a laundry list of all the reasons why someone would not reply. Every possible list, including he is an asshole. Like everything, every possible. And then rank them. Descending order of impact. Pick the top 3, and every new version of that email should solve for those top 3 reasons. Keep playing around with it. It's not a template. It is positively unpredictable. If you're sending me a predictable email, I actually kid you not, I get entrepreneurial emails or founder pitches, which are like, title will be urgent. I don't know for who, but urgent. And the email, I kid you not, will be, Dear Sir/Ma'am. मतलब वो इतनी जल्दी में था कि उसको मेरा जेंडर भी पता नहीं, आजकल की दुनिया में वैसे नहीं पता चलता. Find attached my investor pitch. Call me on this number. अरे कौन सी दुनिया में ये लोग? लाइक कौन है ये लोग? कहां से इनकी ट्रेनिंग हुई है? Because somebody would have told them that that is how you send an email. It doesn't come as if it's our birth knowledge. But it is amazing how we don't even think about how the other person is going to receive it. So you're a founder, my friend, and I'm not going to let you easy on that. You're building products for the consumer and you don't know anything about the consumer. So you're predicting what they would want. Exactly the same way, your cold email is a product. I am the consumer. You have to think of what will make this work for me. Here's a tip. The email, if it could have been sent to anybody else as well, is not a good email. Did you hear that, Samir? If the email could have been sent to anybody else, it's not a good email. Okay? Perfect. Let's go on. Sorry.
Personalized, right? It's supposed to be personalized.
Make
personalized, and I saw your
I'm
video.
not going to give you any more answers. Next!
Hello, Ankur. This is Hitendra.
Hi.
I'm a huge fan of yours, and I've been following you since last 2 years.
Thank you.
And the work that you are doing is very inspirational, and a lot of youth from India and from outside also is getting inspired from you. A lot of motivation, insight, learning, a lot of things from you. So whatever you are doing is very inspirational. And I would like to. I wanted to give you a small gratitude of a gesture I wanted to give you.
Wow.
So I brought this for you. If you allow me to give you.
Who will say no to that? Wow.
I'm from Rajasthan, basically.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much, man. Oh, lovely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's really kind of you. Thank you. Thank you.
The question I wanted to ask you.
Oh, question bhi hai? Oh. Yes.
I watched your video last day. You posted one video about dealing with failures, right? So yesterday you talked very nice about how to deal with failures, but I really wanted to know what was the biggest setback in your startup journey, and how did you dealt with that? And again, the follow-up question is that what was the very conscious, evolution or change that you did in your personality or, your journey?
Okay. I'm not going to go through the setback because that's a long story, but here's what I learned from that, or how I overcame that setback. Two things, and that have helped me in my life every day, which is the same thing I said in the video as well. You don't ever do anything that you hate, and you show up every day. And that's it. You don't ever do anything that you hate, and you show up every single day. As hard as it is, as difficult as it is, as painful as it is, you show up every single day, because the pro is the amateur who showed up every day. And that's the only thing that I do for any setback, not just that. Personality में कोई change नहीं है, मैं बिल्कुल वैसा ही हूँ. लोग मुझे बोलते हैं कि मेरा चेहरा भी नहीं बदला. So I'm exactly like the best thing about me is that I don't have to become somebody else to be me. You meet me here, you meet me in a mall, you see me in a YouTube video, I'm exactly the same person. I'm never different, and that's the best thing about me. So no personality change, but my wife would be a better person to answer that. Okay, next. Thank you so much, man. I'm mindful of time. Sorry, please keep your question. Yes, thank you so much, sir. Rapper will be always nice. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Ved. I came from NIT Warangal. So thanks for coming to Hyderabad. We really love you. So my question is, being a founder, it's almost always a leap of faith that you want to change something in the world. So when do you, when do you realize that utopian world that you have in your mind, when do you have to take care that is not being translated into the team? When do you see that things are not going fine in the process? When do you know that your team members are not really emphasizing and not on resonance with your idea?
It's a great question, man. So the answer to the question is very simple. When do you know that things are not working? When you start asking this question. When do you know is the right time to fire someone? When you start asking that question. When do you know is the right time to change your product? When you start asking the question. क्योंकि कोई ऐसे लकीर तो है नहीं कि यार ये this is the playbook, अब एक वक्त आ गया है. It is always in here. So the minute the doubt arises, there is something that is the germination of that, and you have to probe always, always. Now that might mean what you signed up for is not where you are, and that disconnect can be very overwhelming. At that point of time, you always have two choices. Continue, but you don't ever know whether you'll reach here, or two, disconnect, let it go, don't spend any further time on it, even though you have already spent time on it, and restart for this goal. But don't persist just because you spent time on it already.
Thank you so much. That was awesome.
Thank you, man.
Hello, Ankur sir. I'm Karthik. First of all, it's completely unpredictable day for me and for all Hyderabad guys. Yesterday also we sent a message on Instagram. We Hyderabad folks are eagerly waiting for you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So from the past months, I've been waiting to interact with you on Instagram Friday sessions, but unluckily, I didn't got a chance. But here I am.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Awesome, man.
So yes. My question is like, either it might be founder mindset or any other normal guy founds it. If you are listening to some other thoughts, some session, some guy's video, आज तूफान करेगा, ऐसे एक thought आएगा. But when we go out from the room, the blades start cooling down. What's the solution for that?
The solution is the following, and this is a great question, and I think this will be a good conclusion as well. All of you are here today, and you have a few folks to thank, because I am here today because they asked me to, and we made it happen. What if Vijay had not sent me an email and said, why don't you come to T-Hub? I'm hoping that some of you feel inspired after this conversation, but what if he hadn't sent me that email? How would you have been inspired today? And the problem is, most of you leave inspiration to some random serendipitous event in your life. Oh, YouTube pe, arey wow, what a video, you see it and then you feel all goosebumpy. But what if that feed did not show up that day? What if I wasn't here today? What if somebody else that you randomly encountered did not leave you inspired today? What you're essentially doing is, You are leaving inspiration to chance. And that is not the way to live. Inspiration needs to be a choice, not something you leave to chance. And that means you do something that inspires you every single day as a discipline. Whether it's reading, whether it's singing, whether it's meeting new folks, whether it's watching a video, whether it's writing, whatever it is, you do something that inspires you every single day. Because if you don't, it is stupid for you to believe, "Arey, ye ek session ab mujhe 2 hafte tak leke jayega." And then after 2 weeks, of course, T hub mein kuch aur ho jayega, and then fir se main inspire ho jaunga, and then fir se aur 2 hafte. That is the wrong way to live. It's a very unpredictable way to live, but negatively unpredictable because you don't even know what that impact would be. Make it positive and make it unpredictable of where that inspiration comes from. So don't leave inspiration to chance. That is
Thank
my
you a
question.
lot, sir.
Thank you, man.
And one last question.
Sorry. Look at the line behind you.
It's just hi from my team. That's it.
Sorry?
My team is not here. They're working with the foundation organization called. They just said hi to you.
Thank you. Hi, man. Okay, there is a long line. How do we deal with this?
One line questions. Let's not do, don't.
Can we please have a lady, because there are too many leaders, founders, and okay, who's the next lady? You are not. As my dear sir/ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Namaskaram.
Namaskar.
So I just have a small question.
Please.
What do you think is the power of taking the first step irrespective of the outcome?
No, sorry, I didn't get the question. What is the power of?
Power of taking the first step irrespective of the outcome.
Ooh, okay, I wasn't prepared for that last question. What is the power of taking the first step irrespective of the outcome? I think that is the only thing that matters, because that is when you're truly being yourself. Here is the truth, and I firmly believe in this. As humans, we trick ourselves into believing कि हम बहुत कुछ जानते हैं. So we fixate ourselves on taking the right decisions in life. How many of you have been paralyzed by taking a decision because you didn't know whether it was the right decision or not? Yeah? Everyone. You will never know if a decision is right or wrong before you take the decision. You will always know after you've taken the decision. But we spend so much time in trying to take the right decision. But the powerful thing is to take a decision without knowing what that outcome will be, because that will set you up for a lot more. The agility to maneuver whatever circumstance you are in is the superpower. Last 2 साल ने अगर हमें कुछ भी सिखाया है, वो यही है that it's not the fiercest, most complicated, most comprehensive business plan that wins. The business that has the ability to maneuver whatever they are going through is the one that wins. You want to be that person who's taking the first step, saying, "Oh, something's happened in the world. I don't know what that means, but let's pivot to online, because nobody's stepping out right now. We don't know what that outcome will be, but we'll see." Those are the individuals that make shit happen. So thank you for that thought-provoking question. We are out. I'm really sorry.
Sorry, we are out of time now.
Emails is the best thing. Sameer has asked a question that taught us how to write good emails, and that is the best way for me to respond. Please don't send me a message on LinkedIn.
Uncle, quick 1 minute.
Yes.
Would you want to pick 3 top questions that you had answered, and we have some goodies to give it up.
Okay, great. Sorry, just एक minute.
Top 3 questions, we'll get goodies.
Oh, top 3 questions? I would definitely give it to the lady who just came in right now. The power of the, wherever you are. Power of taking the first step without knowing the outcome. You've just won yourself a hamper.
Please come over.
Which is not from Karan Johar.
In the meanwhile, who's the next one?
The next one is, I'll actually give it to Sameer for the cold email questions. Is he there? Yeah, he's there. Only because I'm feeling bad that I haven't answered your email. But you still have to improve. Yeah? Thank you so much. Thanks a lot for that question. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Is anybody clicking a photograph? No. Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Who's the third one, Uncle?
Okay, I've forgotten the questions. Which was a good question? Come, Sameer. Thank you. Good email, huh? Okay. As in, I'm not congratulating you on a good email. I'm asking you to write one. Okay, which was a good third question? Which one? When do you stop? I love that question. When do you stop? When do you know when to stop? Who was that? Yes, please. You're almost coming as if you're not sure whether you asked the question or not. कि कोई और हाथ खड़ा कर नहीं रहा, मैं कर देता हूँ. Yeah, it was you. I recognize you now. Awesome. Thank you so much, man. Good question. I hope you don't have to ever stop, but thank you. Thank you. All the best.
Folks, you can keep your questions coming in at Twitter, @THub Hyderabad. I don't need to mention Ankur's Twitter handle. All of us know about it. A big round of applause for Ankur Wariku. Ankur, thank you for coming. Thank you for joining us. It was great having you here today.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. It's all because of you. I'm so glad that I made it. I promise to be back very soon. Don't feel disheartened if your questions haven't been answered. Trust me, in some shape and form, your questions have been answered by somebody else, and perhaps in a better way. So stay in touch. Send me an email. That's the best way. Don't send me LinkedIn requests. I don't accept them anymore. Facebook friends is not a thing anymore. Instagram followers, sorry, can't keep track. Email, best thing. I read all my emails. I swear when I say that. So please send me an email. Make it worth my time to respond, and I'll be more than happy to respond. God bless you all. All the best with everything.
Last one, we'll take a picture with the crowd.
Yes, let's take a picture with the crowd.
The center
Okay,
stage.
and who's going
This
to?
way.
I take a selfie? All right, everybody! 1, 2, 3, go! I'm at the place called
T-Hub!
Given the current state of the global economy, a section of the Indian startup ecosystem feels there is a drop in startup investments, both in size and numbers. This has given birth to the new buzzword, funding winter, by the way, which is also doing rounds in certain media circles. T-Hub organized a panel talk titled Funding Winter to determine if there is actually a funding crisis. The panel comprised of eminent VC and entrepreneurs. T-Hub CEO Srinivas Rao Mankali moderated the session, and he began by introducing the distinguished panel. Listening.
So good afternoon, and first of all, thank you for all being here, and a warm welcome to my very distinguished panelists. I don't think any one of them needs an introduction, but for those of you who are not familiar with them, I'll just do a quick round. So Vani is, how do you say son of the soil? I mean, Warner is a daughter of the soil. So Vani is, happens to be an OU alumnus, and then of course went on to build. She's had a career in many parts. She's been an entrepreneur, successful entrepreneur, and then a very successful VC with more than 7 unicorns, which she's managed, right? We also have Sandeep from Moglix. Moglix, Sandeep was telling me, is the Amazon for industrial supplies. So anything anyone wants from a fabrication or building something out, they take care of industrial supplies. They have 1,500 people in all, and about 70 people in Hyderabad. So thank you for being here, Sandeep. And then of course, our youngest soon-to-be unicorn, Prabdeep, who runs Stan Plus, which solves a very critical need, I guess particularly during COVID, about ambulance services. Just providing high quality, end-to-end ambulance services. So thank you for being here. And today we're going to talk about a very interesting theme. All of you have been following the media. This whole thing about funding winter, started by Sequoia and then SoftBank and so on, has caught fire. So we're going to talk about it, and what we'll try and do during the next 45 minutes is try and get a perspective from a VC lens, right, and from an entrepreneur lens, right? So we'll try and cover that. So some numbers to start with. Obviously funding, I just saw in Q2, the numbers reported by ET They did a joint survey with PwC. Funding has fallen by about 40%. It has come down to, it was about just over 10 billion in Q1, and it's come down to 6.3 billion. Second data point was about unicorns. We had crossed 100, I think, sometime in early Jan or Feb. We've just added 4 unicorns during the Q2 compared to, we added about 40 unicorns last year. So approximately, let's say 10 a quarter. It's come down to about 4, right? We also saw a lot of other things happening. Some, significantly enhanced merger and acquisition activity. So, for example, Blinkit acquiring, Zomato acquiring Blinkit, and so on. And then many IPOs got delayed. So I guess companies like Ola, PharmEasy put their IPOs on the back burner because of this thing, right? So we live now in a world where, to use a phrase from the 80s, we live in a VUCA world, right? Very volatile, very uncertain, complex and ambiguous. And then we've had, I guess, high inflation, right? High interest rates. Then supply side, we've had 2 devastating events, 2 black swan events over the last couple of years, right? And of course, post-COVID, many economies are struggling, particularly some of our neighbors, which were heavily tourism and commodity dependent, etc. Right? So with all of that, right, I thought this is a good context to discuss, what you see, right? So I'll start with the first question, and I'm going to, I think this is something which Vamshi talked about. So he said, what exactly does funding winter mean? And I think he's a fan of Game of Thrones. So I'm going to take, steal a leaf from his book. And he talks about, with everyone referring to the, GOT narrative of winter. So maybe you can start with Vani, right? So what exactly, when you hear this word funding winter, how do you relate to the funding winter?
I also don't know really what it means. In a very simple way, I would say if you receive funding, then obviously it is spring. If you don't receive funding, then it's winter. So I think this notion also of this winter or spring is very specific to every company and situation. So I don't think we need to feel like, oh, there is like a fog that is gonna make it impossible for anybody to get funding. That's not the case. First of all, we ourselves are very actively funding. I suppose since he doesn't want me to say MSR Garu, so, but since he asked the question, I suppose it really is to mean that many companies will struggle to receive funding. But that's the point. It could be many, and many companies, though always, even in the best of times, struggle to get funding. Maybe more do now. And the dynamics of what companies get funding might have shifted. But solid ideas and companies with core fundamentals are continuing to raise funds. It may not be at the valuations that you want necessarily, but it's not that there is zero capital in the market. In fact, there is a lot of capital in the market. So I actually think we are obsessing because somebody put that concept out there, and we are kind of obsessing on this funding winter concept. That's my view.
So you're saying that money is still available for good ideas, for good teams, and for good execution. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, good. Thank you, Vani. So let me go with Sandeep first, right? So Sandeep, as someone who's in the trenches and building a company, right? So what are you seeing? And if you could, given your own, I'm assuming you're either have raised funding or in the fundraise mode. So just what are you seeing?
Yeah. So first of all, we have raised enough funding, and I always tell my team this term is quite frequently used funding winter. Hyderabad, we don't see so much of winter, so we don't know what sort of preparation we need to take for winter. But I come from Dehradun, which is, you see, pretty severe winter. And I remember when winter was approaching, we used to, get our woolens out, put them in the sun. So, you need to conserve energy. You need to retain more heat in the body to deal with. And I think that's what we are seeing from a startup standpoint, that when winter is arriving, you need to start holding more heat and conserve energy, pretty much what it means. We keep looking for buzzwords. The world is about buzzwords. I would say it's just getting a little more attention probably than what it should. Inflation is not new to India. I think right now it's the macro which is playing. Suddenly Europe and US have seen the inflation which India has been, ever since I remember the term inflation, it's been high in India, so it's nothing unique. So all I would say is it's one of the seasons. Every year you see 3 seasons. You see summer, you see rainy, you see winter. All you have to do is just prepare for each season in the right manner. When it rains, you get your raincoats out, you get your umbrellas out. When it's winter, you get the wood out. If the winter lasts a little long, you will need more wood, more woolens. That's what you prepare for. I would say it's nothing more than that. The other thing is it's not something that you can react to it as an organization. If you've not been operating in a manner that you are ready for winter any day, suddenly, let's say, doesn't happen in India, but Europe, US, temperature drops by 25-30 degrees in a single day if it rains unplanned. So you've got to be ready for winter in a very, very unplanned manner as well at times. So all I would say is we don't need to really react or get hyper. There's enough money available out in the market. You just got to be running in the right manner to deal with the winter. But, it's one of the seasons, as per me, nothing new or nothing to panic about.
Thanks, Sandeep. So I think in some ways you kind of echoed what Vani said in some ways, in the sense that you said, this is just a passing phase. It's like another passing, recurring seasonal phase. And second is you have to anyway, even in the best of times, you have to be prepared. Right? In summer, you have to be prepared for winter and vice versa. So I think, great point. Vani, there's a follow-up question before I go to Prabdeep, right? As someone who's seen, for example, let's say 2001, then you've seen 2008, right? And now you're seeing this, right? So how are you seeing anything different here compared to, from, Prabdeep is too young to probably answer the 2001 and 8 questions. So that's why I thought I'll start with you.
I think he already told us that he's too young while we were outside. So, some things are the same. Whenever there is sort of a major recessionary event and a crash, right? Simple fiscal principles continue to get reinforced, both at a personal level and at a work level. And they're not that different. In fact, we sometimes forget that the common sense we use with our personal finances is really the same way you should think about running a company. What are the sort of leveraged risks that you are able to take? Can you create value for that risk, right? And it's really around this word leverage. How much leverage are you going to bring in? When times are good, the leverage may pay off. If the times are bad, and depending on how bad, the leverage can put you into a death spiral that you can't really come out of easily, right? What does that mean? You have high working capital loans, you struggle to collect, you have debts that you are not able to service, and new capital that you are not able to raise, right? Now, access to capital, access to debt, all these things become difficult whenever there is a financial crisis. By the way, not just for startups. In the 2008 crash, famously, GE could not meet their payables because debt didn't get released to them. So we're talking about a blue chip, a corporate bond kind of a company with not able to get temporarily debt, right? They said we had never seen that in our entire history, right? So it's always available, maybe at a price, but they just couldn't. Obviously, have you weathered through it from a leadership decision? But maybe it's a topic for later. How do you weather through these? So I think the core fiscal principles and how you weather through it, those really don't change. It's just that people think they're reinventing something new. It's just the history that they haven't learned or read. That's really the only thing. But what is different this time is the number of people who have seen such cycles, let's say in a New York or a Silicon Valley, from a startup perspective, there is that memory, it's like in a game reserve, the herd remembers the last time there was a famine. That could have been 10 years ago. Or, the water hole dried away or whatever. They know how to survive, right? That is there in a muscle memory or, learning memory, even in an animal in a savanna. I think Indian startup companies haven't seen it. That's what is different, right? It's not that we haven't seen it globally. And I was running a company in 2000 when the crash happened, right? So I remember that and what it all meant at that time. And 2008, I think the startup India was very small still. So they didn't quite see the pain of that. Plus, India got a bit insulated in 2008. It didn't really, the subprime crisis, whatever was happening globally, did not affect India as much because our dependence to that, because it was really the global banks that got affected, and hence, your access to debt and all of that. So India really didn't get that affected in 2000. India as in Indian startups didn't get that affected. So I really think this is so what is different is, I think this is the first time, right? We know, for example, like a Klarna went from 65 billion to 6.5 billion overnight, right? What is the leadership needed when something like that happens? At so many levels, managing complex shareholders who are, of course, out for your blood. They lost 90% of their money. And employees who are not motivated. You yourself have to think, what do I do? How do I sail this ship now? And so I think it's a very different test of leadership. We haven't had that in India. And that test and what will emerge from that test hasn't happened in India yet.
So when the going gets tough, the tough get going.
Yeah, I mean, the tough for the smart, or somebody gets going and somebody doesn't. And we have to learn from that.
Okay. So Prabdeep, as someone who raised funding very recently, right? So obviously you raised funding at the right time, right? Touch wood. Now, how do you see it? So obviously you're expanding, and I'm assuming you probably have to raise some more funding, near term. How are you seeing this? How are you, what are you having to do differently compared to assuming, for example, funding was infinitely available, sort of thing? Are you seeing anything changing in your business? I mean, because of what you're seeing, hearing, reading about?
That's a very, very important question, because it is something that has kept me up at night over the last 3 months or so. No doubt about this, that if we were out there raising money in this environment, we would have found it maybe 5x or 10x more difficult than it was 1 year ago, right? So what happened is that a lot of companies got funded, some great, some not that great. And what happens in this case is a lot of founders get overconfident about their ability to run a company when it's just that the market is so frothy that everyone is rising up, right? So we've raised money recently, and now it is for us as a company to prove that our investors and the world out there is right in funding us, because as much as this is the funding winter, we also have to realize that 1 year ago it was a funding rainfall, right? So if today the breaks are irrational, which a lot of founders tell me that, hey, maybe the response that the VC world has taken to maybe the inflation or the Fed increasing the rates, if that is irrational, what was happening in the last couple of years was also to a certain extent irrational, where a lot of companies were getting funded, some that shouldn't have. What is happening now though, as we've raised funding, and I would rather be in this stage than not, but it's very important to be careful not to run out of that money as well, right? Because we don't know how long is this slowdown going to last. And with the money raised, and we've run this company for 6 years now, and we've only had a lot of money to spend for the last 4 months. And that's such an interesting place to be, because for the last 5 years, we've not had the money to execute on a lot of things, and we always blamed capital. And now that we have capital, we've realized, hey, you know, execution is more about just having capital.
It's more than just capital.
It's more than just capital. So what we are doing now, and I made a couple...
Pradeep, I want to ask you to build on that.
Yeah, I'm just... look, clearly, the group here has defined me as young. I am 35. I'm still happy to be defined as young, at least on this panel. I think we've just brought in leaders who are, some are in their mid-40s, a couple of them are touching 50. And for someone as young as I am, from their vantage, how do I lead them, right? I've only led a very junior team for last 5 years, and suddenly I have to coach myself externally and through all the internal, the readings, the podcasts, right? In this environment, to be able to manage people is not easy. You know, everyone is insecure whether the company will run out of money. Everyone is insecure whether this is the right idea to, you know, place their bets on, their career on. So I think good leaders, and I'm learning from them, are able during this time to actually use their runway, 6 months, 9 months, 2 years, whatever, to use it as a competitive advantage. Right? This is the time that you actually use money in the bank as a competitive advantage. So as a category leader, right, I have realized that this is a very important moment in time for us to widen the lead. One thing that is for sure is that the funding winter is not only me or you, it's everyone else, including my competition, right? If my competition is thinking as much as about their funding as I am, right, then perhaps by thinking less about funding and focusing more on execution, I can have a competitive advantage. So we are aligning the entire company now to stop thinking about funding, stop thinking about vanity metrics, and focus on operational excellence, getting sustainable growth, and having a path to profitability, right? As the situation improves, then that company will be able to absorb the capital in a more nuanced manner than just burning it, chasing consumers.
Sure. So I just want to a follow-up question to that. So you said path to profitability, operational excellence. So what are, let's say, maybe 2 or 3 initiatives you've undertaken now, right? Which hopefully you can share, you know, as long as it's not confidential. What are the 2-3 things specifically you've done now to be able to, you know, to manage this very challenging, you know?
Look, I am assuming a lot of you here are founders, and we often live in this, we trust that everyone else is doing a good job at doing their jobs. And what I've realized is that sometimes that's not true, especially when it comes to costs. So what I've done is I've basically made sure that a lot of costs come to the top for approval, right? And a lot of, if we can collect faster, Vani mentioned about working capital. I've done 2 MBAs and no one spoke about cash flow. I've run a startup for 5.5 years now. Before funding, no one spoke about cash flows, right? And cash flows, how the money moves, comes in, goes out of the company in an environment like this is very, very important art and science to monitor and learn. So the first thing that we've done is we've made sure that we don't spend good money chasing stupid things. We've internally defined what are good things and what are stupid things. And then we've made sure that the good money has an approval matrix before it gets out. Simple things, you know, you want to recruit a leader, an agency would have charged 30% 6 months ago. They will still charge 30% if you don't negotiate with them. So a recruitment firm today is not getting paid more than 13 to 15% in our company, or we'll not work with them, right? 6 months ago, they won't work with you if you don't pay them 30%. Now the world is different, and you put the pause on costs. And then receivables. I am now calling my customers personally and saying, hey, you know what? We've given you enough leeway. It's time to send that capital our way, because it's an interest-free loan to our customers. And a lot of startups do that unnecessarily.
So you're financing your customers' business.
Yep. Then wherever costs can be curtailed or postponed, we are doing that.
Okay.
Right? And the last thing is over-communicating. We are, from my desk, from our leaders' desk, we are making sure that we tell everyone, this is not the same world we were. While there is a note of pessimism, but there is a optimistic message that let's pass through this 3, 6, 9 month period. We will come and emerge out of this much stronger.
Sure. So I'm just going to go to Sandeep, right? So Sandeep, going back to the same question which I asked Ravdeep, what are the things you've done? I know you have money in the bank and all of that, but obviously I'm sure there's a bunch of measures you've taken or a set of initiatives you've rolled out, right? Because no one knows how long this could last, right, potentially. What have you done?
No, absolutely. And I'll classify it into two parts. You know, every organization you see, every startup you see, we call it 0 to 1 journey or 1 to 10 journey. Right? So as a startup, either you are in your 0 to 1 phase or 1 to 10 phase. And the measures you take in both these phases are very different. In fact, if you're in your 0 to 1 journey and winter has arrived, it gets a little difficult because you are just building up things. If you're in 1 to 10 phase, you have a lot in your hand to control. And fortunately, we have been in 1 to 10 phase, a scale organization. So it just gives you a lot many more areas to control. In fact, I'll tell you an interesting incident. We keep getting some posts around startup, KPIs and all. Until about 8 months ago, we used to get this post and it was all about CAGR, funding, X factor in valuation. These were the things people were looking at. 3 months back, I was very glad to see some of the KPIs like customer acquisition cost, lifetime value of a customer, how much runway do you have, what's the, your burn on monthly, quarterly basis, and what's the balance that you have in your account. These are the right metrics to measure. And there is a saying, there are in fact 2 sayings I would want to call out. One is, whatever gets measured gets improved. And in the startup world, and I've lived 3 journeys in 2001, 2008, and one I'm living now. So one of the things I've seen is we don't measure the right metrics. So the first step, which I would suggest, and we follow it very rigorously internally, measure the right metrics, because whatever gets measured gets improved. And some of the metrics we heard earlier, you have to keep a tab on this. What's your burn? What's your customer acquisition cost, lifetime value? What's your EBITDA? Many stories end at ARR or GMV. That's a very, very popular KPI in the VC world, or at least it was very, very popular up to 1 year ago. But now, GM, contribution margin, EBITDA is starting to play a role. So measure these metrics. That's the first thing that you do. Second is, again, see, this is not an on-off switch that you can build. Sustainability, as much as it applies to the environment, it applies to the organization as well. We should build practices which are sustainable in an organization. You cannot become very flamboyant at one stage and suddenly look at switching back. That's never sustainable. And that's, again, the second thing which we practice very, very rigorously. Frugality is a term that we use. One part is having the term, second is truly practicing it. And the segment we are in, B2B commerce, is a very cutthroat. It's a very low margin business. So frugality has to be practiced on the ground from day one. You cannot, when it's summer, you cannot keep the frugality aside, and when winter comes, because that has a negative impact on employees. So we are very frugal in our approach. We take those decisions very carefully. And for 1 to 10 organizations, the third thing that we are very carefully looking at is, see, there is always a growth strategy, or you can say a scale or more consolidation strategy. In growth strategy, you look at starting new business units, opening new geographies and all. At this point of time, it's more about consolidating your position in what you have already built rather than going after the new world. So it's like a bird in hand is better than two in the bush, right? So that's the other approach. And again, the second quote which I was talking about is, a steady sea never makes a skilled sailor, right? So I'm actually very glad that winter has arrived, because the kind of randomness otherwise we were saying, and you know, it causes a lot of anxiety internally also, I can tell you. Even if you're not raising, we don't need money, we are not raising capital. But then you hear from the market that so-and-so has raised 300 million at 3 billion valuation when they were 1 billion about a year ago. And then talks start internally, even among the leadership team, are we doing something wrong? Should we think about it? And it starts to distract you a little bit. Funding starts to drive your thought process rather than focusing on what you're doing well and what you should be building on, right? So again, I would say you've got a rough sea, prove your sailing skills and ride the tide. And that's what will make you a long-term player. That's...
Thanks, Sandeep. I think some great points. I just want to summarize a little bit. I want to bring in my perspective. One of the things I was taught many years ago, they didn't teach us this in MBA, but a good boss of mine taught me, he said, revenue is vanity, profit is sanity, and cash flow is reality. And I think too often founders tend to forget that. So that was one. And I think the point you made about metrics, right? Putting in measures, CAC and LTV and some of those, I think are great takeaways. There's a point you wanted to make?
So just to stretch that one last topic that you said, right? As early stage founders, there's no bigger or worse feeling than the FOMO you feel every time you open a newspaper and you see someone else getting funded. It's the worst.
And sometimes it's not even true, right? Don't read the news and think it's real, right?
Yeah.
So, because I know companies that raised like 10 million and the reporting says they raised 40 million.
Yeah.
And so everything you read.
Yeah. And as early stage entrepreneurs, you go through this massive FOMO that why is everyone else able to raise and not me? And that distracts you from the core business, which is to actually build products that have value. So this in a way is a blessing in disguise. You have a quiet time without those flashy news to go and build your business.
Okay. So I'm going to come to Vani now. So Vani, this constant struggle between growth versus profitability, right? Obviously there are certain points where you want to press the pedal and grow and this. So in this environment, right, given what you're seeing, what is your advice to our young founders here? Or what do you tell your companies, maybe?
Yeah, see, listen, you can't grow too slowly also. Let's just take a step back. You have to ask yourself a set of questions. Do you really have a great product, right, that someone really wants? It could be consumer, business to business, and you may, and here is where, of course, it's like I love my baby syndrome. You have to really be truly convinced that I have something that's a great and a unique product. Because any amount of growth on a bad product is going to come down like falling cards. And how do you measure that? We talked about measurement. What's your retention? What's your churn? What's your customer love? What's like the time to implementation if you're a B2B? There are different measures, but are you really in a best-in-class product? Let's assume you're not. It can take time. I built enterprise products when I was an entrepreneur. I remember we spent a whole year building this product, went into the market, nothing to do with funding winter or whatever, went into the market, and as we sat with the customers, I realized we actually had the wrong product, right? It has nothing to do with the engineering design and level of effort that went into coding. Now you have to make a call, and leadership is all about making difficult decisions. I came back and said, we have to change the product direction almost like 70-80%. So only a small amount we can retain. Of course, some of the engineers are upset because they put their
Heart and soul into it.
effort, right? And now you say this product is not good, not because your code or something is not good, but the market, this is not the right product. But you have to make those calls, and they're not easy calls to make, and you have to carry people with you. At that time, you should not really be spending money on customers, right? Regardless of whatever stage you are in, from a growth perspective, it's no point trying to also change the product and acquire customers at the same time. That's, as they say, trying to fuel a plane mid-air, or whatever metaphor you want to use. So many startups make this mistake. They don't want to acknowledge and take the time. It doesn't matter. Take a step back, 3 months, 6 months, a year. It's not end of the world. I mean, companies like Microsoft are still growing, and they are 40-year-old startups, so to speak. Apple, they're still inventing. So there is a future, but you got to build great products, right? And you have to sort of have the courage to build great products. Growth otherwise is useless. Second is unit economics. This notion profitable versus growth is really, we are cheating ourselves. What does that really even mean? If you are CM1 negative, your contribution margin is negative, right? That's okay when you're piloting the product, when you're trying to sort of discover, and maybe for the first year it's okay. For a small amount of burn, it is okay. But if you are willing to give away 100 rupees for the price of 80 rupees, then, you can give away a lot of 100 rupees. There is no problem. You can have a lot of growth, right? So that is not the point. The point is, do you have right unit economics? It doesn't mean at a company level you are profitable. You don't have to be for a long time, actually. If you have a great product, customers need it, and you have good unit economics, then grow. Any market doesn't matter. Actually, in these kind of markets is where if you can acquire market share, that doesn't mean you go crazy on CAC or things like that. You have a great product. This is the time to acquire a customer base also. So it's not growth versus profitability. It is a right kind of growth. And to me, if you have confidence in your product and in your unit economics and your operational capacity to scale, that's a third point. You may have a good product. Think of it like we all think of like a new restaurant, right? It's great, and you tell 100 friends, and you went there, it was great, and after some time, somehow, you say the food is not so good anymore. What does that really mean? They couldn't maintain the same standard, same quality. They couldn't actually scale the operations, right, to maintain the consistent quality. It's the same at any place. Doesn't just have to be a restaurant. Every business also. I think what worked in the beginning is you kind of held everything together, right? Maybe as the CEO, you're involved in every aspect of the business. But if this has to scale, it is not going to scale that way. What are the systems and processes you have put in order to truly scale without losing quality? And many companies actually don't understand, A, how to do it, B, their costs go up exponentially. It's not the same cost, right? I have seen this innumerable number of times. Oh, we got these great metrics and you have 1 or 2 stores. Well, by the time you get to 50 stores, everything has changed from those costs, and that business is no longer actually interesting, right? So you have to be able to think about scaling. If you have those 3 things, people who can help scale the business, really good unit economics, really great product, there's no reason for you to hold back growth. You should grow at the best pace that you're capable of growing, right? So, and you will find the capital for such growth, because that's good growth. So this is not it's a theoretical debate only, growth versus profitability, right? So I think young companies will get rewarded for the level of growth. So sometimes people have this question on valuation. Why does a old school company which has all of this, get valued at X, but supposedly this upstart startup has this big valuation? Because the old school company is probably growing at 10% CAGR or whatever it is, and maybe this company is growing at 200%, and you think that they have the opportunity to do that for the next 5 years, let us say. So obviously it will get a better valuation, you know. So it is also that you can't build companies if there is no growth. If there is no growth, somebody else will, and the market is real, you know, and there is a real need for a customer, somebody else will serve it. You know, I've never thought that I'm like the only person with a smart idea. The world is full of smart people. If I don't take my due share, somebody else will go there and take it.
So to summarize, continue to focus on building a great product. Focus on building a great product, find the right set of customers, the product market fit, and execute what you said, right? Okay, Pradeep, I'm going to come to you, right? Now and then I'll come back to Sandeep. So as a CEO's, I mean a founder's job is a lonely, tough job, right? I'm sure you've probably had many sleepless nights thinking about what's going to happen before you raise money and now after you raise money. So as a founder, right, what would you tell our young founders, right? From what do you see, how has your role changed during this time? You know, how have you evolved, morphed, and so on? That's one part. Second is, how do you know, this whole thing about some of the things you said, you know, starting to look at cost at a very unit level type of thing, which also calls for you to take tough calls. How do you handle them in a way where you know, whatever culture you're building, right, doesn't get, you know, destroyed in the process?
So your first question is, how has the funding changed me, or how has the funding changed the company?
Both.
It's made me extremely responsible. Forced me almost to be very responsible, because this is not my money. And I think my core job is to maximize shareholders' value. And that means that the money that has come has to be deployed in the most efficient manner to generate the most disproportionate amount of returns possible. So what this means is, as Vani said, what the future investor is going to look at is, have we built a good business? And that's going to be defined by, have we grown sustainably? Is the product loved by the customers? Are we, like for example, very practically in our from our vantage, are we responding in 30 minutes, 20 minutes, or 10 minutes? No one wants an ambulance that reaches in 60 minutes, even if it's the most cost-efficient product. We want to deliver an ambulance that reaches in 8 to 10 minutes, and that will require some forward investments. And as a CEO, my primary responsibility is also resource allocation. So what this means is that instead of spending perhaps on a large branding work, we are now putting that money in reducing our ETAs, because we believe what we will do now, we may get engineers cheaper, which was absolutely, you know, and the world knows it. It was so difficult a year ago. We also know that we will be able to get talent cheaper, non-engineering talent. We'll be able to also build technologies, because funding winter, as I said, is not only for us, it's for everyone out there in the world. So there's a lot of discounts available if you go looking for them. So my core job is resource allocation and being very, very careful that we are not stifling our growth. So cost rationalization has to happen. Cost cutting has to happen where it is non-strategic. Go back to the core, as was mentioned, but that doesn't mean it has to come at the expense of core business, core metrics, or sustainable growth. So that's my learning post the fundraise. You asked me two questions. Can you repeat the second one?
Second one was, how do you, this whole thing about taking tough calls, right? Because end of the day, you're impacting people and, you know.
I don't have an answer on how the tough calls get taken, but at a certain point, I think जब वो पानी नाक तक आ जाता है ना, वो tough call automatically हो जाती है. And as a founder, I think what you get trained for is that you don't need to take a decision when the water's here, and you anticipate and you start designing the organization for that call, whether it is laying off people, for example. The internet's full of stories where founders waited too long to lay off people and suddenly it blew up, right? But as a founder, if you're so non-connected that you're waiting till then for things to happen, then perhaps you're not doing your duty right. So I don't have an answer, first of all, right? So I am speculating on those tough calls, but how I have taken those tough calls.
So let me kind of rephrase that, right? Has your style of communication changed because of this? And what have you done differently?
Yes. My style has changed. It has become more assertive. I have become more goal-oriented, and I have also made productivity the focus. That means that there are no free lunches now, right? Literally in some cases in many companies, and metaphorically in many places, because when the tide rises, a lot of things rise with the tide, right? And when the tide goes down, you see actually what's there. So what's happening now as the tide goes down, we are seeing a lot of clutter, a lot of opportunities to improve employee productivity, right? Sometimes that requires having a hard conversation, asking the person, hey, what is the value you're bringing on? And those are the tough conversations that I am training myself to have, and it's an ongoing exercise.
Sure. Sandeep, we can build on what Pradeep said. How have you changed as a person?
Yeah.
And, and all of that.
I'll tell you a story. And, still young, when you have been married for 26 years and 2 kids to college, the answer changes. You learn to, and I'll tell you a story. This is my daughter, and daughters are, we all know, very close to the father. I think she was about 2.5 years old. We decided to send her to school. That both me and my wife are working. We said it's good they spend some time at a play school. Day one, I went to drop her to the play school. And the play school had this fencing, wooden fencing, low height, not a very tall fencing. She was continuously crying. She knew that we are going to leave her there. I held her in my hands and I just crossed her over the fencing and put her onto the school side. And the crying grew louder and louder. I just turned around, and started walking away. I could hear her. My heart was still, feeling extremely bad. But the decision was driven by a father's decision that the daughter has to become successful and has to go to the school. And it's just that, what part of your decision making takes over at that point of time, and what's your true intent. I think intention, I'm a very, very firm believer in what's your intent when you make a decision. And those of you who believe in Hindu philosophy, mythology, have followed Gita, that's what they have taught, that these are just decisions you're taking which are important. There's no right or wrong part to it, right? So I just walked away. I could still hear her crying. I sat inside the car, shut the door. I couldn't hear the crying. I assumed it as she has stopped crying. And I just drove away. Incident 2, if you look at, I got a call from home. They were home alone. She had fallen down and she hurt herself. My office was about 15 minutes away. She called that I fell and I have hurt myself. She was again crying. I did not even see which call I am on, who is sitting in my room. I just lifted my car keys and left the office that very second. 15 minutes I was at home, took her to the doc, it was fine. Same situation, you are hearing your daughter crying. My actions were very different in both the cases. Because the demand of that situation was that in case 2, I had to be with my daughter at any cost. In case 1, I had to teach her to be in the school every day, not just for that particular day. So I think when you contextualize things and realize what role you're playing, what he also highlighted, that when you are at the top of the ladder, right, there's no one else you are going to blame it on. That's your buck stops at you. So the day buck stops at you, you'll make right decisions. Just keep your intent clean. Intent can't be, and you can't be a confused soul. I can't be a confused father कि यार उठा लूँ क्या, रो रही है, बहुत ज़्यादा रो रही है, थोड़ा चुप करा. There is nothing called थोड़ा चुप. Moment you turn around and you have hugged her, you have created a problem for yourself for every day. Because she will expect that you're going to turn around and hug her. I remember she crying for another day or two. After that, she knew that this is the new SOP. That's what you have to just follow at the organization as well.
Thank you for sharing a really personal story. Fascinating, situation, context dependent response and intent. I think 2 great points. Okay, so I think we are almost running out of time. So I'm going to quickly go around the table and I'll start with you, Vani. I'll call you Vani Garu now, just to pay back, right? Quickly, in terms of one question, if there were 3 mantras you want to share with our audience, what they should do. Okay, or first of all, how long do you think this will last? Or it's just, as he said, a seasonal thing which you have to live with. Second is, if there are 2 or 3 key messages you want to share with our young founders here, and we'll just quickly go around.
You have to be bold and you have to be able to pursue that dream. Fear and doubt have their place, but for the most part, if they paralyze you from action, they have no role really. So I think being able to dream and keep that dream alive. Second is being able to take bold action. There are many decisions to be made, and it requires a certain inner courage, inner conviction to be able to go about doing that on a day-to-day basis. So do that, act rather than just wait. Whatever that act is, but be prepared to do that. I think too much is made out of this whole funding thing. You get it, you don't get it, you get it today, you get it a year from now. Just go look for inspiration. That's what I would say. Inspiration comes from many places. I look at how did this company get built. They took 4 years to redo their product, like Slack. Okay? It was not an instant success. Nobody was like Notion. Nobody was willing to fund them. They said, "Ye kya hai?" Right? So, funding is not, it's required, but it will come when it comes. But don't think that defines your success. You can transcend momentary access or lack of access to funding and work on what it is that you believe. And if that has real value, sooner or later you will get funding. And you will have to have the staying power. So you must have a staying power to be able to see through your dream. Many times, this is not an easy road. If you see NASDAQ just because it's a proxy to technology companies, in 15 years, if you look at companies listed 15 years back in the top versus today, 90% of the companies won't exist, right? With technology changes, there may be good companies, great companies have to continue to reinvent themselves. So I think there is always opportunity. There is something that is a new opportunity every day. So you will have to kind of figure out, today, what is the universe I can build? So, dream big, be bold in action, have kind of the patience and keep working for that moment for you, and focus on product and customers above all else. Don't overthink this funding as the identity of success. Funding is not your identity of success, should never be.
Funding is not the nirvana. Funding is not the nirvana. Thank you.
Funding is a means to an end. And oftentimes, this newspaper thing that Prop talked about and everything also, I have said this so many times to all the editors, reporters, why are we reporting this funding? Can we report how many customers they served? What was the innovation in the product? Or what delighted the customers? Those don't come out at all. And, we have this false notion that my measure of worth is funding. It's not.
Sure. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you, Vani. So let me just flip the order around. We'll have the young man have the last word on this. So let's go with Sandeep.
Last message?
Yeah, the last message. 3 key takeaways which you would like to share with our audience.
I'll probably give one takeaway. I think that will have many built into it. And this is again a saying. I enjoy these sayings. And interestingly, you do a few startups, all these sayings start to make sense. Earlier, they were all kahavat, proverb for me, English, exam articles. A lot of them started making sense after I did 3 startups. And this is my favorite one, the one I'm going to tell you. It says that an entrepreneur is someone who jumps off the cliff first and then tries to build the glider on the way down. And it says a lot of things about the behavior of an entrepreneur, be it bias of action, clarity of thoughts, value proposition. And as Vani said, funding is the amount of money you need to build the glider. You're not going to put the money in the backpack and then land on the ground, even if glider is not built. You're going to hit the ground and die. So important part is build the glider. That's why you have jumped. Now money you need is just enough to build the glider and it should fly. So that's a very, very important thing. You will feel scared on your way. If you're an entrepreneur, be prepared. You have jumped, you should be scared. You might be running out of money. That's again a very natural feeling. So a lot of these things, and in India, many a times we feel happy or scared based on what's happening in the neighbor's house, right? बाजू वाले का बच्चा IIT चला गया, we get nervous कि यार ये IIT चला गया, हमारा तो पढ़ता ही नहीं है, right? उसको the guy got funding of $300 million. I am still looking for VCs who will give me first appointment, right? So all these things are immaterial. If you have the right idea, you have jumped off the cliff. I hope there are no part-time entrepreneurs in the room, because I've seen many of them in India who are saying, I am working in XYZ company, but since it's work from home and after 4 o'clock I am free, I have done a startup. It's not going to work, right? So stop that if anyone is thinking that will make you an entrepreneur. You have to be jumping off the cliff. The fear has to be there, bias for action has to be there, and fast decision making has to be there. That's what my message will be with single saying.
Be bold, be decisive is, kind of echoed what Vani said. Great. So the young man will have the last word.
So, philosophically, I believe in the India story. Very important. I went abroad to study, got a job there, moved back to do this. But you have to, at the very, very core of your heart, believe in the India story. The consumer sentiment is very, very high, even if investor sentiment is not. All flights are full, all hotels are full. Qmart or Dmart, dono ke bahar line lagi hai, right? Demand, there is a general upward mobility that is happening that is going to bring a lot of people to our doorsteps if you build good products. That's point number 1, which is very important, because at a macro level, the story works. Number 2, showing up matters. That's for me the very important thing. You can't sit at home, stay on your phone, and products don't get built like this. Like Sandeep mentioned, wo koodna padta hai. You have to take that jump off the cliff. Showing up matters, whether it is in front of your customer's office and waiting for 4 hours. I've done that all my life. Or to your office every day, or in those difficult conversations that you asked me about. Showing up is really important. And third is you have to be very authentic and to a certain extent vulnerable, right? No one has solved for everything. We all live through our insecurities. Whether you've raised 100 million or 200 million, we all have our insecurities. You have to be authentic and vulnerable, and it is okay to be insecure. You got to show up every morning and you got to solve for today. One saying that I love is, we overestimate as humans, I do, we overestimate how much can we do in a day, and we grossly underestimate how much we get done in a year, right? So that's why my daily checklist is 10 points long, but my yearly checklist is 3, right?
Great point.
So strange. But that means that show up, keep working, keep grinding on a daily basis, and you will be surprised by how much you've built in a year.
Thank you. Great point. Great close to this. We don't have too much time for questions.
This is Ashish, and one question I have is, we have a revenue of say 800K right now, and it's non-recurring revenue. So my question is, should we go for funding now or wait for recurring revenue?
There is no yes or no answer to should we go for funding now or not. It all depends. It's such a highly contextualized question. If you need money to complete something you're not able to complete, just the glider example, you're flying down, right? You should know how much money you have with you to build the glider. Is that enough to build it? And will you be able to build it before you hit the ground? I think these are the questions you have to ask. That I don't know how much funds you've got, what are you trying to build, how much money will it take? If you seriously feel that there are few things you're not able to do which are must do, and you need money for that, you must raise it, put it from your own pocket, whatever. If you think you're good, you'll be able to build what is needed to launch the product, then just continue. And then raise at the right points. It's a very timing issue. Right, so it's like a cricketer asking me, ki ball is coming, should I hit a 6? I don't know, what's your asking rate? If you need 4 runs to win, you don't need to hit a 6. A 4 will also make you win. If you need a single, just run a single and finish the match. If the pitch is very, very bouncy, don't take risk, you'll get out.
Right.
So it's a very loaded question, which I don't think it'll be fair for us to say, raise funding quickly.
Yeah, I should.
Thanks for taking my question. My name is Ajay Sharma. I'm a wealth manager, and this is an interesting perspective because we're missing one key stakeholder, and that's the investor's perspective. What should a VC fund manager or a VC fund investor be thinking of this funding winter? So this is mostly directed at Nicola. What do you think about this? Should an investor now buy into a VC fund, or wait, or trust that the VC fund manager will do the right thing, hold on to cash? What do you think?
You know, I wish there was silver bullet answers to all questions, but I don't know. I mean, VC funds are 10-year-long funds, and they're highly, highly liquid funds. It's a very, very special class of portfolio. Venture investing is a very, very high risk opportunity with a very high return. Like with any investment opportunity, you will have to do the work to say, is this the right fund manager? It's not that different than you putting money into a PMS fund or a mutual fund. What is the process you go through? Maybe the process is a little easier because you have enough literature. Secondly, maybe because it has published historical returns, then you can also make your decision that way. They're not that illiquid. You can get in, but you can get out. And more familiarity over time. But even then, you will research the fund manager, you will research their strategy. Is this something I want to do? And so I think most people should not invest in VC funds.
Let's say that I have a client who has a 10% exposure to private investments, whether that's 10 crores or 100 crores or whatever. Should I be advising them now to buy VC funds? Or because I see there's a funding winter, I see companies being marked down, I see the largest VC fund in the world losing 50% of its value. So should I be apprehensive as a capital allocator? Or should I
No, but
trust
the largest VC fund, like a tiger losing 50% value, but what about the smallest VC funds, which is where your clients are likely to be investing, have probably gained in value? We have distributed the highest amount of capital to our investors ever in the last 10 years, last year. But the question is not about losing the value, because the decision you make today, the returns are going to come 7 minimum, if not 10 years from now, right? So you're investing into a future, you're not investing at all into the present or the past. So what is your prognosis for India? It depends. Are they investing in an India fund? I assume they are, because we are sitting here. So I think I'm betting high on India over the next decade. Now, your client could be ready to bet or not, and within that, it's not that simple, right? Are they investing into what kind of a venture fund? If it's a very experienced manager who has seen ups and downs, maybe that's fine. Maybe if you're investing in a Web3 fund, because every fund has a certain focus of what is it that they're going to invest in turn, right? So suppose it's a Web3 fund, or maybe it's just a gaming fund or something else, I don't know. So you have to study the prospectus, right? Generally, if you already have allocation and you have the risk appetite, let me put it this way. I always invest when markets are bad. And when markets are high, I'm not trying to make money. Let me put it that way, right? And more importantly, if there is one principle in investing, both personal or professional, I don't change my philosophy around it. I'm not greedy. Most of the time, you're doing emotional investing. Or maybe it will go up still, let me hold on to it. You don't want to sell it. And then, of course, everybody here has gone through this. Same thing, VCs also sometimes do that. Founders do that. They should sell their company, they got a great value, but they hold on out of wrong reasons. If they have a right reason, I can win the market, blah, 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 that's okay. So a VC fund manager who has historically shown returns and knows that, there are ups and downs to market, but over a 10-year period, you have to create a positive IRR return, and there are funds with that track record. And, so if you don't invest now, when would you invest? Certainly last year, investing was probably the wrong reason because you're paying a high valuation. Today, we can only go up from here. At least that's the bet I am making, right? And all financial advice should be taken with a pinch of salt. But, I don't know, if you don't invest now, then into this asset class, if you can afford it, then, when would you invest? But in general, I would advise most people to not invest in this asset class. It's just something where, unless you're willing to be illiquid for 10 years and be able to take that kind of risk, which they hear so much money is made in the VC, but they don't see the downside part. You should understand that, this is a very, very long road before you see any money coming back to you.
Is age of the founder a factor when you're investing as a VC? Direct question to you, Ani.
I don't think so. I think every age has a certain advantage. Clearly, if you're going to build some, Web3 metaverse, some, Monkey Kong, NFT, maybe you and I don't relate to it, but you can build other kind of companies also. So I don't think age is a factor. And in fact, in your own mind, you should not let something be a factor that, you say, I'm building a valuable business, and it's for the investor who's smart to see the value of what I'm creating. But obviously, this is written enough. Somebody like a Falguni says, I'm going to go build a company. And it doesn't matter. Maybe 10 people say, I don't want to invest. You're a woman, or you're too old, or there's enough people in beauty or whatever. But as you show progress, you get respect. So all these other factors go away. And obviously, she's done very well starting as a founder after 50, right? So if she can, why not you or me or anybody else? So I don't think age is a big factor, and I don't think VCs are, there's a lot of myths about VCs, but that they only look at young founders is one of those myths.
So thank you all for being here, and I want to especially thank all my panelists, Vani Garu, Prabdeep, and Sandeep. Thank you for being here, and I hope all of you got something out of this, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Titan launches smart labs in Hyderabad for developing intelligent wearable devices. The center, named as Titan Smart Labs, is first of its kind engineering center in India. Titan Smart Labs was inaugurated by Jayesh Ranjan, Principal Secretary for Telangana's Industries and Commerce and Information Technology Department. As part of the event, a fireside chat was organized. Listen in.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for waiting. I know we're a little behind schedule, but I think this fireside chat was going to be worth it. So maybe I can start directly with you, Venkat. So we're in Titan Smart Labs right now. I'm just curious, how does Titan Smart Labs fit into the Titan strategy in general?
Yeah, thanks, Srini. Actually, we got into the smartwatch category about 6-7 years back, but it was a little bit of a homegrown kind of effort, and we realized 3 odd years into the game that we need to play it very differently if we want to lead in this space, because we realized the explosive growth opportunity sitting in that, and then we looked around and we identified Raj and team as a group of people to partner with, and Hug Innovations became part of Titan on 1st of January, officially 2020. And they've been part of Titan ever since. And the establishing of in fact, the naming happened about 4-5 months back. Yes. The Titan Smart Labs naming happened 4-5 months back, and today, of course, is a very, very significant day in that journey where we have moved, in our view, from being a player in this, 2-3 years back, to being a prominent name today, frankly, especially in the last 1 month with what Raj and team have accomplished in taking Titan into the front of this category, and not too long from today to be a dominant force in this category. And I think we will also bring the typical customer obsession of Titan company into this category as well, and use our deep approach of providing solutions to customer problems on the one hand, or latent needs on the other, by using the right appropriate technology, which of course Raj and team will bring into this.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Actually, if I could ask you, Suparna, as the CEO of the Watches and Wearables division, taking off from what Venkat was saying, this is a very fast-moving area. Watches and wearables has really exploded in the last 5 years. I think it's really taken off, right? So many things are going on in that space. We have companies like Apple, we have Fitbit internationally. We have a couple of local players as well. But one of the things I'm wondering about is which comes first? Is it the technology side of things? Is it the consumer side of things? In the startup world, we talk about understanding a consumer's needs and then building something. And yet some people say, actually it's the other way around. We know what's coming. We'll put the features out there and consumers will use that. What's your take on that?
So this is a very interesting question. I think, consumer technology has always had this, it's the quintessential dilemma. What comes first? It's like a chicken or egg question. I think technology is available to a lot of people. And what people make out of that technology to make it intuitive and very easy to use, those are the companies and those are the brands that really become very, very successful. And there are case studies starting from, the original Apple iPod. That technology was there. It was just that it came together in a shape, size, in a form that was very appealing, very easy to use, and then it created a whole category by itself. If I come to smartwatches, I think there is a role for new technology which addresses latent or sometimes even visible consumer needs. But like a lot of other consumer electronic products, Most users use less than 10% of the features of any of those. Like whether it's a smartwatch or even a hearable, an audio accessory device, I know a lot of features are packed into it, and a lot of companies, including ours, we go to town saying we have, A, B, C, D, E, F feature. Most people don't use 90% of it. Not because that is not relevant, but because it is not that easy, it's not intuitive. So the unlocking the value of a technology is not that it is present. Technology may be present, but how easy is it for consumers to access it? For example, and I'll give you an example, most smartwatches have a sleep monitoring feature. But most consumers have no idea how to read it. What is REM? What is... They don't know. They don't understand, and so they're not able to interpret whatever is coming up in your app and say, is this good? How should I react to this? Some things are easy, like an SpO2 or a heart rate. I think even heart rate, there are many dimensions to reading heart rate. Most average consumers don't really understand. So I think there is a role for technology and increasingly useful technology, and there is a role for companies and brands to explain those technology features and translate them into consumer benefit. I think that's the link. How is the feature leading to the benefit?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, presenting raw data through a sensor is one thing, but is it actionable? As a consumer, great, I see this number, what am I supposed to do with it? And I think that's the heart of it is what do I do with this data? And I like that you're focused on that part as well. Maybe I'll jump to Ravi for a minute. One thing I must note is that, I've seen that, Suparna, you and Venkat, you've been at the company for decades, which is pretty amazing, right? And I'd love to know how that happened. What is it about Titan that does that? But Ravi, coming to you for a minute, you're brand new, 2 days old in the company, and you come from a healthcare background. Some of the things that we just spoke about with Suparna is the fact that we are building all these new features into a watch, right? Health things. How clinical is clinical grade when people talk about that in a watch? And how much can a consumer really rely on that data for health recommendations?
Great question. Yeah, first of all, it's a pleasure and a privilege to be part of this team. I feel extremely humbled, actually, to be in this amazing space, and hopefully we can go on to do some fantastic things in the world of smart. Back to your question. Yeah, the key is it's got to be accurate, it's got to be reliable, it's got to be relevant as well. I think in general wearables have come a long way from displaying a random number to kind of really getting to the standards that are out there for all kinds of clinical parameters like ECG, heart rate, etc. More than the accuracy of it, because these are all kind of, it could be spot measurements sometimes, it could be things that are captured over time. It's how do you make it relevant so it becomes part of something that's useful to you, because that's why you will use it as opposed to just getting a number on a little screen, right? So in terms of clinical accuracy, they have improved a lot. The technology has improved a lot. The challenge and the opportunity is how do you make it useful? How do you make it useful without having to try? Most people who get an iPhone don't read a big manual, right? Because it's so intuitive. I know it's easy to kind of just take Apple as an example for everything, but that's just one of it, which is how do you make it so that it becomes part of you, it becomes part of your life, it gets integrated. And I love the fact that we are calling this smart labs. We're not calling it a wearable lab. We're not calling it a hearable lab. These are all just parts of it. So this whole smart ecosystem is going to evolve, and we'll make it happen. And that's where clinical parameters, behavioral parameters, things that are useful to you will all be, it's almost things that will disappear into your way of living with clinical grade accuracy, so that when you show that information to your physician, or you don't have to go show it, it probably automatically gets to them. Right? It's meaningful and actionable, as opposed to, well, now I have to prescribe another test for you, right? So I think that's the gap we are closing in very, very quickly. with improved technology, but most importantly, making sure people can a lot of people, if you look at the average length of use of a quote-unquote smart strap and a smart watch about 3 years ago, people would buy it in about a few months, it would kind of go into the drawer. But now, with more functions, it's become part of their life, right? So I made the transition today to wearing the Titan smart watch here. So it's a journey we need to take people through where it becomes part of their daily life with accuracy.
Right. I think I'm going to have to buy one myself and wear it. Raj, for a minute, taking off from this stuff, right? So all of us here in Hyderabad have watched you grow, ringside seat from almost day one of T-Hub, you were in there with Hug Innovations. You got acquired by this incredible company, and I'm assuming you're going to do incredible work here again. What's it been like working with Titan versus being, a startup founder, and what strategies for the future?
I think just to summarize, right, Titan welcomed me with open arms, and then I'm fully empowered, almost run it like a CEO over here, and just for a change, I get paid also for the work that I do. So I'll just summarize it that way, because honestly, I've never seen a merger to work this smooth. Titan has really welcomed me with open arms, and then they've said that you are the torchbearer for the technology, and they mean it. Like, they've given me a complete free hand, so I really love it. I didn't really expect that it'll be this good, and I'm honest that, it's really, really nice and wonderful to be here. Also, Venkat and Suparna tell me that I've always been a Titanian, it's just that it officially happened. So I think the culture that we've built in Hug Innovations and the culture at Titan almost are like synonymous and resonate. The people culture, the values, everything pretty much is the same. Then where do we take off from here? When Hug Innovations was born, right, the dream was big. The plans were big. And that's why even though we were a startup, the first product that we built, the Hug smartwatch for women, we didn't shop, we didn't outsource, we didn't buy a white label product. It was built with blood and sweat. It was like pure hard-earned engineering done from Hyderabad, complete PCBA and everything. And the manufacturing was done all the way by Foxconn. So all the ingredients, we had it to actually shoot. We just didn't have the rocket and the fuel to shoot to the sky. I think with Titan now, I have the rocket, the ammo, the fuel, and the brand. I think we are definitely going to shoot to the sky.
That's awesome. I mean, like I said, I'm very proud of the fact that you're here, a Hyderabadi in Hyderabad running this.
Thank you.
Jayesh, if I can just bring it to you for a minute, right? So he talked about, I think it's incredible, by the way, that you're doing all of this work in India. From chip design onwards. I mean, that's not something that most companies do. Telangana is, of course, we spoke about this a little earlier, but it's become a manufacturing hub. It's become an innovation hub. I'd just like to understand from you, Jayesh, some examples of, how a company like Titan could scale with examples of companies that have done that already.
Yeah, so before that, let me also formally congratulate Titan, Raj, Venkat Garu, Suparna Garu, Ravi, and all your leaders, your colleagues who are here for this wonderful facility that you have brought to Hyderabad. It also is a very big shot in our arm because for the last 8 years, we have been promoting innovation, promoting entrepreneurship, and many companies, in a way, who's who of the world, have chosen to set up their centers in Hyderabad, and they are really flourishing. So I'm very, very confident that your journey here will also be on same lines, and I'm sure you will far exceed your expectations. I know that you are starting small. You have a 60 head count for the present, but I'm very, very sure that in no time you will be coming back to us asking for more space, more help, and so on and so forth, which will be a good problem to have. But I also see many other ways in which your footprint can be expanded. First of all, as I alluded, this center itself can deliver much more than what you are possibly putting on their table. I have seen countless other examples when companies have started small because they are not very sure of what to expect from Hyderabad. We do have good talent, but how productive will they be? How innovative will they be? How, most importantly, there are 2-3 other feedback which we get about the talent here. One is in terms of the discipline towards deliverables. In fact, many of our companies They have global operations running from here. So you have timelines, you have deliverables for their global clients, and the track record of Hyderabad-based companies to deliver on time with good quality, etc., is near perfect. So that is one very positive feedback which we get. We also receive lots of feedback about the fact that the talent is much more affordable. Attrition rates are much lower. For instance, since you work out of Bangalore, I have data to show. I have actual data. I have compared 6 large companies who have footprints both in Hyderabad and in Bangalore, equal sized footprints. And I have found that the attrition in Hyderabad is almost just a third of what is there in Bangalore. And there are so many other advantages as well. So one, I'm very sure that this center will grow. You will be giving more work to them, and you will feel at some point in time very proud of the output and outcomes which are coming from this center. We also know that you look after other verticals. For example, your jewelry business, Tanishq, is very important nationally, and I guess you have showrooms outside the country as well. Of late, this is also becoming a very important destination for some of the major companies. In fact, I don't want to take any names just like that, but 2 large companies have chosen to invest big time in Hyderabad. They are setting up their refinery, they're setting up their production facility, and one of them is one of the leading players in the south of the country. I mean, they are from, most of the jewelry players, as you know, are from south. They are one of the leaders in the market, and they are betting very big in Hyderabad. Almost a 700 crores investment is coming our way from them. There are 2 other companies also who are not investing that big, but are investing in significant manufacturing facilities. But this one is also putting up its refinery here. So that is one more opportunity, since Indians will never lose their obsession with gold. And if you think that your business is growing bigger and bigger, and if you feel that there is a need for a second center in the country, Hyderabad will be a very good choice. The textile business that you look after is again something very relevant for us. I look after that subject as well. And in the last 7 years, I mean, it's a nice coincidence that we are meeting today, just 3 days after the National Handlooms Day. 7th August was the Handlooms Day. And every year we take stock of what we have done for the handloom sector. And I feel very satisfied at the way in which we have supported this sector. We have been able to bring lots of renowned designers close to our weavers, and today they are producing stuff which are very trendy, very contemporary, and I'll be very happy if Taneira can source more and more from the weavers in Telangana. There are 6 clusters here, and I do know that you have showrooms, but opportunity to source, make design interventions, link them to e-commerce, etc., is something which will be a very win-win kind of a thing. So that is the second possibility. I don't really want to comment on Titan Manufacturing. It is a entity which has it's deeply entrenched with a particular state government. I do not know how comfortable they will be if they learn that you are looking at manufacturing in another state. But if that bond is not that kind of binding and you have some flexibility, this is a good place. We have lots of electrical and electronics companies who have again done things very, very profitably. From your group itself, this may surprise you, but after Jamshedpur, the largest headcount of Tata employees in a city is in Hyderabad. You may not know this. You may think that it is Bangalore, but it is not true. The largest Tata Group presence outside Jamshedpur, of course, is here. So the group is doing well. The group is doing some very refined kind of precision engineering manufacturing in the aerospace vertical. We have the communications. Of course, the large contributor of that number is TCS and so on. But we'll be very happy if you can consider Telangana for no other reason but for the fact that we have progressive policies, business-friendly policies. Companies who have invested in Telangana have, without exception, without fail, have had very good experiences here. They have made multiple investments subsequently. So look forward to getting more business of Titan and your affiliate companies to our state.
Thanks, Jayesh, for that. I hope that we do more business here for all of our sakes. Innovation is dear to all of our hearts in this room. Suparna, just coming back to you for a minute, right? The whole smart devices domain, if you want to call it that. There's so many different things happening in that space. We talked about obviously watches and wearables. We also talked about hearables. By the way, I believe Venkat is wearing one of the hearables, right?
It's a smart glasses.
Smart glasses with speakers inside. So there are so many things coming up. What do you think is the future of that area for Titan specifically, and the area in general?
So the area in general, I'm so fascinated. If you see any, recent car launch, to me it looks like it's software and electronics, and there is a car on top of it. It just looks like everything earlier. I mean, of course, there is the whole transition from the internal combustion engine to the electric vehicle engine, which is a separate thing. But there was a time when features in a car were all mechanical, they were physical. Now the features in a car are all about the software and how you can see everything on the screen, whether it's the maps or the music, or it's just like, that is really where, the electronics part of it, or rather I would say the smart part of it, because there is a hardware angle and there's a software angle. The smart part of it is now just assimilated into every category. So, you have smart refrigerators, you have smartphones, smart homes. So, and there are many, many categories where the intelligence of that device through software programming and through electronic parts has become made life easier for consumers. And I think that's where, I'm not really a future gazer or anything, but if I think of what life will be like 5 years from now, 10 years from now, many things that we do mechanically will be all automatic, and the automatic part is actually all smart. So that's in general. For us, of course, right now we are very focused on smartwatches and hearables, more on smartwatches, hearables, audio accessories. We are doing some lot of consumer work to get to, what I was referring earlier. How does the technology go into benefit? But the sky is the limit. And I think with the kind of resources, both human as well as infrastructure that we have in the Titan Smart Labs that got inaugurated today, absolutely fabulous innovation work can happen. And it would be very limiting for us to think that it will only be in these two categories. It could be in anything. So that's, I think the imagination is what should not be limited. The outcome will also be unlimited.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the things we read about was, again, I won't name the company, but potentially putting sensors into AirPods or, air things in your ear that will measure certain statistics again and again integrate with everything else.
It exists right now.
Okay. So that becoming more, but I think the point that you made is absolutely true, which is the hardware is definitely important, but at the end of the day, it's also the software that actually ties this together and makes it actionable. So maybe I can ask you, Ravi, with your experience in this field, what are the sort of things that you think we need to be doing differently from now? There's a lot of hardware out there, from rings that people wear to these AirPods to all sorts of things, right? And yet the truth is, as all of us mentioned earlier, 90% of those features are not being used because they're really not that actionable. So how can we change that?
Great question. I guess two things. One is back to your earlier question about, how good are these clinical, wearables. It's not just the clinical part, it's how good is the data, right? So the provenance of the data is important. So that's where you do need hardware, because without that, you will not get the data. But the trick is, how do you make it kind of almost disappear into the things that you use, things that are highly relevant, useful, etc. for you. So that's one part. The second part of it is, how do you then take all of that information and amalgamate that into something that both guides you, nudges you, helps you, to live a better life, right? So that's what I think we need to do, to continue to look at how can we aggregate the data. That's where AI comes into play. That's where behavioral aspects and deep understanding of human behavior comes into play, understanding the needs of people through different stages. What somebody, a preteen would need from a smart perspective is very different from a teenager to somebody like us. And as we get older. So I think the whole spectrum is ripe for innovation in terms of sensors and all the things that can kind of come with it.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much potential in this space, and I know that you're working on some really exciting products as well that we're looking forward to hearing about in the future. But right now, there's this whole concern about the economy in general. A lot of people are saying winter is coming, all these sort of comments are being made. Do you think that will actually affect things like these consumer wearables and consumer devices in general? Maybe I could ask you that question, Venkat.
See, if you look at all the projections for the next decade, when India is going to move from around $2,200 per capita income to 5,000 and above, and if you look at that pyramid of the various income classes which are sitting in that, you will find in all reports of BCG and McKinsey and all that, and it has typically happened in every country in the world, is that the top 2 or 3 income segments end up actually exploding in their numbers. In India, the estimate is that the top 3 will double in their share to total number of households. So from about 100 million households today, out of the 300 million, it will double in share to about 250 million in the next 8 years. And if you look at the profile of Titan Company and the customers that Titan Company by and large caters to, they're just sort of totally aligned to these 3 segments, which means that from a nation which is impatiently hurtling towards affluence, where all the people in the country want that affluence, we are aligned to that top half of the pyramid, 1/3 of the pyramid, and therefore there is no worry at all on that front from a near-term point of view. And equally from an immediate-term point of view, all the inflationary pressures that we read about every day, the products on which inflation is actually happening, the share of those products to the total expenditure and the total income of these 100 million households is very low. So, whereas if you look at a typical mass market company, like in the staples industry, FMCG, they cater to everybody in the pyramid and therefore they need to be worried about that. So both from a near-term as well as from an immediate-term point of view, I feel that the inflation is not really a factor for us to worry about. And equally, 80% of the business of Titan is from jewelry today. And there is no inflation in jewelry. In fact, if people are worried about things around us, they tend to buy more jewelry. If the stock market is in a bit of a spin, they buy more jewelry. So it's good for us when people are feeling very good. It's good for us. If they're feeling a little worried, they're even better for us. So that's from a company position point of view, and therefore our ability to continue to invest in our babies,
right.
Smart Labs being one such baby, is very, very high.
That's really encouraging news for all of us. Jayesh, maybe I can just ask you, we talked about, so Raj mentioned Foxconn as one company that they used to work with, right? And we are seeing companies looking at investing into manufacturing units in India in general. What do you see? Do you see it slowing down at all? I mean, what's your experience? You're talking to people day in, day out with manufacturing.
No. So actually, electronics manufacturing is bound to grow. There are very positive policies of national government as well. They have, as a part of this Atmanirbhar scheme, they have introduced PLI schemes for different kinds of electronics, semiconductors. State government is also offering lots of advantages to manufacturing companies. And there is a race right now. In fact, many companies, which earlier were hugely dependent on electronics exports from Taiwan, let us say, or China, are now looking at manufacturing themselves. And my sense is that there are 4 or 5 states which everyone is kind of looking up to, which are their topmost preferences. And we figure very prominently because we have also a very progressive electronics policy. Electronic sector also requires lots of infrastructure support. They require huge quantums of water, they are power guzzlers. So fortunately in our state, in the last 8 years, we have been able to create a situation where we are power surplus today. We have water surplus for the industrial sector. So we can meet their demands very, very easily. And I do see more electronic manufacturing coming our way in days to come.
Okay, that's again reassuring, and it ties in with what Venkat was saying as well. Raj, I know we're coming towards the end of the session, but I just wanted to ask you, what do you see as the future of Titan Smart Labs? What can we in Hyderabad be looking forward to? And do you have any plans to, talk to other people outside of Titan?
So one thing is, we see that there's a huge possibility to actually expand beyond the devices, because as everybody said, right, so device is only a portion of the experience that we want to give. We are looking at actually a holistic consumer experience, because naturally when you buy a product, particularly a smart device, there's an initial excitement to check, hey, what is my heart rate? What is my sleep today? How many steps I walked and all. And another 15-20 days that becomes a routine, and then most of the smartwatches are turning into just timekeepers, or maximum people are using it for notifications. I think beyond that, consumers are not seeing the value. So what we intend to do is, we are not just limiting ourselves to the device experience, we really want to create a consumer experience in a holistic way with our platform, where there is a lot of exciting things that we are bringing on this year and next year, where we are extending the life of the watch in a much more meaningful way. We're going to introduce gamification. We're going to introduce incentives for better lifestyle management. We are actually curating partnerships. When you ask, are we going to talk to others? Why not? Because there are a lot of niche players who are offering specific services in the healthcare ecosystem today, but there is no mothership that can actually unite all of these. And I feel that Titan can play that role to be that mothership, to bring all of these niche players and give consumer that promise. Today, why do you buy in Amazon? Blindly because you see the promise that if something goes wrong, Amazon is there to return. You're not looking at the company that is manufacturing. Similarly, in a service provider sector, particularly in wearables associated, there's a lot of opportunity for us to play that big daddy role and then say that we are able to bring a lot of niche players collected into this, and we are able to provide meaningful services to our consumers beyond just the device. So that is the plan that we have. And plus, we are going to roll out a lot more products that will be more meaningful, and we'll be eventually moving into more of a vertical solution. Today we are a lifestyle, if you call Titan Smart Labs, we are a lifestyle category. So soon you will see that we are splitting into more deeper verticals that can make an impact to the consumer. And I'm happy that all of this is going to happen from Hyderabad.
Likewise, this is really exciting stuff for all of us here, I think.
Thank you.
So we're out of time, but if I could get maybe one last closing statement from each of you, that would be great to the audience. Maybe we start with you, Venkat.
As a company, we are looking forward to an explosive growth led by the smart labs, and in trademark fashion of solving some kind of a customer need with technology, so that more and more of the use of the product is actively sought by the customer, as opposed to 90% of the features being forgotten kind of point that she was making. For example, if you look at the whole subject of hydration, right? And I'm a runner, so it's very specific for me. But even as just a warm body walking around, we often, I pick up a class at 5 p.m. My first class sometimes at 5 p.m. in the evening, and I realize, oh my God, I haven't had water, and I'm supposed to drink whatever I'm supposed to drink. So that the device alerting me through the day to drink water is a very useful. Or we know how big stress is in our lives, right? And if there is and stress actually builds. And there may be an interaction which I've had in my whatever, at home or work, which has actually raised my stress, and I don't know. But there are obviously chemical reactions happening inside the body which indicate that the stress is building. So if I am told that actually, excuse me, just take a 5-minute break, walk out, breathe 2-3 times, drink a glass of water, shout, come back, maybe I've de-stressed and come back, maybe I've avoided something very, very important, critical in my body, right? So that is the way we want to look at this use cases and actually build solutions using technology. It's a long last word, but
no, awesome,
yeah,
awesome. Thank you, Ravi.
Great thoughts, Venkat. I think just building on that, it's really about how do you make things relevant. The good news is a lot of the sensors, for stress, for hydration, they're already there.
Right.
So it's a matter of how you take it and how you manifest it into solutions that are meaningful, useful. That is by deeply understanding the customer needs, customer behavior, where are they now and where they want to go. I think that'll be the future, and we hope to make it happen.
Thank you. Awesome. Suparna.
Yeah, I'll touch on an aspect which is very crucial in all of this happening, which is people. And our people are very committed, very talented. I would say, in general for Titan Company, we are very blessed to have exceptional talent with extraordinary commitment. And that is part of the answer on why people are here for decades. Also a lot of freedom, a lot of room to grow, learn. And I would make that my last word, saying, there are a lot of our people here in the room, they're all smiling from there. We have very, very dedicated people. See, it's like this. We are talking about all these products and the platform, the overall, the ecosystem being of tremendous value to the consumer. All of this will be done by our people. And so, as a leader, I need to take care of the people will take care of everything else. And that's pretty much how it works. Right, Raj?
Absolutely. Well said.
I think that's an incredibly important point. And, one thing I must point out is usually a lot of people outside equate being in one job for many years as stagnation. And yet Titan has managed to innovate consistently over the years to become as large as it is today. So you're definitely doing something right. Loyalty plus innovation, incredible. So great job, all of you. Jayesh, any last words from you, please?
So, my best wishes once again to the company for starting their smart labs here. Our minister, Mr. K.T. Ramarao, actually was really looking forward to this function, but because of his injury, he has not been able to come. Good wishes from his side as well. And I can assure you on our behalf that we'll be true partners for your expansion and growth in Hyderabad. While we may not have equity in your company, but we'll be adding much more value than your equity partners elsewhere.
Raj.
There's a phrase called as walk before you run. I think in the last 2 years, I believe that this team has put the necessary foundation to actually take off. I'm happy to say that we have now put all the necessary building blocks. We've put all the necessary foundation elements in the last 2 years with a lot of hard work. Now this year, you will see that Titan Smart Labs will really take off. You will see a lot of interesting products that will be launched this year, through the year, at different price points, because we believe that India has many Indias and a lot of Indians like to buy products at several price points. So this year you will see a lot of innovation from Titan and a lot of launches as well. So I would say that Titan is going to come with a bang this year, and powered by Titan Smart Labs, you will see a lot of innovation. So that's my promise.
I think it's incredible again. Just the fact that you're focusing on Indian consumers, which you understand better than anybody else, right? The fact that you're designing in India and making as much as you can in India, incredible stuff. Thank you all for being on this panel. It's been wonderful getting to know you all. Thanks everyone.
Thank you. I really have to thank Jayesh Garu for staying beyond his scheduled time. Really, truly appreciate. So thank you. Srini generously accepted. I just requested him really last minute. Hey Srini, I don't think anybody better can do this job as a moderator for this esteemed audience. And Srini said, anytime, I would love to support you. So Srini, thanks a lot for jumping on. And in the last 2 days, he's been really my guiding force. Calm down, everything will be okay. It's okay. So thank you, Srini. So really appreciate your help.
Welcome.
Suparna, so thank you for being here and giving the importance and presence. I think your energy definitely is going to be there. Ravi, I know you're just 2 days old, but thank you for coming in. You're still fighting your jet lag, but still truly appreciate you making the trip. So thanks a lot. Venkat, needless to say, you really took time and really appreciate you coming here. I think your energy has to be something that we have to circulate all through the scene. So thank you, Venkat, for being here. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Raj. All the very best to you and your team. And thank you also for setting up this unique engagement to bring alive many of, and make all of us, at least in the company, to think about this opportunity deeply. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Dr. Sarjarao Doltade, CEO of Lixure. Lixure uses proprietary technology to develop systems for the pre-treatment of industrial effluent to expedite the existing effluent treatment process and in a low cost. So the system which we have developed works on the hydrodynamic cavitation principle, where cavities are formed in this component and those cavity collapse violently as it experiences sudden changes in the pressure. As a result of collapse, shock waves and hydroxyl radicals are formed. Shock waves kills the microbes and enzymes present in the water, and hydroxyl radical react with the chemical pollutants present in the water and destroys those. So this is how water purification happens with our system. This is a demo system which can pre-treat industrial effluent up to 10 liter per hour. We have a pilot scale plant and even industrial grade system which can pre-treat industrial effluent up to 0.75 kiloliter, 1.5 and 3 kiloliter of effluent per hour. So we can see here, this was the initial color of effluent, and right now almost color is diminished here. So we are not using any filters or any membranes or any chemicals to treat the water. So currently we are incubator here at IIT Hyderabad. IIT is supporting us in terms of business, to grow the business. And right now our project is going with several industries. So currently we are connected with NMDC for their cyanide effluent treatment and GD Mitla effluent treatment plant. So thank you.
Hello, Namaste. My name is Srihari. I'm a co-founder and Chief Marketing and Communication Officer of Be Able Health. Be Able Health is solving problems in the neuro rehabilitation and physiotherapy segment. We are incubated in Center for Healthcare Entrepreneurship. This is a incubation facility in IIT Hyderabad, and this is a program where they actually have people who have ideas in the healthcare sectors, where there is an one-year immersion program. Through the immersion program, we understand what is the problem that is actually happening in the healthcare industry, and we get mentored out of that problem that we identified. Then we actually find a solution for it. As a company, Be Able Health found that there is a need for intensive, engaging, and immersive way of rehabilitation, especially for stroke, traumatic brain injury, cerebral palsy, frozen shoulder, post-fracture, post-orthopedic operations for the upper limb. We are the first product is only on upper limb, but we have consecutive other products coming on the different other limbs as well. our approach is very different. We actually have a gamified or game-based neuro rehabilitation, where we have Indian games specifically that the patient can relate to. We have one game, such game is letter tracing. This is a Hindi letter, which the patient has to move their arms like this one and connect the dots. When he actually does that, what is happening is his arm repetitions, arm movements is happening. The patient get completely immersed into the therapy itself. In India, there are more than 18 lakh stroke patients every year, and most of the patients have problem with upper limb. To recover them and get back to their normal life or normal way of living, this device will be highly helpful. Our device, not only actually in the game-based one, we have sensors which actually connects and track the patient's data and movement patterns. And this data is being very helpful for the physiotherapist and the doctors to understand what is the condition of the patient and how he is able to recover, and progress of the recovery is also can be tracked. With this data, the doctors can and physiotherapists can take informed decision about the course of therapy and effectively change the course of therapy so that the patient get the maximum out of the rehabilitation process and reduce the time effort that can be helped, that can achieve into their recovery itself. The company was founded by Mr. Habib Ali and myself, Srihari, and we were part of the Center for Healthcare Entrepreneurship under the guidance of IIT Hyderabad and Dr. Renu John. And in that, we got this concept of the gamification itself. So this is very much required because it is most of the devices that in physiotherapy and neuro rehabilitation are outdated technologies, and in India there is not much devices that is being developed. Most of the products that comes from outside India are very costly, and we actually made this. It is a patented device, which patent granted, and this helps them into the rehabilitation, in the immersifying, intensifying, and helps to neuroplasticity, thus results into the muscle grade, progression in the muscle grade from 0 to upward. So this product can be used by hemiplegia, hemiparesis patients. Even though her one arm is completely paralyzed, still they can actually use this device. They can strap the device on the handle, and then they can use the other hand to train himself. So we have developed more than 25 games right now, and we are aiming to reach at least 50 games by end of this year. And we have more than 1,500 patients using these devices, and our product is already in the market, and we are getting more and more orders, and also we are also opening up our orders for outside India, that is export as well. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Akita Koloju. I'm co-founder of HIMAC Healthcare Private Limited. HIMAC deals with the maternal and child care products. So we have started our first device with Enlight 360. Enlight 360 is an intelligent phototherapy system which will treat newborn jaundice. In India alone, every year we see 15 million babies suffering from critical jaundice. Among them, 45% are not receiving the adequate amount of phototherapy due to various reasons. So we have developed Enlight 360 in such a way that you can provide customized treatment to the high-risk jaundice babies and treat them even in resource-constrained areas while providing breastfeeding and also kangaroo mother care to the baby. So with this, we are able to treat the baby at the mother side. We also want to enter into the home care markets to treat the baby in the home itself. So with this, we will be able to achieve to treat at least 6 million of babies in India every year. So that's our target and mission. And so we started our journey from this Biodesign Fellowship program from CFHE at IIT Hyderabad. Me and my co-founder Prasad Muddam have started HIMAC, and I'm a biomedical engineer and Prasad is an industrial designer. So we as a duo have visited many government and private hospitals in order to identify this unmet need, and we have received support from CFHE Incubation Center with respect to the space, with respect to the prototyping labs and also funding. So we have currently been funded by BIRAC and also incubation fund from CFHE Hyderabad. So we have developed this minimum viable product and we are entering into the testing and also trials phase. Thank you.
we are from Assam. Right now we are speaking from IIT Hyderabad, and we have done our BTech last year. So we have come here for the incubation, and we are building drones here, drones for cinematography. Right now we have 2 products. This is the main product, which is AirDN. This is the professional cinematography drone. It has a 4K camera, 4K at 60 FPS resolution, and it has a 3-axis gimbal, which stabilizes your videos really smooth and gives you the smoothest flight even possible. This has a flight time of 30 minutes that can stay in the air for 30 minutes, and we are building some really great AI features. This is going to be one of India's one of the first AI on the edge drones, which will have the AI capabilities to avoid any obstacles which is coming in front of the door, in front of the drone, or doing obstacle avoidance, and also GPS denied navigation systems. And this is our second product, which is a FPV drone. This is one of the most fastest and flagship FPV drones. This has a very durable frame design. We have put a 5 mm thickness carbon fiber. We are giving very high quality carbon fiber so that it can prevent any kind of crashes, and it can take the most impact. It has a HD camera with itself that you can see on the HD goggles, which you can live stream from the drone to the goggle for up to 5 kilometers of range. This is a camera independent drone where we can mount any kind of cameras like GoPros, any kind of GoPros and 360 cameras, and we can fly with it, and we can take really amazing shots right from the drone. It flies at a speed of 185 kilometers, and it is equipped with the state-of-the-art technologies like F7 processing technology and the AKK VTX, and it has a transmission distance for both video and RC control for up to 5 kilometers. This is right now we are in sale of this. We have sold almost 50 pre-orders we have got of this, and this is in MVP stage. We are testing it with different vendors in India, and also with different pilots in India. Till now we have done a few pilot projects with government and also non-government organizations. And along with all the drones, we give very ergonomically designed remote controls, VR goggles, batteries, and their chargers, etc. So the main applications of this drone is professional cinematography, videography, survey, and also surveillance, where we can survey an area from the sky. Also, we can do the surveillance of a crowd or a particular area for different movements and different events. For where these drones comes into the picture, we do very fast-moving object following, like aerial sports, or chasing cars, chasing bikes, chasing bicycles. So that is where these drones comes in. As I have already mentioned, this flies at a speed of 185 kilometers per hour speed. So it can move very fast, and it can take amazing shots, and it can do very fast maneuvers, which is not capable of other drones. And this serves the purpose of doing fast-moving aerial cinematography, and that is where these both drones serve the purpose of cinematography. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Vamshi Dodda. I'm the managing partner of Avian Consultancy, and I was a founding team of Gozars Fashion Private Limited. When it comes to Avian Consultancy, we are a recruiting agency. We do recruiting for BPO and sales in corporates of Hyderabad, and we also recruit the people like of higher level, like team leaders, and also managerial level, and also different parts of a BPO. Thereafter, when it comes to Gozars Fashion Private Limited, it is a fashion e-commerce where we deliver 2 products. One is 3-hour delivery, and another one is try and buy. What is 3-hour delivery? Wherever in Hyderabad, if you place an order, the clothing, this is a clothing e-commerce platform, this product will be delivered within 3 hours, where you won't get this in like Amazon. It is a 2-day with Prime member. Ajio, it takes 7 to 14 days. Myntra, it takes 7 days. We, Gozars Fashion, will be delivering it within 3 hours. And the another benefit here is you can try firstly. If you like it, then you can buy. What does this feature means to you? When you see a cloth in the online website, it might be different. This might be ash, and when it comes out, it will be in the darker shade. Okay, but when you shop here, you can feel the product. You can come and you can touch that. You can feel the color. You can you can also wear it, because on e-commerce website the major thing is we are not satisfied with the size that we wear it. So that is a problem we are going to solve. That is a pain point of the e-commerce fashion customers. So it is running successful, and one of the highest sale was 80,000 per month. We are going with a team of 7 members, and this is about Gozar's Fashion. When it comes to Avian Consultancy, we are a team of 5, where I'm the managing partner, and we run a business model like we don't charge from the people who are in the need of a job, but we charge from the employers. The charge is like we will be taking a percentage of their annual package. That is how we run the business. And I have invested 26,000 to register this company in the market, and right now it is going good.
हाँ, मेरा नाम एहसन अली ख़ान है। मेरी ख़ुद की फार्मेसी है जो है ओल्ड सिटी में, बाबा नगर में, और आई एम वर्किंग एज ए मेडिकल रिप्रेजेंटेटिव इन सेफ्रॉन फॉर्मुलेशन प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, जो गुजरात बेस्ड कंपनी है। और मैं फ्यूचर प्लान के लिए सैनिटरी पैड्स बोलकर जो है ना फीमेल्स के लिए सैनिटरी पैड्स, वो कंपनी डालने के लिए प्लान कर रहा हूँ मैं। तो इसके लिए एरिया एंड एवरीथिंग, और जैसे कि मेडिकल है, इसका भी अनदर डिवीज़न और ब्रांच में खोलना चाह रहा हूँ मैं, और वो खोलूँगा जल्द से जल्द। और ये अर्बन एरिया में ऐसा होता है कि जैसे कि जो अफेक्ट नहीं कर सकते, इन लोगों के लिए फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट, बेनिफिशियल फॉर लेस कॉस्ट। जैसे कि अब एग्जांपल मैं ब्रांड का तो नाम नहीं लूँगा, अभी 42 है समझिए, इसमें 6 और 7 आएंगे पैड्स, और मेरा होगा 20 रुपीज़ में, इसमें आएंगे 6 स्ट्रिप्स, और वो भी हैगा सेंटेड सैनिटरी पैड्स हैगा वो, जैसे कि लार्ज एक्सेल जो भी है, क्वालिटी भी मिल जाएगा। या मैं टेक्नोलॉजी रिसेंटली देखा है जो लंदन से बिलोंग मिशनरी है, तो इसके लिए मैं आगे बनना चाह रहा हूँ मैं। और हो रहा है कि जगह भी देख रहा हूँ मैं, इसके लिए थोड़ा बड़ा जगह होना चाहिए, और ट्रांसपोर्ट इसके लिए अभी तो स्टार्टअप है तो थोड़ा रिस्क तो उठाना पड़ेगा। मैं ट्रेडिशनल में जाना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि ऑर्गेनिक्स में क्या होगा, इससे अभी अपने आप डिज़ोल्व होने से इन्फेक्शन भी हो सकता है, इससे फिर वो पहनने से और लगाने से इन्फेक्शन भी हो सकता है आगे इन केस, और वो इन्फेक्शन होने से क्या होगा, फिर जो पैड्स को लगाए इससे ज़्यादा दूसरे को पैसा लगा देना पड़ा। मेनली मेरा फोकस है जो गरीब लोग हैं इन लोगों को प्रोवाइड करने का। नॉर्मल मिडिल क्लास हाई फाई तो वो कैसे भी ले लेंगे, जो गरीब लोग हैं इन लोग को प्रोवाइड करने का। और जो मैं सेफ्रॉन कंपनी में काम करता हूँ, ऑलरेडी प्रधानमंत्री मंत्रालय बोलकर है, जो एवरी मंथ ऑफ 9 वो गरीब लोग को जैसे कि अल्ट्रासाउंड, ब्लड टेस्ट, यूरिन टेस्ट, एवरी मंथ ऑफ 9 दे विल प्रोवाइड फ्रॉम प्रधानमंत्री मंत्रालय, जो पीएम से होगा। जैसे कि अब 2 रुपीज़ का बेनोवो बोलकर टैबलेट है, वो स्ट्रिप लेने से आपको 2 रुपये कंट्रीब्यूट करेंगे आप प्रधानमंत्री मंत्रालय को। तो जैसे वो 2 रुपये से जितना आप लेंगे वो होगा इन लोग गरीब रूरल एरिया के लिए, जो राजस्थान, पंजाब जो है ना आउटस्कर्ट्स पे, इन लोग के लिए बेनिफिशियल होगा। थैंक यू, हैव ए नाइस डे।
Good morning, everyone. It's truly an honor to welcome all of you on such an enlightening event. I'm Niharika Nayak from TKR College of Engineering and Technology.
And this is Balasai Aditya Nayak from TKR Krishna Reddy Engineering College. This event is going to be a blessed one with the presence of so many honorable dignitaries.
This program is being live telecast.
Good morning, everyone. This is Neha from third year EC department of TKR Krishna Reddy Engineering College. A very warm welcome to all the dignitaries and audience gathered here. It is immense pleasure that we announce the commencement of e-Yatra and ignition of the flame of entrepreneurship from the campus of TKR Group of Institutions. To be honored, That this event, with the brainchild of the Technology Hub in collaboration with Ecosystem Enabler Task, is going to be formally inaugurated by our Chief Guest, Dr. Anita Reddy Garu, Jilla Parishad Chairperson of Rangareddy District, Amay Kumar Person, IAS District Collector and Magistrate of Rangareddy District, and Mrs. Ruby Akluri, Program Manager, CMA. We begin our speech with a famous quote made by Sir Albert Einstein: "The true sign of intelligence is not knowledge, but imagination." Friends, to learn new things, we need to passionately curious. Some of the greatest inventions of all times are the wheel, the compass, the telephone, the light bulb, pencil. The printing press came into existence as a with the support of other ecosystems, enablers like TSIC, TWork, WeHub, TASK. It shaped knowledge and resources. During 2021, the Technology Hub has welcomed 533 startups to innovation ecosystem and produced unique programs with a special focus on 6 M's: market access, money, mentorship, methodologies, manpower, and motivation. The state government of Telangana has also conceptualized an initiative in Telangana Academy of Skills and Knowledge to equip engineering towards making Hyderabad the innovation capital of the country. As CEO of TASK, Sri Srikanth Sinha has facilitated more incubators, government agencies, the student community is empowered to accelerate startup initiatives. Friends, we need to be extremely grateful to our state government and Chief Minister Sri KCR Garu and Sri KCR Garu for providing us such an internationally acclaimed infrastructure and ecosystem that will transform our physically, intellectually, and ethically into the worldwide citizens of our state and our nation. Success does not come down to us. We need to rise to achieve success. God provides every bird with food, but does not give it in its nest. We hope you have understood that what the saying means. You cannot be spoon-fed lifelong. You need to train yourself to be self-reliant. The government is providing a wonderful opportunities to nurture our skills, to collaborate with nation and global agencies. So it's imperative that we study and work with zest, enthusiasm, and lethargy, and no lazy. Can you take
On stage.
I consider it to be an honor to invite Srimati Dr. Anita Reddy Garu, ZP Chairman, Rangareddy District, as the Chief Guest. Srimati Anita Reddy Garu, our ZP Chairman, has been an outstanding track record as an efficient administrator and a doctor. She has been working relentlessly for women empowerment and upliftment. She is an excellent communicator by the health wing of HI Media. We salute your social, cultural, and health achievements, ma'am. A warm welcome to you.
So now I would like to take this opportunity to invite Dr. D.V. Ravishankar. I would like to invite Dr. T. Harinath Reddy Garu, Secretary, TVR Educational Society.
Let us join our hands together and welcome Dr. K.D. Murli Mohan Garu, the Principal of TKR College of Engineering, TKR Krishna Reddy College of Engineering.
I would like to say that light and brightness has always been equated with positivity and prosperity. To make this event a blessed one, we will now have the lamp lighting ceremony, and to do the honors, we have an esteemed.
I request the dignitaries onto the stage to kindly light the lamp. Every ceremony begins with music. We shall also start this ceremony with a soulful prayer song from Pai Manasa.
We have Manasa to sing the prayer song. Give it a big round of applause, guys.
I as a senior manager in the technology hub with more than 6 years of experience for nurturing of the startup ecosystem of Telangana. A warm welcome to you, madam. Now, we request Ms. Diti Arduri, ma'am, to speak about the Telangana innovation ecosystem overview. Thank you, ma'am.
This event along with your college. T-Hub, as it is generally known in the ecosystem circles, is actually a tech hub. It provides the directions to startup innovation in the state and has been a pioneer in inculcating entrepreneurship among other states in this country. We've been doing programs locally, domestically and globally with partners internationally, partnering with the trade commissions of different countries as well. So Tech Hub is being moved into its new avatar shortly on August, looking people heading this ecosystem and the government. At T-Hub, what we do is work with students, with colleges. Different programs are there which are headed by our team, working with students and colleges, moving them into startup programs. If you have a good idea, T-Hub will support with different stakeholders involved in it. I request the college management to, they've already spoken to me and they're very interested in our programs. We'd like to get back to you with those programs, and I'm sure all you students will also be interested in those verticals and verticals to take up entrepreneurship seriously by our youth. And I wish you all the luck. And I once again thank the management of the college for giving us this opportunity to start the program. The flame of the event, flame of entrepreneurship event is a precursor to the inauguration of T-Hub on June 28. We are moving into a facility which is unmatched in the Asian continent, which is 360,000 square feet of area being given by the government of Telangana to the ecosystem innovation in Telangana for developing entrepreneurship, startup innovation, startup help, stakeholders of startup innovation, this entrepreneurship. I request the students to look up our websites. The badges and the logos will be, the URLs will be given to you. Please do look up what the ecosystem partners are doing, headed by the government of Telangana in the state of Telangana for development of entrepreneurship among the youth. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words and your presence here. Now, I would like
institutions. At the outset, I'm really happy that I've been invited as a chief guest or guest of honor to my own fraternity and to my own family by my family members, who are the students, the management and the principals out here. For all the dignitaries of the dais, Ravishankar Garu, principal of K9, and Murlimon Garu, principal of R9, and our secretary, Tigila Harinath Reddy Garu. So here I understand that today we have the T-Hub, which is a technology hub in partner with TASK. So what opportunities would our students be getting through this program? So I understand that. Let us revise the roles. See, we have the student role where every student, right for now, your psychological profile and status would be, you have to finish your syllabus, your portion to face the exams. And the management would be thinking that they would have to finish the syllabus, their responsibility in teaching, and they should prepare the students for the exams. And then the extended role, you can be job holders. If a set of students are thinking that they should pursue jobs after the studies, another set of students would be thinking that they themselves should be job providers or entrepreneurs. So the whole subject is about that. So in what ways is the Telangana government helping you all? So Telangana government, we have to thank our IT Minister KTR Garu, because I always think it's a privilege comparing the past governments and now what our IT Minister has been doing. So even the students and the management, the colleges, the jobs, entrepreneurs even existed earlier. But ever since this government has come, there's a far more leap push or promotion or help giving to the students. So this particular platform of technology, what does it do? If I put myself in your place, I would think, I would be very confused at this stage. What would I be getting for this startup in terms of how would my family be helping, how would the government be helping, or how would my team be helping me? So you'll have so many ideas and so many confusions. It may be very vague. So to get to a pinpoint focus or a clarity is here what our T-Hub is doing for all the students of Telangana. This T-Hub is really very successful because the startups, like for example, they would say that they have around 1100 plus startups who are linked to this T-Hub, and in tasks they have more than so many lakhs. What is the number, Shravani? You have registered in tasks. So they have 1,40,000 enrollments for task as such. And you all know what task is, because I think from 2017 TKR College has been having startups, how to make these young students entrepreneurs. So this is all about sharpening your entrepreneur ideas, your facility, and then your success results. So I would always request the students that each and every student, how much ever the family would support, the government would support, our primary role should be think, explore more and more, so that you would come to a better ideas, because we know that we design our lives. So this is how you can be in partner, you can give the ideas, you can go ahead with the startups, and T-Hub will be really helping you. And there's much more a better way compared to the other states how they are doing. You all know about TSI pass. TSI requirements they want, and in 15 days, if they don't approve, it is like a deemed approval. You can get it on your own. So in 15 days you apply and they don't respond, you can take it for granted that it's a deemed approval, you got the permission. So this best facility what Telangana government is doing, that is called as TSI pass. It's a self-certification system where even very big companies like Amazon, Samsung, Google, from all over the world, the topmost companies have come here and launched their projects out in Hyderabad here. And we all know that Hyderabad is endowed with very good weather. There are no natural calamities out here because there is no sea or there are no mountains or hills out here. There's no, the temperature and the weather the climate is extremely good. It is not in the extremes. So Hyderabad is a very suitable place for all the multinational companies to launch here. With the facility of the TSI pass, for the students to think, explore and think about the future, which will give them ideas to shape up their precise goals. So this is done by the Department of T-Hub in partnership with TAS. And also I would like to address the women specifically. We also know that one of the part in this ecosystem is the WeHub, WE, that is Women Entrepreneurs. So here there are so many students and faculty, so even they can think about small ideas with very small investments. They can go for these startups with the WeHub so that they can endeavor more things. For example, I will say there are some staff out here. Apart from being teaching in the engineering college, they can still do so many startups with the WeHub. They can do their online work because now the technology has been so advanced that you can sit and work from home because of your different advancements. You can put up so many businesses also, and I would have a very good interactive session from the students, because it is not that it's always us speaking to you. It is the interaction, because you students will have so many ideas out there. You have to come out with the ideas, and you have to discuss how you can take the help of the government, the T-Hub or the task, so that you can frame ideas in your mind even before. That is, even before stepping out of the college, you can frame up your future ideas out here with the help of the management. And at last, I would like to thank the management for giving an opportunity to hold this entrepreneurship program out here in TKR College premises. And also, I would like to thank our Honorable CM KCR Garu, because whatever we all do is from his fraternity.
who wants to build their own business and startups.
So now I request Anita Madam to lighten the e-torch.
Join your hands together and welcome Anita Madam to light the e-torch.
भैया आगे सर ना सर
The e-torch will be passed on to Amarnath Reddy Garu, and from Saraswati statue, the e-torch will be passed to Dr. D.D. Ravishankar Garu under the R&D cell of TKR Educational Society. Srimati Anita Reddy Garu will carry the e-torch from the auditorium to the main entrance of the Educational Society.
When you wait over here without having any kind of an activity, because there is a formality, because this e-torch has to be lit and it has to be roamed to our research center, and now we are proceeding with it. It's going to be a half-an-hour session. Don't get panicked. We are not going to bore you. Please listen to us what is happening or why this particular thing is kept on. In this context, I would like to thank Dr. Anita Reddy Madam, Deputy Chairman, Rangareddy District, for gracing this occasion. And at the same time, Dr. Amoy sir was very busy because he did not appear reach this place because he is already engaged in pharmacy. Dr. Varaprasad Reddy Garu, Director, TKR Institute of Management and Sciences. I would like to proudly say that this particular event we have the platform to launch this particular opportunity, launch this event from TKR College of Engineering and Technology. Being it is situated in Rangareddy district, and fortunately our chairperson is our Anita Reddy Garu, and finally we were the part and parcel of T-Hub now. I think the Durti Madam has accepted a lot of thoughts exchange. TKR College of Engineering and Technology in the form of TKR Center for Research and Innovation, a confluence for creative metamorphosis. I would like to link the T-Hub to the mini T-Hub of TKR Krishna Reddy Garu, TKR Center for Research and Innovation, a confluence for creative metamorphosis. The basic thought, which is thought of 5 years back, in the due course, pandemic made us to kept a lot of hurdles, even though all these hurdles never stopped our efforts to proceed with establishing our research and development center. the Research and Development Center itself is going to have some kind of 16 numbers of incubation cubicles. And very soon, I thought that our Post Incubation Center, MSME, is going to get 3 to 4 projects. Those can be incubated over here. And this ecosystem is already established over here. I would like to extend these facilities to the T-Hub, and I would like to reciprocate with the T-Hub, and our students should make use of this particular facility to the best of their knowledge. And our online college students are very much involved in varieties of activities related to drone development and implementing the drone technology to pesticide spraying, and a design customization is also going to take place over here. And all these activities are being kept over here. That means there is already an ecosystem established. The thing is, we cannot bring the horse. We can bring the horse to the pond, but we cannot make the horse to drink the water. Now, pond is there is plenty of water is also there. All these and aspiring entrepreneurs to make use of these facilities to the fullest extent. We are here to help you all and mentor you to drive your innovative ideas to a successful and saleable idea. And this facility, this center is also having an additional facility of we have the best PCB prototyping machine available, which is not even available in the entire Telangana. That is the only machine available in Telangana is at the TKR College of Engineering and Technology. And we have an exclusive server which can cater to the needs of playing with data related problems, and data science laboratory, and artificial intelligence AI laboratory is also there, and there is going to be a Raspberry IoT laboratory is also available. What not? Everything is available here. All the students are advised to go into that particular thing and think about. It's not only learning. It's not doing. Learning is to be converted into a useful idea which can be transformed into a useful product which can be sellable in the market. The ideas, maybe of fancy ideas, are being once upon treated as fancy ideas. Now they are becoming the business ideas, and these special kind of special purpose machines to make use of drugs and facilities, and all these things are also can be modeled over here and manufactured and can be put to use for varieties of applications. Very recently, a dentist came here with an inquiry of developing a special medicine dosing, localized medicine dosing equipment to be patentable, has approached us to develop that particular program. We are in the process of developing that particular program, product. All these facilities are available over here. That means this is the great platform to show about what is happening over here, and all our students are advised to utilize these facilities. We can also route you to the T-Hub through TCAL, Center for Research and Innovation, to realize their dreams of becoming millionaires and billionaires. Thank you so much.
Sir, there are no words to speak, but as a academician who taught entrepreneurship and development as part of MBA program for several years, what I see is that whatever we teach in the classroom is converting into reality. See, we always teach them the basics of entrepreneurship. For example, that is the entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs need to have that spark. Today we have done that program E-Torch. What is that E-Torch? That is the igniting the spark in entrepreneurship. in the minds of the entrepreneurs. So friends, this ecosystem has to spread across, and as part of on behalf of TKR Education Society, our principals, our managers. So I wish this ecosystem should be used and utilized and contribute to the national economy. Thank you, Vanita.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your motivational speech. Now, let us join our hands and welcome Murli Mohan Garu, who is the principal of TKR Krishna Reddy Engineering College. Let us welcome him, guys.
Coming to today's e-class program, T-Hub and Task consider our college is one of the e-class one of the center for Rangareddy district e-class program. It is a very great pleasure to all of us. You don't feel that? It's a great pleasure to all of us in the Rangareddy district, considering our college is a center for e-class program. So thank you for giving this opportunity. On behalf of the management, we thank to Peter and Task giving this opportunity. Already facilities are actually spoken by Ravishankar sir in the TKR ES. As of now, as a principal of TKR EC, TKR Krishna Reddy Engineering College, the achievements I'll tell to you as part of the innovation. So under this MHRD, so successfully running NISP program, National Innovation Skill Development Startup Program, and in addition to this, I'll share one of the big achievements and Titan programming. 180,000 participants are there. Out of this, 14,000 were selected. In this 14,000, our students supported by the Nishant madam in EC department, they got runner-up. Modern stick for Divyang. It is one of the achievements in our college, madam. So this is one part of innovation. So the stick will become as again a child, and this event was participated in Delhi, Noida. They got runner-up prize. With they were trying to make up this in a product. But still with their support, definitely with like this, so many things will come forward. So we need your support to make this in a marketing and strategies related to this. And another thing, yes, Santosh Kumar is one of the entrepreneurs from our college. Olive Drones and Agriculture Technologies Private Limited is home is. And proud to share this, he designed an agriculture smart drone, multi-purpose autonomous electric vehicles for agriculture and unmanned surface vehicle. And our people got a first prize in Innovator Summit Innovator Challenge 2019. First prize. You and you speak his ideas and share his ideas with you. And M. Raymond is one of the entrepreneurs put on camps. So 1 hour, 2 hour camp journey. So they will arrange a food in the middle of this journey. So this is an innovator. And D. Vamshi is another innovator. B. Tirupati and K. Gautam Kumar is another innovator. Swayam Shakti Entrepreneur Foundation. So like this, so many innovators are there, entrepreneurs are there from our organization. So these are the things. So now as the madam, spoke with the madam, Ruti madam, they are having two different programs. One is a launch pad and another is a masterclass program. Under this launch pad, online awareness program to all the students and a masterclass to become an innovator. To start up in the T-Hub. So madam will guide us. As of now, till now we are using the services of Task. So now we are innovating with the T-Hub madam with our support. Definitely we need our support. Both of you are there. Yeah, we need our support.
Dignitaries of the dais, faculty members, students, press and media. So it's already late. A very good afternoon to all. So today's program is Flame of Entrepreneurship. So the torch of idea can make made into innovation
and then into invention, so that can be lead to a product. So product is the ultimate outcome of this entrepreneurship. You know, we think of the China. China is competitor for everybody. So why is that? So they'll make different products which are useful to the society. Ease of use. The product is also important. So think differently, not conventionally, so that you can have ideas. So ideas can be converted into a product, so that is useful for the use in the society. So that is only the entrepreneurship. So lit the lamp of the idea of entrepreneurship in the mindset. Become an entrepreneur, and you can definitely have your own enterprise. You know, job seeker, it's an old phenomenon. Job giver is a now, it's a service kind of thing. So serve to deserve. Serve to deserve. So with these few words, so let the lamp of entrepreneurship be always lit in the mindset of the students. Thank you, Ananda.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your uplifting words. Now it's time to invite Miss Travani Madam, the Relationship Manager from TASK. Thank you, ma'am. Please give a big round of applause, please.
TKR management, because they are providing a lot of support to the young entrepreneurs who are born and brought up in TKR Educational Society. Thank you very much for hosting this event, sir, and facilitating this event. So on behalf of TASK, actually we thought of we expected our CEO sir to be here as a guest of honor to address the students on how we are performing for the last 7 years. TASK, I think all of you are aware of this word. Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge is a government initiative. This was established by the government of Telangana for improving the employability quotient of the students. So all our colleges are registered with the TASK to provide various training programs to the students and to improve their employability quotient. We majorly work on 3 major concepts like education, employability and entrepreneurship. So if you look at entrepreneurship, because today is the day that we are celebrating entrepreneurship, through TASK we are offering I4TS Innovation for Telangana State. That was a flagship program we designed to create entrepreneurial mindset among the students to improve your ideas related to starting your own startup companies. So before knocking the doors of T-Hub, we would like to see our students to improve their ideas through various programs that we are conducting. It's not only I4TS, we conduct various idea cons in association with various technology organizations. We recommend all the students to come up with a self-paced mode of learning instead of depending on a faculty or based trainings. We recommend the students to come up with self-paced models and try to identify the problem areas in and around your surroundings and try to come up with ideas, and T-Hub is going to help the students in improvising your ideas. They will help you in creating your ideas into your products. So on behalf of TASK, I would like to inform other students to be regular, to follow TASK as well as the other ecosystem partners like T-Hub, V-Hub, TSIC, T-Fiber on social media, so that you will come to understand what are the programs that the government is taking forward for the benefit of the students or for the benefit of the youth of Telangana. So I would like to thank once again the management of TKR Educational Society for giving an opportunity to be here to address all the students and for giving an opportunity to be a part of a Flame of Entrepreneurship event. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. I hope your speeches have inspired our students to do the future endeavors, ma'am. Thank you so much. Now, it's time to call our students who have become successful entrepreneurs.
Once upon a time, there was a student who was walking into the college from the main gate, and I have been confused between R9 and K9. So I have been walking towards straight ahead, to go straight in my life. But I was an R9 student, so I reached A9. Okay. That was a thing where we will be getting many deviations in our life. We think something is right, but we should be changing according to the truths actually. So, I'm Vamshi Dota, a civil engineering graduate from T.L. Krishna Reddy Engineering College. I'm the managing partner of AVN Consultancy, which is the recruiting agency. So, in my first year of graduation, I was a student over there. And I was watching the inauguration. I saw many of my seniors standing over here and talking to them. Like, I used to think, I should get there one day where I should be standing here and I should be letting know my emotions. Is it right? Okay, you have a creative brain. Thank you. So from where I stand, I see number of entrepreneurs from here who have been successful in their careers. And I see many heroes from here who will be attending their 4 years of graduation, 8 semesters, hundreds of examination, midterm, everything, and who also participate in this kind of events. I appreciate you all guys. I expect a round of applause for you guys for having the wonderful opportunities ahead. Okay, thank you. And when it comes to the entrepreneurship, what is entrepreneurship? Entrepreneurship is like a person who is a problem solver in the society. We have many problems. I see you have great and excellent brains because the graduation or the universities, they build the subjects for 6 months in a semester. But you heroes will complete that in one day before the examination. I seriously, I should take a board to your brains, like you will input all the data and you will implement that and you will clear your examination. So you have such a brains that you can solve the 6 months of syllabus in a single day. So why can't you solve the problem in the society, which is making this impact? You are heroes. You are the future of the nation. So I only expect one thing. You can think differently and innovatively so that you will be solving a problem not only in your life but also which is impacting to the society. When it comes to my startup, I have been starting my career with Gozars, which is an e-commerce fashion. Like we all shop our clothes, right? We will go to Trends, Brand Factory, and also to be reasonable in Dictionary and 40 somewhere around. But the thing is, we will be going in the traffic. We will be having a family. We should be prepared to go for a shopping. But the online shopping experience has become such a great thing that all the products will come at your place. And we have implemented a change in that. Like when you like a product in Ajio or Myntra, you can't feel that product. When it comes to you, like there will be a model who will be a six-pack and he will be suiting that cloth. But when it comes to you, because of COVID, we have a tummy and that will be a very disaster product. So the idea here is the product will be coming to your home within 3 hours and you can try, then you can buy if you love it, if it suits to you, if you like the product, if you like the fabric. So that is the idea we have implemented and Gozars is running good these days, we are getting good sales. And after this Gozars, I got networking and I met many people so that I started my own recruiting agency which is called AVN Consultancy and we are doing a partnership where I will be handling collaborations and we give employment for the people like who are past out graduates and who are looking for the jobs in BPO and sales. So we are running it successfully and my future goals are like I was planning upward education in Canada because after I get into this startup, being in civil engineering graduation, I was feeling some incompleteness inside me. I have invested 4 years of my graduation in civil engineering and I feel something incomplete, so I want to pursue my post-graduation so that I will be having graduation and degrees, and also I'll get some seed funds so that I can serve my nation back with some new business ideas. And thank you for giving this wonderful opportunity. Thank you everyone.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite P. Ajay on stage to speak a few words.
In front of you all, I have started a new company named Jain Groups, belongs to IT department. Our team are very well ready to develop any type of mobile applications, web designing for mainly startups in very affordable prices. The main motto of Jain Groups is to contribute the best part of it to the development of our country. I recently launched our company's website, that is Jaihind, Jaihind, grp.in. And we are going to launch a mobile application in the third week of following month, that is July. So I just want to share a few things regarding the mobile application which we are going to release in upcoming month. The name is Saharodaya. Why this app is started? The main reason behind this app is our aim is to provide the service to the and the protection to the people with all the safety measures. Nowadays we see that many of the bikes and other transport vehicles moving on the road carrying only the rider, but the other seats are empty. In the other case, we can see that many of the college-going students and working employees are traveling in a fully filled buses or any public transport system. So just our mobile application wants to merge all these cases. I just before 2-3 years back, I have met with them 2 incidents near Karnataka and as well as in Lepkesar. I hope some people are familiar with the places. I just want to share those incidents with you all. One working woman, she is from Infosys, I think. She is boarding a bus and suddenly she fell down from the bus and she got injured in her leg. So mainly, I think that due to the crowd near the bus has this impact. And at the same time, many of the students going to the engineering college or degree college, anything, nowadays intermediate colleges also, they are doing food coding in the RTC buses due to the lack of space in their time. Mainly, the official timings from 8 to 9:30 and the evening timings from, there are many traffic issues are occurring in our society, like accidents, everything. So it is a mobile application which is based on transport system and as well as service. The main motive of the JN Groups is to serve the people by in different aspects like in transport, technology, educational and everything. So firstly we have started our IT sector, in the IT department. And the application is a pooling process. It mainly depends on the pooling process. It's the same like Ola, Uber, Rapido, but somewhat different from them. There will be no right-to-right payment in our application. There is a package system like our bus pass, like nowadays the student pass is 450 and general pass I think 1300 or 1200. So in the same way, we are going to have a subscription plan, in our way subscription plan of 1 month, 3 months, 6 months and yearly. And those prices would be very affordable for every student. That is only 120 rupees per month. We are planning in that way. And at the same time, for working employees, we are planning 259 rupees per month. And we have different schemes. So for more information, you can please check our website. And we have a prototype of our application which we are going to release in our website. So please, I hope all will visit our website, that is Jaihind, Jaihind, grp.in. I'm thankful for giving this opportunity, and I thanks Dr. Murli.
Good afternoon all. My name is Deepak and I'm the founder of Home Innovation. And one more thing, I'm graduate from this college only. And Today I want to discuss along with you about the entrepreneurship. So, how many of you want to be an entrepreneur? How many want to be an employer than employee? So it's really challenging, right? So I will discuss few points regarding the entrepreneurship. Yeah. So when we think about the, basically I'm from the Tri cities, it's a rural area. I would like to explain the way of mindset the rural youngsters have. They think like when the government going to release the jobs, and in that jobs, how many jobs in our districts have, in that district, how many of jobs in our city, in our region we have. So the youngsters think like they are seeing the very narrow scope, but we should think like how many opportunities are in our area, and how many opportunities are in our district, and how many opportunities are in our country, and how many opportunities are there in our neighbor countries as well as the world. That is the way we should think like. When you think like that way, you will find many opportunities, you will find many problems over there. If you are solving at least 1% of those problems, you will pay enough for it. I am sure with my experience I would like to say that if you are able to solve 1% of those problems, you will be able to pay enough for it. And also, to encourage the entrepreneurship in young minds, it not only come from the students, but also it should come from the academics and the management and organizations also. They should encourage the students. I'm really happy today because when I'm doing my project, I don't know to contact whom to discuss my idea, and I don't know any suggestions from any ecosystem. But today there is a very strong ecosystem we have, and the principal organize them so that they can few other students also inspired by them. And also being an employer, then employees really makes it better. I would like to say an example. All of you have your own story. So you are creating your own story, and you are sharing that story with your grandchildren or your children. So it makes a lot of difference. You feel really proud when you are sharing your entire journey, your entire story. You will really feel proud. So I would like to suggest all of you, don't be a part of other one's story. Create your own story. Try to create your own story. And also some suggestions I would like to say from my journey. When I completed my graduation in mechanical engineering, after that I am doing job in many some organization. One day I got to know that there is a problem in my society. There is a problem in my society as well as my own problem also. So that I think that how my education would able to solve that problem. So I started my project called multi-purpose harvester. It's basically into the farming equipment. So the problem is many of the farmlands are equipped with a small and medium-sized stores. From school to the private school. So that is a really big achievement for me. So I can't get even like a 10 lakh package or 12 lakh package. That's a different feeling. So I would like to suggest every one of you have the capability to bring smiles on someone's face, faces. So try to that and do hard work. And also as an entrepreneur, you all are around, you have many problems. But in that problems, your focus should be on not solving the problem, but your focus should be on to validate the problem. So first you think about the validation of the problem. Is it the problem? If it is a problem, for whom it is a problem? Who are going to be paid for it? So entire this business model you have to develop, and then you get the clarity in which aspects you need to work, in which core area you need to crack. So don't engage with the problem solving initially. First be clear in the validating the problem statement so that you can get a clear picture where you need to work. And also, and one more thing, don't love with your problem statement. This is my personal experience. Don't love with your problem statement. You should be able to flexible at any point of time to pivot. because many startups are after 1 or 2 years they are going to be dead, because you need to pivot at some point. You need to realize that this is not going to be work. So it's not mean that you are not leaving that space completely, but you are trying to solve that problem in a different way. So all of you should be flexible to pivot at any point of time. Many organizations are there for you to help in this regard. So you need to ignite your mind. You need to pick a problem statement from the society and validate the problem itself and come up with an idea. They will help you to make a business model, and they will engage with many stakeholders in this ecosystem. They are you people are very lucky to have this ecosystem. I traveled many states around India, but there is no ecosystem right now the Telangana having. So we are having a beautiful ecosystem, and the teamworks we have. If you are having any idea, the teamworks is ready to help you in the designing part, even the prototyping, fabrication, and IoT things. Many things you will get the benefit from the teamworks as well. And the TSIC is now working to pick the rural innovations, to pick the rural innovators, to convert them from innovators to the entrepreneurs. So that's how I am here today. So I'm really thankful to the TSIC and entire the TSIC team. Best of luck, guys. I should expect 1 or 2 unicorns from this group. So all the best for your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deepak, for your inspiring words. Now it's time to call upon
respected my management of TKR who given me such an honor to be here. I am Hassan Ali Khan from TKR Pharmacy College. Recently, in 2018, I have started my own business as a pharmacy, which have been earning very well in nowadays. So I like to be the part of this tea hub. So one of 2 of 3 of 4, there is another of the pharmacies is also in my pharmacy. Tea hub is the state tea hub, which also helps in our students to be an entrepreneur. And my future plan will be, I am opening a company especially for ladies, sanitizing pads, which are very occasionally and effectively beneficial for ladies. So I thank you to TKR and my respected Madam, Principal Madam, Vijaya Madam, and Sunita Ma'am. Thank you. Have a nice day. All the best for your future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now it's time for felicitation ceremony. This ceremony is organized to express our deepest thanks to Dhruti Atturi Garu, Program Manager, T-Hub. I would like to request our principals to felicitate them. Give her a big round of applause, guys. Chairman of Tegal Krishna Reddy Educational Society, Sri Tegal Krishna Reddy Garu, who is always our source of inspiration. I would like to also thank T-Hub, Government Media, and
phase 2 launch. A little bit background. T-Hub, a first of its kind innovation initiative to build innovations and entrepreneurship, was launched in the year 2015 by the government of Telangana. As of today, in the 7 years, T-Hub today houses more than 1100 plus startups. Now, the T-Hub 2.0 with almost 5,85,000 square feet facility is going to be inaugurated next week on 20th of June 2022. And this facility is meant to be nurturing another 2,000 startups that are going to be housed out of this facility. So we state of Telangana, the youngest state of the country, in the youngest University of Agriculture, with all young minds talking about young ideas and talking about how do we improve the sector, the innovations and entrepreneurship as a focus. And today, this event, thanks to Rich sir, I think this event signifies the importance of agriculture. Thank you, Ajit sir, for bringing this program to AdHub. And with the support of Honorable Vice Chancellor and the team, we are here also to of innovations in agriculture. And today, we are going to have a series of speakers who are going to talk about the innovation ecosystem in the state of Telangana. So let me take this honor to request the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. V. Devendra Garu, and also the Chairperson of AdHub to enlighten us on the smart farming to ag innovation and talk about the experience of the PGT-SDU case. So, I will request you to kindly talk about it. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning to all the dignitaries headed by Dr. Pravin Rao from PJTSU, officials of PJTSU. I'm training in RCTs. You all know there is a rural self-employment training institute in every district. I talk on this topic. What are the basic qualities of entrepreneur? There are so many qualities which are required. I broadly put it into 4 categories. The 4 categories is, first you should know which enterprise you are going to take up, where you are going to take up, whether you are going to take up individually or you are going to employ some people, how the fund is going to come, how much is your money, how much is your bank loan or other money, and whether it is mission oriented or man oriented, going to market it. All these things, if you put in a single word, it is called detailed planning. So all those who are here, who want to become a successful entrepreneur, should have a plan first. There should be a plan A, and there should also be a plan B, because all the plan A doesn't succeed. So if the plan A doesn't succeed, you should not come out. So you should ask this detailed planning. That is the most important quality for becoming a successful entrepreneur. The second most important thing is, everyone knows successful entrepreneur. Only when you implement it fully, you will become a successful entrepreneur. So how to implement it? You will have to work hard. So hard working is very, very important. People also talk about smart working. Smart work will come after you reach a certain stage. So first will be detailed planning. Second will be putting your hard work. Third is very important. When you go in, when I was coming from speed breakers. So for your enterprise also, there may be speed breakers. You should not go back in your, after reaching a speed breaker. So there should be quality called perseverance. So first is detailed plan. Second one is your hard working. Then the third one is perseverance. These 3, if you are having, definitely you will become a successful entrepreneur. Sustainable manner over a period of years. I used to tell Rajinikanth here we have to talk about Bunny or somebody who is a successful
actor or a superstar in the film industry only because they look for what people like. That is called innovation. You should be a trendsetter in your area. So you should search for innovation and you should search for new ideas. These are the 4 qualities an entrepreneur should have when he becomes an entrepreneur. This is what I wanted to tell first. Then now we'll go to NABARD's role, especially in celebrating the spirit of entrepreneurship and as a catalyst of agri-innovation. NABARD, as you all know, it is a National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development. The name says it is the apex level institution for agriculture and rural development. So promotion of grassroots level innovations with an intention of improving livelihood opportunities and employment creation in rural areas is one of the thrust areas of my organization, NABARD. NABARD is providing support, grant support for promotion and nurturing of self-help. 1992, 30 years back, self-help group started as a program with 500 groups. Now more than 1 crore 12 lakh groups are there in the country, covering nearly 14 crore households. That is, it has become a movement. So it started with self-help group, then joint liability groups, then farmer producer organizations. NABARD is also supporting Farmers Club and FPOs in spreading latest technology in agriculture and allied activities. In order to develop a supportive ecosystem for agri-entrepreneurs, NABARD started supporting setting up of Agri-Business Incubation Center or Rural Business Incubation Center in the year 2018, namely MABIF, which is promoted by the significance of this Business Incubation Center is in facilitating an ecosystem conducive for growth of rural enterprises in recognized worldwide. Besides creating direct employment opportunities, they also help in increasing productivity and entrepreneurship development by supporting rural-based startups and enterprises which are attempting to commercialize upscale innovations. So far, NABARD has supported 7 rural business incubation centers across the country in 6 states for promotion nurturing of nearly 900 startups. So far, around 200 startups are identified and nurtured by these institutions. Many of them have received funding from investors. Many FPOs are linked to these startups and some of them have also got GI registration for some products in the incubation centers. In Telangana, we have supported AGAP, promoted by PJTSU, for starting an incubation center, and AI Idea, promoted by ICAR NAM, for upscaling. The support of ABIC or ABIC will include bootstrap assistance, that is for startups who are in the initial stage. To support them, we provide grant assistance to the ARBICs like AGAP. NABARD also provides catalytic capital assistance to good functioning ARBICs for supporting financial needs of eligible startups. See, once the startup comes, their important thing is the requirement of funds. So NABARD provides funds to AGAP like ARBICs. We have NABARD under this catalytic capital assistance to AGAP. Yeah. NABARD through its wholly owned subsidiary. NABARD, other than this, through its subsidiary, NABventure also provides financial assistance to various startups for upscaling. NABARD, as on last year, has committed rupees 200 crores to its subsidiary NABventure. NABventure is a fund focused on early to mid-stage investment in agriculture, food and rural business. NABventure has so far invested in Jai Kisan, a rural fintech startup, Krishi Tantra, a soil technology startup, Egos, Haircut, and many more. See, these are things we are doing for startup ecosystem, and we also support innovations through our funds under FSDD and OFDD, that is off-farm and farm sector, under DPR mode. Under project mode, we also are being done at rural level. So this is the kind of support NABARD is providing to create enterprises in agricultural sector. And I take this opportunity to thank the PJTSU for giving me the opportunity to tell about NABARD's role. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. It was really enlightening for all the people gathered over here to understand the initiatives of NABARD. NABARD is a known name for banking and development. But having said that, a new dimension that comes up here today is the focus of NABARD today in the areas of innovation and entrepreneurship. NABARD, with its network of rural business incubation centers across the country and its two prominent incubators being supported for the commencement of an incubator and expansion of an incubator in the Hyderabad ecosystem is notable. It is also important that we note that NABARD is across the ecosystem. NABARD is working towards building of incubators, towards the venture capital arms, promotion of the grants for early stage startups, and the seed funds to the incubator. Normally put it on record, sir. Without NABARD support, I don't think AGA would have started. Of course, with the initiation of PJTSAU and both together, now we are all here celebrating this purpose. Thank you once again. I would like to put it on record the earnest support of NABARD for initiating this key initiative for the state of Telangana from the PJTSAU. Thank you once again, sir. Let me take this honor to request the next key speaker, Sri Ajit Rangnekar ji, Director General of Research and Innovation Circle, Hyderabad. Sir, we would request you to kindly enlighten the audience on how the Telangana stands out to be an enabling ecosystem for agri-tech innovations. I would request you to kindly take over. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. And before I start, can I add my welcome? I'll start with all the schools to see you. Thank you so much for being here. You and your teachers. So nice. Also, the students who have come here from various colleges and of course the students of this wonderful university. It's so lovely to see not just in this floor but also up there a large number of women students. That's what makes my heart really happy and proud. So, friends, to you, Sangeeta Reddy said, you're 50% plus, not just 50%. So, more power to you and let's have many more. I want to see in future some of you sitting here and I sitting there and you telling us about your lovely new ideas. So that's going to be something that I want to see. I want to thank PJTSAU. I know we gave you very little time, but the state wanted to celebrate and we said that the only partner in whom we have complete confidence that they'll do a phenomenal event is PJTSAU. So I asked Dr. Praveen Rao, and I must thank you, Dr. Kalpana Shastri and Dr. Seema and your entire team for doing such a phenomenal, I think, and I should not be saying that, but I think this is perhaps going to be the best event amongst all the Flame of Center entrepreneurship events everywhere in the state. So thank you everyone for doing that for us. I really, really appreciate all your contributions. I also will give me 30 seconds to thank my team. They are here in full numbers. They are the ones who do the work. I only stand and talk. So thank you, my team. It's wonderful to be a part of your team. I'm also very proud as a Telangana person. I feel very strongly as a member of our state. We are the young. And do you know what we are unique for? How many of you know what are the basic principles on which our state works? The first is we want to be the state known for innovation. We are not going to follow others. We are going to find new paths, new solutions. So that is the first thing. The second is that we are about inclusive growth. So our innovation is not only for Hyderabad, it's not only for rich. It is also for farmers. It's also for women. It's also for the rural people. It's also for the poor. It's very much for the students. So we want an innovation and an inclusive growth across all sectors of our society. And third, therefore, we know that we have to build a very strong infrastructure. to make all of this happen. Now, what are infrastructure? One kind of infrastructure, for example, which happened in the state is now we have water supply so that everyone has access to good water. That's one kind of infrastructure. The second kind of infrastructure is roads, bridges. So I drove down today, when there are so many new flyovers and things like that just to make our life easy. But there are more important infrastructure. One such infrastructure is education institutions. The other newer infrastructure is infrastructures like Ag Hub. These are the places through which your innovation and your innovative ideas will have an ability to flower. So it's very important to have. The state in itself has had 6 such enabling infrastructures. On the second day of his taking over and joining as the minister, K.T. Ramarao Garu came to my office in ISB. At that time, I was still the dean of ISB. And he said, you people talk too much. Let us make it happen. Let us build this infrastructure. And that day in 2014, T-Hub was conceived. It was in his mind a long time ago, but he told it to us on that day and we said, okay, we will make it happen. After that, we built and created RICH, which I now head, which is the Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad. RICH works in innovation, in agriculture, in food and in life sciences, and in sustainability. So we focus on things that are extremely important for all human beings and all people. Then we had V-Hub, which focuses. We have T-Works. So if you want to build anything, if you want to create something physical, you go to T-Works, which has every possible equipment that you may want, which will help you create. Then, for young people like you, especially people who are not in Hyderabad, who are in rural things, there is TSIC, the Telangana State Innovation Cell, which works with students and with rural communities and focuses strongly on rural innovations and social innovations. Innovations that are good for the people. Whether they make money or not is not the primary role. What is important is it makes the lives of people that much better. Then we have TASK, the Telangana Academy of Skills and Knowledge. As young people get into the job space, how do we train them to be ready for tomorrow's market? And as you all know, technology is changing very quickly and very rapidly. So we have the emerging technology cell in the government, which keeps an eye on all future. So today, really supporting the spirit of entrepreneurship. Now, all this would not have happened if our people themselves were not innovative and entrepreneurial. So all we are doing is just enabling what you are capable of and what you do. So let your minds free, think broadly. I hope that you will think of so many new areas, especially in agriculture. I'm sure Dr. Rao will talk about this. There is so much to be done. We are proud that we work with them and with every other and with all other colleges also. If, we'll be very happy to help and support you in any way we can when it comes to entrepreneurship. Okay? The central government and we together are pushing something called Kisan Mitra. Kisan Mitra is a platform on which all things that are connected to agriculture we want to host. So wherever you are, if you want to know which are the newest innovations in cropping or in what are some of the newest developments in fertilizers or where are the markets going or what kind of prices are available for what kind of goods, Kisan Mitra should be on that. And I has offered to connect all. Now definitely going to be a big push. Now if you are wherever, you say, but I am a local person. What does all this thing have to do with me? There is no such thing as local. Today, thanks to the connected world, everyone has a chance to have her or his idea become global. So don't worry whether the idea that you have is only for your community or is a wider community across the world. Come out with those ideas, let the flower bloom, and let the flame of entrepreneurship all across the state really light up our state. My future of this state, you are the future of this country, you are the future of this world. Best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words. The key words of Telangana that you spoke about, innovations, inclusive growth, and infrastructure, are the words of the day. And the flagship initiatives of the Telangana towards innovations and entrepreneurship, T-Hub, RICH, T-Works, TSIC, building a range of tech startups and social impact enterprises is notable. Also, your note on the Kisan Mitra initiative and the partnerships and convergence between the major organizations like NABARD is also something worth to note. And it's really heartening to understand the T-Hub, the massive infrastructure ecosystem which is coming up to support not only the startups in the Telangana, but something which is going to be an outstanding and phenomenal model. Going to be a role model not only for Telangana, not only for India, but possibly for the whole world to see. So being a part of this ecosystem and being from this place, we all should feel proud of this notable achievement that the state has achieved in such a short note of its formation. Thank you once again for your enlightening words, sir. May I request the next key speaker, our own beloved Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor Shri Praveen Rao Garu and Chairperson AgHub, to kindly talk about the smart farming through agri-innovations. So I would request you to kindly talk about the PGTS's case in approaching innovations. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, let me take this opportunity. We thought of building this ecosystem in the university because all through we were harping upon production system. We were taught the same thing. We taught the students the same thing, and even till date in some of the ecosystems or universities we still harp on that. So having achieved self-sufficiency in food grains, and we thought of moving ahead to become entrepreneurs, or what we call it as normal terminology, agripreneurs. So we thought that I had a dream that this university will be the leader in this activities. So 3 years back, we started this preparation of this, as NABARD DGM was saying, planning into this detailed planning, and that's how Dr. Kalpana came into the picture, and we started doing it. And all this would not have been possible, though we have initially, I said that what may come, we will go ahead with the investment, and I would approach the board for help, and I had a confidence that I will be able to convince them, the chairman and all others, and that is how we started our journey. And till now we received 9 crores for the AgriHub Innovation Center as a first grant, and then subsequently it was followed by, as DGM Somasundaram was telling, that 5 lakh catalytic fund, which normally be given after 5 years, seeing the performance and all that. But the chairman and the deputy chairman from Mumbai, they came here, they saw the developments and all that, and they said that this unit is doing wonderfully well. So we will sanction them another 5 crores, and I thank in front of all this my students for the generous funding that we have received from NABARD. I request that give them a very a standing ovation to the NABARD. A standing ovation to the NABARD for the great help that we have received from NABARD for this. And I also ask you to give a big hand to the T-Hub, RICH, and all their associated sister institutes which are helping us, and this event would not have been possible
for us to make it happen, because as I always said, innovation comes from an idea, and this idea started coming up from the top brass, then reach, and then that is how. So though we were having the AG Hub for such a long time, we did not have this idea, and this idea came from them. So it's a great, so for all that, we also thank Rangnekar Garu and his entire team, and the T-Hub, the V-Hub, the T-Works, Reach, TSIC, TASK, and lastly but not the least, the Kisan Mitra, which is associated with us. Now, having said this, let us go to our aspect of agriculture. Entrepreneurship is not a new thing for us. Let me be very humble and with all humility to tell you. Let us towards what we are talking is, farmer himself is an agripreneur. He is doing not only to meet his requirements, daily needs, but he is also selling something in the market, which actually creating an economy in the state. Say what you call, which at here I will be very happy to mention to you that say what you call entire agricultural ecosystem that we have in the country. Always people say that it contributes only 17% or 18%, but during the COVID period we have seen that it jumped to 20%. But mind you, this 20% contribution is in addition to all the sectors which actually benefit from agriculture, which actually services sector, the transport sector, you name it. So all the agricultural commodities move from one part to the other part, food industry, all these are, say what you call, for them the raw material comes from our agriculture sector. So it runs into not less than 40%. So basically today if you see, agriculture is contributing to 40% of agriculture. So I want to mention this as well. Now having said that, let me ask you, let us start from the school students. What are the two major innovations in this country that have happened in the last 2 decades? Anybody from the students? What are the two major innovations which have actually changed our life in this country? Anybody from the students? Okay, from this girls? Around 2000 and after that, who are in the colleges today? You know that you are called as Z generation. So what is the difference between us and you? What is that you have in your hand? You have a mobile, which wherein, as Rangnekar was referring, you are connected to the world. We were not connected to the world. You are connected to the world. Limitless information, limitless knowledge, limitless exposure. You need not go to meet somebody physically. You can meet anybody. While you are sitting here, you are connected to the entire world. So that is the big difference. That is the big difference that has happened. You are born in an era, you are born in a phase wherein everything is digitally connected. Or in other words, if I have to put it, say what you call, this generation has an attribute, what we call, why I am saying this has a lot to do with the entrepreneurship. This has a lot to always like to have face-to-face interaction. You don't satisfy just to talk on phone. Then immediately you will go back to the FaceTime or Skype or so on and so forth. So that is how you look at, that is another one. Then you are very much focused. We were not that much. Today, it's what you call, every student is focused to achieve something. You have a goal, you have a, then another one is changes. In our generation, if we wanted to make some change, we were always resisting it. We were always resisting. Today, change is a norm. Change is a norm in your generation. That is another one. Then, say what wants to be heard. That means you want to say, sir. Now, why not this generation? Why not this sector benefit from such an innovation, such an entrepreneurship? This is the key issue. Now, why he was saying, Rangnekar was saying, is why you are important to this state, why you are important to this country, why you are important to this world is because throughout the world, even today, we see that though we talk of 7.9 billion of people today, out of that you have, say what you call, nearly 30-40% are smallholder farmers who are really dependent directly on agriculture worldwide. Now, to give another example how agriculture is important, today we say that there are triple threats. One is climate change, another one is COVID, and the third one is, which is happening for the last few months, what we call it as conflict. Do you imagine what impact it is going to have in the world? You will be surprised to hear that simple small Ukraine was supplying about 30% of its wheat production to the world. That means it accounts for 30% of the world wheat trade, which used to go to Africa. Now you can imagine today Africa is not without that 30% food grain. Can you imagine how much impact it has? Can you also imagine that during this year why our country has banned wheat exports, why it has reduced its estimate from 112 million tons to 102 or 103? Just 4 days of high temperature. Two countries have resources like what we have. They are very small countries, but still today they are very powerful countries. Why they are economically powerful?
Today, because they survive, they strive upon innovation and everything. Innovation is the key. Innovation. So I request that this, why we are sitting here today is only to make you understand, how government of Telangana is working for this type of ecosystem, striving for this type of ecosystem. Why the Honorable Minister for IT is very interested to push this in a big way. Why to have such a second largest in the world, T-Hub space in the state. Okay, so all this is to create an ecosystem opportunities. So what we call the major objectives of such a event are to tell you that how entrepreneurs and students can be connected to the businesses through industry. How you can bring in that innovation to the agriculture in the agri-food value chain. The second is how entrepreneurs can access funding. So as he was saying that Nabad is why Nabad is here is due to that. How startups can be scaled up in a big way. How startups can be scaled up in a big way. How innovations can be accelerated in the state of Telangana so that they will have a multiplier effect. Now coming back to our agriculture. So looking at this entire things happening in the world. So what we call the patent culture, the world-class universities, the innovation, we might be hearing about boot camps, hackathons, okay, as an initial exposure to that. So this is an exposure event where the students have to know what exactly we have in our. So unless you know that this is facility, this type of ecosystem exists, you will not be in a position to grab that opportunity. So as listed, so many things. So the ecosystem is being built up not just in isolation; it is being built up in its entirety. So now Telangana state has an opportunity here. Telangana student community has an opportunity here to grab this facility, to grab this ecosystem, to prosper. So now coming to agriculture, how this innovation, how this ecosystem will why you should be part of this. I have told you about the attributes of today's generation. I have told you about the challenges of today's agriculture in the world, in the country. Okay, so I have told about the ecosystem infrastructure that has been created. Now, how you can contribute to this? How you can be we might have heard the success stories of rags to riches like Bill Gates, like Steve Jobs, who have not become like that. So they in their factories, in their garages, they were sitting and developing an idea. And so how your idea can impact the agriculture ecosystem. So now earlier agriculture used to be told as a multi-profession. So people were not interested to even enter into the field. It was called as a multi-profession. It was called as a subsistence farm of agriculture. Because it was called as a activity which has low return on the investment, which is not in the control of the farmer, which is climate decides the success of agriculture. Okay, so all these were the attributes of the what we were talking of a few decades back, the agriculture. Yesterday there was a story from Cornell with regards to America. Their entire tomatoes, their entire vegetables, beans will be grown only in controlled agriculture, in controlled greenhouse. So that nothing will be grown in open fields with regards to this. So that means they want to achieve through innovation, they want to achieve a control over their needs, or control over their food needs in the country. So now you should also confirm how we better our farmers, capacities, how we improve his situation. So that is how the doubling of the farmers income concept has come. That is how the smart farming has come. Smart farming concept has come into the picture. Now, what is meant by smart farming? You might have heard the terms knowledge-driven agriculture, knowledge-based agriculture, data-driven agriculture. Okay, so what you call agriculture, something like you might have heard fourth industrial revolution technologies. Okay, so what are the fourth industrial revolution technologies? Like biotechnology, CRISPR technology. Recently we had a meeting on that. So we have exposed to all the vice chancellors who are sitting here, and then discussing to develop a model for agricultural universities in the country. How when fourth industrial revolution smart farming ecosystem can be built in a university. So you might have heard drones, which is part of our culture now, our university. You might have heard about sensors, you might have heard about IoT, artificial intelligence, and so on and so forth. So now how this can be part of our agriculture, how this can help the farmer. Say for example, now the state has built up huge irrigation infrastructure in the state. Now shall we use that water that has been built up by the state, by spending so much money, shall we abuse that water by adopting the traditional practices? So that means we will be doing an injustice to the community as well as to the state. So we have to use that water more efficiently. So if we want to use that water efficiently, then we have to adopt some technologies which enable us to apply water whenever the plant needs, like when a mother gives milk to her baby whenever she cries or child cries. So in a similar way, it would be possible today. The technology has developed to such a level. Sensors, drones, satellite imaging will enable us to precisely deliver the water inputs to the crop. So such innovations have to be part of the agriculture. That is where the agrotech has come, and that is the limited course on design thinking. It seems he went to Japan and visiting Yamaha factory. They were a bit early, so they were guided to the museum in Yamaha factory, and there we found that school children were playing in that museum. And so what they were doing, out of curiosity, he was observing them, and they were playing with a box, playing. The box is asking them what color car you want, what type of engine you want, what facilities you want in the car. So they were thinking whatever they had in the mind. At the end of the day, the box gave them a model which actually they like to have the car in the manner they started how to improve, how to overcome the climate change issue, how to improve the land degradation problems. So these are all the things that is how the smart farm. Today we visualize the framework of smart farming is you can observe everything. Earlier we were observing from this top, from the satellite. Now you can observe from this level. So everything happening in your field can be mapped to the centimeter level. Store it on the cloud. Big data analytics will help you to analyze that huge data, arrive at a decision. Then your precision tools like drones, like automated vehicles, like robotics will help you to deliver the inputs, whether it is water, whether it is fertilizer, where you want, when you want, how much you want, in what way you want. Okay, so this is how the smart farming is developed so that the farmers, our poor farmers, can benefit from it. Okay, so they can say for instance, application of agrochemicals through drones. What is the benefit? the biggest problem that the conventional spraying had was the farmer or the operator was exposed to the toxic chemicals. Now, the farmer, the operator is not nearer to the toxic chemicals at all. You fix through GPS and GNSS, say what you call the points. The drone goes from the point where, say what you call, you have fixed all this, say what you call, does the spraying and returns back to the home where it has started. The amount, whatever you prescribe, earlier we were using 500 liters of water. Today we use only 25 to 40 liters of water to spray 1 hectare. So you should imagine how a simple gadget where you can achieve that in half a time. So all these opportunities are with you. So I think what you call this event might have given you some idea how to look at. Already an ecosystem is being built in the university. I wish you what you call you come and play there, not come and work there. I wish you should come and play in the agri-innovation. I am using the word you come and play in the agri-innovation. Then only you have to enjoy this. You have to enjoy this, and I will be happy if half of the UG students sitting here will not join PG program. Will not join PG program. Why I am saying this? So all the big people who are today ruling the world in different sectors, they have not done MSc. They have come out with an idea, and after the graduation itself, during the graduation, some of them at the 10+2 level itself, they have come with an idea, and they have nurtured their idea, and the ecosystem has enabled them to say what you call accelerate